This young man had spent 8 straight years grinding monsters in the apocalypse world, and when the most crucial battle arrived, Truong Dyke successfully slaughtered the final boss, the mighty evil dragon. He obtained the last fragment and assembled it into the Dragon Blood Scroll. He thought he was finally about to rise to the top in a single step, but at that very moment, his close friend stabbed him in the back without hesitation. The Dragon Blood Scroll was gone, and he himself died before he could even process what had happened. Unwilling to accept it, Truong Dyke died, full of hatred. But heaven did not let him down. He woke up once more. Only this time, the clock had turned back to 9:48 a.m. on August 28th, 8 years earlier. It was the very day the world gate of the apocalypse was about to open. Truong Dyke could hardly believe his eyes as he threw open the window. Outside, the city was still peaceful and calm. So it was real. He had been reborn, returning to the point in time before the apocalypse began. Truong Dyke clenched his hand into a fist. Since the heavens had given him another chance at life, then that bastard MO, then the one who stabbed him in the back and got him killed in his previous life, definitely would not get away with it. But before that, there was one more urgent matter. Before the apocalypse fully opened, Truong Dyke had to find the God-tier talent cards scattered across the world first. In the apocalypse world, every player who joined would be randomly assigned a talent skill by the system. But rare God-tier talents could only be activated with special cards. There were 10 God-tier talent cards in total, distributed randomly all over the world. Drawing on the memories from his previous life, Truong Dyke guessed that the nearest card to him was at the top floor of the Jean Mao building. He immediately rushed there and ran all the way up to the rooftop. As expected, the golden card was there. But before Truong Dyke could touch it, someone else appeared. Hey, brat, the entire Jean Mao building belongs to me, including that card. The newcomer was La Tan Shrake, a notorious arrogant young master. In his previous life, he had been the owner of the last God-tier talent card. He was also the heir to the largest real estate corporation in Linhai City. But Truong Dyke had no intention of backing down. To him, whoever got the card first had the right to own it. Yet in the very next moment, several madmen carrying guns came out of nowhere. They wildly opened fire on Truong Dyke. You dare take my things? I'll show you the consequences. Truong Dyke dodged bullets like he had hacks on. It was absurd. He hadn't even logged into the game system yet, and he was already outplaying machine gun fire. He sprinted forward at top speed, then timed it perfectly. Only 5 seconds remained before the apocalypse system descended. Truong Dyke launched himself forward in one beautiful leap and snatched the golden card. La Tan Shrake ground his teeth in fury, snatched a gun from one of his subordinates, and intended to personally finish him off. Brat, don't even think about taking my card. The bullet had already left the barrel. But Truong Dyke truly was blessed with incredible luck. At the exact moment when the bullet was only a handspan away from him, the apocalypse officially began. The scene before him changed instantly. A status window appeared in front of him, asking whether he wanted to enter the apocalypse. Truong Dyke chose yes without the slightest hesitation. His body slowly vanished into thin air. At that moment, many other people were also entering along with him. When Truong Dyke opened his eyes, a gigantic altar stood before him, and his God-tier talent card was floating above it. Truong Dyke was no stranger to this magnificent sight. He walked forward step by step and reached out to touch the card. At once, a beautiful little spirit appeared. Truong Dyke's player profile had finished being encoded, and he was assigned player number 8857. The little girl introduced herself as Truong Dyke's personal system spirit. As for that God-tier talent card, it had unlocked for him a skill called Let Me Use It. The name sounded a little silly, but it was an unbelievably overpowered skill. It allowed the user to copy other players' talents, with a cooldown of 1 hour. After that, the spirit introduced Truong Dyke to the 3 factions in the game for him to choose from: the Otherkin, the Beast Tribe, and the Human Tribe. Truong Dyke thought about it for a long time. In his previous life, he had chosen to be human because the Human Tribe granted an extra 20 fame. And in the apocalypse world, fame was the most important thing of all. Wait a moment. It seems you're carrying something else on you. The little spirit reached toward Truong Dyke and pulled out something that even left him stunned. It was the Dragon Blood Scroll. This was the item MO that had used every possible trick to obtain in the previous life. Unexpectedly, even after dying once and being reborn, it still remained in Truong Dyke's hands. After the system detected that he possessed the Dragon Blood Scroll, a 4th faction was unlocked. It was the Dragon Tribe, a hidden race. Truong Dyke forced a faint smile. things are going this smoothly right from the start. Who knew whether that was a blessing or a curse? He stepped toward the gate for the Dragon Tribe, beginning the real login process. Truong Dike was sent into a waiting room called the Spawn Point. Many other players were inside as well, undergoing their own login process. Sure enough, everything was exactly like in his memories. They were all marveling happily at how real this world felt, and not a single one of them knew that soon, none of them would ever be able to leave. While waiting, Truong Dike checked his own information. Aside from his talent and faction, all of his attributes were still at their base levels, including strength, intelligence, endurance, agility, and stamina. In addition, Truong Dike had also obtained an exclusive passive skill unique to the Dragon Tribe, Hell Dragon Flame, Gold Quality. Whenever he launched a normal attack or used a skill, there was a 0.1 chance of summoning Hell Dragon Flame. Within the flame's area of effect, all enemies would suffer true damage equal to 150 of his attack power. Although the activation chance was extremely low, the effect of this passive skill was on par with a god-tier talent. Looking at the crowd before him, Truong Dike thought to himself that he first needed to better understand the talent card in his hand. He grinned inwardly. First, he should find someone to test his copying skill on. Very quickly, Truong Dike picked his target, a big, bald man. Truong Dike immediately activated his talent and placed a hand on the man's shoulder. The bald man instantly became wary and slapped his hand away. Scratching his head, Truong Dike awkwardly claimed he had mistaken him for someone else. In reality, he had already successfully copied the bald man's epic tier talent. It was the Treasure Hunter talent, which allowed a player to detect treasure chests within a 500-meter radius. Truong Dike broke into a broad smile. His luck really wasn't bad. He had chosen at random and still ended up with an epic tier talent. At that moment, the spawn point gates opened. A voice came from a loudspeaker, basically welcoming the players to the apocalypse world. The bald man hurried to be the first to go out. Seeing this, Truong Dike stepped in to stop him. "Don't rush out recklessly, man. It's dangerous outside." But not only did the bald man refuse to listen, he even mocked Truong Dike for being a coward. After shoving Truong Dike aside, the bald man dashed straight out. "Open your eyes and watch my moves." But after what happened next, no one wanted to learn from him anymore. His leap sent him straight into the mouth of a giant spider, and the bald man died so fast that no one had time to react. It did not stop there. The system then announced that the bald man could not be revived. He was truly dead. Only then did the people at the spawn point start panicking. Everything was unfolding exactly as it had in Truong Dike's previous life. A new status window was sent to all players. It contained their first mission, along with information about safe zone number 886 in Area 8, a place called Hopetown. The mission objective was to reach Hopetown. Once there, their safety would be guaranteed. The mission time limit was a 4-hour countdown, and the reward was 1 revival opportunity. But if they failed, they would end up just like the bald man, dead for good. The problem now was that the spawn point was surrounded by monsters. These people were all new players. They had no idea what they needed to do to kill those monsters. Truong Dike, on the other hand, remained calm. He pretended to casually take down an emergency glass-breaking hammer mounted above. In his previous life, someone had used this as a weapon in a moment of desperation. Unexpectedly, it had turned out to be a disguised green-quality weapon. That discovery had made many players green with envy. In this life, Truong Dike got to it first. Sure enough, the moment he picked it up, the glass-breaking hammer transformed into a dagger. It had been forged from meteorite from a land of extreme cold, and its practical value was quite good. At the same time, thanks to the treasure hunter talent he had just copied from the bald man, Truong Dike also discovered that a treasure chest was hidden inside the spawn point. He immediately pulled it out from a hidden corner. Inside was a bottle of dragon breath potion, also green quality. With a new weapon in hand, Truong Dike took the lead and charged out to fight the monsters first. The new players watched in amazement and envy. "Look at the weapon in that guy's hand. That's green quality. This guy is obviously cheating." A few of them began shouting. Everyone's eyes turned toward Truong Dike, but they all believed the kid was simply throwing his life away. Even with a top-tier weapon, he was still just a beginner player. How could he possibly deal with so many giant spiders? Besides, the spiders were extremely aggressive. The gap in strength between the two sides was indeed considerable. Truong Dike was forced to fight while retreating until he found the right opportunity and pulled out the dragon breath potion. He waited for the perfect timing, then threw the uncapped bottle into the giant spider's mouth. Instantly, a huge blaze erupted. Truong Dike instantly gained 2 levels and received 50 coins and 1 health potion. He raised an eyebrow, not expecting that bottle of Dragon Breath potion to be so useful. It would be great if he could pick up a few more. Meanwhile, chaos broke out among the crowd at the spawn point. Seeing Truong Dike defeat a giant spider in 1 move, they became even more convinced that he was cheating. I feel like this kid's background is no joke. Should we team up with him? Night had fallen. Following the map's directions, Truong Dike began making his way toward Hopetown. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps made him immediately wary. A man rushed over and grabbed him. "Quick, save my daughter." She was taken into the forest by a monster. Truong Dike looked toward the woods. In his previous life, many players had also died there. However, a lot of valuable items were hidden inside. Still, looking at this man, something felt a little off. Even so, Truong Dike followed him into the forest. But the forest was far too vast, and after turning around a few times, Truong Dike could no longer see the man anywhere. Forget it. I won't bother with him anymore. I'll just keep moving. He continued forward without knowing that a pair of eyes was watching him the whole time. Not long after, Truong Dike really did come across a little girl, still holding a lollipop in her hand. Kind-hearted as ever, he was about to take the child out of the forest. But just then, a beautiful and seductive purple-haired woman with an eye-catching figure appeared. However, Truong Dike was in no mood to admire her beauty. The more he looked, the more certain he became that she was an enemy. And behind her was the very man who had just begged him for help. "You've worked hard. You've helped me lure in another prey." That line was clearly spoken by the purple-haired woman to the man. Truong Dike immediately realized he had fallen into a trap, and at that moment the system issued him a new mission. The mission was to rescue the lost child in the dark forest and bring her to Hopetown. The mission time limit was a 1-hour countdown. Success would reward him with a ring, while failure carried no penalty. Truong Dike remembered that in his previous life, some player parties had triggered this hidden mission while exploring the dark forest. The value of its rewards and experience gains had made many players turn red with envy, so he had no intention of missing this opportunity. The moment he accepted the mission, the woman's body also transformed, revealing that she was actually a spider spirit. At the sight of her true form, the child beside Truong Dike burst into terrified sobs. He could only comfort her a little, then pulled out the green quality weapon he had just looted. Truong Dike fiercely charged forward. But this spider spirit had armor-like skin. He tried physical attacks, but they had absolutely no effect. The spider spirit immediately retaliated, and Truong Dike had to struggle just to dodge the attack. Truong Dike's spirit warned him that he should give up this mission. The spider spirit, the Spider Queen boss, was a level 20 boss. With his current strength, he could not defeat her. But running away was not Truong Dike's style. Besides, he also wanted to save the child, so he stubbornly stayed. Seeing that she could not persuade him, the spirit said no more. No matter what, giving up the mission is the only way you can survive right now. I believe you can make the best choice. Truong Dike clenched his teeth. Don't judge my future so casually. Truong Dike charged at the spider spirit again. She was ready to meet him head-on, but his goal was not to fight her in close combat. Truong Dike remembered that in his previous life, he had once seen on the World Channel that a hidden treasure chest existed outside this mission area. After activating Treasure Hunter, Truong Dike indeed spotted a hidden chest. He directly ignored the Spider Queen boss's attack and dashed toward it. She was a little surprised to see that his target was not her. But before she could recover, Truong Dike had already reached the treasure chest. Congratulations, you have obtained a skill book, Chain Lightning, green quality. Truong Dike grinned from ear to ear. As expected, it really was a hidden skill. Chain Lightning dealt magic damage. In that case, the Spider Spirit's tough shell was no longer a problem. The Spider Queen boss hurriedly summoned a swarm of additional spiders. She wanted to tear Truong Dike to pieces. On the other side, Truong Dike hastily absorbed the skill book. And once he learned it, of course he had to test it immediately. The Spider Queen boss was struck by Chain Lightning and convulsed on the ground. The battle ended even faster than expected. Truong Dike obtained a new epic tier weapon, the Venom Fang Dagger, forged from spider fangs. Once it was all over, he took the little girl by the hand and left. After walking for a while, the two of them finally reached Hopetown. There were already a lot of people gathered there, including someone he knew, Latan Trake. Originally, he hadn't noticed Truong Dike, but one of his subordinates happened to spot him. "Boss, isn't it the brat who stole your god-tier talent card?" Latan Trake followed the direction his subordinate was pointing. And sure enough, it really was Truong Dike. La ground his teeth in fury and immediately sent people to keep an eye on him. After leading the little girl quite a long way, Truong Dike finally found her home. His mission was complete, and he immediately received the Talia ring as his reward. This item didn't have many functions, but wearing it granted 55 points of luck. In the apocalyptic world, luck was an extremely rare attribute. The higher your luck, the richer the rewards dropped from future missions. He had really struck gold this time. Just then, Truong Dike suddenly noticed an enhancement shop by the roadside. The player there was even boasting that if the enhancement failed, he wouldn't charge anything. Curious, Truong Dike went over to take a look. He saw that the fat young blacksmith had an absurdly high success rate for enhancement. So he asked the person beside him whether that guy was cheating. But the other man immediately waved his hand in denial. Then you don't get it. That young man's talent is enhancement crafting. Truong Dike let out an interested "oh." The young man had just enhanced a piece of equipment that was anything but ordinary. Since it was that impressive, Truong Dike decided to copy it for himself. The moment he thought of it, he acted, secretly brushing against the fat young man. Instantly, he also obtained the epic tier enhancement crafting talent. Thanks to it, the success rate for enhancing equipment increased by 50. Eager to try it out, Truong Dike pulled out his poison fong dagger for a test. The result was that 4 consecutive enhancements all succeeded. The crowd was utterly stunned, and the fat young man was anything but pleased. He had no idea where this guy had come from to steal all his spotlight. Look, everyone, this guy just successfully enhanced an epic tier weapon to level 15. A level 15 weapon was already rare enough, let alone an epic tier one. Just what was this person's background? While the crowd was still gasping in admiration, Truong Dike suddenly felt his ears ringing and his vision darkened. The little elf girl had no choice but to remind him that his vitality was close to its limit. Truong Dike had no choice but to go rest at the tavern ahead. Once he recovered, he would continue grinding levels outside. Truong Dike went to the nearest tavern and rented a room. Inside, everyone was discussing the latest news on the World Channel. Have you heard? Someone completed the hidden quest in the Dark Forest. I heard that guy even has an epic tier weapon. Truong Dike knew they were talking about him, but he didn't grow arrogant because of it. Luck was a kind of strength too, but he was determined to rely on his own real ability to rise. Truong Dike lounged lazily in the inn room. He calculated to himself that he had to quickly reach level 20 and then advance his class. At that point, he could choose one of 7 professions: knight, warrior, assassin, mage, archer, priest, and beast tamer. Only then would he be able to learn even more powerful skills. And when he met M.O. then again, he would make him pay for his betrayal. The next morning, Truong Dike wandered outside for a bit. But all along the way, he kept feeling like someone was following him. Stop sneaking around. Come out. As soon as he finished speaking, the other party appeared. Who else could it be but La Tan Trake? He had come carrying a belly full of hatred, and he had brought plenty of subordinates with him too. Clearly, he was here to take back the God tier talent card. Truong Dike was forcibly put into PK mode, and just so happened he wanted to test the chain lightning skill he had just learned. Full of confidence, Truong Dike activated his skill, but not a single bolt of lightning was released. The system warned him that he had been hit by silence, so there was no way for him to use any other skills. A smug expression spread across La Tan Trake's face. This silence would last a full 2 minutes. He thought he had this battle in the bag. A burly warrior charged in first, but his attack against Truong Dike was basically like a mosquito biting stainless steel. What the hell is this? We slash at him, and he doesn't even bleed. His equipment is too good. Our damage isn't enough to hurt him. La Tan Trake ground his teeth and cursed his subordinates as a bunch of trash. Then he took out his weapon, intending to do it himself. With one glance, Truong Dike recognized it as a blue-quality bow. Moreover, it had already been enhanced to level 15. La Tan Trake raised his bow, aimed straight at him, and drew the string taut. The arrow shot out, then exploded in midair into hundreds of smaller arrows. This rain of arrows came crashing down, leaving even Truong Dike somewhat injured. There was no point holding back in this situation anymore. Since he couldn't use skills, then he'd just summon a divine beast. With a wave of his hand, Truong Dike summoned the Hell Dragon. The dragon spewed out a huge burst of flame. La Tan Trake's group immediately scattered in all directions. Even the bow was left behind. Truong Dike was extremely satisfied. Originally, he had still been worried about reaching level 20, but now these idiots had come here on their own to donate weapons and experience points. That bow was called the Silver Trim Bow. Its main skill was meteoric arrow rain, just like the attack Latan Trake had just used. One arrow fired could split into 100 more, raining down like meteors. Truong Dike had also reached level 20 now, so he could return to town and find the class advancement staff. When Truong Dike returned to Hopetown, Latan Trake's group was all sitting miserably by the resurrection fountain. Players who still had resurrection chances after death would automatically revive at the nearest fountain. Holding the silver trim bow, Truong Dike swaggered over and thanked Latan Trake. His face was full of arrogant satisfaction, which drove La completely mad. "Just you wait, brat. One day I'll make you pay back double." Truong Dike treated Latan Trake's curses as nothing more than dogs barking in his ears and couldn't be bothered to care. He went straight to the NPC in charge of class advancement. "I want to unlock class advancement." After confirming his level, the class advancement hall opened immediately. Truong Dike stepped inside. Even though he wasn't a Libra, he still had trouble choosing. Among the 7 professions, Beast Tamer was the least popular with players, although they could summon monsters to fight and take damage in their stead. Raising those monsters was no easy task. From the very beginning of nurturing them, Beast Tamers had to split their own resources with them. But resources in the apocalyptic world were always scarce. That meant many Beast Tamers reached the later stages without enough resources to continue developing. In the end, they could only be eliminated by other players. At present, only Knights and Beast Tamers could cooperate with the Dragon race. Truong Dike felt that choosing Knight wasn't bad either, but that class was too unstable. In his previous life, many players reached the later stages only to end up in miserable defeat every time they crossed blades. Beast Tamer, however, was different. It might not suit other people, but Truong Dike had a god-tier talent. His speed in gathering resources was dozens of times faster than other players. In the later stages of the apocalypse, he could even rely on his dragon race identity to obtain powerful dragon partners. With that, he could form a team with tanks, sustain, and damage output. Thinking of this, Truong Dike walked up to the man representing the Beast Tamer profession. Seeing him approach, the man lifted his head and said, "I've been waiting here a long time, young man." The little elf girl appeared once again to warn him before he made his choice. "Hey, young man, you'd better think this through. Choosing the right class can save you a lot of effort." But Truong Dike had already made up his mind. He confirmed his class advancement choice to become a Beast Tamer. After advancing his class, Truong Dike returned to the town square. While listening to the chatter around him, he heard 2 other players talking about Undead Town. It seemed they had just failed a conquest there. "I told you that town was dangerous." "Great, now the elite monster's nowhere to be seen. And I've lost a bunch of equipment and experience for nothing. How the hell was I supposed to know even an ordinary monster there would be that strong? Don't just stand there blaming me. Why didn't you say that before we went in?" Truong Dike pricked up his ears. Undead Town was exactly where he had first challenged a dungeon in his previous life. If this time he could put together a proper team, then with his dungeon clearing experience, defeating the final boss would not be difficult at all. And just as he thought that, someone in the middle of the square really was recruiting 2 more teammates for a party heading to Undead Town. Their requirement was simple. They had to have completed level 20 class advancement. Before Truong Dike, a beautiful woman stepped forward to apply first. That group immediately agreed. Seeing there was only 1 slot left, Truong Dike hurried over right after her. The party leader sized him up from head to toe. Seeing that Truong Dike had just advanced into a Beast Tamer, he assumed he still didn't have any summoned beasts to fight for him. To put it bluntly, Truong Dike was basically just a little mage without any real skills right now. But there still weren't many players here who had completed class advancement, so the leader reluctantly accepted him into the team. The 5 of them headed together to Undead Town. Along the way, the party leader couldn't help but wonder why Truong Dike had chosen that profession. "Hey, kid, don't you read the World Channel News? Out of the 7 main classes, Beast Tamer has the lowest damage skills." Maybe I just like raising pets," Truong Dike replied casually. At that moment, the beauty whose face was tightly covered suddenly motioned for them to be quiet. "Be careful. The enemy is here." The moment she finished speaking, an arrow whistled through the air toward them. All 5 of them immediately entered combat state. From all around them, skeletal remains began clawing their way up from the ground. The party leader was responsible for close combat. That masked beauty was no weakling either. Using her powerful flames, she burned many skeletons at once. But after only a brief moment of carelessness, she was ambushed from behind. The icy dagger of a skeleton pressed against her throat, leaving her unable to move. Among the five, Truong Dike actually looked the most bedraggled at that moment. Truong Dike summoned a flock of crows, rescuing the beauty just in time. This was a basic beast tamer skill, but its damage output was relatively low. Truong Dike grabbed the beauty's hand and pulled her together with the other three. The party leader shouted, "Run!" because he knew very well that these monsters were all undead. They would revive again very quickly. The five of them ran to the front of a gloomy castle. The dungeon's final boss was inside. Truong Dike immediately assigned roles. The knight would be responsible for tanking damage. The main damage dealers like them would circle behind to avoid the boss's area attacks in Phase 2. Hearing him speak so fluently, the party leader became suspicious. "How do you know all that? Have you been here before? How could that be?" Truong Dike waved his hand again and again. "It's just experience from playing games before." But the leader didn't believe him, because he had spotted the poison Fong dagger among Truong Dike's equipment. How could a new player possibly obtain an epic tier weapon and also understand the dungeon so well? Clearly, Truong Dike was lying. The leader's smile gradually turned sinister. He was convinced Truong Dike must have plenty of good items on him. This time, he'd hit the jackpot. Truong Dike stepped forward and opened the castle doors. Inside was a dark space, so eerie it made one's hair stand on end. He reminded everyone to stay close together. If they got separated, it would be very dangerous. But those three bastards only showed sly smiles, then slammed the doors shut from the outside. "You two just stay in there nicely. I'll come back for you later." The beauty turned panicked. She couldn't understand why her teammates would do such a thing. But Truong Dike instantly saw through their intentions. It seemed those three bastards wanted to use the boss to get rid of him, then monopolize the rewards and experience for themselves. Before the beauty had even had time to process it, the dungeon's final boss had already appeared. The moment the two sides met, the boss launched a massive attack at them. Truong Dike hurriedly grabbed the beauty's hand, pulling her out of the attack's range. "You saved me again. Thank you." The two of them had no time for romantic gratitude, because the boss was already preparing another attack. Truong Dike's heart burned with urgency. One of them was a beast tamer, the other a mage. Both of them squishy classes. Without a tank, the two of them simply couldn't withstand damage from this final boss. In the critical moment, the beauty summoned a troop of undead warriors. Truong Dike was shocked. This was the power of a spirit summoner. It was also a talent taken from a god-tier talent card. It allowed its user to revive dead beings to fight for them. It could be used continuously for 5 minutes, with a cooldown of 24 hours. They won't hold out long. We have to quickly think of a way to get out of here. With this army of undead warriors covering them, Truong Dike saw that they now had a chance to win. He reminded the beauty that as long as she could hold out for about an hour, it would be enough. He knew where the boss's weakness was. She only needed to leave the rest to him. But when facing the undead army summoned by the beauty, the boss grew even more frenzied. Truong Dike simply had no chance to get close. He knew that the gemstone on its back was the source of all the undead Grand Mage's power, at the same time, its greatest weakness. After a tense exchange, Truong Dike summoned his flock of black crows. Now the undead Grand Mage had to fight the undead warriors while also being harassed by the black crows. Truong Dike calmly waited for his chance. When the final boss turned its back, he aimed carefully and hurled the poisoned Fong dagger in his hand. The blade struck with perfect accuracy, embedding itself deep into that gemstone. The undead Grand Mage let out a miserable scream. The system immediately sent a notification congratulating Truong Dike on successfully defeating the final boss. After this fight, his level jumped straight to 25. At the same time, he also obtained the Staff of Light. This was a level 30 epic tier weapon, completely on another level compared to the Poison Fong dagger. The staff's attached skill, Howling Frostwind, could unleash a blizzard within a 100-meter radius, freezing all enemies for 5 seconds. Truong Dike and the beauty were grinning from ear to ear. This staff only had a 2-drop rate. It was truly a windfall from heaven. After that, Truong Dike took the staff and handed it to the masked beauty. She was extremely surprised because this weapon was far too valuable. But a staff was a weapon specially crafted for the mage class. It was useless in the hands of a beast tamer like him. Besides, if she had not summoned the undead warrior, Truong Dike would never have had the time to take down that boss. So he did not hesitate at all to give her this precious weapon. A moment later, the three bastards outside could no longer hear any movement coming from inside the hall. They were certain that Truong Dike and that beauty had already been torn apart by the boss. The three of them, thrilled, prepared to go in and collect the spoils. But when they entered, they found the two of them still alive and well. What's wrong? Not seeing our corpses must be a huge disappointment, huh? Seeing this, the two men in the back began to panic. They assumed that since Truong Dike alone had been able to kill the boss, his strength had to be extraordinary. But their captain was bolder than he was smart. He did not want to lose all that loot and experience for nothing. What are you scared of? They've been fighting for half the day. They're probably too tired to even walk now. Let's go. Under the captain's command, the other two quickly charged toward Truong Dike and the beauty. Truong Dike was not afraid of this party leader, but the way he attacked without a shred of hesitation reminded him of M.O. than's Betrayal. That lingering trauma made Truong Dike suffer terribly. Why is it that you people always have to betray your teammates? Truong Dike grabbed the beauty's hand and successfully copied her god-tier talent, Spirit Summoner. Then, without the slightest hesitation, he summoned the undead Grand Mage. Under Truong Dike's control, the ferocious boss charged straight at the three traitors. Before they could even react, their entire bodies were frozen solid, then shattered apart. The ending awaiting those three greedy fools was a painful death on the spot. And on top of that, they had no chance of reviving. In other words, they were dead for good. Now that the danger had been eliminated, Truong Dike, exhausted from overexertion, immediately fainted. In his delirium, he seemed to see his father. It was from when Truong Dike was still very young, yet already displayed an extraordinary carry-the-team talent. His father had promised that once he surpassed him on the rankings, he would give him a new game. Unfortunately, now that Truong Dike was trapped in this apocalyptic world, he probably would never get to wait for that new game from his father. When Truong Dike truly woke up, he was already back in his room at the inn. On the table, there was a letter and a ring. They had been left behind by that beauty. Thank you for saving me in my time of danger. By the time you read this letter, I will already have gone to search for my older brother. Inside this storage ring is the equipment taken from those three men. You may need it later. I believe that if fate allows, we will meet again. Han Yanyu. Truly, she was as beautiful in name as she was in person. Truong Dike clenched the ring tightly in his hand and began checking it. It seemed those three bastards had looted quite a lot of gear from other players. Not a single piece of equipment inside was duplicated. That meant his immediate equipment problem had been solved. Now Truong Dike only lacked one beast. He opened the map. Based on his old memories, the misty northern area concealed the Dragon Emperor Tomb dungeon. It was the only dungeon that dropped a beast before level 40. But that dungeon would not be easy to clear. If he wanted a challenge at this time, he had to choose his teammates carefully. If he ran into bastards like the previous three again, things would become a real headache. But while that sounded easy enough, actually doing it was much harder. The next day, Truong Dike wandered around the town square for ages without finding anything. Instead, he happened to come across a few beauties recruiting talent for their guild. A bold idea suddenly came to his mind. Why not establish a guild of his own? In his previous life, the moment he entered the game, he had teamed up with that bastard M.O. then, making Truong Dike forget that a guild was actually the best way to attract strong players. Once he had the idea, he acted on it at once. Truong Dike went to the guild administration headquarters. He wanted to found a new guild called God Hunters. Next came recruiting members. At first, Truong Dike thought of handing out flyers on the street, but that was far too random. It would be better to go somewhere where lots of experts gathered. Then Truong Dike remembered that in his previous life, after the first round survival mission, the system would unlock duels. And nearly all the experts in this region would participate. This was the perfect chance to scout talent. No sooner had he thought of it than the system sent him a special mission. Sure enough, it was information about that one-on-one dueling tournament. All players who had completed their class advancement could participate. The reward was 100 coins and a rare skill book. Truong Dike immediately confirmed his participation and was instantly teleported to a special arena zone, an aerial sports coliseum. Truong Dike looked around and realized he must have slept for quite a long time. The other players were already, on average, around level 30, while he himself was still stuck at level 25. At this rate, he would not be able to go far. First, he had to find a way to level up quickly. Come on, finish him. The commotion over there caught Truong Dike's attention. A duel was taking place between a mage and an assassin. It seemed the advantage was on the assassin's side, because the mage had not even moved after stepping onto the platform. But just as the assassin was about to deliver the finishing blow, his body suddenly became motionless, suspended in midair. Good heavens, that's an epic skill. Where did he get that from? What bound the assassin was the mage's skill, Shadow Imprisonment. It allowed the user to trap an enemy and deal dark damage. Both the duration of the imprisonment and the damage increased with the skill's level. The assassin struggled in the air, unwilling to admit defeat. He even offered 1 million yuan as a deal, saying that if the mage surrendered, then after they escaped the apocalypse, he would immediately transfer the money into his account. 1 million was no small sum. The mage gave a self-mocking smile. Back then, if he had had 1 million yuan in hand, his company could have kept going. It would not have gone bankrupt. He would not have ended up with his family ruined, nor been driven to the point of wanting to give up on life. But now, whether it was 1 million or 2 million, none of it meant anything anymore. They had already entered the apocalyptic world, and now he did not want to lose, much less surrender to someone weaker than himself. I won't let my life fail again, the mage roared, and simultaneously increased his power. Ding! The system announced that the mage Vu that had defeated the assassin Trin Nin and successfully leveled up. But Vu That's ambition did not stop there. Carrying countless grievances, he wanted revenge on life itself. That was why he swore to defeat every other player. Below the arena, Truong Dike swallowed hard. This mage looked incredibly difficult to deal with. The system continued, randomly matching players for other platforms. And Truong Dike's first opponent was someone named Don Fong. In his previous life, he had heard that name on the World Channel. Don Fong had cleared many dungeons of varying difficulty all by himself. Truong Dike tapped to enter Arena N20. There, Don Fong was already waiting for him. He was a top-tier knight, already level 35. The game had only just begun, yet this guy's level was already that high. Did he grind day and night without stopping? The two entered the arena, and Don Fong had 500 more HP than Truong Dike. He was also quite honorable, willing to let Truong Dike strike first since his level was lower. But Truong Dike was stubborn and felt he had no need for that kind of pity. Stop looking down on people. Who wins and who loses is still far from certain. Truong Dike waved his hand and summoned a flock of crows. Don Fong rather liked this confidence that bordered on arrogance. He drew one of the 3 swords at his waist, ready to fight. Fine, then let me see what you're capable of. The first skill Don Fong used was Guardian Sword. When activated, a knight could summon countless sword spirits. Each sword spirit could block 500 damage and reflect equivalent damage back to the attacker. The number of sword spirits increased with the skill's level. Truong Dike immediately had to endure the reflected force of his own attack. His HP dropped by 200 in an instant. This Don Fong was quite scheming too. Offering to let Truong Dike attack first had clearly been a trap all along. What's wrong? Not daring to attack again. Don Fong started taunting from the opposite side. Truong Dike saw that Don Fong's HP was still full, with 4 sword spirits floating around him. He quickly calculated that if he wanted Don Fong to actually take damage, he had to break through all 4 sword spirits, and each sword spirit could withstand up to 500 damage. That meant he would have to endure at least 2,000 reflected damage. But his total HP now was only 1,800. It was truly an extremely difficult problem. While he was still thinking, Don Fong had already charged forward powerfully. In a duel, hesitation gave your opponent the chance to take your life. Don't tell me you don't even know that much. Truong Dike struggled to defend himself. If this continued, his chance of winning was clearly 0. He had to find a way to break through those 4 sword spirits. Remembering the storage ring Han Non Nu had given him, Truong Dike took out a set of undead armor. After equipping it, he would gain the protection of the undead. Even if he suffered fatal damage, he would not die, but instead recover 10 of his HP. Right now, Truong Dike could only gamble on the life-preserving effect of this item. He put it on, then charged straight at his opponent. Don Fong felt that Truong Dike was clearly seeking death. With so little HP, before he could even reach him, the sword spirits would have already skewered him. Thinking that, Don Fong confidently raised a sword to meet him head-on. It ends here. I've won. Truong Dike was indeed torn apart by Don Fong's 4 sword spirits. But thanks to the effect of the undead armor, he recovered 200 HP, and all 4 of Don Fong's sword spirits vanished. Before Don Fong could understand what had happened, a sharp pain shot through his chest. Truong Daik's Venom Fong dagger slashed across him fiercely. A single strike took away all 2,500 of his HP. Don Fong collapsed in an instant. This was the real ending. You lost. Truong Daik had won and successfully advanced to the next round. He reached out and pulled Don Fong to his feet. You're very strong. If not for the armor's protection, I would have lost long ago. You want to join my guild? North of town, there's a hidden dungeon of extremely high difficulty. If the two of us join forces, we'll definitely have an easier time clearing it. Don Fong grabbed Truong Daik's hand and stood up. Seeing that the other party possessed undead armor, he began looking at Truong Daik in a new light. As for the invitation to join the guild, Don Fong said he was willing to give it a try. Not long afterward, the first round ended and the second round began. Vuthat's first opponent turned out to be Han Na-Nu. This girl looked delicate and weak, yet in the previous round she had pinned people to the ground and beaten them. The audience below was extremely excited. This was a battle between the strongest mages. Don't think I'll show mercy. On the arena, there's no such thing as kindness. Vuthat gave his warning first, threatening her fiercely. And although Han Na-Nu looked frail, she did not yield to her opponent in the slightest. Enough nonsense. Fight with everything you've got. The battle between Vuthat and Han Na-Nu attracted more and more spectators. Everyone wanted to know who the strongest mage really was. Truong Daik was no exception. After all, he wanted to recruit another powerful mage into his guild. Don Fong, however, did not seem interested at all. I'm going to train first. If you need anything, call me in the guild channel. It seemed the first person he had recruited was actually an emotionless leveling machine. Still, having such a strong knight join was already a stroke of luck. Truong Daik did not dare ask for more. For now, he would go watch this so-called strongest mage first. Who knew? Maybe he would gain another trump card for the guild. But he had not expected to run into Han Na-Nu here again. She was holding the staff he had given her before. Compared to their previous meeting, her presence had grown considerably stronger. That staff of yours is pretty nice, but soon it'll belong to me. Vuthat was arrogant to the point of conceit, making Han Na-Nu extremely annoyed. She entered the fight confidently and opened with the skill Molten Rock. Once activated, Han Na-Nu summoned countless magma stones to form a rainstorm. Each one carried up to 500 damage and had the ability to burn the opponent. The people below immediately began exclaiming in amazement. My god, this female mage really has some skill. No way. Has Vuthat already crumbled just like that? Why isn't he counterattacking? I thought we were going to see a spectacular match. Who would have guessed it'd be so boring? What a waste of time. Truong Daik held his breath as he watched. No matter how he looked at it, Han Na-Nu seemed to have the upper hand. But for some reason, he had a bad feeling. Sure enough, right after that, a massive explosion appeared on the arena. The two people on the stage had both disappeared. He was so shocked he could not say a word. Just what move had Vuthat used? Even in his previous life, Truong Daik had never seen it before. By the time the two of them appeared again, Han Na-Nu had already been knocked down at Vuthat's feet. He toyed with her staff in his hand, looking deeply satisfied. Truong Daik hurried up onto the arena to help the beauty to her feet. He comforted her, saying she had already done well. As for that staff, he would definitely take it back from Vuthat in the finals. Truong Daik did exactly as he said. Through all the following rounds, he continuously defeated one strong opponent after another. His level rose at a shocking speed. At last, the tournament had reached the finals. His opponent was none other than that wandering mage, Vuthat. Whispers kept rising from below. None of them had expected a beast tamer to make it all the way to the finals. Many people also recognized Truong Daik as the young man who had slaughtered a whole swarm of spiders by himself right after entering the game. That only made the battle even more eagerly anticipated. Vuthat still carried the same overbearing attitude and foul mouth as always. The moment he faced Truong Daik, he began taunting. Kid, judging by the look on your face, it seems you really want to settle the score with me, huh? I hate people who steal what belongs to others the most. Vuthat planted the staff against the ground, and the earth exploded with a deafening boom. And he laughed in delight. If you want it, come and take it back yourself. After the tremor passed, it felt as if Truong Daik had been teleported into another space. The arena disappeared, the spectators disappeared, and only he and Vuthat remained. Truong Daik could still faintly hear the complaints of the audience outside. What's going on? They disappeared again? What is this? Using the same move twice? Hey, whatever the outcome, at least let us see how you two fight, right? Are we just invisible to you? Truong Dike finally understood why Han Na Nu had suddenly disappeared earlier. So Vu that had created a new space. This was his legendary tier talent, called the Realm of Non-Action. Once activated, it created an isolated space that trapped the opponent inside for 5 minutes. Within this space, the creator's damage increased by 30. You can't beat me in here, Vu that declared confidently, because here, every death still consumed a resurrection chance, just like outside. Even after reviving, the person would return to this space and still wouldn't be able to escape. Truong Dike wanted to strike first and gain the upper hand, so he took the initiative to attack. But he had no chance at all of getting close to Vu that. That meant he couldn't copy Vu that's talent. Han Na Nu's Spirit Summoner was also useless in this space. After dodging for a while, Vu that let out a cold snort. He mocked Truong Dike for being ignorant, refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. Then he used his Dark Bow to attack, instantly knocking 700 HP off him. Truong Dike gritted his teeth. The other side had only used the most basic spell, yet he had already lost a third of his health bar. If this kept up, he probably wouldn't even survive 2 more hits. But right then, a bold idea suddenly came to Truong Dike. If he died in this space, he would revive here as well. So Truong Dike reversed his dagger and stabbed himself right in front of Vu that stunned gaze. Truong Dike still had 1 resurrection chance left, so he revived immediately. But his bold idea was to use Spirit Summoner to call forth the body of his just dead self. Are you messing with me? Vu that exclaimed in shock. Messing with you? Even if it costs me 1 resurrection chance, I still won't let you off. Now, there were 2 Truong Dikes, and he also summoned a flock of crows to disrupt Vu that's attacks. Even with 3 heads and 6 arms, Vu that still wouldn't be able to handle it. As time passed, the space created by Vu that was about to disappear. He became more and more anxious. Vu that was beaten so badly that he dropped to his knees, but he still refused to admit defeat. Taking advantage of a moment when Truong Dike wasn't paying attention, Vu that summoned a black sword and tried to stab him from behind. Luckily, the undead Truong Dike summoned by Spirit Summoner blocked the attack. Although that summoned body disappeared, Vu that was also almost out of HP. That only made Truong Dike even more furious. His fist showed no mercy, beating Vu that until he cried out in pain. The space had reached its time limit and finally shattered, but the battle between the two had already been decided. The spectators hadn't even had time to see what happened. All they knew was that Vu that had been defeated, and everyone thought he had it coming. Who told him to swagger in earlier and try to steal a girl's weapon? Amid the cheers of the crowd, Truong Dike became the champion of Season 1 of the Duel tournament. He had also shattered the stereotype that beast tamers were automatically weak. He had done exactly what he said he would, winning Han Na Nu's staff back for her and moving her deeply. Truong Dike's prize was a treasure chest. Inside was a level 35 epic grade equipment item of his choice, which came at just the right time since his level 20 Venom Fong dagger was no longer enough. Truong Dike excitedly opened the chest, and, as it turned out, he got a combined Ice-Fire sword. Such a good weapon. It seems sacrificing 1 resurrection chance hadn't been a loss after all. Truong Dike shot a contemptuous look at Vu that, who was lying unconscious on the ground. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because it's the apocalypse. I'd advise you to straighten yourself out from now on. Truong Dike stepped down from the arena, only to be immediately surrounded by a crowd. He returned the staff to Han Na Nu and took the opportunity to invite her to join his guild. After all, she was looking for her brother, and with more people in the guild helping, maybe they'd find him faster. For that reason, Han Na Nu naturally didn't refuse. But right after that, the number of requests to join Truong Dike's guild skyrocketed. Everyone wanted to join and be protected by a powerful guild leader like him. In that situation, Truong Dike could only grab Han Na Nu's hand and run. It was the first time in his life he had ever been chased by so many people. Anyone who didn't know better might have thought debt collectors were after him. As for the guild, Truong Dike felt he still shouldn't recruit people too casually. At the moment, he was still lacking a dedicated healer. But with just himself, Don Fong, and Han Na Nu, it would probably already be enough to clear the Dragon Emperor Tomb instance. While he was still lost in thought, a man had appeared beside them at some point. Truong Dike's alertness instantly shot to maximum. He immediately stepped in front of Han Na Nu, bristling like a mother hen. Who are you? What do you want? Huh? Hang Long, why are you here? Where's my brother? Han Na-nu suddenly spoke from behind him, her voice full of surprise. For a moment, Truong Daik felt like a complete fool. So this man was someone Han Na-nu knew. Before leaving on business, her brother had instructed Tan Long to protect his little sister well. And just like that, Tan Long ended up following the two of them to the Dragon Emperor tomb instance. When the three of them arrived at the dungeon entrance, Dongfang was already waiting there. Not bad. We haven't seen each other for long, and you've already not only won the championship, but found two strong teammates too. Dongfang clicked his tongue in admiration. You're in a really good mood. You leveled up again too, didn't you? Truong Daik praised him back. The two of them were practically performing a routine of one praising and the other applauding. With the four-man party successfully formed, they began entering the instance together. None of them knew that every move they made was being watched by a stranger. They're about to enter the instance. You can inform the boss to come over now. The four of them enter the dungeon. In the first corridor stood two rows of finely carved soldier statues, lifelike in appearance. But after observing them for a while, Han Na-nu felt something was off. The eyes hidden beneath those helmets seemed to be glowing. Before she could voice her suspicion, the layer of earth and stone covering the statues automatically fell away. Truong Daik immediately signaled his teammates to step back. Sure enough, both rows of soldiers were monsters. As a knight, Dongfang naturally stood at the front in battle. Truong Daik and Han Na-nu stood in the middle, with the archer Tan Long covering the rear. The four of them rushed into battle. But Dongfang didn't even bother taking these soldier monsters seriously. To him, they were nothing more than leveling machines. Truong Daik also charged forward aggressively. This was the perfect chance to test whether his new weapon felt good in hand. The fight looked one-sided, since the four of them coordinated so smoothly while killing enemies. That lasted only until a mounted knight appeared, holding a flaming sword in his hand. He coldly swept his gaze over Truong Daik's party, then spurred his horse and charged toward them at full speed. The moment Dongfang noticed him, he knew this enemy was no ordinary foe. He immediately activated his Guardian Sword skill, and at the same time called forth a sword formation. All enemies trapped within the sword formation instantly took an additional 3,000 physical damage. The soldier monsters were blasted away one after another, and even the knight riding the white horse was thrown from his mount. Dongfang's sword kept flashing through the air. After sweeping through the battlefield, he sheathed his blade, looking cool as hell like Roronoa Zoro. However, though the white horse had fallen, that knight clad in blazing red armor was still alive. He raised the sword in his hand toward the sky, then shouted with all his might, "Awaken, Lord Gula!" At the Eternal Tower, the entire battle of Truong Daik's party was being live-streamed on a giant screen. A middle-aged man and his subordinate were watching closely. The woman noticed that her master was extremely interested in that young beast tamer. The man did not deny it, because on Truong Daik, he seemed to glimpse a familiar shadow. Perhaps I saw wrong, because that person has long since ceased to exist. Back then, it was this very man who had pushed that person into a bottomless abyss, letting the flames devour him so that he could never be reborn. And if my guess is right, that person was Truong Daik's father. Seeing Truong Daik's party clearing the dungeon so smoothly, he revealed a crafty smile. Looks like I need to raise the difficulty a little for you. And after that man interfered, the difficulty really did increase. Under the summoning of the red-armored knight, Dragon Emperor Gula appeared. Moreover, it absorbed the power of its fallen subordinates and leveled up. A level 2 Dragon Emperor was something Truong Daik had never experienced even in his previous life. But danger always came hand in hand with opportunity. If they could defeat this level 2 Dragon Emperor, then the beast they had dropped would surely be even rarer. But defeating it was a huge problem in itself. Under the Mad Dragon's storm-like attacks, all four of their HP bars dropped rapidly. Tan Long felt that if this continued, none of them would survive. Truong Daik immediately ordered his teammates to scatter first. They had to run in different directions to avoid the Dragon Emperor's attacks. After that, he borrowed Dongfang's Guardian Sword to resist with all his strength. That crazed dragon truly lived up to its status as the boss of a hellishly difficult instance. It kept spewing fire non-stop, while its limbs clawed wildly, turning everything around them into ruins in no time. Even the sword soul that Dongfang had always been so proud of was about to give out. If the dragon breathed fire one more time, even the Guardian Sword would shatter. Leave the rest to me. Truong Dike burst forward while the Dragon Emperor had not yet begun its next wave of fire breath. From the memories of his previous life, he knew this mad dragon's eyes were its weak point. The moment Tan Long heard that, he rushed after him. Drawing his bow, he aimed precisely at the dragon. This was no ordinary arrow, but a tranquilizer arrow. If it hit, it could put the target into a coma for 4 seconds. Tan Long made his move, firing straight into the Dragon Emperor's right eye. The dragon immediately reeled backward, no longer able to thrash about. It had entered a weakened state. In this state, any damage it took would be increased by 100. Truong Dike seized a chance and charged forward. His 3 teammates also did everything they could to support him from behind. This was their only chance to turn the battle around. The heart-stopping operation began once more. First, Han Na Nu used her spell, Howling Ice Wind, to freeze the dragon in place. Behind her, Tan Long and Don Fong also kept firing arrows and launching sword attacks. But the real key was still Truong Dike. Once he got close enough to the dragon, he switched the attribute of the sword in his hand to ice. Then, without hesitation, he slashed at its weakest point. Just like that, the level 2 Dragon Emperor was killed by the 4-man party. A pile of loot dropped out, from armor and leg guards to swords. The quality was enough to dazzle even Truong Dike, but he left all that equipment to his teammates. Because the only thing Truong Dike wanted was that beast egg. The group was enthusiastically looting when suddenly a group of strangers rushed into the castle. The instant they appeared, they launched a rapid attack, and their target was Truong Dike. "Careful," Tan Long shouted, then lunged forward and used his own body to shield Truong Dike. Don Fong and Han Na Nu also rushed over at once. But Tan Long had already suffered a fatal wound. Truong Dike was still stunned, unable to understand what had happened. Where had these people come from, and why were they attacking? More importantly, why had Tan Long taken a hit for him? "You once saved Mrs. Life. I'm repaying that favor on her behalf." Tan Long's body gradually began to fade. He still had resurrection chances left, so he would return to the fountain in Hopetown first. Before disappearing completely, Tan Long didn't forget to threaten Truong Dike. If he dared let Han Na Nu get hurt, he would definitely not let him off. Truong Dike clenched his teeth, irritation surging straight to his head. He had just been busy killing a dragon, hadn't even finished collecting the spoils, and now he had been ambushed. "Who are you people? Why did you sneak attack us?" Truong Dike roared as he drew his sword and prepared to fight. The group merely broke into identical sly smiles. "Truong Dike, I told you before, one day I'd make you pay back double. Today is the day you settle that debt." So it was an old acquaintance after all. Young Master Law had come to settle scores. "La Tan Trake, so it's you again." Truong Dike was sick of seeing this guy's face. Don Fong had already put his hand on his sword, but Truong Dike stopped him. This was his personal grudge, and he wanted to settle it himself. But before that, there was something he needed to do first. Truong Dike cut a wound into his own palm, then let fresh blood drip onto the beast egg. A majestic aura immediately emerged, and Truong Dike could clearly sense that this was a dragon-type egg. It seemed his luck hadn't run out yet. This was the rarest type of beast in the apocalyptic world. Truong Dike didn't dare waste any more time. Using his blood as the medium, he formed a contract with the beast still inside the egg. After the contract was established, the eggshell began to crack. A tiny little dragon appeared, trembling and looking utterly harmless. Truong Dike, Don Fong, and Han Na Nu all stared blankly at the scene. Do all beast tamers' beasts look this harmless? Don Fong asked in confusion. On the other side, after being stunned for 2 seconds, La Tan Trake burst into laughter as well. Looking at the little dragon, which was no different from a toy, he felt he could crush it with one hand. The dragon might have been small, but it still had pride. Having just been born and immediately mocked like this filled it with blazing anger. La Tan Trake kept laughing loudly, repeatedly mocking Truong Dike's beast as worthless garbage. As a result, the baby dragon opened its mouth and spat out a huge stream of fire. Several of La Tan Trake's subordinates were instantly burned to ashes. Only he and one other man survived, and the 2 of them fled together. Even Truong Dike couldn't believe that this harmless-looking beast had such terrifying offensive power. He picked it up and set it on his shoulder, then turned back and said to Don Fong and the others, "It's over. Let's go back. What a pity that the ringleader got away." Who exactly were those people just now? Han Na Nu couldn't hide her confusion. Truong Dike was no stranger to La Tan Trake, but the men he had brought really were a bit strange. They were all dressed in bizarre clothes, looking very much like people from the foreign race faction. It was just that he had no idea how La Tan Trake had managed to bring them here. And there were also those bizarre marks on their bodies. He had no idea what they meant. The three of them returned to Hopetown together, where Tan Long was already waiting for them. He was thrilled to see that Truong Dike had even brought back a little kid. Tan Long wanted to pet it like patting a puppy on the head, but this little dragon had a ferocious temper. It instantly bristled up and looked ready to breathe fire again. At that moment, the system sent out another warning, because players in Zone 886 have slain the greedy Dragon Emperor Gula in the hidden instance inside the Dragon Emperor tomb. The Golden Skeleton General, as a world boss, will arrive at Hopetown ahead of schedule. All players in Zone 886, please prepare yourselves. He had never expected that clearing the hidden dungeon would make the world boss arrive earlier. This was completely different from how things had unfolded in his previous life. As soon as the announcement ended, the sky began to change. Dark clouds twisted together into the shape of a storm. At the center of the storms, was a blinding light, so bright no one dared look directly at it. The hatchling on Truong Dike's shoulder was so frightened that it pressed tightly against his neck, trembling non-stop. Even Han Na Nu felt a suffocating pressure. What exactly is the Golden Skeleton General? Just appearing causes this much commotion. Is he really that powerful? He really is, Truong Dike replied, already feeling a headache coming on. In his previous life, this skeleton single-handedly destroyed half of Hopetown. 60% of the players died at his hands. Now that he was appearing this early, Truong Dike feared his current level still wasn't enough to deal with him. But only by completing the mission to defeat the Golden Skeleton General could he unlock a new achievement. And only then would he have a chance to find the traitor, M.O. then. Meanwhile, elsewhere, another mysterious figure had just made his debut. He looked like the pampered son of some major family, or perhaps someone with real power. His subordinate had just brought back 2 magical beast eggs, but the man seemed displeased because one was missing. The subordinate dared not hide the truth, so he reported that a beast tamer from Zone 886 had killed the Dragon Emperor first. That same person had snatched the final magical beast egg and even formed a contract with a black dragon that hatched from it. After hearing that, the mysterious man gave a sinister smile. Zone 886? Now that sounds interesting. Very well, all of you may leave. With that, he took the 2 magical beast eggs and entered his room. And inside, it was a shocking sight. Countless other magical beast eggs were neatly arranged in rows. The Golden Skeleton General made an outrageously dramatic entrance. His true body was actually a gigantic skeleton. Skeleton and Gula had been friends. Today, he had come to avenge his close companion. From all around Skeleton, countless fireballs fell to the ground like meteors, and wherever they landed, lower-level undead began to appear. The situation quickly descended into chaos, and the players in Hopetown were thrown into panic. Skeleton was a level 50 world boss. For it to appear this early in the game, wasn't that basically trying to crush them to death? But danger always came with opportunity. If they could defeat Skeleton, their levels would definitely soar, and they could also pick up all kinds of top-tier equipment. After Skeleton's absurdly flashy debut, the system officially sent all players the mission details. They had to stop Skeleton from invading Hopetown. The one who landed the killing blow, along with the top 3 damage dealers, would receive a huge reward, including experience, coins, and S-rank equipment. But if this mission failed, every player in Zone 886 would die. S-rank equipment was incredibly rare, and that reward truly stirred Truong Dike's heart. If he didn't act now, then when would he? He immediately gathered with Don Fong's group and began planning their battle strategy. First, he instructed them to keep at least 100 meters away from that monster. Since Skeleton moved very slowly, maintaining that distance would keep them from being hurt by it, Truong Dike assigned Don Fong to clean up the lesser monsters. He, Tan Long, and Han Na Nu would attack the boss head-on. A brutal battle quickly broke out. Though the Golden Skeleton's minions were just lesser mobs, their combat power was still vicious. They left countless other players hanging by a thread. Luckily, a petite girl who knew healing magic stayed behind to support them. Otherwise, many people would have died much sooner. On top of that, these undead mobs even knew how to coordinate their attacks. Seeing this, Truong Dike urged Don Fong to hurry and disrupt their formation. If those lesser mobs formed up properly, things would get dangerous. Duan Fong note that With a sword in each hand, he charged straight forward. These lesser mobs might bully ordinary players, but he was a top-tier knight, not someone they could handle so easily. Dongfeng swiftly smashed those skeletal mobs to pieces, but the outstanding performance of their group made countless other players green with envy. They secretly contacted the guild leaders of other guilds, unwilling to let Truong Dike's group simply walk away with the rewards. "You brat, acting so full of yourself, I'll teach you a lesson." A hooded man approached Truong Dike with a large group of subordinates. Even while fighting monsters, Truong Dike could still sense someone behind him trying to pull something. But before he could react, he was ambushed. When he turned around, he saw those bastards already lined up in neat formation. Clearly, they were trying to throw their weight around and force Truong Dike to give up on the Golden Skeleton. "Idiot, do you really think you could defeat the Golden Skeleton all by yourself? You're no help at all. You're just getting in our way." The man at the front sneered. He clearly didn't think much of Truong Dike at all. Truong Dike had no idea where this group had come from or which guild they belonged to be acting so arrogantly. But he had no time to waste arguing with them. If you want the reward, then rely on your own strength. Isn't the boss right there in front of you? He knew he shouldn't bicker, but his sharp tongue simply couldn't help itself. Skeleton, standing nearby, found it extremely irritating watching these humans squabble back and forth in front of him. In his eyes, every creature labeled human was a fool unworthy of living. He let out a savage laugh and raised a weapon in his hand. "If you're all that eager to die, then let me send you on your way." The Golden Skeleton general swung down decisively. The heavens and earth seemed to shake. The low-level players were all blasted away. Truong Dike realized he had wasted far too much breath arguing with those strangers. He quickly rushed back to the battlefield, but Truong Dike was not alone. At some point, that petite healer girl had already begun moving alongside him. "I saw your team was short on healing support, so I stayed behind. I think I can help everyone." Truong Dike was briefly surprised for a few seconds, then thanked the girl. But in the very next instant, Tan Long's horrified scream rang out and nearly scared the soul out of him. Han Na Nu's left leg had gotten trapped, and Skeleton, carrying that enormous sword, was slowly approaching. If she couldn't maintain a safe distance from him, Han Nanu definitely wouldn't survive. Seeing the beauty standing at death's door, Truong Dike's face instantly turned pale. Skeleton had already gotten very close to Han Nanu. She was within his attack range now. "Stop struggling, tiny human. Death is the only home left for you." He raised his sword. It seemed as though that giant blade was about to split Han Nanu's slender body in two. But at the critical moment, she was saved. The hero rescuing the beauty this time was not Truong Dike, but another refined-looking man, even more handsome than Truong Dike by a few degrees. "Xiao Nu, rest for now. Leave the rest here to me." No one knew what relationship the two shared, but this man addressed Han Na-Nu with striking familiarity. Skeleton raised a brow, then laughed. So another brat who doesn't know what's good for him has come to throw away his life. He hadn't even used 1/3 of his strength until now. So naturally, he had no reason to take the man before him seriously. On the other hand, that man showed no fear at all. In fact, he wanted Skeleton to use his full strength, so he could see just how powerful a so-called world boss really was. The man gripped his large saber tightly, then bent his knees. He shot through the air with astonishing speed. His blade flashed like lightning, slashing again and again across Skeleton's body. It was almost as if he were trying to fillet the monster. Unfortunately, it was only a skeleton. There was no flesh to cut. That flurry of sword strikes took 50,000 HP from the golden skeleton. But the thing was unbelievably tough. He still had 150,000 HP left. Seeing that the man had used all that technique and still only shaved off a quarter of his health bar, Skeleton burst into smug laughter. To him, that sword display had felt like nothing more than a scratch. The monster's ringing laughter only fueled the man's fighting spirit even more. Don't get cocky too soon. That was only the warm-up. Then he tore off his elegant suit jacket, revealing a solid, muscular body. In exchange for my blood, grant me even greater power. The man had entered his berserker form. This was a special combat form of the warrior class. Once activated, it consumed 1% of health every second, but increased strength by 10%. Carrying 2 massive sabers, the man charged straight at Skeleton with explosive force. Under his storm-like assault, Skeleton's HP indeed dropped rapidly. "Well, have you seen enough now?" Wearing a smug expression, the man taunted Skeleton in a voice dripping with provocation. This time, the world boss was truly enraged. Never before had he been humiliated by such a tiny human. The golden skeleton general steadied himself and tightened his grip on his weapon. He swore to make that man pay for his arrogance. Compared to the monster, the young man looked far too small. Yet when facing it, he remained calm. The twin sabers in his hands shifted unpredictably, attacking and defending at once against the enemy's onslaught. But from the very start, the gap in size and strength had been enormous. And with the world boss now deeply provoked, its attacks became even more vicious. The man quickly fell into a passive position. Truong Dike watched from the side without daring to blink, afraid he might miss something important. Faced with this scene, he felt deeply concerned. That man could obtain tremendous power by burning his own blood, but now his HP was already running low. One tiny mistake, and he would be done for. Sure enough, the thing Truong Dike feared most happened next. The golden skeleton had gathered all of his strength and unleashed a fatal blow. The man's HP plummeted at an absurd speed, very quickly dropping all the way to 1. But strangely enough, not only did he not die, his vigor and aura remained completely undiminished. Keep going. This little bit of damage that feels like a scratch. I can still take plenty more. The man continued using his sharp tongue as another skill to provoke the enemy, and sure enough, it drove Skeleton into a frenzy. The fact that he could still remain standing like this clearly had something to do with his talent. This man also possessed a god-tier talent card. When activated, it granted him the immortal body. The user became invincible for 60 seconds. While active, it made him immune to all damage, with a cooldown of 24 hours. Skeleton refused to believe he could lose to a human. His blade swung wildly. An ordinary person would have long since been reduced to minced meat. Yet this man still stood firm like a mountain. Even Truong Dike was shocked by him. That ability was simply too monstrous. He could actually withstand the golden skeleton's attacks all by himself. The man let Skeleton keep attacking him, waiting until its stamina was drained and it was too exhausted to catch its breath. Only then did he reveal a sly smile. Now it's my turn to strike back. He joined his two sabers together, turning them into a single great blade. His body moved forward light and swift as a swallow. The blade slashed cleanly through Skeleton's massive body. After that, he also withdrew from his berserker form and returned to being that refined, ordinary-looking man. Truong Dike knew then that the battle was truly over. Items began to drop. The man caught a legendary item, the level 40 Death Ring. When equipped, it increased all attributes by 10 points. It also granted an additional skill. Every time the user killed another player, the ring's attributes would increase by another 50%. Truong Dike gulped hard. That piece of equipment was outrageously vicious. In the hands of a sinister player, it would be a huge problem. Thinking of how this mysterious man had helped their team, he stepped forward to thank him. But unexpectedly, the man coldly brushed him off. He said he had only helped Han Na Nu, not Truong Dike's group. Before Truong Dike could figure out what to say next, Han Na Nu rushed over from behind. Then she threw her arms around the man. "Brother, where have you been all this time? Tan Long and I have been searching for you everywhere. Are you hurt anywhere?" Truong Dike let out a sigh of relief. So the man the beauty was hugging was the older brother she had been looking for all along. After Skeleton was defeated, the system immediately sent out a new announcement. The City Lord event had been activated. Han Nanu's brother urged everyone to quickly loot all the equipment dropped by the world boss and move out. Hopetown was now a thing of the past. Truong Dike's group happily collected the spoils. They were all gold quality items. This battle had been a massive harvest. On top of that, they could now head to Dawnbreak City. That made Truong Dike even more excited, because there, he would find that bastard MO then. Their group of 5, now with the addition of that petite healer girl, followed Han Nanu's brother. They arrived outside Dawnbreak City. This place was the complete opposite of Hopetown. The oppressive, gloomy atmosphere was so intense that it made people uncomfortable. Looming before them were 2 towering structures that looked terrifying. Truong Dike knew these were the Demon Suppression Towers, a total of 100 floors. Only by clearing the Demon Suppression Tower would they earn the right to enter the Eternal Tower. In his previous life, even after spending 8 years in the Apocalypse, he had only managed to reach the 50th floor. The demonic beasts in the Demon Suppression Tower were incredibly vicious, but proportionate to their brutality was the incredible quality of the combat gear they dropped. The higher the floor, the rarer the drops. In the distance stood the Eternal Tower. but even Truong Dike had never had the chance to enter it. The Demon Suppression Tower allowed players to freely enter and leave to farm monsters. He was also very curious about what exactly the Eternal Tower contained. And at that moment, on the highest floor of the Eternal Tower, that mysterious man was still watching every move made by Truong Dike's group. The smile on his face showed just how interested he was. The game is only just beginning, little brats. At this moment, another group of players also came running over in a panic. They had heard that the Demon Suppression Tower would close in a few more hours, so they were clearly in a hurry. The Demon Suppression Tower only opened once every 7 days. As it happened, Truong Dike's group didn't have any other missions today, so he pulled everyone along to go there and farm monsters together. At the very least, they could still claim the rewards from the lowest floors before the tower closed. Donfang's group had no objections to this. Seeing that, Truong Dike put on a friendly act, slung an arm over Han Non Nu's brother's shoulder, and led him along. But in truth, he was just looking for a chance to copy the man's talent. And just like that, Truong Dike pocketed the immortal body ability of his future brother-in-law. The whole group arrived in front of the Demon Suppression Tower. Only solo instances could be entered here, which meant that even if they all went in at the same time, they would still be split up to fight alone. Let's separate for now. We'll gather here again later. The moment Truong Dike finished speaking, Donfang hurried inside. What a leveling machine with absolutely no humanity. Wherever there were monsters to farm, he would definitely be the first to charge in. The others also entered one after another, each taking a different path and continuously farming monsters inside the tower. Truong Dike quickly reached the 5th floor. With the little dragon's support, fighting had become much easier. He had also already reached level 40. Truong Dike calculated silently that at this pace, climbing a few more floors wouldn't be a problem. Thinking it, he did it, and soon fought his way up to the 7th floor. No one had set foot here yet, but the demon beasts here were no longer trash mobs like those on the lower floors. The one he had to pay the most attention to was the level 55 demon warrior sign. Truong Dike was no stranger to this guy. He had once been the commanding officer in the invasion of Dawnbreak City, and his strength was extremely formidable. After the invasion plan failed, he was sealed inside this demon suppression tower. The little elf girl appeared and reminded Truong Dike that there were only 3 minutes left before the tower closed. That meant he had to defeat Sign within these brief 3 minutes. However, what confused Truong Dike the most was that in his previous life, Sign had originally been the boss guarding the 15th floor. He had no idea why he was already appearing on the 7th floor now. Ever since his rebirth, strange things have been happening one after another. Last time, it was the skeleton. This time, it was Sign. Looks like he had to be more careful. You dare ruin this king's meal? Then you'll be my dessert next. The moment Sign locked onto his target, he rushed forward to attack. On this side, Truong Dike didn't show any weakness either. My hide is thick and my flesh is tough, so don't go breaking your old teeth, try to bite through it. Both sides charged at each other with the intent to tear the other into 100 pieces. Truong Dike's mini black dragon proved extremely useful. The instant it joined the fight, it habitually spat out a huge blaze that swallowed the enemy whole. But Sign only burst into laughter. This little bit of heat wasn't enough to stop him. On the contrary, it only made the demon warrior even more frenzied. The fire burned for over a minute, yet Sign still stood there like a rock. Even Truong Dike hadn't expected that after being burned for so long, Sign would come out completely unscathed. Carrying his dual fire ice sword, he rushed forward. The other side also closed in with a powerful battle axe in hand. The two clashed, and Sign hardly suffered any serious injury. But Truong Dike coughed up a mouthful of blood. In the blink of an eye, his HP had dropped to just a little over 20. And right then, the system issued another warning. The Demon Suppression Tower would close in 10 seconds. Players are advised to prepare in order to avoid unnecessary losses. Truong Dike planted his sword into the ground and began breathing with difficulty. He didn't know why Sign's attack power was even stronger than in his memory. It had beaten him in such a miserable state. Still, fortunately, this beating was about to end soon. Hey, Truong Dike straightened up and bravely pointed his sword at the opponent. I'm giving you one last chance. Come at me. Sign thought Truong Dike must have rocks in his head. In that condition, and he still dared provoke him. Living up to Truong Dike's expectations, he immediately charged over, wanting to split him in half. But the instant his axe came down was also the exact moment the Demon Suppression Tower closed. Even with all his strength, Sign only managed to strike empty air. Truong Dike had already been kicked out of the tower. "Big guy, don't feel too bad. I'll come beat you up again next week." He talked big, but once he got outside, Truong Dike let out a long sigh of relief. Good thing time ran out when it did, or he really would have died at that demon warrior's hands. Dongfang's group had all come back out as well. But Han Na Nu's face was filled with worry, because her older brother still hadn't appeared. Tan Long hurriedly comforted Han Na Nu, telling her not to worry. After all, her brother was so strong that he probably wouldn't run into any danger. Maybe he had other business and left first. Truong Dike also chimed in enthusiastically, which finally helped her relax a little. At that moment, a new mission arrived. It was a special mission called Guild War. To promote interaction between guilds, this battle would be held in Energy City. The guild that won first place would receive a generous reward, a transport device. This was one of the most valuable items in the game. It wasn't useful in combat, but if placed in the right location, it could earn a fortune through transportation fees. And by coincidence, this item could also help Truong Dike quickly locate the god's tomb. There were still 4 hours left before the competition began. With his honeyed tongue, Truong Dike invited Tan Long and that female healer to join the three of them. After all, after several battles together, they had already developed some tacit understanding. Tan Long had to follow and protect Han Na Nu, so of course he agreed. And that girl didn't have a team anyway, so she agreed without hesitation. And so, Truong Dike God Hunters Guild gained 2 new members, Tan Long and Xiao Jiao. Now all positions in their 5-man team were filled. Truong Dike planned to put on an impressive showing and make the other guilds open their eyes. Back to Han Na Nu's brother. His situation was nowhere near as optimistic as everyone had made it sound. The demon suppression tower had already closed, yet he was still trapped on the 8th floor. Worse still, Han Na Nu's brother had encountered a figure in human form. One glance was enough to tell that this person was anything but ordinary. "Young man, you've come to a place you should never have come. No one who barges in here ever returns alive." Under the immense pressure from this mysterious man, Han Na Nu's brother could only try his best to stay calm. He probed for the other's identity, trying to figure out whether the man was a guardian of this place or another player. But the man only coldly replied, "Neither," and then charged forward. The power he released seemed to completely outclass Han Na Nu's brother. He clearly intended to finish him off in an instant. But on the other side, Han Na Nu's brother naturally wasn't going to stand there and take it. His talent skill activated immediately. First, he had to ensure his own survival. Then he could look for a chance to fight back. The man recognized at a glance that this young man possessed a god-tier talent. Because of that, the attack he was just about to unleash halted at once. The man leisurely sheathed his sword at his waist again. Han Na Nu's brother found this strange. "Why aren't you attacking me anymore?" "I'm not interested today," the other man replied casually. "However, if you keep today's meeting with me a secret, I can spare your life. Of course, as part of the deal, I'll tell you a secret about the apocalypse." "A secret?" Han Na Nu's brother thought the man was trying to fool him. But the man's serious expression didn't look like he was lying at all. He revealed that before long, a catastrophe would descend upon this apocalyptic world, one that no one could escape. Actually, there was a way to avoid it, but he deliberately stopped short of saying more, leaving him to figure it out himself. After that, the man left, vanishing into the forest. Before departing, he also told Han Na Nu's brother that 7 days later, when the demon suppression tower opened again, he would be able to escape. Left alone, Han Na Nu's brother began to think in confusion. That man stopped the moment he saw that he possessed a god-tier talent. Could it be that the coming catastrophe of the apocalypse was related to god-tier talent cards? Back outside, Truong Dike had already gathered all 5 people and was ready for the coming battle. They headed to Energy City. Here, even if players died, they would not lose their chance to revive, nor would they drop their equipment. The only penalty was that 20 of the crystals they obtained after entering the city would be deducted within the 4-hour time limit. In the end, the organizers would rank each guild according to how many crystals they had left. The rankings would also be announced immediately. The crystals were distributed across fixed points, and the locations storing larger numbers of crystals were guarded by very powerful boss-level demon beasts. If they wanted to collect lots of crystals, they had no choice but to step over the corpses of these demon beasts. Truong Dike wasn't in a hurry to start fighting. First, he arranged the strategy for this competition. They only had 5 people, so they were weak in terms of numbers. They needed to find crystal storage points that were adjacent to one another. That way, if one came under attack, the others could rush over to support quickly. Other than that, there wasn't much else to note. Once they split up, all they had to do was go all out collecting crystals. After discussing everything, the 5 of them split into 5 directions and began to act. Han Nyanyu, Xiao Xiao, Pan Long, and Donfong each had their own specialty. Low-level monsters were no match for any of them. Truong Dike was busy too. In one hand, he held the dual Fire Eye sword, and in the other the Venom Fong dagger, slaughtering monsters left and right. Very soon, Truong Dike killed a large monster and seized a level 3 crystal mine. As for Truong Dike's teammates, each of them had also captured a level 3 crystal mine. But with only 5 people, they still couldn't compare with guilds that had many members. Because of that, on the current ranking board, his God Hunters Guild was only in 2nd place. Over on this side, Han Nanu had been targeted by the people from the Infinity Gate Guild, who were currently ranked 3rd. Their guild leader, True Fai Min, knew that God Hunters had only 5 members in total. That meant their defense at the crystal storage points had to be weak. His guild had 10 people, so in terms of manpower, they had double the advantage. Because of that, they immediately came up with a plan to attack multiple points at once and seize the crystals for themselves. As soon as he thought of it, True Fai Min led several of his underlings charging over. They used wood element magic to transform into huge vines and tightly bind Han Nanu. Who are you people? Let me go. Once my teammates get here, you're dead. Han Nanu struggled hard, but she couldn't break free. True Fai Min laughed loudly, thinking she sure talked big. They had the numbers, while Han Nanu was alone. By the time her teammates arrived, she'd be dead already. He didn't have much time to waste talking nonsense with her, so he immediately ordered his team members to kill Han Nanu on the spot. She clenched her teeth, unwilling to accept it, but her limbs really had been completely restrained, and there was nothing she could do. At that moment, Truong Dike, who was busy farming monsters, also received the alert. He instantly knew Han Nanu was in danger, so he abandoned the boss he was in the middle of fighting and immediately turned to leave. But when the monster boss saw this, it tried to ambush him. Truong Dike didn't even bother turning around, because his mini black dragon alone was enough to neatly deal with that insolent monster. Truong Dike took out the Golden Emperor battle boots he had looted from the battle with the skeleton. He had the black dragon stay behind to guard the crystal mine, while he himself rushed off to rescue Han Nanu. With these Golden Emperor battle boots, Truong Dike's movement speed instantly increased by 100 for 20 seconds. Han Nanu, don't be afraid. I'm coming right now. Fai Min leisurely toyed with the dagger in his hand, spinning it several times. He pressed the dagger to Nanu's neck and laughed smugly. What a pity. Such a beautiful face. Didn't you say you had companions? Why isn't even a shadow of them here? Fai Min was just about to keep rambling when he suddenly sensed something unusual. Truong Dike had arrived as reinforcements. Fai Min waved his hand and ordered his lackeys, "Capture him for me." But Truong Dike's movement speed was too fast. Before they could even touch the hem of his clothes, they were already sent flying. Truong Dike landed calmly and walked up in front of that guild leader. "So many of you bullying one girl. Have you no shame?" Fai Min still barked arrogantly. "Who the hell are you? You dare lecture me, and you even dare lay a hand on my men?" The very next second, massive tree trunks suddenly burst up from the concrete ground. Fai Min tensed himself and empowered the attack, roaring furiously. "You dare stick your nose into my business? Godi!" The thick trunks surged up and surrounded Truong Dike, but with a single slash of his sword, he easily cleared all the obstacles. In the blink of an eye, Truong Dike had already closed in on Fai Min. The man cried out in horror, "Damn, it's so fast." Truong Dike said coolly, "Your fate is to die beneath my sword." At the same time as Fai Min's miserable scream rang out, the system interface suddenly appeared before Truong Dike's eyes. System prompt: Player Truong Dike defeated player True Fai Min and obtained 500 crystals. After dealing with everything, Truong Dike quickly stepped forward and freed Nanu from the bindings. He took her hand and asked with concern, "Are you all right? Did they do anything to you?" Nanu stammered in reply, and no, they didn't. "Good thing you got here in time." Just then, a figure walked over while clapping. What a classic scene of a hero saving the beauty. The one who had spoken was the guild leader of Proud Above All, Tudu DM. He smiled and greeted her. "Long time no see, Miss Han Nanu. I didn't expect we'd meet here again." Tudu DM raised his brows and looked at Truong Dyke. Kid, stay a little farther away from her. She belongs to me. Nanu hurriedly explained. Ignore him. He's a shameless creep. Even in the real world, he kept harassing me. Truong Dyke listened in silence, said nothing, took Nanu's hand, and led her away. Of course, Tudu DM wasn't going to let them leave so easily. He directly drew his sword and blocked Truong Dyke's path. Hey, how about we fight? If I lose, I'll give you 10 level 3 crystal or nodes. He narrowed his eyes dangerously. But if you lose, you hand Han Nanu over. Truong Dyke knocked the other sword aside, looking impatient. Move. I'm not interested in playing with a gaudy peacock like you. Feeling slighted, Tudu Dim roared angrily you. Tenfold attack speed. Brat, you refuse a toast, only to drink a forfeit. You're not qualified to refuse me. The move he unleashed was tenfold attack speed, a legendary grade talent that could temporarily increase his own attack speed by 1,000, lasting for 1 minute with a 2-hour cooldown. Wave after wave of sword strikes shot toward the two of them. Dangerous. The next second, he leaped forward and counterattacked, casually instructing the person behind him. 7-star slash. Once I deal with him, I'll take you out of here. Tudu DM sneered disdainfully. Neither of you is going anywhere. He continued unleashing his ultimate move, sending a barrage of swords shooting straight at Truong Dyke. They were so fast that the sword in his hand was knocked away. Truong Dyke was briefly stunned. These swords, was I seeing things just now? Tudu DM seized the opportunity and charged forward, thrusting his sword straight through Truong Dyke's body. He grinned smugly. Sorry about that. I have a legendary grade talent. Ha Nanu, standing off to the side, saw it happen, and her eyes instantly filled with tears as she cried out in panic. Truong Dyke. Streams of blue light suddenly appeared around Truong Dyke's body. This was his ultimate skill, Undying Body. Truong Dyke curled his lips into a sneer. Sorry, but unfortunately for you, I have a god-tier talent. Who would have thought that Truong Dyke could stop the sword with one hand, and even smile calmly while doing it? DM's face turned pale as he stammered. And no, that's impossible. He tried to force the sword farther into Truong Dyke, shouting hysterically, "No one can escape my sword." It was obvious DM had never encountered anything like this before. His eyes were wide with disbelief. Truong Dyke smirked mockingly. Wasn't your legendary talent supposed to be amazing? Then keep attacking. Provoked, the other man immediately swung his sword and slashed hard at him. But DM's strike did absolutely nothing to Truong Dyke. He roared furiously. Why aren't you dead yet? An illusion. This has to be an illusion. DM began to sense danger and narrowed his eyes, as if calculating something. The next second, he turned his head and shouted behind him, "Where is everyone? What are you standing around for? Get out here, all of you." The moment DM finished speaking, a loud boom erupted from the base of a nearby building. Members of his guild appeared out of nowhere and obeyed their guild leader's command. Attack him. Truong Dyke looked at them coldly. So this is the fair duel you were talking about? So you'd already hidden people in the shadows. DM, embarrassed and enraged, shouted back, "Cut the crap. No matter what, I have to beat you today." The men behind him formed up and unleashed their skills all at once. But Truong Dyke didn't panic in the slightest. He thought to himself, perfect timing. I was worried I didn't have enough crystals. This saved me the trouble of hunting them down one by one. The very next second, their combined attack landed where he was standing. As the smoke slowly cleared, Truong Dyke was still standing there without moving an inch. He laughed loudly and taunted them. Not enough. Keep going. The members of the crowd above all guild were all stunned. What's going on? He's blocking all of that just with his body. His body is like a bottomless pit. Someone even cried out in shock, "Monster! This guy has to be a monster." Truong Dyke smiled faintly and launched a counterattack at once. If you won't attack, then it's my turn. His next skill was unleashed, and a giant creature opened its jaws and spewed flames. AoE kill, Hell Dragon Flame. With just that single move, DM's health bar was nearly wiped out. Even so, he still tried to act tough. Don't think that just because you beat me, I'll hand over the crystals. Keep dreaming. DM kept ranting. The one who wins will definitely be proud above all. Truong Dyke had no interest in hearing more, so he punched him square in the face. The opponent's HP instantly dropped by 500. A system notification immediately appeared. Player Truong Dyke has defeated player 2 Du DM and obtained 1,000 crystals. Looking at the defeated man, Truong Dyke raised a brow and sneered. I knew someone like you wouldn't keep your word. Just then, hurried footsteps suddenly drew closer and closer. Xiao Jiao came running over, breathless and full of worry. "Captain Nanu, what happened? Is everyone okay?" Han Nanu joined the others and quickly explained, "We're fine. People from Infinity Gate and the Proud Above all guild came to cause trouble earlier, but Truong Dike already defeated them." A little later, back at the stronghold, Truong Dike sat down with his teammates to discuss strategy. He checked the guild rankings on the notice. Proud Above all was in first place with 25,000 crystals, while their guild was in second with 15,000. Truong Dike proposed, "There's still half an hour left before the guild war ends. We have to catch up to Proud Above all before it's over. The only way is to use long-range attacks to seize the strongholds they've already occupied. We need a top-tier marksman." Han Nanu smiled playfully at the person beside her. Just in time, Tan Long used to be a very strong professional archer. "Tan Long, want to give it a try? With you, we can definitely do it." Despite her recommendation, the man only tightened his grip on the bow in his hand. Tan Long lowered his head and said hesitantly, "I'm sorry, I can't do it." At that moment, memories of the past came rushing back. A commentator's voice echoed in Tan Long's ears. "As long as contestant Tan Long lands this arrow in ring number 6, he'll become the champion." Last time in the finals, Dai Fuk was also in the lead, but his final arrow missed, costing him the title. Back then, Tan Long had told himself, "Don't panic. Last time was just a technical error. Don't panic. It was only a technical error." His arrow flew. The commentator's voice rang out again. Whether he can make up for last time's regret now depends on this arrow. But what came next was the commentator's regretful voice. "What a pity. Contestant Tan Long has once again failed on the final arrow of the championship match." Tan Long stood there, drowned in the criticism of the audience. What was that? How could he fail again at the last round? World champion? With nerves like that? His mental game is terrible. He sat in the lounge, devastated, while the crowd's curses still rang in his ears. "Do you even have any shame? Shooting like that is humiliating. Do you even know how to use a bow? I could shoot better with my feet than you can. Trash. Useless. Just retire already." Tan Long curled in on himself, lowering his head and hugging his knees. Maybe they're right. Maybe I'm really not suited for archery. But at the very moment he was drowning in his inferiority over the past, a hand gently landed on Tan Long's shoulder. Back in the present, explosions from the fighting still echoed throughout the city. Over here, Truong Dike patted Tan Long on the shoulder and encouraged him with a smile. "How could that be? You're the most accurate archer I've ever seen. Don't forget, back at the Dragon Emperor tomb, you saved all of us. In such a critical moment, you still managed to shoot the Dragon Emperor right in the eye." Truong Dike was full of confidence. Taking the strongholds from Proud Above all now will be as easy as turning over your hand. Sure enough, after hearing Truong Dike's sincere encouragement, Tan Long's eyes immediately lit up. He pulled himself together. "All right, then I'll do my very best." The others cheered in support. "Yeah, let's all give it our all together." Time kept passing, and the scene shifted to a quiet corner of the city. Tan Long stood on the rooftop of a building, bow drawn and ready to fire. He locked onto the target area around the Proud Above all guild stronghold. Tan Long focused with absolute concentration. DM's group was already within his sights. The moment he locked on, Tan Long's arrow shot out at once. He unleashed his ultimate move. Royal Dragon's thunder chant, "Go my arrow." At the stronghold, DM snorted angrily. He had originally wanted to show off a bit in front of Han Nanu, but he never expected to be blocked by that brat instead. His subordinates rushed to flatter him. "Boss, once we take first place later, she'll know who's really stronger." Another chimed in, that's right. It's almost over. Their crystal count can't possibly surpass ours." The very next second, a brilliant golden arrow suddenly shot toward them from nowhere. It struck DM right in the chest. His eyes bulged from the pain, and he stamped his foot in fury. "Damn it, again? Which bastard is shooting arrows all over the place? Once I find out, I'll turn him into a pincushion." Tan Long drew his bow again and smiled confidently. "That's one down. Now it's your turn." After completing the first part of the mission, he grabbed his bow, jumped down from the building, and joined his teammates in battle. Truong Dike's group had already arrived at the stronghold area, and he commanded, "Next comes our moment of victory." At the same time, the system interface showed their guild holding 25,800 crystals, with the gap between them and first place narrowing fast. Truong Dike charged to the front line, and one precise slash scored them points. 200 crystals. Tan Long drew his bow and provided long-range support. At that moment, there were 50 seconds left in the guild war. The crystal count between the first and second-ranked guilds was extremely close. When there there were 35 seconds left in the guild war, Tom Long hesitated no longer and decisively fired another arrow. At the moment when there were 20 seconds left in the guild war, the system updated. Proud Above All was leading with 31,500 crystals, while Truong Dike's guild followed with 30,000. Tom Long's arrow tore through the wind toward the enemy players of the stronghold. The situation was now extremely urgent. There were only 12 seconds left in the guild war. Then, at the very instant the clock hit 0, the end notification rang out. Congratulations to the guild guardian deity for becoming the champion of the Energy City Guild War. The system interface showed that the gap between them and the second place guild was only 500 crystals. Truong Dike praised his teammate without hesitation. Tom Long, that was incredible. I told you, you're the best archer there is. Ha Nanu nodded in agreement. Brother Tom Long is really amazing. One member of Proud Above all spoke timidly. Boss, we lost. The person beside him suggested, Boss, should we go capture them now? DM immediately shut them all down, gritting out each word. Get lost. Haven't I already embarrassed myself enough in front of Han Nanu? Useless trash. The system then distributed the rewards with a notification. This is your champion reward for this Energy City Guild War. Please accept it. Truong Dike had been waiting for this for a long time. It's here. The reward chest opened, revealing a wide variety of items inside. Truong Dike picked up one of the items and tossed it lightly in his hand. I finally got teleportation equipment. It'll be much more convenient to go anywhere from now on. DM brushed past him, wearing a dark, resentful expression. Just you wait. The Divine Guild and the alien race have already set their sights on you. Your good days won't last much longer. Let's go. Truong Dike said nothing and merely glanced at the backs of the departing group. Beside him, Nanu asked curiously where this Divine Guild and alien race he was talking about. Truong Dike shook his head lightly. I've never heard of them either, but I think they may be connected to the man in black from the Dragon Emperor tomb. Sometime later, Truong Dike was walking through an area filled with ancient-looking architecture. Beside him was Tom Long, and a girl in a black cloak was quietly following behind them. A little later, she suddenly hurried past and slammed into Han Nanu's shoulder. Sorry, move aside a little. Taking advantage of the moment, she quietly slipped her hand down to Nanu's waist. She activated a skill, Miraculous Empty Hand Theft. A brief explanation followed. Miraculous Empty Hand Theft, level 5, an exclusive assassin class skill that can steal one item from another player's bag. After just a few seconds, the mysterious girl achieved her goal, and the corners of her lips curled upward. She quickly retreated. Tan Long frowned and scolded her. Hey, don't you watch where you're going? You bumped into someone. Truong Dike asked the person beside him, what is it? Nanyu hudiden teket her invento. There's a thief. The ring he gave me is gone. All their gazes turned suspiciously toward the front, where the black-cloaked figure was fleeing in a hurry. Truong Dike immediately realized something was wrong and urged through gritted teeth, quick, after her. In a flash, the other party leaped onto the wall of the house ahead, and Truong Dike rushed after her. Before escaping, the thief even turned back and covered her mouth with a giggle. Tan Long quickly caught up from behind, arriving just in time. He asked urgently, did you catch the thief? Truong Dike stared thoughtfully at the fading afterimage left atop the building and shook his head. No, she probably used a teleport messenger to get to Moonlight City. Tan Long looked puzzled. Moonlight City? Isn't that the main city of the alien race? Truong Dike rubbed his chin thoughtfully. That's right. That Divine Guild 2 dude DM mentioned is also connected to the alien race. Looks like I'll have to make a trip to Moonlight City and investigate. He fell into thought. Upgrading his Dragon Clan talent required using prestige from all three factions at the same time. This was a good chance to obtain prestige from the alien race. And he could also go to the main city to investigate MO, thence whereabouts. After making up his mind, Truong Dike turned around and instructed them, you and non-news group stay here for now. If Bat Hong suddenly comes back and can't find you, that won't be good. Alright, but you have to be careful on your own. Tan Long added reassuringly, okay, go ahead. I'll protect Mississippi, don't worry. Truong Dike looked intently at the teleportation equipment in his hand and thought, I should set the teleport book first. Next time, I can use the teleportation equipment to return directly. In a spatial channel, he said, please teleport me to Moonlight City of the alien race. The response came immediately. Yes, brave warrior. Truong Dike soon arrived in Moonlight City. The system notified him that he had arrived and deducted 100 gold coins. He thought to himself, teleportation fees are way too expensive. Just like that, 100 gold coins are gone. From a nearby corner, suddenly came a miserable cry for help. Help! Help me! Truong Dyke glanced over, unable to hide his confusion. It's already so late at night. Why is someone still calling for help? Looks like Moonlight City isn't exactly stable either. In the alley over there, a dark pink stuffed rabbit fell to the feet of a girl. Watching the weapon-wielding men draw closer and closer, she cried out in hopeless panic, "They don't come any closer." Van Tai observed her reaction and raised his brow with a gleeful smile. "Weren't you good at running? Then keep running." Seeing his sword about to fall on her, Deep Vu covered her head and screamed, "Ah!" But the pain she expected never came. Someone had blocked Van Tai's sword. Truong Dyke stepped in front of Deep Vu and with one slash knocked the opponent's sword flying. Van Tai growled a warning. "Whoever you are, do you know what happens to people who offend us?" Truong Dyke didn't waver in the slightest as he replied, "All I know is that you shouldn't be bullying a girl like this." The next second, Truong Dyke swung his sword and shattered the weapons in the hands of the men before him. "Why don't you get lost already?" One of them blurted out in panic, "He's stronger than us. Run." As soon as he said that, he called to his companions, and they all fled at top speed. Truong Dyke turned to look at the girl behind him. "Why were they hunting you down?" Deep Vu muttered, "Wasn't it just one boss? And yet they chased me across several maps and hunted me all the way here. What a bunch of petty people." Truong Dyke was a little curious. Who were they? How could they be so arrogant? The other party patted his chest and snorted coldly. They were from the Divine Guild. Everyone in Moonlight City was afraid of them. Hearing that, he silently confirmed his suspicion. As expected, they were from the Divine Guild. The way they dressed was the same as the people who had appeared at the Dragon Emperor tomb before. Truong Dyke did not want to get entangled any further, so he turned and continued walking. "You should hurry back. It's already late. It's not safe for a girl to be out alone at night." Hearing movement behind him, he frowned slightly. "Why are you following me?" Deep Vu lifted her sparkling eyes and stared at Truong Dyke, her voice full of unease. "What if those people come back? I am scared." He said nothing and simply kept walking, only waving a hand to silently signal for her to follow. Understanding what he meant, Deep Vu happily skipped after him. "I won't drag you into trouble, don't worry. I know Moonlight City really well. Judging by the way you look, this must be your first time here, right? If you need anything, I can help you." At the Moonlight City Hotel, Truong Dyke handed money to the receptionist. "One room? No, book 2 rooms for me." He arranged for Deep Vu to stay in one room, then stood outside the door and waved goodbye to her. Returning to the other room, Truong Dyke flopped onto the bed and happily stretched out both arms. Nothing was more comfortable than lying in bed. Time passed just like that, and when the room had sunk into darkness, the door was quietly opened from outside. Inside the room, Truong Dyke had long since gone to bed and fallen asleep, his eyes tightly shut. Without making a sound, Deep Vu walked to his bedside, a strange smile blooming on her face. She pulled a dagger from her clothes and curled her lips into a smug grin. 10,000 gold coins were about to fall into her hands. Looking at Truong Dyke, still sleeping soundly on the bed, Deep Vu raised the dagger high, ready to stab down. She struck without the slightest hesitation, but Truong Dyke suddenly turned over, and the dagger only plunged down beside him. Deep Vu yanked it back out and gritted her teeth. "You just got lucky earlier. Let's see how you dodge this time." Before she could make another move, Truong Dyke suddenly sprang up and punched Deep Vu straight in the face. As if he were talking in his sleep, he muttered, "I'll beat you to death, M.O. then. Who told you to betray me?" It was obvious that Truong Dyke had not held back at all. Deep Vu clutched her face in pain and dropped to the floor. "Ow, that hurts, it hurts so much." The person on the bed looked at her groggily and asked in confusion, "It's you? Why are you in my room?" Deep Vu immediately put on an innocent, coquettish act. "I dreamed that those people in black were chasing me again. I was so scared." Truong Dyke patted her shoulder to comfort her. "It's okay. Go to sleep. I'll protect you." The other party lay down on the bed, and he watched her closely, thinking to himself, "Step by step, you're leading me into a trap. I want to see what other tricks you still have up your sleeve." The scene shifted to the next morning as the two walked through several streets in Moonlight City. They stopped at one location. Truong Dyke raised his eyes and looked ahead. "You're saying the Divine Guild is in Moonlight Church? Are you sure?" Deep Vu nodded and pointed forward. "Yes, I secretly followed them before. They went to Moonlight Church, and then they disappeared. A figure had been secretly following behind them for who knew how long. Standing behind her, he muttered, 'This girl is really pretty.' Right after that, a hand stealthily reached out, trying to touch Deep Vu's waist. But Truong Dyke noticed in time and grabbed the other person's wrist. When he saw the man's face clearly, he was rather surprised. M.O. then. M.O. then widened his eyes in shock. "Who are you? How do you know my name?" Truong Dike did not answer. His face was unreadable as the energy inside him surged. He directly used all his strength to slam a punch into Mo Than's face. "You're not worthy of knowing who I am." Mo then was sent staggering backward by the blow, his back crashing hard into a wooden stall. The crowd quickly gathered around, whispering among themselves. My God, before this, Mo then was always the one beating others. Who would have thought that today he'd be the one getting beaten? Some even laughed gleefully. Evil gets what it deserves. This is great, really great. Mo then's face was covered in dust, and he looked utterly miserable. Gnashing his teeth, he growled, "You suicidal bastard, you dare hit me." Deep Vu glanced at the person beside her and reminded him, this guy is the local tyrant around here. He's not easy to mess with. Truong Dike did not care at all. He gave a cold snort. So what if I hit him? Truong Dike felt irritated inside. You really are something. Back then, you betrayed your friends, and now you bully the weak. Mo then stood up and drew his sword, his face full of aggression. Player Mo then activated the stealth skill. His figure gradually turned faint and blurry, and he raised his brows with a sneer. Kid, do you know whose territory this is? Today, I'm going to kill you. The moment Mo then finished speaking, his body suddenly vanished without a trace. Seeing the scene before him, Truong Dike was briefly startled. An assassin's stealth attack. It could completely conceal one's aura and body, hide in the shadows, and deliver a fatal blow to the enemy. He suddenly sensed something, and his eyes flashed with caution. Watch out! Just as Truong Dike had predicted, in the very next second, Mo Than's sword slashed toward him, and he quickly retreated backward. But the blade still grazed Truong Dike's cheek, leaving a cut. This move again. Back then, he had ambushed me with it. He immediately recalled what had happened before, the feeling of being pierced through by a sword still vivid in his mind. Truong Dike's eyes widened as those painful memories surfaced again. He quickly steadied himself, silently making up his mind. This time, Truong Dike summoned his weapon and focused completely, ready to fight. Right now, he tensed and swung out a fierce slash. I won't give you another chance. Mo then was stunned, unable to believe it. How could he know the rhythm of my attacks and where I would strike? He can't possibly see me. Truong Dike stared coldly at his opponent. Every single one of your moves, even if you turn to ashes, I'd still remember them clearly. He rushed forward and delivered a critical kick to Mo then, leaving him unable to resist and only able to take the attack head-on. Mo then crashed to the ground, each impact making his body bounce up and then slam back down again. Truong Dike walked over, the sharp point of his sword aimed at him. Looking down from above, he mocked him coldly. Didn't you want to kill me? Come on then, let me see what else you're capable of. The other man was still being stubborn and barked back, you. Who exactly are you? Mo then was in complete turmoil inside. Damn my luck. How did I end up running into someone this strong this time? Truong Dike had no intention of wasting any more time. He silently raised his sword, his eyes icy. Go repent in hell. Just then, the ground behind Mo then suddenly turned liquid, and a mysterious figure rose up from it. That person suddenly seized both of Mo Than's arms and dragged him along. In an instant, the two of them sank into the earth and vanished, leaving behind only winding black traces. Truong Dike inwardly cursed. Not good. It's those people in black again. Damn it, they want to take Mo Than away. He quickly chased after them. Where do you think you're going? Not long after, the scene shifted to an ancient-looking building. Truong Dike hid behind a wall and looked around. Where did that shadow disappear to? This is... Deep Vu, standing beside him, said this is the Moonlight Church you were looking for, the headquarters of the Divine Guild. Frowning, she warned him, it's very dangerous inside. Maybe those people deliberately lured you here. Do you really want to go in? Truong Dike had already made up his mind, and he nodded firmly. I have a reason I must go in. The other party held out her hand. In her palm were 2 illusion pills. She said, if you barge in openly like this, the Divine Guild will definitely notice you. I have a good idea. Truong Dike was surprised and asked suspiciously, you even carry something like this with you? Deep Vu replied softly, if you're out on your own, of course you need to prepare a few things for self-defense. These are just essential travel items when you're away from home. The target's here. Truong Dike quickly grabbed the 2 guards passing by. They struggled and shouted, what are you doing? Before they could break free from his hold, Deep Vu stuffed the pills into them and shouted, shut up and go to sleep. The guards fell unconscious, and Truong Dike and Deep Vu quickly changed clothes, disguising themselves as guards. Not wasting even a second, the 2 promptly headed straight into the church. Inside the secret chamber of Moonlight Church, Mo then groggily woke up. Where is this? A strange figure appeared in his line of sight, and the other party laughed loudly. Unhappy, are you? Getting beaten into that state by some brat who came from who knows where. Mo then immediately became wary, frowning deeply as he demanded, "Who are you? Why did you bring me here?" The man opposite him did not bother answering. He simply stood there with his hands in his pockets, laughing wildly. A prisoner has no right to ask questions. Starting today, stay here obediently. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. Disguised as a guard, Truong Dike walked calmly into the church and called out, "Hey, we're here to change shifts. You guys go get some rest." The two guards completely believed him. "All right, we're exhausted too. We really need to catch up on some sleep." One of them even took the chance to remind them, "Be careful. Don't fall asleep on duty." After only taking a few steps, they looked back and whispered something to each other. One of them suddenly approached from behind Deep Vu, startling her. "Wait, this isn't the time for a shift change. You too, actually." Before he could finish speaking, Deep Vu waved her hand and released a large amount of illusion powder. The two guards had no time to dodge and were immediately hit, only managing to utter one word. "You." Both of them crashed heavily onto the floor. Deep Vu pointed toward the passage inside. "The person you're looking for should be in there." Truong Dike removed his mask and quickly stepped forward in the direction she indicated. "Let's go in." When no movement came from behind for a long time, he turned back in confusion. He only saw that Deep Vu had already removed her guard uniform and was quietly standing by the exit. In a low voice, she muttered, "My task is complete." The moment Deep Vu finished speaking, she mercilessly slammed the door shut right in front of Truong Dike. The guards who had just been lying sprawled on the floor were now calmly getting to their feet. One of them handed Deep Vu a bag of money. "Nice cooperation just now. Here, this is your payment." She tossed the money bag lightly in her hand and turned away leisurely. "Oh, I forgot to tell you, deceiving each other is perfectly normal in Moonlight City." Deep Vu's figure overlapped with that of the previous thief, and Truong Dike confirmed his suspicion. "As expected, I guessed right. She really was someone sent by the Divine Guild." He decisively threw away the hat in his hand and thought, "I like to see just what exactly you all want by going to so much trouble to bring me here." The path ahead was deathly quiet, with only dim light from a few torches on the walls. It did not take long before Truong Dike saw several figures further down the corridor. Ian folded his arms and arrogantly lifted his chin. "To deal with a scrawny monkey like that, I'm enough on my own. And yet the boss called all of you here too. What a waste." The man beside him slowly stood up and casually provoked him. "If the boss arranged it that way, then he must have his reasons. If you think you can handle it alone, then go first." Ian was already hot-tempered, and hearing that, he immediately snorted coldly. "Fine, then I'll show you my strength. Just stand there and watch how I grind him under my feet." He stood up and strode forward powerfully, reaching one hand behind his back to pull out his weapon. Ian gathered force, tensed his shoulder, and hurled the giant axe straight at his opponent, its blade whistling as it spun through the air. He growled, "Take one of my axes." The axe shot forward like a cannonball, ripping through the stone wall and leaving behind a long scorched trail as stone dust burst everywhere. Seeing the scene before him, Truong Dike could not help but sigh. What incredible strength. But of course, he was no pushover either. With a wave of his hand, he activated his counter skill, Summon Murder of Crows. The corners of Truong Dike's lips curved slightly upward. After the skill leveled up, the number of black crows he could summon had doubled compared to before. Naturally, Ian could not be defeated by a move like that. He leaped up at the exact moment before the axe hit the ground, stretching out his hand to grab the axe handle in midair. In the next second, Ian charged forward and brought the axe crashing down at Truong Dike. "You think one move like this is enough to beat me? Dream on." Truong Dike dodged in time, but the other party had no intention of letting up and rushed in with one attack after another. Truong Dike quickly looked for a way to respond. He drew the sword at his waist and changed its attribute at the same time. Then he drove the sword straight into the floor. A wave of icy energy swept outward, and the ground instantly froze over, turning white in the blink of an eye. The moment Ian saw what his opponent had done, his eyes widened in panic. Not good. He tried to stop himself, but the icy floor was too slippery. Ian could not regain control in time and immediately fell flat on his back. He staggered back to his feet, his head spinning. Truong Dike stuck out his tongue in mockery. "Big guys like you with huge heads always have unstable centers of gravity." Ian flew into a rage from humiliation. "Why you cheated? Watching this scene, Skeleton shrugged with an expression of boredom. The boss's arrangement really was right. Looks like it's our turn to step in. Bandage also nodded in agreement. Who knows what made him so blindly confident? Ignoring Ian standing nearby, he directly rushed forward and attacked. Go! At once, strips of ice bandages shot straight toward Truong Dike and wrapped tightly around his body. Truong Dike was yanked forward, his whole body slipping out of control. He was startled. After Bandage successfully restrained him, Skeleton did not hesitate in the slightest and immediately launched an attack. Bone Spike Barricade, activate. Seeing the spiked ball hurtling toward him, Truong Dike inwardly cursed. This is bad. I'm done for. My body's completely bound. I have to break this deadlock fast. At the critical moment, he loudly called out, and a flash of blue light appeared. Xiaohei, a dazzling blue energy spread out and covered the entire area, and within that formation, Xiaohei appeared. Bandage could not believe his eyes and cried out in shock. A first-tier Dragon Emperor? How can ordinary beast tamer have such a powerful magical beast? Xiaohei opened his mouth and breathed out blazing flames, easily burning away the icy bandages restraining Truong Dike. Realizing the situation had turned bad, Bandage clenched his hand and muttered, "Damn it, we underestimated him." Without giving him time to react, Truong Dike tightened his grip on the sword hilt, and flames burst up to cover the blade. The flaming sword thrust straight into the other man's chest as he shouted, "Break for me." Bandage fell, and Truong Dike said calmly, "It's not that I let you underestimate me. It's that I'm just too strong." He walked over and rubbed his magical beast's head. "Xiaohei, long time no see. I didn't expect you to break through to the first tier." On the other side, Bandage had already started to grow wary and discussed it with Ian. "What do we do next? We were never told this brat had a first-tier black dragon." The other man replied with a stern face, "What else can we do? We can only charge." They had no other choice and could only risk everything and rush forward. Prepare tout dit. Truong Dike had already gained the upper hand. Standing beside Xiaohei, he unleashed his ultimate move, Undying Body. Ian's eyes widened at the sight in front of him, his body pausing for a moment. Truong Dike coordinated with Xiaohei and charged into the encirclement of the three of them, spinning and sweeping his flaming sword in a blazing arc. "All of you get down for me." Ian raised his axe to fight back, but he was far too slow. In the blink of an eye, Truong Dike was already on him. Ian's giant axe was split in two, and with Truong Dike and Xiaohei working in perfect sync, sword light and flames swept out, blowing the three opponents apart and sending every one of them flying. In just a moment, all three were cut down by his sword and collapsed onto the floor. Ian was still trying to force himself back up when a figure appeared. "Ian, that's enough. Fall back, all of you." Unwilling to accept it, he tried to persuade him. "Boss, just give me a little more time, and I definitely..." Carlos shot him a warning glare. "I said fall back. If this continues, the ones who die will be you." Since the leader had spoken, Ian had no choice but to obey and struggled to his feet with one hand on the ground. As he brushed past Truong Dike, he still refused to back down. "This fight between us isn't over. Next time we meet, we'll settle who's stronger." Truong Dike glanced at him. "Not afraid of dying? Fine, I'm ready anytime." Carlo could hardly wait and quickly curled his lips into a smile as he greeted him. "Truong Dike, we finally meet." Then he asked with false friendliness, "This isn't your first time entering the apocalypse, is it?" Truong Dike was briefly stunned. Who is this guy? How does he know about that? But outwardly he remained calm and replied, "What are you talking about? I have no idea what you mean." The other man spoke leisurely. "All right, there's no need to pretend in front of me. Ever since you entered the hidden Dragon Emperor tomb instance and got the magical beast egg, I already knew." Truong Dike started losing patience. "I'm not interested in wasting words with you. Where's MO then? Tell him to get out here." Carlos stopped beating around the bush and went straight to the point. "In such a hurry to find someone? Listen, I came to you today because I want to cooperate with you. If you agree, then only you and I will know the secret of the Reincarnator. And I'll also give you top-tier apocalypse equipment and endless wealth." At the next sentence, killing intent flashed through his eyes. "But if you refuse..." Carlos summoned two ferocious magical beasts and shrugged, as if helpless. "Then I'm sorry. You won't be leaving here alive today." In that instant, scenes from the past flashed through Truong Dike's mind, and he thought irritably, what an irritating mouth. Then he answered decisively, "If the equipment and wealth you're talking about were obtained by bullying the weak, then I refuse." Hearing his answer, Carlo said nothing more and showed his attitude through action, commanding the two magical beasts to charge. Truong Dike felt a bit uneasy. Damn it, I already used a mortal body, and it's still on cooldown. I can't use it again right now. He quietly took out an item and calculated inwardly. I don't know the enemy's full strength yet. If I start fighting like this, I'll only put myself at a disadvantage. Thinking back to the decision he made before coming to Moonlight City, he had first set up a teleport signal so he could use teleportation equipment to return directly next time. Truong Dike suddenly felt much more at ease. Luckily, before coming here, I set a teleport signal in Betrayal City. The moment the magical beasts opened their mouths and launched their attacks together, he activated the item. Teleport signal. The beast's attacks instantly struck empty air, blasting the floor's ice into shattered fragments. Carlo let out a cold snort. "I'll spare you this time. Next time, you won't be so lucky." He turned his head and looked behind him. "Now, do you understand why a stranger you've never met would want to kill you so badly? He's a reincarnator. You must have had a grudge with him before." Mo then stared in shock, mouth hanging open, while Carlo raised his brows and continued, "Do you think he'll let you off so easily?" Hearing that, Mo then panicked so badly that he collapsed to the ground. His lips trembled anxiously. "What do I do? He'll definitely kill me." Carlo stepped closer bit by bit, manipulating the man before him. "Of course you strike first. You have to kill him before he kills you." After saying that, he left, only tossing back one final assurance. "Don't worry, I'll help you." Deep down, Carlo suddenly felt extremely displeased. In the apocalypse, everyone has to obey me. They must submit to me. I offered you a way to live, and you refused it, Truong Dike. That means you have to die. On the other side, Truong Dike had already escaped successfully and secretly let out a breath of relief. That was close. 1 second slower, and I would have been wiped out by that dragon breath. That guy's second-tier dragon emperor is not easy to deal with. Thinking of that face, he rubbed his chin and fell into thought. Who exactly is that person? How does he know this isn't my first time entering the apocalypse? Could he be the same as me? While Truong Dike was deep in thought, a spirit appeared and reminded him, "Your fatigue value is close to reaching its limit. Please go to a rest point to recover as soon as possible." He thought to himself, this trip to Moonlight City really used up a lot of energy. I need to hurry back to the tavern and rest. If I don't, Han-Nu and the others will probably start worrying. Cut to the tavern, where a staff member quoted the price. You selected the quick recovery package. The total cost is 20 gold coins. Truong Dike agreed. Immediately, sounds of amazement rose all around him. How extravagant. This is the first time I've seen someone spend money to recover fatigue value. Who is this guy? Why do we have to sit here and wait, relying on rest to recover? Some were even more shocked. Wait, one recovery cost 20 gold coins? That's enough for me to buy a full set of equipment. Truong Dike paid no attention to the crowd. He was thinking, I still have 13,000 gold left. I need to use it to upgrade my equipment. Meanwhile, worry was written all over Nan-Nu's face as she muttered, "Why isn't Truong Dike back yet?" Sitting beside her, Xiao Jiao was in much the same mood and sighed. Exactly. Did the guild leader run into danger? Truong Dike suddenly appeared behind the two of them, smiling brightly. With my strength, I could take on an entire guild by myself. How could anything happen to me? Nan-Nu looked up at him. You're back. The person beside her also cried out happily. Guild leader. Truong Dike scratched his forehead awkwardly. Nan-Nu, there's still no news of the Death Domain for now, but don't worry. I'll definitely find it and bring it back. She waved her hand and replied, No, it's fine. As long as you came back safely. It was my fault for not taking proper care of it and losing it. Xiao Jiao asked, Hey, guild leader, have you seen Tom Long? Truong Dike replied, I sent him out to gather information. Since that thief appeared in Betrayal City, you must have left some kind of clue behind. Rapid footsteps sounded out. Without even turning around, he knew who had arrived and smiled faintly. Speak of the devil. So how did it go? Any news? Tom Long tried hard to steady his breathing. Yeah, I heard some very important news. He hurriedly explained, the auction house. The young lady's stolen ring will appear at the auction house tonight. Several faces flashed through Truong Dike's mind, and he murmured, the auction house. If the Death Domain is being treated as an auction item, then that means the one who stole the ring may have shown himself. Truong Dike thought to himself, I can also pick up some equipment from the auction house and strengthen myself a bit. The next battle definitely won't be easy. After thinking it over carefully, he set out immediately with his teammates. Let's go. We'll check out the auction house. On the stage, the female announcer spoke up. Dear players, the once-a-month auction is about to begin. Inside are all kinds of pets, equipment of every grade, and rare items waiting for everyone. Nanu looked at the person behind her and asked curiously, Hey, aren't you coming in with us? Truong Dyke waved his hand with a smile. No, you girls go in first. I need to take care of something. I'll be right in. He turned and headed in another direction, thinking, if I remember correctly, there's a general store here with a secret menu full of good stuff. Even in my previous life, very few people knew about it. After walking some distance, he soon spotted the signboard of the general store, everything available. Truong Dyke curved his lips in a faint smile. Found it. Seeing a customer come in, the clerk greeted him. What would you like to buy? Truong Dyke was still thinking to himself. Although dealing with a ring thief wouldn't be difficult, the auction house is crowded and complicated. If I make too much noise, it'll easily cause trouble. Better be careful and prepare some necessary supplies. He lowered his head and rattled off. A black bag, 800, no discount, and 1 fruit pancake. The moment he said it, he inwardly groaned. So embarrassing. The other party smiled and replied, Hello, sir. I've unlocked your access to the secret menu. Please take a look and see what you'd like to buy. At the same time, the system displayed a notification. Congratulations on successfully unlocking it. 1,000 gold coins deducted. Truong Dyke thought to himself, in my previous life, only 5 of Apocalypse players managed to unlock the secret menu. It's a bit expensive, but the effects of these potions are far better than ordinary ones. He told the clerk, I'll take all of these potions. The clerk replied warmly with a smile, Sir, you really have a good eye. The most valuable things in this shop are these potions. You're the first person to discover them. Truong Dyke checked the items he now had and cried inwardly. I can't believe I just spent 4,000 gold like that. I'm so poor. Let's hope this operation goes off without a hitch. He returned to the auction hall, but suddenly felt puzzled. Why is it so quiet? Isn't this supposed to be an auction? Did I come to the wrong place? The staff member on stage introduced the item with a smile. This parchment scroll has a starting bid of 100 gold coins. Does anyone want to bid? If not, we'll move on to the next item. The crowd loudly protested. Take this junk away already. Bring out something useful. Many people chimed in. Exactly. Auctioning stuff like this is just wasting everyone's time. Truong Dyke found a seat and casually asked Nanu, Has the death domain gone up for auction yet? She shook her head and briefly explained the situation. Not yet. Right now, they're auctioning some mysterious parchment scroll. He suddenly became interested. A parchment scroll? Looking toward the stage, he saw the staff member wearing a regretful expression. That's really a pity. If no one bids, we can only move on to the next item. Damn, isn't that the Hidden Dragon Clan quest scroll? In my previous life, the big clans and guilds fought over it so fiercely their heads nearly split open. Thinking that, he quickly raised his hand. Wait, I'll take it for 100 gold. The crowd immediately broke in a mocking laughter. Here comes an idiot, a textbook rich fool, spending 100 gold on a scrap of paper no one even knows how to use. Those words were met with enthusiastic agreement from the audience. Exactly. Isn't that just buying a piece of toilet paper with no use at all? I wouldn't even want it for free. It'd just waste inventory space. Seeing someone bid, the staff member was thrilled. 100 gold for the second time. 100 gold for the third time. Sold. Truong Dyke took the item, completely ignoring the gossip around him. To you people, this scroll really is no different from toilet paper. But to a player from the Dragon Clan camp like me, it's the exact opposite. Once I unlock the Hidden Dragon Clan quest and obtain the Dragon Clan inheritance equipment, you'll all regret it. The auction continued, with the system showing the item stats as the staff member introduced it. The next piece of equipment is incredible. The Death Domain, legendary quality, starting bid 10,000 gold coins. Someone immediately voiced dissatisfaction. A starting bid of 10,000 gold? Who can afford that? Another person disagreed and shouted back, Come on, this is legendary equipment with unlimited growth potential. Besides, how could anyone bear to sell such a rare treasure? Nanu, seated not far away, whispered softly, Quick, look over there. That guy looks really strange. Truong Dyke followed her gaze. Dressed like that, he must be from the Beast Clan's main city, Extreme Ice City. He looked the other party over once and couldn't help but wonder, but why would someone from the Beast Clan come to the Human Clan's main city? And why is he together with 2Do DM? Nanu exclaimed in admiration. Wow, you even know that? That's amazing. Truong Dike scratched his head awkwardly and smiled. No. I just looked through the Beast Clan's information when choosing my faction. The person they were talking about suddenly stepped forward and declared, "Everyone, I want this ring. No matter how much you bid, I'll bid double. I suggest you don't waste your effort." The crowd exploded in discussion. Some marveled. Where did this tycoon come from? Is this ring really that amazing? Others voiced their regret. Looks like this ring, and I just aren't meant to be. Just then, someone abruptly jumped out and pointed at him. "Bastard, you're Beast Clan. What right do you have to come to our human clan city and act so arrogantly?" Wu Hen didn't say a word. He simply stepped forward and punched the man straight in the face. In a cold voice, he asked, "Now do you think I'm qualified?" The people nearby pulled the young man back and advised in low voices, "Just go. This guy is not someone easy to mess with." The man refused to back off, stood there smacking his lips, and muttered, "Ruthless bastard." Truong Dike stepped out and patted the young man on the shoulder, then loudly declared, "Hey, as long as I'm here today, don't even think about taking that ring away." Tudu DM seized the chance to whisper into his ear, "Young Master Shui, that man is the Truong Dike with the god-tier talent I mentioned to you. Since he's so blind to what's good for him, you should teach him a lesson." Sure enough, after hearing that, Wu Hen immediately flew into a rage, his hand tightening into a fist. "Anyone who dares oppose our blood sect of Extreme Ice City, even with a god-tier talent, has only one road left: death." Truong Dike lowered his voice and instructed the teammates behind him, "Don Fong, Tan Long, you guys go stir things up a bit. Try to buy me some time. The more chaotic, the better." Naturally, they had no intention of refusing his request. Tan Long smiled and replied, "No problem." Standing with his arms crossed, Don Fong eagerly added, "Guild leader, causing trouble is what we do best." The moment he finished speaking, he immediately riled up the crowd. "Everyone, this is human clan territory. Are you really going to let the Beast Clan run wild here?" Tan Long enthusiastically added fuel to the fire. "Exactly. If word of this gets out, how are we supposed to show our faces in Pixiao City?" The people around them shouted in agreement. That's right. If we don't fight back, won't we just become punching bags?" The crowd grew even more restless. Wasn't that lesson just now enough? Tan Long took the lead in declaring war. "I've been sick of the sight of you for ages. Wearing fur in weather this hot. Aren't you afraid of breaking out in rashes?" Don Fong echoed from behind, "Enough with the nonsense. Charge." And just like that, the tension reached its peak and both sides rushed into a brawl. Damn it, in all my years doing this is the first time I've met someone so eager to die. Come on then, who's afraid of who? Truong Dike poured the potion in his hand straight into his mouth. It was a high-grade invisibility potion. Once used, it immediately placed him in an invisible state for 3 minutes, during which no one could detect him. Looking at the chaotic crowd, he quickly pulled out 2 more bottles. High-grade fog potion and high-grade combustion potion. Truong Dike sensed that the time was ripe. Now's the moment. He threw the 2 bottles into the crowd and shouted in panic, "Bomb! Everyone be careful!" The crowd descended into even greater chaos, grabbing at one another and throwing punches with all their might. Damn it, they're actually using explosives. Fight them to the death. Kill those Beast Clan bastards. Seizing the chance, Truong Dike took advantage of his invisibility and quietly moved close to the staff member holding the item tray. "Today, no one is taking that ring except me." He took the ring without making a sound, and everything went perfectly. With the urgent matter settled, Truong Dike looked toward Wu Hen and Tudu DM and broke into a wicked grin. Still invisible, he moved behind Wu Hen and thought to himself, "Weren't you acting arrogant just a moment ago? Now it's my turn to beat you." And so, before anyone noticed a thing, Wu Hen suddenly fell flat on his face. Tudu DM hurried over in a panic. "Young Master Shui, are you alright?" "I'm coming." Struggling to sit up, the other man clutched his head and cursed. "Which bastard has a death wish? Get out here." Truong Dike switched targets and ambushed Tudu DM instead, kicking her hard. "I can't stand lackeys like you." Tudu DM sprawled to the ground on top of Wu Hen. "Who the hell ambushed me?" Wu Hen roared furiously. "Damn it, which bastard wants to die now? I'll kill you." Right then, the system announced, 10 seconds remaining before the invisibility potion wears off. Truong Dike had no choice but to stop. The invisibility potion is about to expire. "I need to get out of here fast. I'll spare you 2 for today." He activated golden speed and vanished in an instant. Taking advantage of the chaos in the crowd, Tan Long and Don Fong slipped over and stomped on Wu Hen a few more times. After being beaten black and blue, all Wu Hin could do was shout in fury. "There's a person here, can't you see? Stop stepping on me. Todo diem wade tirfeli, I'm Zumen clan." You got the wrong person. The moment the invisibility potion wore off, Truong Dike had already made his escape. He sent a message in the guild channel. Mission accomplished. Everyone withdraw at once. Meet in the alley outside the auction house. A while later, once everyone had gathered, Han Na Nu asked with concern, "Are you all right? You suddenly disappeared just now. I thought something had happened." Truong Dike held out his hand. "Look, I got the ring." But to protect players' items in the auction house, Apocalypse places an extra seal on every item. He explained in detail that if any item was taken away without authorization, after 3 minutes, it would return to the package of the player who submitted it for auction. The others couldn't help feeling disappointed. So everything we just did was for nothing? But Truong Dike had already made his own plans. "No, I intend to use this seal to catch the thief. In a moment, I'll be sent to the seller's location together with the ring." Everyone was stunned. "Set up the signal." At the same time, the system displayed a notice. "Teleport signal has been established." Han Na Nu said excitedly, full of praise, "You're really smart. You even thought of a method like this." Xiao Jiao nodded in agreement. "Exactly. The guild leader is amazing. I knew I wasn't wrong about you." Truong Dike looked at the girl in front of him. "The 3 minutes are almost up. Nanu, wait for me to bring the ring back." In the next second, the teleport signal activated, and the space around him began to distort. Truong Dike steeled himself. "Today, I'm definitely going to see your true face." In theory, since an accident had occurred during the auction, the death ring had been sent back to the seller on the rooftop of some building. Deepvu stared at the item in her palm in confusion. It had been fine just now. So why had the ring suddenly returned? Could that group have caught up with her? If one looked closely, one could see a faint blue light suddenly appear on the ring in her hand. The next second, Truong Dike was teleported to this place. He gave a cold laugh. "I knew it was you. Not only did you steal Nanu's ring, you also lured me into the traps set by the Thin Min Guild. What exactly are you trying to do?" Deep Vu replied admiringly, "I never thought you'd escape the Thin Min Guild's grasp. Looks like you really do have some skill." After saying that, she stuck out her tongue and made a face, clearly not afraid at all. Truong Dike immediately chased after her. "Hey, stop running. Hand over the death ring. Today, you'd better explain everything clearly." As she ran, Deep Vu taunted him. "Dream on. Catch me first, then we'll talk." Truong Dike focused on pursuing her closely and soon grabbed hold of her cloak. The black cloak slipped off, revealing her face clearly. Truong Dike shouted, "This time, I'm not letting you get away so easily." Just as he said, he closed in more and more, facing Deep Vu head-on. He was only a tiny bit away when suddenly a huge axe came flying over, sending dirt and rubble exploding everywhere. Behind the ruined wall, Wu Hin had caught up. He roared angrily, "Weren't you good at running? Then keep running." Tuongdich inwardly cursed. "Damn it, it's them. I forgot the Beast Clan has the tracking hunt skill." From what he knew, they could detect an enemy's aura and track them over thousands of miles. Wu Hin gritted out each word in rage. "You've delivered yourselves right into my hands. I was already planning to settle the score with her, and now you two are together. Perfect. I'll take care of both of you at once." Truong Dike glanced at the person beside him. "Just how many people have you offended? Why do both the Outlanders and the Beast Clan have grudges against you?" Deep Vu forced a laugh. "It's just a little misunderstanding, that's all." She clung to Truong Dike's arm and acted spoiled. "Good big brother, you wouldn't abandon me at a time like this, right?" He snapped back irritably. "Who's your big brother? You still have the nerve to say that? When you tricked me and ambushed me before, you sure didn't treat me like a brother." Seeing the two of them together like that, Wu Hin's blood boiled. He directly unleashed the Beast Clan ultimate skill, Wild Rush. "Unforgivable. You dare flirt right in front of me? Then die together." Channeling his inner force, young Master Shui condensed the image of a rhinoceros with a massive horn and sent it charging at Truong Dike. When Truong Dike looked back and saw that the girl behind him had already disappeared, he couldn't help feeling annoyed. 1 second she's calling me good big brother, and the next, the moment there's danger, she runs faster than anyone. Young Master Shui laughed loudly. "That's for provoking me," in the auction hall. Knocked flying, Truong Dike clutched his chest and gritted his teeth in shock. "That hurts. This big guy's attack power is ridiculously high." The Beast Tamer's base defense was still far too low. In just one blow, he had already lost a huge chunk of HP. Seeing Truong Dike in such a sorry state, young Master Shui said, "Kid, I advise you to hand that girl over right now, then kneel and apologize. If you do, I might consider sparing your life." Before he even finished speaking, he charged again with his weapon. Still talking tough? I saw you two embracing with my own eyes. Truong Dike refused to back down and fired back immediately. Which eye of yours saw me being intimate with her? You can talk nonsense when you eat, but not when you speak. Watch it, or I'll sue you for slander. Young Master Shui seemed to go mad and shouted again. I saw everything you two were doing just now. He recalled how, following his senses, he had thought, why is there another familiar scent? It seems to be from those women who escaped earlier. Then, seeing Truong Dike and Deep Vu together, he had become enraged. Very nice. Acting intimate right in front of me. Did you really think I wouldn't catch you two adulterers? In young Master Shui's dark imagination, Deep Vu was flaunting her full chest in front of Truong Dike. Thinking of that only made him more annoyed. If I hadn't arrived in time, who knows how far the two of you would have gone. Truong Dike looked at him helplessly. I've got to hand it to you. You really are something else. Then he channeled his inner force, and his sword immediately appeared. At that moment, Truong Dike was switching attributes. In an instant, he leapt up and slashed fiercely at young Master Shui. You're not actually stupid, are you? After the attack, the man lost 300 HP. Wu Hin looked at him with contempt. Pathetic little tricks. This few hundred points of burn damage, I'll treat it as a gift from me to you. Immediately, he gathered his power again and struck at Truong Dike, but of course Truong Dike dodged quickly. Annoyed, Wu Hin ripped off the fur coat he was wearing and stared at Truong Dike with killing intent. Next, I'll show you the gap between us. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful layer of inner force wrapped around him. Truong Dike was somewhat alarmed. He didn't understand what was going on. It was clearly the same move. So why was the damage Wu Hin dealt getting higher and higher? Wei Yuhen laughed loudly. Forgot to mention, the lower your HP is, the more damage my attacks will deal to you. Refusing to admit defeat, Truong Dike hastily gulped down a high-grade life potion. The moment he drank it, his strength immediately increased noticeably. As soon as young Master Shui attacked again, he was blown backward instead. Truong Dike sneered. Out of strength already? Is that all you've got? You stopped after just a moment? Come on, keep fighting. I'm more generous than you. Consider these 1,000 damage points my gift to you. Wei Yuhen stared in disbelief. How is that possible? Your HP bar was clearly almost empty just now. At that moment, Deep Vu appeared and said to him, no matter how many potions you have, it's useless as long as Shui Wu Hin uses that move. Just as she said, he glared at Truong Dike. Don't think having high-grade potions means everything's fine. The real fight is only just beginning. Once again, he activated his inner power, brimming with momentum, bloodthirsty frenzy. His strength kept increasing, and the aura around his body surged powerfully. Truong Dike was shocked. Damn it, why does this guy's HP increase the more he fights? Immediately, Wu Hin smashed a heavy blow at Truong Dike. His HP bar dropped sharply again. Truong Dike was inwardly astonished. I never expected the epic grade talent Bloodthirsty Frenzy to absorb the HP generated through attacks and convert it into his own HP. Like a Grim Reaper wielding an axe, Wu Hin glared at him. Kid, today I'll show you what happens when you offend our blood sect. Truong Dike continued his thought. In that case, my original plan of exhausting him with potions is completely useless. He gave a faint smile and said, do you really think your bloodthirsty frenzy is invincible? Seeing Truong Dike drink a strength potion, Wu Hin sneered. Still want to drink more? Keep dreaming. No matter how many potions you chug, in the end, you'll still become nourishment for me. But Truong Dike ignored him and still drained the bottle in one gulp. The moment the potion slid down his throat, he charged forward at the same time and shouted. Then watch closely. Wu Hin was naturally unwilling to back down so easily. Tightening his grip on the great axe, he shouted, still dare doubt me? Then try it. As his weapon slashed through, he looked at Truong Dike with disdain and mocked. You're getting hit, and yet you look like you're enjoying it. But there was no fear at all in Truong Dike's eyes. Instead, he tightened his grip on the axe in his hand. This left Wu Hin stunned. I think you drank the wrong potion. You've gone crazy. Truong Dike still looked calm and unbothered. Didn't you want to drain me? Then go ahead. Drain all you want. The moment he finished speaking, several strange purple blood threads immediately appeared in young Master Shui's veins. He was startled. This is... you. What exactly did you just drink? Truong Dike explained. An item. The effect of a high-grade poison potion. Anyone who comes into contact with it gets a debuff. 100 HP loss per second for 1 minute. The debuff doesn't stack. As he spoke, he even held the potion out in front of the man. Want some? I still have a little left. By then, Wu Hen was slowly dropping to his knees. Only now did he understand the problem. I fell into his trap. He had deliberately let himself be wounded, using the life-draining property of bloodthirsty frenzy against him and causing him to be poisoned. Wu Hen's HP bar began to fall, but he still forced himself to endure. What are you so happy about? Your HP is lower than mine. You'll die before I do. Truong Dike said indifferently. That's not necessarily true. After saying that, he proudly activated his own inner force. Undying body, activate. Wu Hen struggled and frantically gulped down potions. The debuff from the high-grade poison potion lasted for 1 minute. As long as Truong Dike used the damage immunity effect of Undying Body and endured through that minute, he would win. Truong Dike moved closer to him. Your potion isn't good enough. In the time it takes you to drink 1 bottle, you've already lost the equivalent of 2. I still have 1 high-grade bottle here. Wu Hen was startled and lunged to snatch it, but Truong Dike immediately pulled it back. You want it? Then you'll have to pay for it. As the pain in his body worsened and his HP kept dropping, Wu Hen was horrified inside. I only have 1 resurrection chance left. I fought desperately to save it up. No amount of money can buy resurrection chances. They can only be obtained through survival missions, and who knows when the next survival mission will be announced. In his panic, with no other choice, he grit his teeth. How much? I'll buy it. Truong Dike was extremely satisfied. Leaning close to Wu Hen's ear, he whispered, original price, 150 gold. But since we've gotten acquainted through fighting, I'll give you a discount, 50,000. Wei Hen was shocked. 50,000? That's daylight robbery. 50,000 is enough to support 500 people in a large guild. How about 48,000? 48,000. All right, that's all I have on me. Truong Dike agreed at once. Fine. Then 48,000. Wu Hen felt so aggrieved, he was almost in tears. He agreed that fast? Why didn't I bargain lower? Truong Dike laughed inwardly. Making money off these dumb Beast Clan idiots is pretty easy. The moment Wu Hen took the potion from Truong Dike's hand, he tilted his head back and hurriedly tried to drink it. But before it even touched his lips, Deep Vu flew out of nowhere and ruthlessly kicked him hard in the head. You really shouldn't anger a woman. Deep Vu's face was full of disgust as she looked at Wu Hen. Seeing the potion spill, he jumped in shock. My 48,000 gold. You rotten bitch. I'll fight you to the death. But as soon as he said that, his whole body stiffened. He trembled inwardly. The poison had already paralyzed his body completely. He couldn't move at all. Before he could turn things around, Deep Vu struck with another kick, assassin's finger kick. After taking the blow, Wu Hen's HP bar fell sharply again, and the pain made him dizzy. Gripping the dagger in her hand tightly, Deep Vu said irritably, I've been waiting a long time for this chance. And just like that, the foolish Wu Hen was stabbed again, leaving his HP bar nearly empty. Unwilling to accept it, he hissed, just you wait. I won't let either of you off. The system immediately announced Deep Vu's kill achievement, but Wu Hen still had a chance to resurrect and was sent toward Extreme Ice City. Hearing that this beast had been revived again, Truong Dike smiled helplessly. I really have nothing to do with her. Deep Vu hid behind him again. Do you think he'll believe you anyway, my dear big brother? Truong Dike gave a bitter laugh. Great, now it's hopeless. Even if I jumped into the Yellow River, I wouldn't be able to wash this clean. What a sweet burden. After the poison state was lifted, Truong Dike asked Deep Vu again, why did you come back? I thought you'd already left long ago. Don't tell me you couldn't bear to leave a big brother like me. Pouting, she replied, not at all. I stayed for my own sake. After all, they came to Fa Hu City to kill me. In the distance, Tudu DM looked at Truong Dike and Deep Vu, unable to hide her jealousy. That kid Truong Dike really is blessed with women. How does he still have a beauty by his side, too? At that moment, one of the beast monsters behind her stammered in fright. B-Boss is dead. What happened to being the strongest in the Beast Clan? Tudu DM frowned in irritation. TCH, I thought he'd be a reliable backer, but in the end he still got himself killed by that brat Truong Dike. She shamelessly turned to leave, planning to slip away, first while they weren't paying attention to her. At the same time, a weapon shot straight toward Tudu DM's back, accompanied by a cold voice. Did I say you could leave? Our debt still hasn't been settled. As soon as the words fell, the sword came slashing down, cracking the ground and stone, and startling Tudu DM badly. In the next instant, Truong Dike sprang forward. With his golden speed, he sent the Beast Clan group flying. In a flash, the sword in his hand was already at Tudu DM's throat. Talk. What is the Beast Clan's real purpose in coming to Fa Hu City? She was so terrified that her voice trembled. I only know they wanted to find that woman and take the card back. I don't know anything else. Hearing this, Truong Dyke suddenly stiffened. A card? What kind of card could make the Beast clan chase someone all the way into the human clan's main city? Could it be? At that moment, Deepvu immediately cut in. You mean this? This is what I took from the assassination target in Extreme Ice City. Aside from looking pretty, this broken card doesn't seem to do anything at all. She held the card out in front of them. It shone with dazzling golden light and looked very much like some kind of god-tier talent card. The two young people stared at her with their mouths open. It didn't just look like one. Wasn't this actually a god-tier talent card? But hearing this, Truong Dyke began calculating inwardly. Whether common, epic, or god-tier, every player could only have one talent skill. That might be why she couldn't activate and use this god-tier talent card. It seemed she still didn't know that. Then his thoughts suddenly halted, and Truong Dyke's face darkened. Wait, she just said she got it by killing someone else. If that was the case, then the rumor from his previous life about god-tier talent cards was very likely true. At this point, the scheming youngster snatched it from Tudu DM. D, your god-tier talent card belongs to me now. God-tier talent cards could be inherited among players, and the method of inheritance was to kill the previous owner of the God-tier talent card. After that, she looked at him miserably. So, can you let me go now? I've already told you everything I know. But Truong Dyke, expression dark, raised his sword. If you hadn't seen this card, I might have been in a good enough mood to let you go. But now, I can only let you die with this secret. The moment the thought ended, his sword stabbed down fiercely as well. Tudu DM couldn't believe he could be this despicable. Coughing up blood, she glared at him. You. Immediately afterward, the system announced that she had been struck by Truong Dyke's critical hit and had no chance of revival. Once it was done, he quickly put his sword back into the system. Deepvu teased him then, standing this close to me. Aren't you afraid? I'll make a move on you. He answered honestly, no, because I know you're a smart woman. Right now, the blood sect sees you and me as being in the same boat. As long as I'm alive, I can help draw the blood sect's pursuit away from you. Truong Dyke stared at Deep Vu curiously. Every god-tier talent card corresponded to a special god-tier talent skill. He wondered what the card in her hand would be. He immediately made a proposal. How about we make a deal? What do you think? As long as you give me the death ring and that card, then everything that happened between us can be forgotten. Deepvu took out the card and a ring, held them in front of herself, and asked, You really want this that badly? After a pause, she leaned her face close to Truong Dyke. And is this ring really that important? Important enough for you to chase me all the way here? Or is it because this ring belongs to your older sister? He answered without hesitation, because I promised to bring this ring back, so I will definitely bring it back. Deepvu said again, all right. I'll return your ring to you, okay? But this card is mine. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned and walked away, as if afraid he would snatch it. After it was over, Truong Dyke didn't linger for long, but he left a few final words behind. As your trading partner, I'll kindly remind you of something. It's best not to tell anyone else about this golden card. Deepvu replied as well. Then let me give you a piece of advice too. Leave this place as soon as possible. The blood sect won't let this go. Sooner or later, they'll come to Fa Hu City for revenge. Without turning back, Truong Dyke's gaze turned dangerous. Thanks for the advice. But don't worry, that big stupid brute isn't a match for me. The scene shifted back to the others. Everyone was marveling at the Beast Clan group. Xiao Jiao circulated her inner force as she said, These Beast Clan players really are full of vigor. Their skin is ridiculously thick. Tan Long added, Not only are they tough, they're shameless too. They actually took advantage of the guild leader being away to ambush us. As for Han Na Nu, she looked worried. I wonder how the guild leader side is doing. Before she could finish speaking, a Beast Clan member behind her launched a vicious sneak attack. D. At the same time, an axe came flying in from afar, along with a familiar voice. Nanu, Beka Fao. The Beast Clan man was startled. You, Truong Dyke shouted. Your boss has already been sent by me back to Extreme Ice City. You can go join him too. The instant the axe came down, that man died on the spot. Xiao Jiao ran over from afar. Guild leader, you're finally back. Han Na Nu walked up and asked him with concern, Are you alright? Are you hurt anywhere? Truano di Ganswerd, I'm fine. It's just that these beast men really are hard to deal with. Then he handed over the ring. Nya Nu, Lu, I got your ring back. She exclaimed happily. I knew it. You'd definitely do it. After that, he said to everyone, We need to level up as fast as possible. Apocalypse's army has already reached level 50. We can't fall behind either. Donfong replied, No problem. How about we set out right now? Tan Long also said cheerfully, Looks like our leveling maniac is getting restless again. Donfong walked ahead and happily raised his arm. Look at these strong muscles on my arm. Tomorrow, just watch me punch those monsters' heads clean off. Truong Dike watched them, thinking that sometimes being blessed with heaven-sent luck also meant having to face more danger. Once the secret that God-tier talent cards could be inherited became known, both he and Hananu would become prey for other players in the Apocalypse world. It would be the most dangerous situation possible. So before that danger arrived, all they could do was continuously strengthen themselves. At that same moment, the Doomsday Elf appeared. After she reported a string of updates, Truong Dike thought to himself, I wasted quite a bit of time dealing with the Bloodsect people earlier. Good thing I've finally caught up in level now. At this time, on the main street of Fa Hu City, Xiao Jiao sat on Donfang's back and said, Guild leader, what are we doing next? All our levels have already hit the cap. He immediately replied, Of course we're going to break through the level cap. At this point, he fell into thought. He had to hurry and complete the second advancement before he could continue leveling up and take revenge. Right now, level 50 skills still weren't enough. Nanu and the others also needed to grow stronger. The scene shifted again to the entrance of the advancement temple. A giant hammer smashed heavily into the ground, leaving everyone dumbfounded. The crowd broke into commotion. Another one got blown away. This second advancement test is way too hard. Tan Long sat down beside the man, and people couldn't help discussing it. The point requirement for the second advancement test is insanely high, 20,000 points. So far, nobody's passed it. I wasted 100 gold coins on the test fee for nothing. Forget wasting the gold. This is basically paying money just to get beaten up. The girl who had just sent that young man flying stepped forward. Anyone else want to come up? In Fa Hu City, this place was the trial arena. Kiki stood there arrogantly. Anyone else want to challenge me? Truong Dike stepped forward. I want to give it a try. Looking at the girl in front of him, he said, In the Apocalypse, you can't win by relying on stats alone. Technique matters too. This time, I'll broaden your horizons a little. Kiki pointed upward. Do you see the thing up there? As soon as she finished speaking, the mission panel appeared with complete information. This girl was the examiner for the second advancement trial. Kiki continued. This is the scoring automaton for the second advancement trial. Within 10 minutes. Only if you can make the number above its head exceed 20,000 will you pass the trial. Truong Dike leapt up with golden speed. Then let's begin. After that, he lunged toward Kiki. She showed no fear at all and slammed her hammer into the ground. Handsome, a frontal assault isn't a very good choice. Zulfust, as Truong Dike rushed forward. He thought, you think I'd be stupid enough to risk close combat with a warrior when I'm not absolutely sure? Power condensed in his hand. I'll let you experience what being electrocuted feels like. Chain lightning attack. Immediately, Kiki was violently shocked by the electricity in his hand, making her cry out. Truong Dike's score instantly rose 2,000 points. Sweating, he thought, next, I just need to raise this number to 20,000. The crowd gasped in amazement. No way. He got 2,000 points right at the start of the trial? This kid really does have some skill. I thought he was just bluffing. Kiki swung her weapon excitedly. Looks like I underestimated you. Try this. Void War Hammer. Everyone was stunned. Huh. The hammer in her hand disappeared. Where did it go? But in the very next moment, it reappeared and slammed into Truong Dike, sending him flying. The 2,000 points he had just earned were immediately deducted. Xiao Jiao worriedly said, Looks like this second advancement examiner is really powerful, Sister Nanu. Do you think the guild leader can pass this test? Nanu said confidently, I believe he definitely can. She thought calmly. Though he always ends up in extremely dangerous situations, he always pushes himself and does things other people can't do. On the other side, Truong Dike panted heavily as he stood firm within the haze of smoke. At the same time, Truong Dike summoned a flock of blackbirds and shouted, You got lucky once just now, but I won't give you another chance. His eyes sharpened as he calculated inwardly. This Void War Hammer, in my previous life, I challenged it 200 times and still couldn't get through it. But precisely because he had challenged it so many times, he had gained plenty of combat experience. Once he synchronized vision with the birds, Truong Dike's eyes lit up. The two stood opposite each other as power surged in the air. The hammer in Kiki's hand swung toward him, and Truong Dike said smugly, I dodge. And just like that, he gained another 1,000 points. Kiki was startled. How can he predict where I'm going to summon it? A warning sounded in his mind, behind to the left. His score continued to rise, and Truong Dike said smugly, Now it's my turn to attack. He calculated inwardly, right behind me. As long as I have the shared vision from the summoned Black Crows. Just dodging attacks alone will easily get me 20,000 points. At once, Truong Dike's score began rapidly stacking up. Kiki tensely observed her surroundings and murmured to herself, "It must be those Black Crows." The moment that thought ended, she attacked at once and shouted, "Void War Hammer Storm." The pink hammer continued smashing toward Truong Dike, and his birds scattered in panic. At this moment, Truong Dike was inwardly alarmed. In his eyes, that weapon was getting closer and closer. This is bad. Seeing one of his birds get struck, he tensed up. She found out. Truong Dike quickly calculated, "I can't keep scoring by dodging anymore. I have to end this fast." Right afterward, he gritted his teeth and raised his inner force. Hell Dragon Flame, Purgatory, Thunderstrike. His score immediately began climbing nonstop. It seemed this attack was working. Kiki was completely defeated, and the system immediately granted him the title of Grand Beast Tamer. The crowd erupted in astonishment. "I can't believe this guy actually passed the second advancement trial. 22,000 points. That score is way too ridiculous. A second advancement Beast Tamer. That's insanely strong." Xiao Jiao cheered. As expected of our strongest guild leader, the scene shifted to Moonlight City. Mu Shun struck the ground forcefully. "Now I feel like my body is overflowing with power." Carlo looked at him smugly. "Now you've got the strongest equipment among all current players. You won't be crushed by Truong Dike like last time. This is the best opportunity for you to kill Truong Dike." Mu Shun was startled. "Jay, just me alone?" Carlo immediately replied, "Of course not. I'll assign my most capable subordinates to you. They've fought Truong Dike before, so they can help you deal with him. Come out." He looked at those people and then ordered, "I've replaced your gear with new equipment, and you've leveled up a lot over the past few days as well. I hope you won't disappoint me again this time. Also, during this operation, all of you must obey Mu Shun's orders completely." Dong Fuang immediately answered, "Yes, we will definitely complete the mission." Ka also replied, "Understood." Carlo held something out in front of Mu Shun. "Take this scroll. At a critical moment, it can help you. But remember this well, it can only be used once." Mu Shun accepted it and replied, "All right." Immediately afterward, he led the group and prepared to depart. "Go. Set out for Fa Hu City." Carlo smugly stroked his dragon, his face full of malice. "Truong Dike, I'll make you understand what happens to those who oppose me." The scene shifted to Fa Hu City. "Hanyan you asket happy, Saul. The barbecue place I recommended is delicious, right?" Xiao Jiao said excitedly. "Delicious, delicious. This is the best barbecue I've ever eaten in the world." Seeing how much she liked it, Truong Dike said, "Tomorrow I'll take everyone for second advancement special training, so don't forget." Xiao Jiao jumped around. "We're about to pass second advancement too. Just like the guild leader." Tan Long walked over to him and asked quietly, "Guild leader, I heard that after completing second advancement, you can use powerful second advancement class skills, right? When are you going to show us?" Truong Dike replied casually, "Sure. Next time we enter a dungeon, I'll show everyone." After that, he felt secretly satisfied. In such a short time, he had gained so many more skills already, enough for him to study for a while. When he looked at that one skill, Truong Dike couldn't help marveling. It could remove control effects while also causing fear in enemies. This skill was ridiculously overpowered. As everyone walked and chatted happily, several familiar figures suddenly blocked their way. Mu Shun spoke first. "Truong Dike, I've finally found you." Truong Dike was inwardly surprised. Aren't the people beside him from the Divine Guild? Why are they with Mu Shun? But he spoke calmly instead. "Mu Shun, instead of cherishing the last few days of your life and enjoying yourself, why have you come here looking to die?" Mu Shun roared angrily. "You brat, you got away last time. This time, you absolutely won't be that lucky. I will definitely." Then he looked toward the people from the Divine Guild. "You four only need to hold off the others. Truong Dike is mine." Bang Dai looked at Don Fong. "This swordsman is mine. You lot divide up the rest yourselves." Looking at him, Don Fong gave a cold snort. "Big words. Show me what you can actually do." As soon as he finished speaking, the two of them instantly drew their swords and charged at each other at blinding speed. Standing before Don Fong, Bang Dai couldn't help exclaiming, "What a fast sword!" After just the first exchange, Bang Dai raised his hand and prepared to leap away. Don Fong asked disdainfully, "What's wrong? Planning to run?" Watching the two fight, Haing also circulated his inner force. "Next, it's my turn to act." Immediately, he hurled that dark power toward Truong Dike. Truong Dike was on guard, but unexpectedly, Hei Ying's true target was Xiao Jiao. Han Nanu cried out anxiously, "Xiao Jiao, don't be afraid. We're coming to save you." Xiao Jiao screamed in shock, "Help, help me." Tan Long lunged after her worriedly. Miss, be careful. There's an ambush ahead. Seeing everyone in chaos, Truong Dike anxiously rushed over too, but his body suddenly wouldn't move. Looking at his legs bound by He Ying's shadow, Truong Dike grew tense inside. Why is this happening? My body won't move. Mu Shun seized the chance to charge forward. Your companions are all gone now. You're the only one left, and you've already been hit by He Ying's control skill. In an instant, he was behind Truong Dike. Let me see what tricks you still have left to resist. The moment he finished speaking, Mu Shun gripped his sword and viciously thrust it forward. But to his surprise, Truong Dike actually used demonic substitute. Mu Shun froze. This is... Truong Dike flashed behind him. Did you really think I let you stab me in the back again? Immediately, he channeled inner force into his hand, chain lightning. In just a moment, Mu Shun was struck numb by the massive current from Truong Dike. But what shocked him was that after taking one of his chain lightnings, Mu Shun seemed completely unharmed. Mu Shun quickly turned around. The gear I'm wearing is the best top-tier equipment among the current players. And you think someone like you can hurt me? Once again, he lunged over smugly. Taste the power of Celestial Star Purgatory. Before Truong Dike could react, his dragon moved in front of him, shielding its master. He froze. Little Black? After steadying himself, Truong Dike let out a breath of relief. Good thing you were here, or I'd have been stabbed full of holes. Right after that, Truong Dike immediately shouted an order. Little Black, activate Winged Chaos Break. That overwhelming force instantly slammed into Mu Shun. Truong Dike shouted in satisfaction. This is called giving you a taste of your own medicine. Suddenly struck by such a crushing blow, Mu Shun ground his teeth in rage. Truong Dike sneered at him. So, how does it feel to be hit by your own storm? He stood there, looking at his enemy. A beast tamer's monster beast evolves alongside its master's class advancement. I've already completed my second advancement, while you're still only a first advancement assassin. That's the gap between you and me. Mu Shun stammered in shock. How do you have a second-tier dragon? The moment he finished speaking, powerful streams of force immediately struck toward him. Little Black glared and clamped Mu Shun tightly in its hand. He shouted unwillingly, Mu Shun, I will always stand above you. Looking at the dragon, Mu Shun was inwardly terrified. Damn it. Why didn't Carlo tell me the crucial information that Truong Dike had already completed his second advancement? Suddenly, he remembered Carlo's warning. Remember this carefully. It can only be used once. At the time, Mu Shun had replied fine. Now he paused. The scroll. Right, I still have a scroll. Immediately afterward, he took out the scroll. Truong Dike, don't celebrate too early. Truong Dike arrogantly answered, come on then. Let me witness your power. Then a huge red dragon burst out from the scroll. The moment it appeared, it roared fiercely at Little Black. Seeing that the opponent was clearly stronger than his own monster beast, Truong Dike grew worried. Little Black, the instant that dragon appeared, it flung Little Black high into the air. Just like that, Little Black's entire body slammed hard into the rocks. Mu Shun smirked. Just as I thought, Carlo didn't lie to me. With this thing, even a second-tier dragon can be trampled under my feet. Seeing Truong Dike's worry, he was delighted. Truong Dike, today is the day you die. On the other side, Dongfang looked at Tan Long with disdain. Want to save her? Then let's see whether you have the ability. Tan Long shouted angrily, give Xiao Jiao back to me. As soon as he finished speaking, Han Nanu immediately channeled her inner force, and a stream of light drew a spell seal in midair. This was Ice Spike technique. Dongfang glanced at his companion. Skeleton, she's yours. That man immediately activated his inner force. Watch this. A shield of thorned bones appeared, blocking all of Han Nanu's attacks. Those spikes then continued shooting fiercely toward the two of them. Looking at those vicious spikes, Tan Long's gaze turned icy. If you want to bully my young lady, you'll have to ask permission from the arrow in my hand first. Immediately, the bow in Tan Long's hand was drawn and ready. The arrow shot out, and Skeleton was smashed by the falling rubble in front of him, sending him tumbling. Sensing that the situation was turning bad, He clenched his teeth and activated his inner force to evade. Taking advantage of the enemy's confusion, Xiao Jiao immediately seized the chance to break free. Sito Nyanyu, He cursed in annoyance. Damn it, she got away. He couldn't let her escape, so He attacked with Shadow Hole technique. Han Nanu blocked the attack while comforting her. Xiao Jiao, don't be afraid. It's okay now. Holding Xiao Jiao tightly, Han Nanu shouted, Dongfang, how is it on your side? He replied, don't worry. I'll end this battle quickly. Bang Dai yelled, the one ending this battle is me, not you. And just like that, Dongfang's whole body was wrapped in icy cloth. It looked as if he had been completely bound, but very quickly Dongfang used sword intent to shred the cocoon apart. Don't get cocky too soon. I haven't accepted the end yet. Faced with that attack, Bang Dai immediately raised both hands to shield his face. When Dongfang landed, Bang Dai instantly coughed up blood. He couldn't understand it. How is this possible? Dongfang calmly sheathed his weapon. Did you think the 2 swords at my waist were decorations? He landed beside Tan Long. 1 down. Now there are only 3 left. Hey, Ing, step forward. Don't celebrate too early. Our plan is already complete. But Skeleton was a little shaken. He hadn't expected Bang Dai to be sacrificed. Their strength really couldn't be underestimated. On the other side, Truong Daik's leg suddenly trembled, and after a sudden explosion, he was still baffled. What's going on? This is bad. Something happened on Truong Daik's side. We've all fallen into their trap. Their real target was Truong Daik. Mu Shan went mad. Which shameless bastard is this? Can't a person even eat in peace? This is the safe zone. Keep running. Let me see how long you can escape. Chase him. Truong Daik ordered. Little Black, stay away from the crowded buildings. He calculated inwardly. The attack power of a 4th-tier Dragon Emperor is simply too strong. I have no chance of getting close. But if I keep hiding like this, I won't be able to find its weakness. I should take the initiative instead. Truong Daik stroked his monster beast. Little Black, let's prepare to attack. I believe you can do it. He patted its head reassuringly, then shouted, Old grudges and new. We'll settle them all with you today. Mushan looked at Truong Daik and immediately ordered the dragon to attack. Charging in with that kind of confidence, are you overestimating yourself or underestimating the current me? The breath of the 4th-tier Dragon Emperor will engulf all of you. Looking at him within the sea of fire, he smugly added, even if you have an undying body, the monster beast beneath you will still be annihilated by the dragon breath. Within the flames, Truong Daik calculated inwardly. Soul Link can transfer all damage from the monster beast to the beast tamer for a short time. So as long as my undying body hasn't ended, Little Black is invincible. The 2 charged forward, and he immediately gave the order. Little Black, attack its right wing. Truong Daik thought quickly. A dragon's wings are one of the relatively fragile parts of its body. Once damaged, it loses mobility, and its offensive power can be restrained the most. As soon as he finished speaking, Little Black immediately obeyed its master and bit hard into that dragon's wing, causing blood to gush out. As the pain hit, the 4th-tier Dragon Emperor let out a huge, agonized roar. Mushan's left arm was affected as well, and the protective glove on it cracked open. Truong Daik thought to himself, this 4th-tier Dragon Emperor has felt strange from the start. When it attacked me, I only lost 500 HP, but after taking 1 strike from Little Black, it lost 1500. The attack damage of this 4th-tier Dragon Emperor is obviously lower than normal, and its damage taken is clearly somewhat higher too. Could it be? In general, only phantoms created through illusion would have attack power this low, while also taking more damage. So this isn't a real 4th-tier Dragon Emperor at all, but a phantom summoned through a contract. At the same time, something strange began happening to Mushin's body, making him jerk in shock. What's happening to me? Only then did Truong Daik land, and he continued his analysis. That explains the appearance of those Divine Guild lackeys just now, and this scroll too. This idiot was nothing more than a method Carlo prepared to deal with me. Truong Daik looked at him. It seems you still don't know that using this scroll comes with severe side effects. Mushan was startled. Impossible. He wouldn't lie to me. Mushan was unwilling to accept it. I only just became stronger. It can't end like this. Truong Daik said, look at your age body now. That's the price of recklessly activating a summoning contract. Don't tell me you still don't understand even now. From beginning to end, you were nothing but a pawn being used by someone else. Once he learned the truth, Mushan roared hysterically. No, even if I die, I'll drag all of you down with me. After that, Mushan continued channeling his inner force. Come, watch me offer all my power to Lord Dragon Emperor. Tuongdish was shocked. This madman, he's preparing to merge with the phantom of the 4th-tier Dragon Emperor. Mushan went completely insane. I'll turn this entire city into hell and make everyone submit to my power. The crowd below panicked. Everyone run. There's a madman killing people at random. Truong Daik looked at him with disdain. You're about to die and still don't know how to repent. Back then, I must have been blind not to see what trash you were. I gave you a chance, yet you still chose to be evil. Mu Shun stood atop his dragon. Truong Dike, so what if you're a reincarnator? Do you think you can kill me again? This time, you'll still die by my hand. He gritted his teeth inwardly. He's completely lost his reason. He's turned into a total lunatic. Truong Dike began planning. If I completely destroy that scroll, I can sever the link between the original body and the phantom will disappear. Then he climbed down from the dragon's back. Little Black, go ahead and cover me. Truong Dike thrust his sword powerfully forward and shouted, break! Looking at his body gradually disappearing, Mu Shun panicked. No, I won't fail. But at that moment, Truong Dike's dragon suddenly collapsed, and he anxiously ran over. Little Black. On this side, Xiao Jiao was shocked. My god, why are there so many casualties here too? Those divine guild people are despicable. Donfong said angrily, damn it, we should have dealt with them more ruthlessly just now. Sooner or later, we'll settle this debt with them. Han Nanu ran over to him. Truong Dike, are you okay? We came too late. Han Nanu stopped short as she looked at his monster beast. Little Black, Truong Dike's eyes reddened. Little Black was badly injured trying to save me. I will definitely find a way to heal it. He growled through clenched teeth. As for the one behind all of this, I will definitely make him pay the price. As he said this, Truong Dike's gaze became even more resolute. At this moment, outside St. Breakdawn, in the autumn water forest, Han Nanu secretly followed behind him, wondering why did Truong Dike come here so early. As for him, Truong Dike's thoughts were racing. In the world of Tianqi, there's an extremely precious revival medicine. No matter how severe the injury, as long as you drink it, you can recover completely. He said to himself, right now, Little Black has entered an extreme weakened state. Ordinary life potions are completely useless. If I want to save Little Black, I must obtain that revival medicine. A weakened state is what happens when a monster beast suffers a fatal injury and is nearly dead. A monster beast in this state cannot be summoned by its master to fight. As far as Truong Dike knew, the only way to obtain this revival medicine was to find the specialist pharmacist Loi Fu Na and complete her medicine crafting quest. Soon after, he landed on the ground, breathing heavily. I finally found you, Loi Fu Na. He recalled that in his previous life, he had also met her when he was on the verge of death. I've gathered everything you needed. Hurry, help me make the revival medicine. And that medicine had been made in time and save his life. Now, though they were complete strangers, Truong Dike suddenly shouted her name, leaving Fu Na somewhat surprised. Are you looking for me? Ignoring her confusion, Truong Dike anxiously said, Loi Fu Na, hurry, I want to take the revival medicine crafting quest. She was stunned. Why you? How do you know I'm researching revival medicine? Truong Dike, even more frantic, cut her off. Forget that for now. Just give me the journal. I have to save Little Black. Fu Na happily took it out. Are you talking about this? Looks like your little friend must be badly hurt. Don't worry. This journal, Truong Dike immediately snatched the item and fluently said, the journal contains clues about 3 precious medicinal ingredients. If I bring them to you, you'll be able to help me synthesize the revival medicine. I've already memorized this scripted dialogue. Fu Na was extremely astonished. Why you? How do you know what I was about to say next? Truong Dike didn't answer. He only hurried away, leaving his thanks behind. Looking at the system panel, he calculated inwardly. The first step of the quest is to obtain the essence of life in the Demon Suppression Tower. Looks like I have to make another trip to the Demon Suppression Tower. Fu Na worriedly said, those 3 items won't be so easy to find. With just you alone. Truong Dike hurriedly replied, I'll bring them to you right away. Just wait for me. Han Nanu, listening from behind, had heard the entire conversation too, but she wondered, so it's really all for saving Little Black. But how did Truong Dike know there was a way to save Little Black here? Looking at Truong Dike, Han Nanu felt a pang of heartache. Every time, you're the one rushing to the front. I want to do something for you too. Don't worry, the remaining 2 materials, leave them to me. Inside the Demon Suppression Tower, everyone was buzzing. After waiting a whole week, we can finally grind monsters again. I heard someone reach the 12th floor last time. This time, I have to catch up. Truong Dike brushed past them and rushed ahead. One of them said in surprise, where did this damn brat come from, running so fast? What is he trying to show off? But Truong Dike didn't care at all. Little Black, wait for me. I'll get the revival medicine and heal you right away. In no time, he arrived inside the demon suppression tower. Truong Dike pounded on the door and shouted, "Big guy, open up already. I'm in a hurry." At that moment, a loud, booming voice rang out, and the door opened at the same time. "Which fool courting death is calling me? Disturbing my rest? You've really grown tired of living." The moment that guy came out, Truong Dike forcefully kicked him in the leg. He shouted impatiently, "I don't have time to play with you. Hurry up and tell me where the teleport point to the next floor is." As soon as he saw Truong Dike, the demon warrior flew into a rage. "So it's you again, you little brat." Truong Dike flashed behind him, thinking inwardly, "I haven't even tested this second advancement skill yet. I'll use you for practice." The demon warrior jerked in shock and growled, "Damn it, using a substitute again. I underestimated you. We demon warriors will never submit." Immediately, Truong Dike used soul inspection. This was a move that summoned a demon to probe the enemy's inner mind. A string of images surfaced in his mind, but the contents exceeded the system's permitted limit, so the inspection was forcibly interrupted. Truong Dike was somewhat shocked. Why does he have memories of the real world? Could it be that they were once real people too? He thought to himself, "Normally, only one person on each floor can enter the blue teleportation gate to descend to the next floor. But here, there are two gates of different colors." This scene had once appeared in Hien's memories. At that moment, an idea came to him. Let me see where exactly this red teleportation gate leads. Meanwhile, someone had recorded every bit of Truong Dike's movements. At this moment, he had already charged into the 30th floor of the demon suppression tower. The man named Kung Kai darkened his face and sneered craftily. "So, you finally arrived." Then he reached out and pressed the red button in front of him, thinking slyly, "In that case, I'll play with you a little." On the 30th floor of the demon suppression tower, Truong Dike quickly entered without the slightest hesitation. He covered his face to keep the rushing aura from hitting his eyes and inwardly marveled. "I didn't expect the red gate to lead directly to floor 30. That saves me quite a bit of time climbing the tower." As he walked, Truong Dike calculated, "Next, I just need to get the life essence above the church." But when he stood before the tower, a tyrannical aura spread out and startled him slightly. This power, what is it? The moment the thought ended, that ray of light caused a huge explosion, and Truong Dike cried out in alarm. From inside the tower, a girl with a fiery body flew out, her killing intent surging. She was none other than the six-winged fallen angel. The instant she appeared, the fallen angel unleashed a charged dark rocket attack straight at him. As she attacked, the six-winged angel growled, "Since you're not afraid of death and dare challenge the 30th floor, then let me show you what absolute power crushing you looks like." Right after that, Truong Dike also leaped straight toward her at the same time, not giving the enemy any chance to wound him. He shot forward with golden speed. Damn it, she used her ultimate the moment we met? Isn't that a bit too much? The scene shifts to Bat Hong, who was blasted by a huge explosion into some completely unfamiliar place. A stone fell onto his face, and only then did Bat Hong frown in pain. After waking up, he immediately sat up and rubbed his head. "Where's this?" Bat Hong thought to himself, "I was clearly resting on the 8th floor just now, so how did I suddenly end up here?" Right then, a fierce battle broke out before his eyes, and the person fighting was none other than Truong Dike. Watching him dart through the air, dodging the six-winged angel's attacks, Bat Hong was stunned. What kind of situation is this now? He wondered. He only just made his second advancement and already came here to challenge this place? Isn't that too reckless? On Truong Dike's side, his whole body was blasted away, and he gritted his teeth as he thought, "Why is the boss here a six-winged fallen angel? My strength is nowhere near enough. What do I do now? And why are there so many human skeletons here?" These were the unidentified skeletons left behind when the fallen angels attacked the city. Thanks to the system, he finally understood. So that's how it is. This fallen angel really is evil. The moment he landed, Truong Dike's eyes lit up with delight. "Looks like I found a way to break through this." Not knowing what he was thinking, he reached out and touched a skull lying on the ground. At once, a blood curse appeared, and a dim light spread everywhere, carrying with it an enormous internal force. Truong Dike spoke to those skulls. "Let yourselves take revenge for your own deaths." Seeing him, the fallen angel suddenly paused, as if she too was wondering what exactly Truong Dike was trying to do. He stood like a general in the midst of a field of bones. "Rise again, my soldiers. Surround her." The moment Truong Dike finished speaking, the skeletons, their eyes glowing red, all charged straight at the six-winged angel. While flying swiftly through the air, the fallen angel was suddenly grabbed by bones jutting out and clutching her legs, startling her slightly. Seeing Truong Dike soar upward, she shouted furiously, "So you want to use these souls to stop me? Your real goal is to take the life essence. Give it up. I won't let you get your way." As soon as she finished speaking, the fallen angel immediately began gathering internal force. "Descend, my lightning." Immediately afterward, she glared at him and shouted, "Beginner spell, Thunder Domain." This was a beginner spell that summoned a magical storm lasting 10 minutes. Every 3 seconds, the storm would deal 500 magic damage to all nearby enemies. As soon as her words fell, a bolt of thunder struck fiercely forward. Naturally, the skeletons were no match for her. The six-winged angel glared at Truong Dike. "Next, it's your turn." Not expecting her to deal with the skeletons so quickly, Truong Dike grew a little tense. As she spoke, the fallen angel slashed her sword toward Truong Dike. "Your little game should end now." Watching her prepare to strike the finishing blow, Truong Dike clenched his teeth. This is bad. But at the critical moment, a force shot straight at her, blasting a huge hole through the fallen angel's abdomen. Feathers from her wings scattered everywhere. The fallen angel looked behind herself. "How could you possibly kill me?" she thought in shock. "Why is there still another player on this floor?" At the same time, the system sounded. Warning. Body damaged. Connection about to terminate. She inwardly cursed. Damn it. It seems the technique for controlling an NPC body through data transmission isn't stable enough. Consider yourselves lucky today. Before disappearing, she did not forget to leave a few final words. "We'll meet again very soon." After the danger had passed, Truong Dike still couldn't help asking, "Bat Hong, why are you here? Didn't I enter a solo instance? But luckily, thanks to that strike of yours. Why have I never seen you use such a cool move before?" Bat Hong stood there dumbfounded, mouth hanging open. "What? I was the one who killed that thing?" The scene shifts. Night had fallen at the Eternal Tower. Looking at the screen, Kung Kai said coldly, "Apocalypse Spirit, replay the entire battle just now for me." Ling Lan immediately replied, "Yes, Master." Right after that, the fierce battle appeared before his eyes, leaving Kung Kai rather troubled and confused. Silence filled the space as he carefully examined the fight, not missing a single detail. Zoom in on the lower right corner of the screen. Ling Lan obeyed and immediately enlarged it. On the screen, Bat Hong was lying motionless, and beside him sat a strange man. That person had his face covered, so his appearance could not be seen clearly. After watching for a while, Kung Kai said again, "Looks like someone interfered just now." The scene shifts again. At the entrance to the Demon Suppression Tower, the system was counting down until the tower gates closed. Tan Long was beside himself with worry. The guild master isn't going to wait until nightfall and the tower closes before coming out, is he? If he still doesn't come out, then miss. Before he could finish, cheerful laughter suddenly rang out, startling Tan Long guild master. Bat Hong came out and said, "Thanks for taking care of Xiao Nu these past few days." Truong Dike answered with a smile, "It's nothing. Just what I should do. If Nanu knows you've come back, she'll definitely be very happy." Seeing the two of them, Tan Long could not hide his excitement. Young master, you're here too?" Then Tan Long stepped forward to report. "Miss has been missing since this morning. We've sent her messages, but there hasn't been any response." Bat Hong grew worried. Xiao Nu has always been careful in everything she does. There must be some special reason for this. Truong Dike added, "Right, think carefully. Before Nanu disappeared, did she do anything unusual?" Hearing the two of them analyze the situation, Tan Long scratched his head blankly. "Anything unusual?" Then he searched his memory. "Last night, I saw Miss at the square. She was standing there alone in the middle of the square, facing the statue. It seemed like she was praying for something. I saw that Miss had her eyes closed, so I didn't go over to disturb her." Truong Dike pieced the key points together. Midnight, the square, the statue. What Nanu was doing must have been the prayer quest. He analyzed. Prayer is a simple quest in the apocalypse world. It has to be done at 9 p.m. If you pray in a main city square for a full 3 hours, you have a chance to receive the Dream God's reward, the Dreamstone. But the Dreamstone itself is useless and can only be used as an ornament. However, if it is soaked with Dream Spring water from Dream Spirit Manor, it can turn into a Dream Flower. At that point, Truong Dike suddenly remembered. Dream Flower. I know where Nanu is. Dream Spirit Manor. Bat Hong was even more anxious. There's no time to lose. Let's move now. In no time, everyone arrived at Extreme Ice City at Dream Spirit Manor. Truong Dike walked in front and said, "Tan Long, try sending me a message." Dream Spirit Manor. Tan Long immediately obeyed, but then looked worried. "I can't send any messages. What's going on?" Truong Dike explained, Dream Spirit Manor is the domain of the Dream God Lien. To prevent Apocalypse enemies from invading, the Dream God set up a protective formation. Dangerous monsters also spawn randomly inside the manor. Any player who steps within the range of the protective formation cannot send or receive messages from other players. So if Nanu is inside, she can't receive anything, nor can she send any messages out. Saying this, he frowned. Right now, Nanu is definitely somewhere inside Dream Spirit Manor. Once we go in, we'll split up. That way, we can avoid other trouble caused by being unable to communicate. The scene shifts elsewhere. Everyone was panicking and shouting to each other. It's Dream Spirits. Everyone, prepare for battle. As soon as the words fell, two shadows in the shape of women viciously lunged toward them. Shield 7 nervously raised his sword and shield and shouted, Vajra Fury. I'll pin them down with my skill first. Then he looked at Nanu again. Little sister, the rest is up to you. She gripped her magic focus tightly. Frost Storm. Nanu also shouted loudly, Frost, heed my command. The moment the move was unleashed, the two Dream Spirits were defeated. Shield 7 stared in astonishment. A level 50 mage is really amazing. It feels like I've picked up a god-tier teammate. The corpses of the two Dream Spirits fell to the ground, still giving off faint purple smoke. At the same time, a red flower suddenly appeared from the body of one of the dead Dream Spirits. Lu Su cried out, Everyone look! A flower bloomed on that Dream Spirit's corpse. As soon as she spoke, she curiously stepped forward, about to touch it. But at that very moment, Nanu shouted to stop her. Don't touch it, but it seemed to be too late. After Nanu's warning, Lu Su had already touched it by accident. A mysterious red aura escaped from the flower, and the three of them held their breath, waiting to see what would happen. More and more of those flowers began appearing, startling Lu Su. What is happening? Shield 7 explained, after a Dream Spirit dies, there is a very small chance it will refresh into an elite monster, the Scarlet Dream Spirit. I can't believe we ran into one. The moment he finished speaking, the sound of footsteps struck the ground, followed by an arrogant voice. Beautiful humans. Why don't you go home? The voice was gentle, yet full of icy, enchanting menace, enough to make anyone who heard it shudder. The three of them, Nanu included, turned toward the source of the voice at the same time, none of them saying a word. The girl surrounded by red, killing aura spoke again. So you don't have a home after all. Since you have nowhere to go, then stay here with me. As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately used her power to bind all three of them and suspend them in midair. Seeing the dream flower, Lu Su exclaimed in surprise, Why does this Dream Spirit look like Big Sister Mage? Nanu reassured her, Don't be afraid. This is the signature skill of the powerful Scarlet Dream Spirit, Dream Transformation. Dream Transformation means that when facing an enemy, it will transform into the highest level player on the opposing side, while also copying that player's equipment and skills. Liu Sutremblith, Big Sister Mage, save me. In contrast, Nanu remained calm. These flowers survive best in semi-shaded environments. If that's the case, after a brief pause, she pulled a purple spirit stone from her chest, something like crystal quartz. Then Nanu threw that stone right into the middle of the red flowers. At the same time, she explained to the other two, these flowers are afraid of light, so we'll use intense light against them. Seizing the chance, Lu Su immediately channeled her internal force and shouted, Watch this. A burst of radiant sunlight spread out, allowing her to break free of the bindings. This was the priest's exclusive skill. Summon a zone of light in a designated area, restoring 500 HP, lasting 10 seconds, cooldown 10 minutes. The whole group let out a breath of relief, and Lu Su broke into a happy smile. We're saved, but the joy was short-lived. No sooner had it ended than 3 sharp arrows shot over from the distance. Nanu reacted quickly and shouted, Careful! Then she pulled Lu Su aside to dodge. The dream flower was shot down to the ground, and a group of strangers shouted loudly, Out of the way for your daddy. Brothers, it's a Scarlet Dream Spirit. Whoever gets it, it's theirs. Charge! Nyanyu Fau Unisi. This is bad. That burst of strong light just now attracted nearby players here. They must have come for the Scarlet Dream Spirit's reward. Lu Su snapped angrily. We were the ones who spawned this Scarlet Dream Spirit. Why do you have to steal it? Nanu then lowered her voice and said, Don't be impulsive. Let's stay here and observe first. It's not a bad thing to let them wear down some of the Scarlet Dream Spirit's fighting power. A fierce-looking man with 2 sharp fangs spoke up. Wherever Bloodgate arrives, all unrelated people get lost. The moment moment that group arrived, they began stabbing and slashing wildly. Move aside. This Scarlet Dream spirit belongs to our Bloodgate." At that, the others fled in panic. Shield 7 lowered his voice. "They're from Bloodgate, the most notorious guild in Extreme Ice City. I've seen them before bullying ordinary players, robbing by force, killing without batting an eye." Nanu cautiously lowered the hood of her cloak. "Aren't they the same people from the auction house last time? If they recognize me, it'll be troublesome. We need to leave quickly. Don't let them notice us." As soon as she finished that thought, the three of them quietly tried to slip away. But for some inexplicable reason, Wu Yin happened to glance behind him and caught sight of Nanu. Vaguely, he recalled to himself, this woman. Not letting himself wonder for long, Wu Yin immediately circulated his internal force and blasted off her hood. He looked at Nanu. "Sure enough, I didn't mistake you. You're the one who was beside Truong Dyke at the auction house last time. Where is he?" She played dumb and replied, "I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know you." Naturally, he trusted his own memory very much. "Still pretending with me? You may not know me, but I know you. I haven't even gone to Fa Hu City to settle the score with you people yet, and you actually dared to come into my territory looking for death." Shield 7 hurriedly stepped in front of Nanu. "There must be some misunderstanding here. This little sister is with us. If you want the Scarlet Dream Spirit, then we won't interfere. Please, go ahead and do whatever you want." But the moment he finished speaking, Wu Yin kicked Shield 7 hard in the stomach. "Get lost." Taking that crushing kick, he was sent flying, his body slamming hard into a huge rock as pain surged through him. Wu Yin said coldly, "I haven't had my revenge yet, and you already want to leave? Dream on." Lu Su couldn't hold back her sharp tongue. "Hey, we only came here to clear an instance. Don't go too far just because you're Bloodgate." Wu Yin tightened his grip on the weapon in his hand and replied disdainfully, "So you call this going too far?" As he spoke, he slashed forward and shouted, "Then go wait in the underworld first." Nanu could no longer endure it and rushed forward. God tier talent, Spirit Summoner. The crowd was instantly filled with indignation. Seriously? These Bloodgate people are too much. That girl didn't even provoke him. Exactly. Didn't they already say they'd give the Dream Spirit to him? No helping it. That's just how Bloodgate is vicious, abusing their power to bully others. Let's run. As Nanu's force shot out, two young female figures powerfully blocked that incoming attack. But Wu Yin smugly slashed wildly. "Your man is really useless, leaving you here to risk your life alone. You'd be better off coming with me." Nanu naturally refused to back down. Shouting in disgust as she struck back, she yelled, "In your dreams! Fireball spell!" But in just a few seconds, Wu Yin was already in front of her. Smirking arrogantly, he said, "You've got a death wish." Then he slashed again, and he still didn't stop, charging forward once more. "Since you refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit, don't blame me for not showing mercy to a beauty." At the main gate of Dream Spirit Manor, Truong Dyke had only just arrived when he was startled. "Something's wrong. Why does it look like these people are fleeing for their lives?" He immediately asked, "What happened up ahead? Why is everyone running out?" The young man answered at once, "It's Bloodgate. They killed a lot of players trying to steal a Scarlet Dream Spirit." Hearing that, he felt a wave of unease. "Could it be?" Truong Dyke then warned them, "I advise you not to go any farther. It's very dangerous." Right after that, he said to his two companions, "Come on, follow me." The three of them rushed inside at full speed. Inside, Han Nanu was already being gripped by the throat in Wu Yin's powerful hand, trembling all over. In a cold, cruel voice, he threatened, "I'm giving you one last chance to live. Call Truong Dyke out here now." Nanu stammered, "He isn't here." The two lackeys beside him laughed excitedly. What a pity for such a fresh little beauty, throwing away her life for her boyfriend. If you ask me, that Truong Dyke is just a coward. He's probably hiding in some corner shaking by now. Seeing how many people Bloodgate has here, he's too scared to show himself. Before their laughter could fade, a burst of force sliced across their throats. They only had time to scream once before blood erupted uncontrollably from their necks. That axe came hacking at Wu Yin once again, moving with terrifying speed. He was still in shock when Truong Dyke's icy voice rang out. "You dare touch her?" Seeing his beloved being bullied like this only made Truong Dyke more murderous, his fists growing fiercer. "I think you've had enough of living." With a single blow, Wu Yin was sent sprawling to the ground, and his men shouted in panic, "Boss!" Lying in Truong Dyke's arms, Nanu said, "I'm sorry, I made you worry. He replied gently and affectionately. It's fine. Stay by my side and wait a moment. I'll deal with these Bloodgate bastards first. Even with his face bruised from the punch, Wu Yin still sneered. Truong Dike, I don't think you understand the situation yet. This is Bloodgate territory. As soon as he finished speaking, he shouted, Capture both of them. I'm going to torture them properly. In an instant, Truong Dike was surrounded on all sides by Bloodgate underlings. But just then, several Bloodgate members behind them were suddenly flung into the air for no apparent reason and crashed to the ground. Bat Hong charged in, swinging his sword wildly. You dare bully my little sister? Let's see if I don't butcher you mongrels. Truong Dike reassured this sister-obsessed big brother. It's okay. Nanu only has minor injuries. Look after her first. Bloodgate people are always underhanded. Don't let them ambush you. Tan Long answered immediately. Got it. If anything goes wrong, I'll support you at any time. Don't worry, we'll protect Miss Well. At the same time, Nanu interrupted. Wait. In a weak voice, she said, Take this. It might help. Be careful yourself. He looked at it in surprise. This is... It turned out that Nanu had once again given Truong Dike the Ring of Death. He immediately accepted it and smiled faintly. Truong Dike thought smugly, This time, I'll use all of you as a sacrifice for the Ring of Death. At once, a thunderous explosion rang out from the very moment he charged forward. Truong Dike sneered inwardly. Bloodgate is nothing more than a pile of trash. I'd like to see how long you can hold out. Looking at the ring, he could not help feeling satisfied. This ring's growth limit is terrifying. Right now, forget a nobody like Bloody Wu Yin. Even a second-turn berserker wouldn't be my match. Wu Yin shouted in panic. What are you all standing there for? Shoot him. Shoot him dead. Truong Dike looked at them, calmer than ever. Truong Dike had already activated his passive skill. He shouted arrogantly. Let me show you the wrath of the demonic dragon. Xiao Hei charged out. This was an area kill move. Dragon Flame Hell. The Bloodgate members screamed frantically. It's so hot. Wu Yin had no choice but to use Bloodthirsty Frenzy again. Grinding his teeth, he said, I don't believe he could have gotten this strong in just a few days. Last time he only beat me because he got lucky. He must just be putting on a show again. As soon as he said that, he rushed forward. I'll avenge my Bloodgate brothers. But before he could do anything to Truong Dike, his axe suddenly snapped clean in two. Looking at his weapon, Wu Yin froze in shock, his eyes darting around blankly. Why you? Looking at the sword pointed straight at his head, Wu Yin finally panicked. What are you trying to do? Bloodgate is the #1 guild in Extreme Ice City. If you dare touch me, Bloodgate won't let you off. Truong Dike replied indifferently. I already killed you once. Do you think I'd be afraid to kill you a second time? You Bloodgate people commit every evil imaginable. Come one, I kill one. Come as a guild, I wipe out the whole guild. Faced with that overwhelming killing intent, Wu Yin cried out in fear, Save me. The moment the words left his mouth, his head flew off. Truong Dike said coldly, Be a good person in your next life. The remaining underlings were quickly dealt with as well. Tan Long promptly reported, Guild leader, all the Bloodgate people have been taken care of. What should we do about this elite monster? It looks like killing it would give quite a few rewards. But Truong Dike said, Don't kill it yet. Nanu, you should have obtained the Dreamstone through prayer, right? Try taking out the Dreamstone and giving it to her. Nanu imeditan an sua. Okay, right after that, Nanu handed the item to the Dream Flower. After absorbing it, she was deeply moved. Pious ones have brought the Dreamstone back to this place. Brave warriors, please follow me. Tan Long stared in surprise. Guild leader, did you secretly read the strategy guide before coming in today? You even knew this. He looked toward the Dream Flower. Where is she leading us? Truong Dike replied, Just follow her. She'll take us to find the Dream God. Following behind the Dream Flower, everyone arrived at a stream. She immediately called out, Sleeping soul, please awaken. The moment her words fell, the water's surface reacted. From within the blue water, a pale young woman emerged. Chosen one, you have finally arrived. This was the Dream God, one of the 10 great gods of the apocalypse, corresponding to one of the 10 god-tier talent cards. A pair of glowing feet slowly stepped onto the lake's surface. I have waited here for far too long. Standing atop the water, the Dream God looked straight at Truong Dike's group. So long that I've forgotten how many years have passed. She placed her hands behind her back, and a blue flower appeared at her side. As the first players to find this place, I will grant you a special reward. Through a trail of mist, the flower slowly floated toward where Nanu stood. "This is the dream flower I was searching for." A notification appeared. "Congratulations to player Han Nanu for obtaining the dream flower." Overjoyed, she threw herself into Truong Dike's arms. "That's wonderful. Xiao Hei can finally be saved." He raised a hand and rubbed Nanu's head, his face flushing red. "Why, yeah, that's right. Thanks to you, we were able to find the dream flower." Fine. Truong Dike hurriedly opened a book with a dream flower and a divine potion bottle beside him. "Next, let's study how to replicate the resurrection potion. If I remember correctly, Loi Fu Na probably made it like this before." A moment later, a notification appeared, along with a resurrection potion in front of him. "I finally got it." Lowering his head, Truong Dike raised a hand and opened a summoning circle. "Xiao Hei." He reached out and stroked Xiao Hei gently, comforting it. "You've suffered a lot lately. Don't worry. Drink this now, and you'll recover." Xiao Hei opened its mouth, and Truong Dike poured the resurrection potion into it. In an instant, a golden energy wrapped around it. Nanu ran over and hugged Xiao Hei happily. "Our lively Xiao Hei is finally back. I missed you so much." Looking up into the distance, they saw the dream god standing there watching. Silently, she stretched out her palm toward their group, leaving Nanu standing there. Looking up with a bewildered expression, a card appeared, clearly bearing the image of the dream god. Standing on the shore, Bat Hong anxiously reminded everyone, "We still don't know what's happening yet. Everyone, be careful." Nanu stood there with a hand over her chest, lifting her head to look. An image appeared, a group of people launching an attack at the gates of a manor. 1,000 years ago, the nobles invaded the continent. The Dream Spirit Manor was the only peaceful land left untouched. A group of people surrounded one figure and began sealing him away. To resist the nobles, the 10 great gods fought to the death and joined hands to seal the king of the nobles. Bound tightly in chains of sealing, he let out a strange smile. "Everything you're doing is only delaying death." The dream god sat there, curled up in fear. The images of the 9 gods faded one after another. But after that great war, the other 9 gods disappeared in succession without a trace, and I too unknowingly fell into a deep sleep. As the images dissolved into the air, she looked at Truong Dike's group. "What you're seeing now is only an illusion I created before falling asleep. Its purpose was to wait for the chosen warriors to find me and awaken me." Below, Nanu kept one hand over her chest and slowly stepped forward. The dream god disappeared. Now all that remained before the group were faint glimmers flickering across the water. A blue notification screen appeared. The dream god has vanished. Legendary hidden quest activated. After the 10 great gods sealed the Demon King, they disappeared one after another. Find the missing dream god. Truong Dike kept staring ahead and did not notice what was behind him. "Looks like we've been drawn into the quest. Everyone get ready." A moment later, as if sensing something, he suddenly turned his head. A group of savage Labo monsters with fierce faces were already charging forward, brandishing their blades. "Careful!" The whole pack of Labo rushed at Truong Dike's group, slashing with their sabers. On Nanu's side, she raised her weapon high and shouted, "I'll go stop them." Truong Dike gripped the sword in his hand and joined the battle as well. "Leave the other 2 to me." A streak of blue light shot straight toward the Labo monsters. Frozen sword roar. Seeing them all frozen in front of him, Bat Hong laughed smugly. Done. But unexpectedly, after only a few seconds, the ice around them gradually melted away. Crowd control was ineffective against them. Just as the ice was about to fully disappear, the Labo monsters charged in with sabers raised. Seeing that this method was useless, Bat Hong rushed forward with his blade and started fighting head-on. "Looks like we can only smash through them from the front." With one slash, he sent 2 enemies flying backward. The weapon in Bat Hong's hand began to shift. In just a few seconds, the weapon split apart into 2 separate blades, one in each hand. Bat Hong then swung both sabers, cutting down the enemies one after another. On the other side, Tan Long and Truong Dike were also attacking the Labo monsters. Truong Dike swung his blade and lunged forward. A moment later, the Labo monsters had completely collapsed at the feet of the 2 men. "My side is finished too." Beside them, Nanu turned to look at Truong Dike as glowing butterflies surrounded them. "So, you mean we can only leave this space after we awaken the dream god? and complete the quest. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned to look at the glowing butterflies, which were flapping out one after another from the lake water below. Suddenly, Truong Dike raised his head, his eyes glowing red. I think we'll have the answer very soon. A notification appeared. Treasure Hunter talent activated. At the bottom of the lake, a mirror was glowing amid the flowing water. There really is something strange at the bottom of this lake. Looking at the fallen Labo monsters on the ground, Tan Long crossed his arms and wondered, where exactly did these monsters come from? I already confirmed the surroundings were safe on the way here. Truong Dike crouched down and reached out to examine them. From their appearance, these monsters look quite similar to the Demon Clan warriors in the projection the Dream God showed us earlier. Nanu stood nearby, touching her chin in confusion. But weren't the Demon Clan already suppressed? Why would they appear here? Truong Dike raised his hand and spread his palm forward, sensing the air. These butterflies seemed to have appeared out of thin air too. Then he straightened and said to everyone, could it be possible that we were never in the original Dream Spirit Manor at all, but were instead pulled into the Dream God's dream? As soon as he said that, Nanu looked at him in confusion. A dream? Truong Dike lowered his head and continued explaining. In a dream, there's no need to follow the basic rules of the game. That's why Demon Clan warriors who are already suppressed can appear out of thin air, and why the butterflies can replicate themselves. He recalled the image of the Dream God from the memory scene. She can contain the data of many players and transport them normally all at once. Only the Dream God could do that. That's why she told us to find her and awaken her. Without wasting another second, Truong Dike dived straight into the water. Everyone come with me. Let's go take a look together. Water evasion spell. The other three quickly swam after him deeper below. Water evasion spell, a mage exclusive skill that grants a party buff, allowing free movement underwater for 3 minutes. Truong Dike stopped and pointed ahead with one finger. Look everyone, those butterflies are flying toward that stone gate of the palace. As he observed, he gave a faint smile and guessed. That place is very likely an entrance leading to another location. Let's head there too. Suddenly, Nanu Fao Silen. She looked around, and something at the bottom of the lake made her eyes widen in alarm. Wait, there seems to be something down here. A mass of chain-like tentacles shot out from the rocks and lashed forward, wrapping tightly around her like glue. A monster with octopus-like tentacles clung tightly to Nanu and would not let go. Nanu! The tentacles coiled around her body, squeezing so tightly that she could barely struggle. Truong Dike quickly rushed over with his blade and hacked away all the tentacles. Xiaonu, get behind me. A notification appeared. Water evasion spell remaining duration, 30 seconds. The four of them stared at the ferocious monster. This monster's regeneration ability is way too strong. Bat Hong raised his voice in warning. This is bad. The water evasion spell is about to run out. We can't keep tangling with it. Get out of here now. Seeing that time was running out, Truong Dike looked at the others and said, I can stay here and hold it off. You guys go open the door. The notification panel appeared again. 20 seconds remaining on the water evasion spell. Not wanting to waste any time, Bat Hong and Tan Long rushed forward. Tan Long, come with me and help open the stone gate. Another notification appeared, 10 seconds remaining on the water evasion spell. He quickly pressed his hand into the gap in the gate. We're almost out of time. Hurry up and open it for me. Outside, Truong Dike was desperately fighting off the monster. As more cracks appeared, Bat Hong shouted, pull harder. It's almost open. By then, his mouth was full of blood, but he gritted his teeth in pain. 1, 2, 3. The notification panel appeared again. Water evasion status ended. At last, Bat Hong and Tan Long managed to force the gate open, revealing a red protective barrier behind it, a sealing ward blocking the way. Truong Dike slashed repeatedly at the tentacles. The two of them quickly swam out of there. Seeing that she was running out of strength, he raised a hand and offered help. Take my hand. And swiftly pulled her through the barrier. But he failed to notice that one of his legs had been tightly wrapped by one of the monster's tentacles. Beside him, Bat Hong raised his weapon and struck. His blade came crashing down and severed the tentacle. Close the door now. At last, the gate shut, leaving bloodied tentacles drifting outside in the water. Inside the gate, Han Nanu looked at Truong Dike and let out a relieved breath. That was close. I nearly got dragged away by that monster just now. The young man beside her nodded. It's fine now. That octopus thing can't get in here. Not wanting to waste time, Truong Dike urged the group onward. Let's go. We need to make the most of our time and see what's inside. The four of them stepped in, where the walls were covered in writing. A notification panel appeared, noble script. Looking at the lines of text, Truong Dike began analyzing them for the others. The shape of these characters is really eerie. They give off a creepy feeling. It's noble script. It seems what the dream god said was true. This place was invaded by the demon clan. My god, there must have been an unbelievably brutal battle here. He stepped forward, passing human skulls scattered nearby. What we're seeing is probably only a small part of it. Following behind him, Bat Hong and Tan Long also moved into the bizarre scene. The demon clan invaded. Could this be related to the great calamity that's about to descend upon the apocalypse? In the dim space, three shadowy figures appeared. Before long, the apocalyptic world would welcome a new great disaster, one that no one would be lucky enough to escape. As if she had spotted something, Han Nanu pointed ahead. Look over there. In front of the group was a flight of steps. At the top sat a stone slab tightly bound in chains. Isn't it the dream god shackled to that platform? Just as Truong Dike had guessed, the figure on the stone slab was indeed the dream god. It seemed her deep slumber had not been accidental at all. Behind it, there was likely an even greater conspiracy. Suddenly, the chains began to move, jerking violently forward. Sitting atop a black throne was a young woman. You four little crawling bugs. With blazing red eyes and bared sharp teeth, she demanded loudly, "Do you even know whose territory you're trespassing in?" Dream Spirit slowly rose from her seat and stepped forward, red energy swirling all around her. "I never thought you'd actually charge all the way in here." Dream Spirit raised a hand to the dream god's throat and questioned her. "And I certainly didn't expect that after all this time, you'd still refuse to accept your fate." She seized a brilliant blue butterfly in her hand. "You're the one who brought them here, aren't you?" Dream Spirit's expression darkened. Leaning close to the dream god's ear, she whispered, "Do you know what you've done? You've dragged these young people into misery. I really want you to watch with your own eyes how these little bugs die because of you." Suddenly, from the distance, an impact sent several of her men flying into the air. Weapon raised, Han Nanu stood before Dream Spirit subordinates and shouted, "Hey, who are you? Let the dream god go." High above, the woman crossed her arms and sneered. "Let her go. That depends on whether you have the skill." In an instant, the door behind Truong Dike's group was surrounded by massive iron chains. "Now that you've entered my domain, don't even dream of leaving alive." On the other side, Dream Spirit raised an arm and a chain shot from her hand. From above, a huge boulder slowly descended along the chain. Then, with a flick, Dream Spirit hurled the boulder straight at the group. "Destroy those crawling bugs." Han Nanu and Truong Dike stood there with their eyes wide open. They immediately began using their own abilities. This place was filled with the corpses of Demon Clan warriors, perfect for the Spirit Conversion user. Spirit Conversion talent, activate. Within the green mist, the dream god floated in midair and looked down at Han Nanu below. "Your name is Han Nanu, isn't it? You are very fortunate. A tremendous power lies hidden within you, one far beyond your own understanding. Remember this, no matter what happens, you must always hold firm to your faith." Dream Spirit watched, her face falling into confusion. In the next moment, the two seemed to become one, and Han Nanu stood before the dream god with her hand forming a seal. The chain boulder suddenly reversed course and shot straight at Dream Spirit's own subordinates. Crushed beneath it, they grimaced in pain. The sight made Dream Spirit, her body wrapped in chains, burn with fury. Red-eyed, she snapped, using the same trick? "Even the one behind me couldn't defeat me. Where do you get your confidence from?" Not giving her time to boast, Bat Hong and Tan Long charged forward and attacked. "Then what if I join too? I'm helping as well." Golden Elegy of the Deep. Without any hesitation, the two of them lunged at Dream Spirit, who thrust her arm forward. "You want to die?" Soul-locking chain. The chains coiled several times around Tan Long's wrist, leaving him barely able to move. Bat Hong was no exception. His arm was bound tightly as well. "What the hell is this?" Seeing their expressions, Dream Spirit smiled smugly and shouted, "Come, become my puppets, all of you. Anyone struck by my soul-locking chain will submit to me." How is this possible? Just seconds later, both men's eyes turned bright red, and they looked like puppets. Bat Hong suddenly bared his teeth and turned his red eyes toward the rear. Without a word, he charged straight at Truong Dike's group in the distance. What I enjoy most is watching close companions kill each other. The real show is about to begin. weapon in hand. He swung down from above straight at Han Na-nu. Why, what's wrong with you? His actions made her look up in stunned disbelief. Xiao Nyanyu. Suddenly, something blocked his weapon, sending red sparks flying. It was none other than Truong Dike, who stepped in front of Han Na-nu with his blade to protect her. Bat Hong, wake up! Bat Hong unleashed a flurry of heavy strikes at Truong Dike without the slightest restraint. Watching from the side, Dream Spirit laughed with delight. He's my puppet now. He only obeys my orders. Just like that, he brought his glowing red blade down at Truong Dike again without mercy. Get lost! Truong Dike lost his footing and was forced backward, having to brace himself with his blade to keep from being knocked away. Meanwhile, Bat Hong shot toward Han Na-nu up ahead. Weapon in hand and eyes glowing red, he slowly approached her. Bat Hong, stop. She's your own younger sister. Fear was written all over Han Na-nu's face. She seemed completely helpless. Be brother, not far away, under Dream Spirit's control. Tan Long raised a sharp bow. Do not hesitate. Shoot that woman straight through the heart for me. Truong Dike dropped to one knee and shouted Han Na-nu's name. Han Na-nu, watch out behind you. The sharp arrows flew like the wind, shooting toward her back in an instant. Thanks to his magic, one of Dream Spirit's subordinates became a human shield and saved Han Na-nu's life. Han Na-nu's spirit conversion ability had grown much stronger. The summoned souls could now act independently to protect their summoner in situations like this. Dream Spirit raised both hands, red flames blazing around the chain surrounding her. Heavenly Soul Heart Lock, capture them. Bat Hong obeyed the command and launched himself down from above in attack. Give up. Your ending has already been decided. Truong Dike and Han Na-nu stood back to back, both raising their weapons defensively. If this keeps going, the only ones who'll get hurt are us. We can't go all out against Bat Hong and Tan Long. We have to find a way to break out of this fight first. Seeing that the situation was turning bad, a magic circle appeared on the ground. Summoned from the magic circle, Xiao He appeared, and the two climbed onto his back. Xiao He, looking up from below and seeing them trying to flee, Dream Spirit mocked them. I thought you had some impressive tricks if you were able to break in here. So this is all you amount to? In front of my power, all you can do is run. She raised her hand at the pair, and a chain with a pointed tail shot out. Arrow of fate-locking chains. I'll make you watch with your own eyes as your teammates betray you one by one. The chain struck Xiao He directly, and an explosion followed, sending him plummeting. In the end, Xiao He fell to the ground injured, curling up in pain. Through the thick smoke, Truong Dike got to his feet and searched for Han Na-nu. Han Na-nu, anzai. She lowered her head and stammered. I am fine. Just a few scratches. Over here, Dream Spirit slowly walked forward step by step. She came up to Truong Dike and lifted his face with one hand. Your beast and your companions will all become slaves to the Demon King. You won't escape either. With a few scratches on his face, he gave a faint smile and said, Really? Dream Spirit's eyes widened at his response, her expression turning confused. Then, from behind Dream Spirit, Xiao He suddenly appeared without warning. He opened his mouth wide and swallowed her whole. It worked. After dealing with Dream Spirit, Truong Dike, drenched in sweat, fell into thought. Bat Hong and Tan Long were controlled because she bound them with the fate-locking chains. We absolutely can't let those chains touch Xiao He. Out of nowhere, a sharp-tipped chain shot straight toward the huge rock on the ground. Truong Dike shouted, Xiao He, strengthen your left wing. In the distance, Tan Long was still under control, his bow raised high. Didn't we already defeat the Demon Clan jailer? Why haven't Tan Long and my brother recovered yet? Maybe the dispelling effect hasn't taken place yet. Or maybe, from inside a human skull, a dark crimson flower suddenly appeared. She's still alive. Dream Spirit emerged from the flower in an instant, smiling with a hint of praise. I didn't expect to be fooled by such a petty trick. But if you think that means you can defeat me, then you really are underestimating me. The scene left Truong Dike puzzled, but he quickly saw through the connection between her and the flower. Switching blossoms for the real body. Using the red spider lily to swap positions with your true self and complete a spatial exchange. That's a skill only Dream Spirit possesses. Dream Spirit raised her hand, letting a finger brush across her full lips. Could she also once have been a Dream Spirit? I admit, you're far tougher than I first thought. But this time, I won't be careless enough to let you seize another opportunity. In the red mist, Truong Dike held his blade while Han Na-nu stood beside him on guard. He questioned her. You used to be a Dream Spirit too, didn't you? That's why you fear light like the other Dream Spirits, which is why you hide here in this underwater palace, far from sunlight. Gripping his dual-colored blade, Truong Dyke stared straight at Dream Spirit and asked, "Why did you betray the dream god?" The question made her face go dark. Gritting her teeth, she snapped unwillingly, "Shut up. I never want to hear that name, or that identity, ever again." Dream Spirit moved her hand slightly, sending the chains forward. "Clearly, I'm the only one capable of leading our people to eternal victory. Yet all of you keep speaking for her." She screamed and launched herself at him and Han Na Nu. Seeing that things were turning bad, Truong Dyke immediately called out to summon someone. Ting Ting Apocalypse. In the next instant, Kaya Dan appeared beside him. "What time is it in the apocalypse right now?" A clock panel clearly appeared beside her, and Kaya Dan reported, "Master, it is currently 6:45 in the morning." Truong Dyke's actions left Han Na Nu a little confused, and she touched her chin. "You're trying to," armed with the answer, he glanced upward toward Dream Spirit floating there. "You used to be a dream spirit too, right? That's why you fear light like the others and hide in this palace at the bottom of the sea, far away from sunlight. This is the moment." The instant he finished speaking, the blade in Truong Dyke's hand shot forward. It flew straight toward Dream Spirit. She stood still and laughed confidently. "A low-level attack like that can't hurt me." With that, Dream Spirit bent back and neatly dodged the blade. But the blade did not stop. It shot upward toward the top of the cavern and exploded. The blade pierced through the hard rock wall, opening cracks that let in beams of light. The light shone straight onto Dream Spirit, making her scream in pain. No. Gone was her vicious appearance. She now appeared in soft white clothing. "What a pity. Your wonderful dream ends here." As so it was light. In that instant, Bat Hong also regained consciousness and was no longer under control. Holding his head, he frowned and stumbled forward. "Damn, my head hurts." Dream Spirit fell to her knees on the ground and looked around blankly. Who are you?" Her bewildered appearance surprised Han Na Nu, who put a hand on her waist. "What's going on?" "When she was controlling you and Tom Long to attack us just now, she wasn't like this at all." Beside her, Bat Hong pressed a hand to his forehead and observed, "The way she looks now isn't much different from the dream spirits we saw before." Truong Dyke quickly spoke up and analyzed the situation for everyone. Earlier, she was probably being controlled by the power of the demon clan. But in essence, she's still a dream spirit and cannot come into contact with light. If exposed to strong enough light, she loses all of her spiritual power. High above, the chains wrapped around the dream god gradually began to fade away. She seemed to regain consciousness, and her eyes slowly opened. The dream god floated down from above, leaving Han Na Nu below, quite startled. "Dream god." The dream god opened her palm before her and gave the command in her mind, "Awaken, all of you, my dream spirits." From above, a rain of golden light poured down, and several hundred girls in white knelt there. The dream god swiftly returned to her ruling throne. Then she looked toward Truong Dyke's group and spoke. "Young ones, I have made a fool of myself in front of you. She was only bewitched by the Demon King and temporarily lost herself. Thank you for saving her." A trace of indescribable sorrow flashed through the dream god's eyes. 100 years ago, after the Demon King was sealed away, the remaining evil spirits bewitched my clansmen. Images of the demon clan attacking her dream spirit followers flooded back. I too was forced into a deep slumber after my spiritual power was exhausted. In my dreams, I saw the forces of the demon clan sweeping in once more like a tide. I could not tell whether it was merely a dream or a warning sent down to me, but I could not stand by and watch the continent sink into another great calamity. Then came the image of the dream god wrapped all over in chains, unable to resist. In order to awaken, I had no choice but to leave behind guiding phantoms at Dream Spirit Manor for challengers to find. It was only when you appeared that Dream Spirit Manor was restored to its original state. A notification panel appeared. "Congratulations to Truong Dyke's team for completing the mission. The Dream God's disappearance. Reward obtained. Divine artifact, Blessing of the Dream God. Legendary equipment, Chest X1. A golden chest was summoned by the Dream God right in the middle of the group. This is your reward for completing the mission. Take it." Seeing the reward, Truong Dike dropped into a crouch and gave the order. There's so much equipment here. Even counting Don Fong and Xiao Jiao. If everyone takes one item, there'll still be plenty left. You too, come and see what you want. Hearing that, Bat Hong stroked his chin and thought for a moment. The Dream God armor isn't bad. As for Tan Long, he simply raised a hand and said, "That Dream God wrist guard is mine." Looking toward Han Nanu, the Dream God said, "Han Nanu, come here." The command left her flustered. The Dream God. In her hand was the weapon Nanu had used earlier for both attack and defense. The Dream God held it out toward her. A notification panel appeared. Dream God's Blessing. Level 50 type. Staff attribute bonus. Plus 20 skill. Power of Blessing. All members of the squad gain a 20 increase to attributes. Is this for me? From her hand, a golden card floated toward Nanu. Rather than saying, "I'm giving it to you," it would be more accurate to say it chose you. Your talent card was originally formed from my power. It is the purest power of the Dream God. You are another version of me, so giving it to you is the most fitting choice, is it not? The sight left Truong Dike staring with his eyes wide in shock. No wonder Nanu's spirit summoner talent and the Dream God's dream spirit summoning skill are so similar. So a god-tier talent card is actually condensed from the power of the gods of the apocalypse. Alright, floating in midair, the Dream God looked at Nanu and made one final request. You have already spent a great deal of time because of me. I will send you out of here first. But I have one more excessive request. Take my place. Hurry and find and awaken the remaining 9 gods of the apocalypse. If the great calamity truly descends, then please believe this. What I can do for the apocalypse, you can do as well. Above them was a blue sky glittering with stars, and the wind blew softly. At a vast estate nestled among high mountain peaks, Dream Spirit Manor. Truong Dike's group was sent out by the Dream God and stood there looking around. Why did this place feel completely different from before? It had originally looked gloomy and sinister. Perhaps this was the true appearance of Dream Spirit Manor, while what they had seen earlier had been the result of the Demon Clan's intrusion. Suddenly, a girl covered in scratches clutched her chest and gasped for breath. As if reacting on instinct, Han Nanu turned toward the raised hand behind her. The moment she saw the injured Lu Su crying for help, she shouted in alarm, Lu Su, what happened to you? Hurry, run." One of the red-cloaked Beast Clan members pointed at Truong Dike's group and reported to the Great Elder. Great Elder, Xue Xiao, was killed by them. Behind him, the others muttered among themselves. It's obvious these people don't take our blood gates seriously at all. The Great Elder clenched his fist, bared his sharp teeth, and ordered, "All of you move. Capture them for me." Seeing that, Truong Dike immediately guessed. Looks like they're from Bloodgate. They've come to avenge Wuyin, supporting Lu Su. Nanu raised her head and said coldly, "You committed evil first, yet you still act so arrogantly." She quickly lifted the weapon enchanted by the Dream God high into the air. Dream God's Blessing. That thing in her hand. That's the Dream God's divine weapon. They found the Dream God. On the other side, the Great Elder planted a hand on his hip and ordered his subordinates to charge with swords drawn. She's just a little brat. Bloodgate has searched for years and never found any trace of the Dream God. One look is enough to tell she's using a fake to scare us. Bloodgate, all of you attack. But all of them fell beneath the sharp blades of Bat Hong and Truong Dike. Whether it's fake or not, open your dog eyes and look carefully. Following close behind were Han Nanu and Tan Long. Power of Blessing. All squad members received a 20 increase to their attributes. The bizarre scene before him made the Great Elder frown, sweat pouring down his face. She actually obtained the divine weapon from the Dream God herself. Looking at the weapon in her hand, radiating brilliant green light, he thought grimly, it seems these people can't be allowed to live. Standing opposite him, Truong Dike pointed his two-tone blade straight ahead and shouted, still not surrendering. Behind the Great Elder, his subordinates were already wavering. "Great Elder, what do we do? All our people have fallen." "Great Elder, as long as the Green Hills remain, we won't lack firewood. How about we?" Before one of them could finish, the Great Elder grabbed him by the throat. "Great Elder, why you?" Just like that, the two Beast Clan men were sucked dry by the red aura emanating from his body. "So Bloodgate has actually raised cowards like you too? You might as well become sacrifices for me." Red smoke began to coil endlessly around the Great Elder. "Brothers, come out." Suddenly, a figure with blazing red eyes appeared in the smoke. He floated in midair. On the ground, a group of people carrying stone slabs on their shoulders surrounded Truong Dike's team. Everyone be careful. It's an ambush. The Great Elder, his eyes glowing red, bared his sharp teeth in a smug grin. You killed so many of my Bloodgate people. If I don't avenge this, what face will Bloodgate have left? The stone slabs on those people's backs suddenly slammed heavily into the ground. Two Beast Clan members among them, their eyes burning red, raised their hands high. Today, either you die, or we do. In an instant, they sliced open their palms, blood pouring out. One of the Beast Clan members immediately pressed his hand onto the stone slab. Blood spread everywhere. Prepare to die. Blood Sacrifice Grand Formation, activate. Within seconds, every stone slab was activated, and a Bagua formation enveloped Truong Dike's group. What kind of skill is this? It looks like a formation skill activated jointly by multiple people. We need to be more careful. Looking up, Truong Dike saw a blazing beam of light descending along chains from above. Not wanting to waste time, Truong Dike pointed ahead and ordered, "Everyone stay here for now. I'll go check if there's any way out up ahead." "All right." Bat Hong, standing beside him, nodded. "Then I'll check the other side." Behind them, Nanu called out, "Be careful, both of you. If it doesn't work, come back right away." A while later, sword in hand, Truong Dike reached the edge of a stone boundary shrouded in floating red mist symbols. This must be the border of the Blood Sacrifice Grand Formation. He swung his blade straight at the boundary. "Break for me!" But the power of the blade seemed useless against it and rebounded back instead. Out of nowhere, the Great Elder's enormous figure appeared above a stone slab, laughing gleefully. "You can't escape. Anyone struck by this technique cannot leave the Blood Sacrifice Grand Formation." Seeing their faces, Nanu immediately asked, "How did it go?" Truong Dike raised a hand to wipe away the sweat pouring down his face. "No good. The barrier of this formation really can't be forcibly broken with spiritual power." Bat Hong sighed and nodded. "Right. I tried several times too, and all of them failed." Outside the Blood Sacrifice Grand Formation, the Great Elder pointed at a Beast Clan subordinate beside him and ordered, "Strengthen the Blood Sacrifice Grand Formation." The bloodstains on the stone slabs began flowing in even greater amounts. Then, from beneath the ground, a group of vengeful spirits of unknown origin emerged. They swarmed toward Truong Dike's team in a relentless wave. "Everyone look, those things are surrounding us." All four of them charged forward with weapons in hand and began fighting, while Truong Dike focused on evasion. The more of the vengeful spirits they killed, the more appeared, putting the group in a desperate situation. Don't waste your strength. The number of vengeful spirits in this formation will only continue to increase over time. There is no way you can kill them all. After a while, Truong Dike braced himself on his blade, drenched in sweat and breathing heavily. So this is the terrifying part of the Blood Sacrifice Grand Formation. It uses an endless tide of vengeful spirits to continuously drain the opponent's vitality and mental strength, slowly torturing them to death. Suddenly, from behind him, a woman lunged in an unexpected attack. "Truong Dike, be careful." She wrapped her hand with its long, razor-sharp nails around Truong Dike's neck. Not stopping there, Yuling leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Handsome boy, you won't escape from the palm of my hand." She clung tightly to Truong Dike and refused to let go. "Why not stay in this formation with me? I'm really so lonely." Furious, he gritted his teeth and struggled. "I want nothing to do with you vengeful spirits. Damn it, these things are really troublesome." Meanwhile, a blazing red slash cut through something on the other side. Emerging from the smoke, Bat Hong swung his blade at the vengeful spirits. "What do we do now? There are getting to be more and more of them. If this keeps up, we won't be able to hold out much longer. We have to find a way to break this formation." He clenched his teeth and scanned the surroundings anxiously. Those four stone steels must be the key points of the formation. Only by destroying the outer shell of the stone steels can we escape from here. Gripping a blade in each hand, Bat Hong circulated his power and poured all of his internal strength into his weapons. The vengeful spirits on that side opened their mouths wide and attacked in fury, but they were instantly reduced to smoke beneath his slash. Earlier, our attacks on the barrier were too scattered. If we concentrate all our power on a single point, we might be able to break open a gap. Not wanting to waste any more time, Bat Hong rushed forward with his weapon and ordered, "I'll go save Truong Dike first. Tom Long, take Nanu and focus your power on attacking the stone steel." Standing behind them with bow in hand, Tom Long accepted the order. Understood. The sky gradually darkened, swallowing up the fading sunset. Below, within the vast grounds of Dream Spirit Manor, Deepvu lowered her head and walked forward with her eyes shut, grumbling, "How boring. I could have relied on the Dream Spirit Blood Sword to get a little something out of this, but some bastard stole it first. What a wasted trip." Suddenly, in the distance, a massive crimson pillar came into Deepvu's sight. What's going on? Didn't the Dream Spirit Blood mission already end? Why is there still such a huge disturbance? Unsure of the situation, she immediately sped toward it. From afar, she saw a group of people surrounding the red pillar, as if performing some ritual. Why are there so many Bloodgate corpses here? Aren't those people the elders of Bloodgate? This is the Blood Sacrifice Grand Formation. Images of those Beast Clan members from before suddenly flooded back into Deepvu's memory. The last time Bloodgate used the Blood Sacrifice Grand Formation was when they attacked Extreme Ice City and slaughtered the former Beast Clan leader. Could it be that this time they were targeting Dream Spirit Manor? Back in the present, within the Crimson Sphere, a golden ray of light pierced straight through the barrier. Inside, Truong Dike was struggling to break free from the resentful spirit Yuling. Truong Dike, how'd he get captured by Bloodgate? Then she paused. Wait, he can actually break the Blood Sacrifice Grand Formation? If I coordinate with Truong Dike, wouldn't we be able to wipe out Bloodgate in one go? Looking at the expression of an old man among the group of elders struggling to maintain the formation, she guessed. The formation is sustained by the blood energy of these old men. If even one of them falls, the formation will definitely be affected. And when the formation collapses, they'll surely suffer backlash. Seizing the chance, Deepvu leaped into the air. Now's the moment. She arched upward and slipped past those maintaining the formation. Deepvu unleashed a direct kick at one of them. The sight made the great elder's eyes bulge wide. His two arms stretched outward, while golden currents of energy wrapped around the blood demon formation below. Looking up from beneath, Deepvu smiled and launched her ultimate move. I've already helped you break the formation. The rest depends on yourselves. Activate stealth skill. Inside the Blood Sacrifice Grand Formation, the resentful spirit Yuling suddenly trembled at the red aura before her. Her eyes widened, her face twisted in pain as she clung to Truong Dike. The power of the vengeful spirits has suddenly weakened. Seizing the chance, he grabbed Yuling and hurled her away. From within her body, streams of red energy surged out in ever greater amounts, leaving her writhing in agony. No, my body... From behind, Bat Hong looked at Truong Dike and asked, "How are you? Are you all right?" He quickly replied, "I'm fine. Now that the formation has been broken, it's our turn to strike back." Seeing the blood demon formation shaking violently, Bat Hong gritted his teeth in worry. Not good. This formation is about to collapse. Facing him, Truong Dike looked up and urged, "We need to get out of here first. Otherwise, we'll all be trapped in this formation forever." The formation began to cave in, and boulders came crashing down. "Nyanyu, everyone, get over here. This place is collapsing." Tan Long and Han Nanu supported Lu Su as they ran to escape. "Go!" Suddenly, a deep fissure opened up and blocked the three of them. From the other side, Truong Dike raised a hand and called out, "Jump over, quickly. Come on, take my hand." Without hesitation, all three kicked off the ground and leaped into the air. Nanu's wrist was immediately caught firmly in his hand. Looking at everyone in front of him, Tan Long complained, "Hey, you two are way too indifferent. Not one of you cares about me." Pulling Nanu into his arms, Truong Dike chuckled softly. "What, are you an athlete or something? This little distance is just a small case for you." Blushing, she looked up at him and added, "I trust your strength." Back at the blood demon formation, the great elder, his eyes blazing red, frowned furiously. Today, from above, he thrust one arm downward, sending a wave of purple smoke crashing toward the formation. "None of you should dream of leaving this formation alive." The great elder dove down from the sky, red energy surging all around him. "Even if Bloodgate dies, we'll drag all of you down with us." The colored smoke thickened all around them, then slowly began to dissipate. When Truong Dike's group emerged from it, the Great Elder was horrified. "Why, you're not dead?" Looking up at the Great Elder, Truong Dike gritted his teeth and said with confidence, "We won't die that easily. The ones whose time is up today are your Bloodgate people." From outside, Deepu appeared and flung a chain toward Truong Dike's group inside. "Catch it. Hold tight to the chain. Mystic rope flying dance." Truong Dyke quickly grabbed the chain, and one by one, the others followed it as she pulled them upward. After escaping the blood demon formation, Truong Dyke raised his head and declared to the Great Elder, "Your Bloodgate has committed every evil imaginable. Today will be the anniversary of your deaths." With that, he gripped his blade and charged straight at him. On the other side, the Great Elder stood frozen, unable to move. "Damn it, my body can't move anymore after suffering backlash from the blood sacrifice grand formation." In the next instant, Truong Dyke's blade pierced straight through his chest. No. A notification panel appeared. Player Truong Dyke has killed player Huyet Tranvan, Great Elder of Bloodgate. After it was over, he looked at Deep Vu and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for helping us. This time, it was thanks to you that we were able to deal with Bloodgate." Hearing that, she smiled politely. "All right, don't be so formal. I only stepped in because I wanted to deal with Bloodgate and to repay the favor from when you helped me in Broken Dawn City last time." Several test tubes containing liquid medicine appeared in Deep Vu's hand. Pointing as she spoke, she said, "All right, take these medicines. You can let this big sister drink one first. This is the most potent life potion in the shop at Extreme Ice City. Lots of human clan players fight over it. And one more thing. About the ring last time, I'm sorry." Holding a bottle of medicine in her hand, Nanu smiled. "There's no need to pursue it anymore. It's all in the past." Leaving the three behind to enjoy the medicine, Truong Dyke turned to Deep Vu and asked, "But why did you suddenly come back to Extreme Ice City? Weren't the people from Bloodgate still hunting you down?" Pointing at herself, she answered confidently, "The most dangerous place is the safest place. Those idiots from Bloodgate would never have guessed I was living right under their noses." As if recalling something, Deep Vu looked at him and smiled meaningfully. "Still, I think you should be more worried about yourself. You're a thorn in Carlo's side now. Do you know how much the Assassin Association's bounty on you has gone up?" The news left Truong Dyke stunned. 1 million? That nephew of his was really throwing everything he had into dealing with him. A moment later, Deep Vu raised her hand to bid the group farewell and started to leave. "Now that Bloodgate has been wiped out, Extreme Ice City is no longer a threat to me. I'll continue working as an A-rank member of the association. But Extreme Ice City is like a snake without a head right now. Carlo won't let this chance slip by. He'll definitely think of a way to sneak in. You all need to be extra careful." Her words made Han Nanu somewhat anxious as she looked at Truong Dyke. Although Bloodgate had committed countless evil deeds, the other Beast Clan players were innocent. Besides, Dream Spirit Manor had finally seen the light of day again. If Carlo took advantage of the situation, the consequences would be unimaginable. Truong Dyke immediately held her hand and reassured her, "Don't worry. I definitely won't let Carlo get what he wants. We're heading to Extreme Ice City now." A few days later, Truong Dyke's group began moving to a new place, Extreme Ice City. A girl pointed toward the city gate and introduced it to them. "This is the main city of the Beast Clan, Extreme Ice City. Normally, when we don't have missions outside, we live here." Every step they took drew whispers from the people behind them. "Did you hear? It was those human clan players who wiped out Bloodgate." "Seriously? Bloodgate was the top guild in Extreme Ice City, and a squad like theirs destroyed them." "Absolutely true. I heard they even found the Dream God and got the divine weapon from her." Sensing something off, Han Nanu turned to inform Truong Dyke. "Ever since we entered the city, these Beast Clan players have been secretly staring at us, and about us wiping out Bloodgate. No one else should know that we have a divine weapon, right?" Qing Long told them. He recalled how Tan Long had been trying to ingratiate himself with the people in the city. "Before we set out, I told Tan Long to enter the city ahead of us and spread the news that our guild had destroyed Bloodgate and obtained the Dream God's divine weapon. That way, it would pave the way for us to enter the city smoothly and stabilize people's hearts. Otherwise, these Beast Clan players wouldn't be easy to deal with." Hearing that, she clicked her tongue in admiration. "You're really smart." Truong Dyke glanced at the crowd behind them and immediately understood. In this place, people only respected strength. If he wanted to take control of Extreme Ice City, then he had to take things a step further and expand the guild's power until its ranking became #1 in the city. In another place, Lu Su pointed ahead and introduced it to the group. "The Guild Management Association, we're here. This is Extreme Ice City's Guild Management Association." From inside, a girl with green skin stepped forward to greet them. "I didn't expect guests from the human clan to travel all the way here." The enchantress quickly ran over and grabbed Truong Dyke's arm. "Whatever you need, just say the word. Any service you want, we've got it here." His eyes widened. He seemed to feel a burst of anger coming from Han, Nanu behind him. What killing intent? Truong Dike quickly pushed the enchantress away. I'm here to level up my guild, not for any weird services. Taking the bag he handed her, she nodded repeatedly and accepted the task. All right, I'll take care of it right away. Looking at the notice board that appeared in front of Truong Dike, the enchantress cheerfully explained, based on your guild's current contribution value, your guild has been upgraded to level 5. Once your guild contribution value meets the requirements for another promotion, feel free to visit again. Next came recruiting the strongest players in Extreme Ice City into the guild, so its strength would rank first in the city. Guild contribution value was earned whenever guild members completed missions and dungeons. Standing high up in front of the Guild Management Association building, Truong Dike braced one hand and addressed everyone. Everyone, I'm sure you've all heard the news that Bloodgate has been destroyed. He clenched his fist, his gaze serious as he sincerely appealed to them. Bloodgate has always exploited and oppressed other players. People like Han Na-Nu and the others didn't dare to speak out. In the end, they reaped what they had sown. Right now, I need everyone's help. Join my guild, and together we can build an extreme ice city free of exploitation. The people below looked at one another and discussed it for a while. Then one of them raised his hand and said, "Give me a slot." When Bloodgate attacked me at Dream Spirit Manor, it was members of their guild who bravely stepped up to protect me. I trust them. Very quickly, his group attracted a large number of recruits. Our guild isn't like Bloodgate. Our guild's only ideal is peace and love. Save me a slot too. A wave of people rushed up the steps. At me too, not far away, a man shrouded in illusory purple smoke watched their actions. Truong Dike, I really did underestimate you. Beneath a sky full of glittering stars, inside a tavern in the city, Extreme Ice City, the King Lion's Pride Tavern. To the pounding music and a table full of food, Truong Dike's group was being celebrated. The combat power of our guild, Divine Hunter, has surpassed Xiaoyao Pavilion and officially become the #1 guild in Extreme Ice City. Let's all cheer for the guild leader. Everyone raised their mugs of barley ale and shouted in celebration. Long live Divine Hunter! Long live Guild Leader! Suddenly, outside the door, Tan Long raised his hand to signal to Truong Dike. Standing opposite him, his face was full of worry. Guild Leader, something strange happened in the city. Truong Dike was puzzled. What is it? Tan Long quickly recounted what had happened when he went to buy medicine. Boss, I like some life potions. I'm terribly sorry, but everything in the shop has sold out. Please wait until next week, after the items refresh, before coming back. Covering his face slightly with his hand, Tan Long looked at Truong Dike and explained in a low voice, "Just now, I went to buy life potions like you instructed, but after running through all the shops in the city, every single one was sold out. Medicine and other equipment had all been bought clean too." After hearing that, Truong Dike turned his head aside and stroked his chin in thought. Someone swept clean all the items from the shops in Extreme Ice City, turning the city into an empty shell where no one can buy anything. Looks like someone doesn't want us living comfortably in Extreme Ice City. Then he looked around at the people happily chatting all through the tavern. Who could possibly have that kind of terrifying wealth? To buy out an entire city overnight. We have to catch the mastermind behind this before the crisis hits. Looking at Han Na-Nu in front of him, Truong Dike informed her and the others. Tonight, the shops in Extreme Ice City will refresh their stock again. If someone deliberately bought everything out, then tonight that person will definitely appear. Standing there with a serious look, he proposed to everyone in the city. Everyone, lie in wait in your own shops. If you see anyone acting suspiciously, record their route and what they're wearing. Remember, do not confront them or you'll alert the enemy. Understood. Suddenly, from the distance, Deep Vu appeared, chasing after a priest. Leave that stuff behind, Deep Vu. Sensing that something was wrong, Truong Dike turned back, gave his instructions, and ran after her. Everyone, carry out the original plan first. I'm going to see what happened. In the priest's hand was a whole bunch of tiny explosives he had been hiding. Without hesitation, he hurled them all hard toward the people. You want the goods, don't you? Then take them. Meteoric barrage. The bombs, on the verge of exploding, shot straight toward Deep Vu, leaving her stunned. These are bombs. Warning signs began flashing on the bombs. Just seconds later, an explosion with tremendous destructive power went off. Which bastard is throwing bombs around? Don't you know fireworks are forbidden in the main city? I'll blow you all to pieces. From within the smoke, Truong Dike held Deep Vu tightly and shielded her. Be careful. Seeing him fall to the ground, Deepu immediately asked, "Are you alright?" Looking up at her, Truong Dyke asked, "Who exactly were you chasing?" They actually dared to throw bombs in the main city. Sitting on top of him, Deepu quickly explained the whole story. The two of them were already sneaking around looking for shops as soon as they entered the city. I followed them for a while and discovered they were planning to buy out all of Extreme Ice City. As expected, Truong Dyke turned to look at her. It's them. So they really did sneak in from outside the city. His hand immediately grabbed Deep Vu's wrist and pulled her along. "Come on, let's take care of them together." The two of them burst into a sprint toward the fleeing priests. "What do we do? There's another one now." Our mission in Extreme Ice City didn't include fighting them. One of them glared at the pair angrily. "Looks like they're going to chase us to the end. Since we can't shake them off, then just blow them all to death." Receiving the order, the others continuously threw bombs behind them. Bloom, blow everything up. The bombs flying toward them were stopped by a protective barrier. "Guild leader, I'm here." Giant rebound, reinforced shield. All of those bombs were reflected straight back toward the priests. No. Every one of them began showing signs that they were about to explode. A few seconds later, a huge explosion went off in front of Truong Dyke's group. The smoke from the blast gradually cleared. Many figures appeared in the distance. Han Nanu slowly walked over to him and asked with concern, "Is everyone all right?" A lot of innocent players in the city were injured. Tan Long and Lu Su have already gone to treat them. "Are these the buyers we were investigating?" As they all surrounded the troublemaking priests in the city, he answered, "Yes. They're the ones causing trouble in the city, trying to buy out all the shop's goods." Bat Hong crouched down and examined one of them. These two were setting off bombs recklessly without caring whether other people lived or died. They don't seem like ordinary players from this city. They're more like members of Divine Guild from Moonlight City. From the corpse, he took out something. "Look, everyone, this badge." Truong Dyke held up the shining black and gold emblem in his hand. "I've seen this symbol on members of Divine Guild before. Looks like everything was directed by Carlo." Holding the badge out toward Han Nanu, he proposed, "Han Nanu, Bat Hong, I'll have to trouble the two of you to stay in Extreme Ice City and hold the fort for now. If anything unexpected happens, help stabilize the situation. I'm going to Moonlight City to see what exactly Carlo is trying so hard to do." Hearing that, she rested her chin on her hand and reminded him, "Be more careful when you get to Moonlight City. After all, that's Carlo's territory." From behind, Deepu also appeared, raising her hand to join in. "I'm going too. Don't forget, I'm someone who's dealt with Carlo before." Deep Vu crossed her arms, her cheeks puffed up in anger. He actually dared to set his sights on Extreme Ice City. We definitely have to make him pay. Back to a vast tower beneath the full moon at night, Moonlight City. Outside the city gates, guards on both sides drew their swords to block the two of them. "Hey, you two, what are you doing?" A badge was taken out from his hand. Truong Dyke raised it high and spoke in a commanding tone. "Blind? We're people the guild leader sent out on a mission." Following his lead, Deepu put her hands on her hips and added, "That's right. If you delay the guild leader's important business, be careful your heads don't roll." The moment they saw the badge, the two guards quickly lowered their heads and let them through. This lowly one has a poor memory. "Please, go ahead." Once inside, she turned to look at Truong Dyke and clicked her tongue. "Hey, I couldn't tell before, but your acting skills are pretty good. Where'd you learn that?" He calmly replied, "I'm nowhere near as good at acting as you. The first time we met, you practically sent me straight into a tiger's den." Ahead of them, a group of priests was carrying trays full of goods. Looking at the two of them, one priest pointed and barked, "Hey, you two, get over here." Beneath the majestic vaulted roof of Moonlight City, after noticing them, he asked loudly, "What happened to you two? Why are you back so late?" Truong Dyke and Deep Vu silently stepped forward, and he explained, "Something came up on the road, so we were delayed." The moment he finished speaking, the priest's face darkened, and he sneered menacingly, "Get back in line now. If you delay everyone's progress, I'll make you regret it." Witnessing the priest's attitude, the two of them could not help but be startled. Following behind the priests in a line, Truong Dyke and Deep Vu remained cautious. He whispered, "Look at the potions and equipment in their chests. It's obviously not the same kind as ours. They must have bought them from other main cities." I noticed that too. There seems to be a lot of human clan equipment in there. For now, let's just follow them and see. Suddenly, one priest cried out and ordered them, "In a bit, you'll go in one by one. Put the stuff down and come back out. If you die because you're too slow, I won't take responsibility." A moment later, the group of priests arrived in front of a room, and one priest touched the door lightly to check it. Then he pushed the door open and entered. Another priest pointed into the room and said, "Go in." When the group of priests disappeared into that strange room, a sudden terrified scream echoed out. "Help! Help!" Calmly lowering his head, the priest revealed a mysterious smile. "Just an accident. Keep going in." With only a faint sliver of light spilling from the doorway, the two of them timidly entered with the group of priests. Suddenly, two red potion bottles were hurled hard toward them. Startled, Deepu shrank into Truong Dike's arm. So scary. Beneath the priest's masks, the two of them were stunned, and Truong Dike instinctively realized, This is... The scene before them was horrifying. Two demonic beasts were devouring food, while in the pitch-black silence, countless savage red eyes stared fixedly at them. Innumerable starving demonic beasts were eyeing them hungrily. Stopping in front of them, Truong Dike was shocked that Carlo actually raised demonic beasts in a place like this. The very next second, he immediately raised one arm to protect Deep Vu and loudly warned everyone around them, "Don't panic. Even if you're scared, don't show it. Don't alarm these demonic beasts. The moment they smell your fear, they'll immediately see you as prey and attack." The moment he finished speaking, the demonic beasts bared their jaws and roared viciously. Truong Dike quickly came to a conclusion. So Carlo sent those black-clothed people to sweep up goods from other main cities in order to feed these demonic beasts. He's converting resources into EXP to level them up, so they can mature quickly. Carlo really will stop at nothing. Demonic beasts raised this way have no real bond with their master at all. They can easily go berserk and lose control. Suddenly, footsteps slowly approached them and then stopped. At once, Truong Dike and Deep Vu stiffened and turned to look. It was Carlo. Proud and wearing a confident smile, he looked at them. The priest beside him immediately spoke in a fawning tone. "Guild leader, why have you come here?" He replied indifferently, "I came to see how the progress of your demonic beast cultivation is going." Then Carlo and the priest ignored the two of them and walked straight ahead. As he walked, he leisurely said, "At the current rate, it'll take about 2 more weeks before they're all fully cultivated." Rustle, one of the demonic beasts was seething, and it let out an extremely savage roar. The next second, the demonic beast opened its maw and spewed a stream of blazing red fire at Carlo and the priest, scaring the priest so badly that he hugged his head and dodged. Seizing the moment while Carlo wasn't paying attention, Truong Dike, dressed in a priest's robe, rushed up behind him with a golden card in hand. In the blink of an eye, he was done before Carlo had even fully reacted. As soon as it was over, a system notification appeared, informing him that he had successfully copied the God-tier talent Great Tycoon and received the mission reward. Seeing that, Truong Dike thought to himself, 100-fold drop rate. No wonder this guy has so many gold coins and can raise so many demonic beasts. With a 100-fold reward, 1 kill from him is worth 100 from me. As for Carlo, a weapon immediately appeared in his hand. The Silver Dragon Flute, a legendary exclusive item for beast tamers. Frowning, he sneered, "A bunch of trash." He stood calmly among the demonic beasts, raised the flute to his lips, and began to play. It was no ordinary flute. Its sound could control demonic beasts. Seeing the scene before him, Truong Dike could hardly believe his eyes. He exclaimed in shock, "So it's actually the Silver Dragon Flute. I heard its music can control even the mighty ancient dragon race, but its drop rate in dungeons is extremely low. Only a handful of beast tamers have ever obtained it. Looks like Carlo's god-tier talent has helped him a lot." After finishing his tune, Carlo lowered the flute and turned to the priest, instructing him sternly, "The Night Order is waiting for the demonic beasts on your side. Keep speeding up the cultivation. If you delay my city siege plan, I'll feed you to the beasts." The priest immediately replied, "Yes, guild leader, rest assured." Right after that, Deep Vu hurried over and threw herself into Truong Dike's arms. Flustered, he asked, "Are you all right? Now that we've figured everything out, let's get out of here." She replied anxiously as well, "I don't want to come back to this hellish place ever again." But unfortunately for them, Carlo had somehow appeared right behind them. The two immediately ran for it. In a cold voice, he said, "You two stop." With his sharp senses, Truong Dike's gaze instantly turned cautious. While he and Deep Vu had been talking, Carlo had somehow appeared behind them in an instant. Truong Dike was startled and worried. "Damn it, have we been discovered?" Sensing that something was off, Carlo looked at them warily. Before he could say anything, Truong Dike respectfully cupped his hands and stammered, "Gu Guild Leader, do you have any orders for us?" Carlo merely glanced at him and casually ordered, "Don't you see everyone else is busy? Go deal with the corpses on the ground." As soon as he finished speaking, Carlo closed his eyes tightly and clenched his fist, gritting his teeth in frustration. A bunch of useless freeloaders. The two of them and the other priests immediately dropped to their knees, and one priest said, "Take care, guild leader." Seeing Carlo's attitude, Truong Dyke was furious, but he only gripped the hem of his clothes to restrain himself. Soon after, he and Deep Vu left the room together with the priests. He reassured everyone, "We're finally safe. Let's go." Deep Vu said with relief, "After I get back, I want to sleep soundly. I just hope I won't dream about those terrifying demonic beasts." In the blink of an eye, deep night had covered the sky like a mysterious black velvet cloth. A few faint lights filtered through the late-night clouds, and distant moonlight shone softly. The moon hung high above, casting its gentle glow over the top floor of the tavern in extreme Ice City. At that moment, Truong Dyke sat there absent-mindedly, deep in thought, when Han Nanu walked over. Cheerfully, she said, "Ever since you came back from Moonlight City, you've looked like you have something heavy on your mind." She slowly sat down beside him, her face showing a trace of concern. "Did something happen?" He simply smiled at her and said, "This time, in Moonlight City, I uncovered an important piece of intelligence. Carlo is secretly training a large number of demonic beasts." The moment he finished, Han Nanu leaned forward to look at him in shock. "Training demonic beasts?" He turned to her and gently replied, "That's right. It seems he's even equipping those beasts with a night order. Before I left, I heard him mention a city siege plan. If my guess is correct, Carlo formed this demonic beast night order to launch an attack on another main city." After hearing that, Han Nanu was stunned. Hesitantly, she asked about his risky decision. "Can we really withstand Carlo's attack?" Seeing how worried she looked, Truong Dyke rested his chin on his hand and quietly analyzed. "No. Extreme Ice City's current defensive structures are only at a basic level. If a large number of demonic beasts attack at the same time, the city's defenses will be destroyed in an instant. However, that doesn't mean we have no chance." His eyes suddenly turned sharp, and his tone became especially serious. "In this apocalyptic world, there's a kind of elemental crystal that contains a special power. It can not only block high-temperature dragon breath, but also reinforce a main city structures. Once we upgrade with it, we can use it to launch a counterattack. But this precious mineral can only be mined by the earth spirits who live underground. If we can find enough elemental crystals before Carlo's demonic beast night order is fully formed, then we'll have the strength to fight." The next second, Truong Dyke decisively placed a hand on Han Nanu's shoulder and urgently said, "Nanu, I need your help with something." Then he seriously began to explain his plan to her. "Next, I'm going out to search for elemental crystals. I'll need you to protect Extreme Ice City here. Duan Feng and Xiao Jiao are still in Dawnbreak City right now, so I'll call them over to help you." After hearing him out, Han Nanu nodded in agreement. "All right, go look for the elemental crystals without worry. We'll guard Extreme Ice City. Nothing will happen." Before long, dawn arrived. In the lush green forest, the breath of the woods drifted through the layers of trees. As Truong Dyke slowly walked through the vast forest, he thought tensely. Earth spirits usually live in the outskirts far from the city. This forest is one of their usual activity zones. I should be able to find some trace of them here. Suddenly, he stopped short before an abnormally large footprint on the ground. Looking down at the strange print, Truong Dyke's eyes widened curiously. Slowly crouching down, Truong Dyke placed his hand beside the footprint to compare sizes. Then he suddenly realized in shock, it's a giant's footprint. But this isn't normally where giants are active. If a giant suddenly appeared here, there must be a reason. With that, he rested his chin on his hand and fell into deep thought, connecting the giants to his own speculation. Giants and earth spirits are two races that have been at war all year round. The giants rely on their massive bodies to enslave the earth spirits, while the earth spirits use their agility and various inventions to fight against the giants. So if giants suddenly appeared here, it could be related to the earth spirits. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the distance, making him stare wide-eyed in surprise. "Hey, little earth spirit, found you." Glancing at the giant clinging to a tree trunk in the distance, Truong Dyke quickly spotted the earth spirit. The giant thrust his face into the tree hollow, glaring fiercely at Nifu as he threatened her. "Let's see where you can run this time." Nifu was so frightened that tears welled in her eyes. "Why you? Don't come any closer." Seeing this, Truong Dyke condensed energy into a sphere in his palm. In an instant, he hurled the energy ball at the giant and shouted, "Big guy, eat my chain lightning." The attack was so fierce that it snapped the surrounding trees and blasted the giant away. Wherever the technique passed, trees shattered in its wake. Caught completely off guard by the sudden strike, the giant gritted his teeth, raised a hand to clutch his head, and cursed angrily, "You tiny human, how dare you sneak attack me from behind?" Truong Dike merely gave a smug smile and taunted him. "What can I say? I just can't stand seeing you big brutes bully the weak just because you're bigger." Suddenly, the giant grabbed hold of a tree trunk. Still furious, he threatened viciously, "Daring to ruin my good business? I'll teach you a lesson." As soon as he finished speaking, he uprooted the ancient tree with both trunk and roots. The giant's strength was so great that the ground cracked and dirt and rocks flew everywhere. Curled up in the tree hollow, Nifu shut her eyes tightly in fear at the violent shaking. Without hesitation, the giant hurled the ancient tree straight at Truong Dike. Fortunately, Truong Dike dodged in time, but inwardly he thought, "The strength of giants lies in the crushing power brought by their huge size, but their weakness is obvious too." Before the giant could react, Truong Dike flashed behind him with sword in hand. The giant looked over in alarm. That's right, their lack of agility. It was too fast, too dangerous. Truong Dike decisively slashed down hard, and the giant had no time to defend himself before crying out in pain. In an instant, the giant was completely defeated. Then a system notification appeared announcing Truong Dike's level up. Hearing it, he frowned and said, "Damn it, the god-tier replication talent copied from Carlo is way too overpowered. With this talent, not only is leveling much faster, but even killing an ordinary minor monster can give a huge amount of gold." Glancing into the forest, a hint of surprise crossed Truong Dike's face when he saw something. It was Nifu, poking her head out from the tree hollow to look at him. Still shaken, she still looked somewhat wary. Truong Dike gently held out his hand and reassured her, "It's safe now. Come out." Seeing the kind smile on his face, Nifu relaxed a little and asked, "Oh really?" Just like that, she finally felt at ease and carefully placed her hand in Truong Dike's. Having been saved, Nifu was so moved that tears streamed down her face. Wiping her cheek, she choked out, "Thank you for saving me." After she stopped crying, Nifu raised a hand to adjust her crown. Suddenly, Truong Dike leaned closer and gently asked, "Little earth spirit, is that an elemental crystal on you? I'm looking for this kind of mineral. Could you sell it to me?" The moment he finished speaking, Nifu jolted in fright and hurriedly refused. "No, this crown is very important to me. I can't give it to you, but if you can escort me back to the earth spirit camp, I can help ask my people to sell you whatever surplus they have left." The next second, a system notification for the mission and completion reward appeared. At the same time, Truong Dike pointed at himself and smiled warmly. "All right, don't worry. I'll definitely escort you home safely." Under the green canopy, rays of morning light filtered through the leaves. Truong Dike turned to Nifu and asked, "Aren't you earth spirits supposed to move around together? Why did you appear here alone? It's so dangerous outside. Aren't you afraid the giants might catch you and eat you?" She looked at him and stammered, "I just came out to search for clues about the main god. As long as we can find the main god will protect us. Then we won't have to fear the giants anymore, and we won't have to keep living a life of hiding everywhere, every day." The next moment, Truong Dike sank into thought. Stroking his chin in silence, he speculated, the earth spirit's main god has gone missing too. Could this also be related to the invasion of the Ghost Clan? Suddenly, they stopped in front of a green magical wall in the middle of the forest, and Nifu called out loudly, "We're here." Then magical butterflies flew toward Nifu. It turned out they were responsible for facial verification. She quickly raised 2 fingers and smiled, and a second later, Nifu's identification image appeared. As soon as that was done, a magic circle immediately appeared beneath her feet, spinning into a violent vortex. Truong Dike quickly jumped in as well. Nifu looked over at him, surprise flashing across her face as she saw him gradually disappear. In the blink of an eye, The magic circle transported them into another dimension, leaving the forest as quiet as if nothing had happened. After the transfer, the two arrived in a huge cave filled with sharp mineral outcrops and weapons everywhere. Nifu calmly explained, "This is where we usually mine, or after that, we transport it to the cities and sell it for money." After hearing that, Trongdike looked around and asked, "Then if you sell, or shouldn't you be able to earn a lot of money?" Nifu hurriedly explained awkwardly, "Not really. Ordinary, or doesn't sell for much. Only the elemental crystals you're looking for are worth a bit more. But they're very rare, and the mining yield is extremely low." Suddenly, Nifu's stomach growled, making her blush and clutch her stomach in embarrassment. Seeing that she was hungry, Trongdike walked over holding a fragrant roasted chicken drumstick and said, "Here, this is a roast drumstick I brought with me. You can have it." Nifu lito. "Really? Thank you." Holding the drumstick in her hand, she took a big bite, her face filled with happiness. As she wolfed it down, the two continued walking, slowly heading deeper into the cave. Suddenly, Trongdike stopped in his tracks. He froze, eyes widening in horror. What was before them was so terrifying that the roast drumstick in Nifu's hand dropped to the ground. Right in front of them was a scene of utter ruin. The castle was drowned in smoke and flames, and all the guards had been brutally slain. Witnessing this, Nifu was heartbroken. She couldn't even swallow her food. Her eyes filled with tears as she stared in shock. How did this happen? Without hesitation, Trongdike immediately ran over to one of the fallen guards. Frowning, he voiced his judgment. A fierce battle took place here. It seems the giants already stormed your camp. With tears in her eyes, Nifu asked in confusion. Our camp was heavily guarded. How could the giants possibly break in? The two got up and moved farther inside, where they discovered a vast, bottomless pit. Trongdike continued his analysis. They probably climbed up through this deep tunnel and then launched a sneak attack on your people. Walking closer to the deep pit, the two looked down in bewilderment. Nifu anxiously cried out, "I want to avenge my people." At that moment, a thought flashed through Trongdike's mind. This residual power feels a lot like the power of elemental crystals. Suddenly, the system displayed a rescue mission for the Earth Spirits, along with a reward for completion. After thinking it through, he immediately turned to her and urged angrily, "Let's go. I'll help you teach those hateful giants a lesson." Reaching a secluded place, the two hid behind a huge boulder to scout ahead. Sneaking forward step by step, the two successfully got closer to the giants' hideout. Inside the shelter, two giants were joking around while waiting for a pot of water to boil. One of them said, "What rotten weather. It's still better to lie around in a warm house." This time, thanks to our captain, we managed to find the Earth Spirit's nest. Once we deliver those Earth Spirits and these elemental crystals to headquarters, we'll be rich. The other one replied, "Exactly. Sure enough, if you follow the captain, you'll eat well and live well." Hearing that, Nifu was furious. She charged forward and shouted, "This is too much. They've bullied our people into such a miserable state. I'm going to beat those bastards up." Not letting her act rashly, Trongdike immediately grabbed her by the clothes and snapped, Hey. If you rush in, who exactly is beating whom? This is giant territory. If we make a commotion, it'll only bring more trouble. Saving people is urgent, so leave it to me." Suddenly, a gust of wind swept past, making the curtain at the base entrance flutter, followed by a stern voice. "Getting rich by stealing other people's things. Don't you feel any shame doing something like that?" The giant had only just noticed something was wrong when a sword slammed down in front of him. At that moment, Trongdike was standing at the entrance. The giant panicked. Who, human? How did a human get in here? The moment he recognized a human, the giant jumped to his feet. But thanks to the hallucinogenic powder that had been thrown in time, before he could even finish speaking, his eyes began to droop. "Where is there?" A furious scolding rang out. "Shut up and go enjoy your sweet dream of eating well and dressing well." Drugged by the hallucinogen, the giant collapsed with a thud. Trongdike quickly ran to the iron bars imprisoning the Earth Spirits and reassured them, "Don't be afraid. I'm not a bad person. I'm here to save you." From behind the curtain, Nifu gently pulled it aside. The moment she poked her head in, one of the Earth Spirits cried out in shock, "Princess." Overjoyed, Nifu hurried over to where everyone was being held. One of them asked, "Little princess, why are you here?" Another said anxiously, "Princess, you need to leave now. This place is very dangerous." She only comforted them softly. Don't be afraid, everyone. This human is very powerful. He just saved my life, so he can definitely help everyone get out of here. Hearing that from behind her, Trong Dike muttered in surprise, Princess? While everyone was still rejoicing, a heavy series of footsteps began approaching from outside the base. Behind the curtain, the shape of a giant appeared. Seeing this, Truong Dike warned anxiously, Wait, someone's coming. A huge hand slowly pulled the curtain aside, followed by a vicious voice. Hey, I told you to keep watch properly. Don't tell me you snuck inside to loaf around again. It turned out to be Ka Sam, a level 70 giant captain. He stormed into the base with 2 subordinates and saw the guards collapsed on the floor. He shouted, How dare they sleep while on watch? Men, drag them outside and give them a beating. Suddenly, Ka Sam turned and looked at the imprisoned earth spirits. Pointing at them, he warned, I'm warning you. Behave yourselves for now. Otherwise, once we get to the giant kingdom, I'll throw you into the hardest labor there is. As the 2 subordinates dragged the unconscious guards outside, they cursed angrily. Hey, stop sleeping. Wake up and walk on your own. Damn, sleeping like the dead and heavy as hell too. Meanwhile, Truong Dike had successfully hidden himself. With a smug look, he recalled that critical moment just now. Luckily, he had managed to escape disaster by using the leftover invisibility potion from before. While invisible, Truong Dike calmly observed everything around him. Watching Ka Sam leave, he thought, right now, there are giants guarding the outside everywhere. If I want to rescue all these earth spirits, it won't be easy. Once they were gone, his invisibility wore off. Truong Dike quickly ran to Ni Fu and informed her breathlessly, the giants will definitely heighten their guard next. If we recklessly rush out, we'll only end up in an even worse situation. But don't worry, I'll follow them along the way and find a chance to rescue all of you. After hearing that, she replied, I trust you. Then Ni Fu carefully took something out. Right after that, she resolutely handed it to him through the bars. It was an Earth Spirit communicator. Smiling, Ni Fu explained, This is our Earth Spirit communicator. Take it and stay in contact at all times. My people, and I will fight alongside you. One of the Earth Spirits echoed, That's right. We'll all follow the princess's decision. Another said eagerly, The giants destroyed our homeland. We will fight them to the end. In the blink of an eye, the giants had reached a barren canyon. But they had no idea Truong Dike was secretly observing them. Those giants had already been wandering around this canyon for 2 hours, and now they had stayed still in one place for over an hour. It seemed Ka Sam had noticed something. If his guard couldn't be lowered, there would probably be no way to find out the location of the giant kingdom. For the moment, safe enough, he lightly jumped down behind a huge rock to make it easier to respond. The very next second, Truong Dike threw a small pebble toward one of the giants, successfully drawing his attention. But it turned out not just one giant. All the giants around them had noticed the sound. Ka Sam immediately shouted, Hey, stop hiding and get your ass out here. Believe it or not, I'll smash you to death with this boulder. Knowing he'd been exposed, Truong Dike awkwardly scratched his head and stuck his face out, then stiffly explained, just passing by. I'll leave right away. As soon as they heard that, one giant frowned in confusion, while another cried out in alarm, Captain, it's him. He's the one who knocked us out with hallucinogenic powder. Standing across from Truong Dike, Ka Sam's face was icy and his eyes blood red as he asked in a low voice, Kid, you've been tailing us all the way. What do you want? Seeing that expression, Truong Dike was a little wary, but still spoke in a provocative tone. I thought you lot were all brawn and no brains, so I figured you wouldn't notice someone following you. The moment he finished speaking, Ka Sam went berserk and leaped high into the air, clenching his fist as he roared in fury, You're courting death. What I hate most is when people say we're all brawn and no brains. In the blink of an eye, Ka Sam brought down a ferocious punch right where Truong Dike stood, shattering the surrounding ground and rocks and sending debris flying everywhere. But luckily, Truong Dike dodged in time. Still not over his rage, Ka Sam panted violently, glaring at him with blood-red eyes before threatening, I'll show you what real brute strength looks like. Suddenly, the muscles in his arm bulged, and his arm rapidly expanded to a monstrous size. It was his giant arm state. Immediately, Ka Sam slammed a punch straight into the ground, blasting the earth and stones apart. Seeing that, Truong Dike instantly dodged with lightning speed. While evading, he used the communicator to instruct Ni Fu, Little Earth Spirit, find a chance to stick the tracking device onto that big guy. Behind the bars, She held the communicator and replied at once with determined eyes. Understood. Seeing Truong Dike constantly running, Ka Sam grew even more smug and laughed contemptuously. Look at your feet. You've already fallen into my trap. Truong Dike gathered lightning under his feet and shot across the lava pit below, thinking to himself, your acting is so bad your face practically spells out there's a trap here. On Nifu's side, she was straining with all her might to squeeze out through the sturdy bars. But suddenly, a giant hand reached in from behind, accompanied by a sinister voice. Did you really think I wouldn't notice there was one more earth spirit? I figured it out long ago. Unluckily for her, Nifu was caught by Ka Sam between two fingers. He grabbed her by the leg and held her upside down while huffing angrily. So this is the human you went looking for? You think relying on this weak little human, who can't take a single blow, is enough to defeat us giants? Ridiculous. Terrified, she screamed, let me go. As she struggled, she kept flailing her arms and legs to throw something onto his head. Nifu angrily cursed, you stinking giant. Annoyed, Ka Sam sneered, your Earth Spirit clan should have disappeared long ago. It turned out that what she had thrown onto Ka Sam's head was a tiny tracking device. Without the slightest bit of mercy, he let her drop from high above. He even spoke in a disdainful tone. If you behave, I might spare your life. But for disobedient brats like you, just disappear from me. From the sky, Truong Dike dove down and shouted, don't. But because he'd let his guard down, Ka Sam instantly thrust out his fist to block Truong Dike's path. The attack came so suddenly that he couldn't dodge and took the blow head-on. After taking the heavy hit, Truong Dike was flung hard into a rocky outcrop, sending dust and debris billowing everywhere. At that moment, Nifu was desperately clinging to the edge of a cliff, trembling with tears in her eyes. Suddenly, Nifu jolted when she looked up, her eyes wide with horror. Unbelievably, Ka Sam had come right over and was now face to face with her while tossing stones. Delighted, he mocked her. You really are one naive and stubborn little earth spirit. But don't forget, killing your kind has always been as easy as crushing an ant. Without hesitation, he merely flicked a finger and she was instantly sent flying straight down the cliff face. Astonishingly, Truong Dike suddenly launched himself over from the opposite cliff wall to save her. He hurriedly reassured her, don't be afraid. I'm here to save you. Looking down at the cliff, Ka Sam smiled in satisfaction and muttered smugly, no one can endure the damage of the Earthcore flames. Just stay down there and wait to die. Then he turned around and looked at the other giants before loudly ordering move. We're going back to the giant kingdom to report the mission. At that moment, Truong Dike was smiling calmly, his hand tightly gripping Nifu's. He exclaimed with satisfaction, the enemy took the bait. Step 2 of the plan has begun. From high above, Nifu and Truong Dike plunged straight downward as Little Black hurriedly spread its wings and flew up. It quickly swooped underneath them and caught them on its back, pulling them out of danger. This is Little Black? So soft, so comfortable. Just like that, Little Black spread its wings and flew across the scorching lava. You were scared just now, weren't you? I didn't expect that Ka Sam guy to be so violent either. I wasn't scared. I've already made up my mind to drive every last giant out of our Earth Spirit clan's lands. Unfortunately, its tail suddenly got splashed by lava, and flames burst up at once. The energy of both of them was gradually being depleted. Truong Dike looked around and said, these are Earthcore flames deep underground. They keep causing burn damage to any living thing within their area. Little Black, can you still hold on? Little Black beat its wings hard and flew higher. On the other side, Nifu clasped her hands to her chest and silently prayed, Great God whom I revere, please protect your people and this innocent human, and let us leave here safely. In an instant, a protective sphere surrounded them in midair. Seeing the power coming from the necklace, Truong Dike was a little surprised. This pendant is actually this powerful? Where did you get it? Nifu gripped the pendant tightly and recalled with emotion. This stone pendant was left behind by the great god. Images surfaced of Nifu curled up in a corner with a book in her arms, while voices shouted, burn everything clean. Don't leave a single thing behind. After the great god disappeared, everyone in the clan said the great god had abandoned us. They destroyed every item related to the great god. I secretly kept one ancient book and this pendant. I believe the great god will protect us forever. Back in the present, the protective barrier was suddenly struck by a red spark. Outside appeared a lava scorpion. The sight shocked both of them. It's a lava scorpion. The high-temperature environment here has bred a huge number of lava creatures. Their attacks are far more destructive than ordinary creatures. Hold on tight. We're speeding up. Got it. Without hesitation, Little Black spread its wings and flew across the sea of lava. It shot straight up to the surface and escaped safely. Looking down from the sky, Trong Dike turned to Ni Fu and said admiringly, "If Little Black hadn't helped us, it would have been very hard to escape the Earthcore flames." Right? Can the tracking device you planted earlier see Sam's movements now? Holding a small device in her hand, she smiled with narrowed eyes and introduced it proudly, of course. "This is the most advanced tracking device of our Earth Spirit clan. There's a matching device attached in that giant's hair right now. I hid the other part in his hair already. Look, they seem to have left the canyon and are moving toward the desert." Raising her hand, Nifu's device began projecting the located position. They've only been gone a little while, and they're already charging nonstop ahead. Their travel speed is unbelievable. Sam must think we've already died in the Earthcore flames. If we follow them now, we'll definitely find the location of the Giant Kingdom. In another place, surrounded on all sides by desert, lay the Giant Kingdom. It seemed this was indeed the hidden secret kingdom of the giant race. Standing beside a group of people, Sam folded his arms and barked orders. "What haven't you eaten? You're taking half a day just to move this little bit of stuff. Hurry it up." Hiding behind a rock wall, Truong Dike noticed Nifu's anger and comforted her. "There are at least over 100 Sams here. If we rush in with just the two of us, it'd be no different from walking into a trap. Give me some time. I'll find a way to rescue them all." One after another, the giants went deeper inside. "I heard you were ambushed by a human on the way." The giants nodded and reported, "Yes, but please rest assured, Commander. We've already eliminated that human and the troublesome Earth Spirit. They won't pose any threat to our plan." Resting one hand on his chair and propping up his chin, he spoke to his subordinate in a low voice. "Let's hope so." The giants then carried over trays containing glittering stones and respectfully reported, "Commander, these are the elemental crystals found in the Earth Spirit tribe. Please accept them." He picked up the glowing elemental crystal and kept tossing it up and down in his hand. A moment later, he threw the elemental crystal into the air, where it floated in place. A beam of light from within the crystal shot straight into one of the subordinates. That Sam's face began to distort and swell abnormally. "Lord and Ku, save me, to offer your body for the giant race. That is the highest honor I can bestow upon you." Before long, that giant revealed his transformed state, turning into a gigantic bull monster. Standing from his throne, the Supreme Commander rose and declared, "The time for our giant race to rise is almost here." Back outside, in the desert beyond the Giant Kingdom, thick smoke curled into the air. A group of Sams walked forward in a line. "Keep up back there. It's only been a short while, and you already can't walk anymore." Up above, Truong Dike and Nifu were hiding behind a rock. "Stay here for now. I'll go deal with Sam." One of the Sams turned to remind the group behind him, "If we delay the patrol shift change, nobody's going to like the consequences." Hearing that, Truong Dike clenched his fist and smiled smugly. Judging by the time, they should be arriving soon. Resting her face on her hand, Nifu glanced at him in confusion. "Huh? Who's coming?" In an instant, he disappeared from in front of her. Truong Dike then leapt straight down toward the giants below. You'll know in a moment. In just a few seconds, he landed right in front of the giant monsters. "Captain, it's that human again." Straightening his clothes, Truong Dike looked up and greeted them. "Hey, Rockheads, we meet again." The giants looked at him and clicked their tongues in amazement. "Can't believe you actually escaped from the Earthcore flames. Why are you alone? Where's that little Earth Spirit? Don't tell me she was burned to ashes already? You've really got no fear of death, coming all the way to our giant kingdom." With a calm expression, Truong Dike smiled lightly and continued, "No need to get excited. I just came to personally say one word of thanks to you face to face." He raised the arm glowing with golden magic, making Sam furious. "If you hadn't led the way for me, I wouldn't have found this place either." Seeing Truong Dike's provocation, Sam charged at him in rage. You're courting death." Giant arm. In the smoke, a flock of black birds appeared. They circled around him, forming a solid barrier. Crow flock summoning, Dut. Without hesitation, Truong Dike pointed forward and ordered them to advance. "Then come at me and try." Seeing this, Sam frowned anxiously. The punch he threw forward was blocked by a radiant golden curtain. Standing to the side, Truong Dike looked up and grinned in satisfaction. Don't waste your energy. Fine sand and powder will absorb and neutralize most of your strength. After that explosion, Ka-Sam was quickly blasted away. Use your brain a little. He was sent flying straight back into the remaining giants. As the smoke gradually cleared, Ka-Sam sprang to his feet and looked toward Truong Dike. Captain, save me. I can't stand up anymore, my butt. A bunch of trash. Shut up, all of you. Then Truong Dike looked at him and ordered, I'm too lazy to waste time with you. Just tell me where the earth spirits are being held and where the elemental crystals are stored, and I'll spare you. Holding a horn in his hand, Ka-Sam gave a confident smile and said, Brat, don't get cocky. Don't forget, this is our giant's territory. If I blow this signal horn, all the giants nearby will. Suddenly, an arrow shot down from the sky, piercing straight through Ka-Sam's palm and knocking away the horn. As the smoke cleared, for human silhouettes appeared. Guild leader, we're here. Duan Fong and Truong Dike's 3 other companions looked at him and smiled. At last, we can have a real fight. Staying in the city was making me mold over. On our way here, we conveniently took care of all the giants around here too. Notification panels slowly appeared as well. Duan Fong, level 60, second turn knight. Qiu Jiao, level 60, second turn priest. Seeing the 4 of them, Truong Dike closed his eyes with a satisfied expression. You all came at just the right time. Under the clear blue sky, with the wind blowing softly and sunlight everywhere. He raised his hand and a blue panel appeared. He spoke, Nanu, I found a large number of giants in the desert area. I need everyone's support. I'll send you the coordinates. Also, tell Tan Long to stay in the city disguised as me and handle things with Deep Vu in case any trouble breaks out in Extreme Ice City. Looking at the blue panel with a serious expression, Nanu replied, understood. I'll make arrangements right away. Be careful and wait for us. From within the smoke, Ka-Sam raised his blazing red arm in fury. TCH, giant arm. Trash will always be trash. Do you think piling up trash can change anything? Today, I'll beat every last one of you. He slammed a heavy punch into the ground. The impact sent Truong Dike flying back. Gripping the dual-color blade, Truong Dike slashed at him. So much nonsense, as expected of a race with simple minds and well-developed limbs. The 2 streams of energy in the blade merged together and shot forward. Taste our combo skill. Floating in the air, Truong Dike gripped the hilt tightly and aimed straight for Ka-Sam's head. Ice Fire Sword Soul Slash. The slash tore straight through Ka-Sam's chest, making him scream in pain. Truong Dike stood there watching, a smug smile on his face. Ka-Sam, the outcome is already decided. Only a few seconds later, Ka-Sam collapsed beneath Truong Dike's blade. You lost. Do not celebrate too soon. Lord Nku, he will definitely avenge me. Without stopping there, Truong Dike grabbed Ka-Sam by the head. Purple smoke appeared. I'll wait for him, but for now, your memories belong to me. Suddenly, the ground beneath their group began to shake violently. What's going on? There's something under this desert. Everyone, be careful. A creature shaped like a bull burst up from the sand. A gigantic, bull-headed mechanized monster. Its appearance made Ni Fu, standing behind them, bite her lip in worry. The pendant on her neck seemed to give off a voice. Food! Food! The bull monster raised its club and charged straight at Truong Dike and Ni Fu. My food. Looks like this monster is after the pendant on your neck. Protect it well. Leave his place to me. His blade and the monster's club crashed violently into each other. Behin him, Ni Fu sangbak besai nyanyu. Don't be afraid. We're here. It'll be fine. Up front, Truong Dike frowned and called out, All right, bull monster. I'm your opponent. Ka-Sam and the bull monster exchanged glances, signaling each other. Kill this human who's in our way. The bull monster raised its arm, gathering a surge of green power. It hurled that energy forward, forcing Truong Dike to throw himself aside to dodge. The power sliced straight through a rock, astonishing Truong Dike. This bull monster looks much stronger than Ka-Sam. Behind him, the other 4 drew their weapons and rushed in. Nyanyu, Duan Fong, let's go. Ice Fire Sword Soul Slash. The blade in his hand swung hard forward, but suddenly stopped and spun in a circle. It turned out the bull monster was protected by a barrier that blasted Truong Dike away. Elemental Energy Shield. This is the power of elemental crystals. The force of the attack was so great that he had to shield his face with his hand. Nanu was the same. This bull monster has been modified using the power of elemental crystals. It has extremely strong defense. We'll need even greater power to defeat it. I need 2 of you to buy me 5 minutes. Don't worry, leave it to us. Bat Hong, Nanu, and Duan Fong moved to the front line, covering for Truong Dike as he opened the blue panel. Dragon God Stance, formed by stacking the second turn skill Strongman Stance with evolved Dragon Race wings. As long as we hold out for these 5 minutes, we'll definitely win. We absolutely have to hold on for these 5 minutes. 4 minutes, 58 seconds. Bat Hong and Nan Nu surrounded the bull monster, trying to suppress it. This is bad. This monster's defense is way too high. Everyone, be careful. The bull monster slammed its hand into the ground, and a burst of green light spread out. Get out of my way. On Chu Jiao's side, the green light wrapped tightly around her body, immobilizing her. These grains of sand. I can't move at all. Duan Fong and Nan Nu were the same. She shouted urgently to warn Truong Dike behind them. Truong Dike, watch out. A hand suddenly emerged from the ground, struggling to break free. 3 minutes, 40 seconds. The bull monster advanced toward Truong Dike, who was forming seals, while Ni Fu trembled beside him. Your turn now. Even though she was afraid, she still stepped in front of him to protect him. And no, I won't let you get close to him. Don't you want the pendant on my neck? Then come for me. A red power enveloped the two of them. Truong Dike threat level, 80, still rising. Earth Spirit Princess threat level, 0.1. Donji. The bull monster swung its hand and sent Ni Fu flying away. Why am I so weak? All this time, not only have I been unable to protect my own people, I've only kept dragging down the people around me. Supporting herself on the ground, her face twisted with pain as she clenched her teeth. I want to become stronger too. Above those tear-filled eyes, a flash of light suddenly appeared. A blinding burst of radiance made even the distant bull monster squint. As the smoke gradually cleared, her figure appeared. Danger level, 90. Donji. From within the smoke, Ni Fu questioned the bull monster. I told you before, you are not allowed to go near him. The monster observed her and suddenly frowned, gritting its teeth. Earth Spirit Princess, Shi Fu. The smoke cleared completely, revealing Ni Fu in a new form. She said in a low voice, engage. Without another word, she raised her magic-filled arm and charged straight at the bull monster. Bull monster, D. With one clean slash, she severed its arm. But only seconds later, the bull monster's arm gradually regenerated. It spun around and rushed at Ni Fu in a counterattack. In an instant, she was struck back by the bull monster, her clothes torn and her whole body in disarray. Over here, Truong Dike was just about to finish. 30 seconds left. With glowing red eyes and its face lowered darkly, it growled, devour her. Devour her. Only 3 seconds remained. From above, the bull monster charged straight at Ni Fu with its 2 sharp horns. Time was up. One of Truong Dike's eyes snapped open wide. He reached out and caught one of the bull monster's horns. Behind him, a dragon now wrapped around his body. Dragon God Stance. Don't touch her. The monster's eyes glowed red, sweat pouring down its face as it analyzed Truong Dike's power. Threat level, beyond calculation range. No, cannot calculate. How is this possible? Not wanting to waste time, Truong Dike raised his hand, and the dragon tail behind him lashed hard at the bull monster, sending it flying. Looks like your elemental energy shield can only do so much. Dragon God Stance Fist. The bull monster crashed heavily into the ground, its body covered in injuries. Error. Body critically damaged, unable to recover, about to disintegrate. Elsewhere, from atop a throne, the commander angrily slammed his hand onto the chair. Relay my orders. Aside from those guarding the Earth spirits, all remaining forces are to advance to the front and engage in combat. Full assault. In the next instant, the bull monster gradually disappeared into the smoke. On this side, Truong Dike's group also came to. Bat Hong held his head. We finally got free. Nanu stood up in delight. Truong Di succeeded. Lying on the ground, Ni Fu suddenly woke with a sneeze. She looked at Truong Dike in confusion. Where did that bull monster from just now go? Hearing that, he rubbed her head to comfort her. Looks like she's forgotten what happened just now. It's all right. We drove the bull monster away. Your friends will be rescued soon too. From behind, Nanu looked toward Truong Dike and reported, I've already arranged for Thuan that to lead people to where the Earth spirits are imprisoned. We should get news soon. After hearing that, Truong Dike nodded. Good. Then let's figure out how to open up this desert first. From the place where the bull monster had vanished, Truong Dike noticed something. Wait. He reached down picked up a crystal stone, and held it high. This is an elemental crystal. A notification panel appeared behind him, showing a mission and rewards related to collecting 50 elemental crystals. Holding the stone, he immediately understood. Sure enough, the disappearance of the Earth Spirit main god is connected to these giants. At another location, from afar, their group had fallen into someone's sights. Report, Captain. The target has appeared 3,500 meters ahead. A tomb-like Ka-Sam stood before a rocket launcher and pointed forward with an order. Lock onto the target. A series of small bombs fired from the launcher. For the glory of the giant race, open fire. On this side, Trogdike looked up, saw the bombs, and shouted, "This is bad. The giants have started attacking. Get down." Explosions went off all around them as he and the others rushed forward. Guild leader, "It looks like something huge is coming from over there." Hearing that, Trogdike turned back in shock. That's not far away. A giant ship appeared together with Nifu's subordinates. "Princess, hurry and get on." With the help of her subordinates, everyone climbed the ladder and boarded one after another. "Everyone get on." At last, their feet landed safely on the ship. Looking at Nifu, her subordinates hurriedly asked with concern, "Princess, you're not hurt, are you?" "I'm Fine. What about all of you? Have all the others been rescued?" Yes, everyone's here." As if remembering something, Trogdike turned and asked one of them, "Where's Thuan at?" Flustered, he quickly explained, "Captain Thuan, that is still fighting the giants. He told us to bring the Earth Spirits to reinforce the guild leader first." And so, the whole group sped forward across the vast desert aboard the ship. Good. Stay in contact at all times. But a battleship that can run on desert sand. Where did you get this? Asked about the ship's origin, Nifu confidently raised her hand and declared, "This is the newest invention of our Earth Spirit clan, the desert. It was stolen by those hateful, vile giants after our camp fell." Inside the ship, her subordinates stared worriedly at the screen. "This is bad. The giant's firepower is aimed directly at the desert. It'll hit in 5 seconds." Without hesitating, a hand slammed down on the red button beside them. "Activate the protective barrier." The entire ship was quickly enveloped by a golden protective screen. "Desert, charge forward. Quick, report to the captain and the leader. Their target seems to be the palace." Back on the giant side, the screen clearly displayed the ship's movement. Watching everything before him, the commander gritted his teeth in anger. Those Earth Spirits still managed to escape. He immediately gave orders to the giants below. "Turn the pillars and activate the trap. Activate the quicksand trap. Let them know who the true master of this desert is." Suddenly, on the desert surface, a deep swirling sand pit appeared right in front of the ship. "Turn. There's quicksand ahead." Grabbing the helm, Nifu's subordinate quickly changed direction. "Turn." The ship spun in a circle around the enormous sand pit. Leaning over the side, Nifu looked down inside, then let out a breath with a worried expression. "That was close. We almost fell in. Looks like someone wants to stop us from moving forward. That means what's ahead is definitely what we're looking for." To keep the ship safe, Trogdike raised his hand and shouted, "Crow flock summoning." A flock of black crows spread their wings and flew high above the ship. At the helm, Nifu's subordinate kept steering nonstop. "Keep going. I'll call out the quicksand positions for everyone. Left, then right, then straight ahead." In just a few seconds, the ship avoided countless deep sand pits one after another. "Dodge again. So cool. Charge." Suddenly, a triangular tower rose from the desert, with a brilliantly glowing stone suspended at its peak. 2 giants stood guard at the entrance to the tower. Ka-Sam's tracking marker shows he stayed here for a long time. This place is probably their biggest nest. But such a huge palace, and only 2 giants guarding it. There may be a trap. I'll go in and take a look. Everyone wait for my signal. If the giants attack, take the Earth Spirit clan and leave immediately. Don't wait for me. Understood. We'll set up a defensive formation here. Leave it to us." Just as the assignments were finished, Nanu rushed up from behind and hugged Trogdike tightly. "Wait." Her eyes were wet with tears as she looked at him, her face full of worry. "You must be careful going in alone. I don't want to see you hurt again." As Trogdike stepped through the gate, 2 Ka-Sams moved to block him. "Human, Who gave you permission to come near this place? I want to go in. You can't stop me. Suddenly, Duan Fong and Bat Hong rushed up with weapons in hand, standing before him to shield him. Brother, you've taken the spotlight long enough. It's our turn now. Time is short. Leave these two giants to us. The palace is the battlefield meant for you. Truong Dike was a little taken aback. All right, then I'll leave them to you too. With not a scrap of clothing left on him, Duan Fong gripped his sword and charged straight at Ka Sam, activating his berserker form. Come on, fight me with all your strength. In an instant, Ka Sam was surrounded by a magic formation. He seemed to turn to stone, his whole body cracking apart. Peerless sword array. Taste the second turn skill I just learned. With the help of the two of them, Truong Dike quickly rushed through the gate. I have to end this immediately. I won't let everyone down. A moment later, he ran inside alone, and a vast space opened up before him. Suspended in midair behind a curtain-like barrier was a shattered green stone. This was the very magic crystal from Ka Sam's memories. Suddenly, from behind Truong Dike, the commander appeared with one hand gripping someone, greeting him coldly. Welcome, my uninvited guest. He hurled Truong Dike's companion to the ground and asked lightly, is this man your subordinate? The moment Truong Dike saw him, he shouted furiously, Fuan that. The commander laughed in amusement and said, in a moment, you'll end up just like him. Blood streaming from his mouth. Fuan that spoke weakly in Truong Dike's arms. Guild leader, Truong Dike cut him off at once. It's fine. Rest for now. Leave the rest to me. Clenching his arm tight, Truong Dike glared at the commander and gritted out, I will make him kneel and beg for mercy. Hearing that, the commander sneered at him. Kneel? He bent slightly, clenched his fist, and stared at Truong Dike as he interrogated him. You trespassed on my territory, killed my men, and even let those earth spirits escape. What makes you think I'd ever give you that chance? Without another word, the commander drew his sword and raised it high. Anyone who stands in the way of the giant race rising again, whether earth spirits or ignorant humans like you, must die. He brought down a heavy slash straight onto the ground where Truong Dike stood. In the rubble, through the thick smoke, a familiar figure appeared. Raw power without accuracy is useless. It was Truong Dike. He shot upward at once and charged straight at the commander. Improperly next time, gripping his sharp blade and watching the giant carefully, he quickly analyzed the situation. A giant's legs bear the weight of its entire body. As long as they're severely injured, their movements can be restricted. With one swing, Truong Dike slashed straight at the giant's leg. Seeing through his intentions, the commander drew his leg back and declared, Don't put me in the same category as the giants you've met before. I am the king of the giant race. Then the commander kicked straight at Truong Dike, sending him flying backward and crashing hard into the ground. As the smoke slowly cleared, Truong Dike's figure had vanished, leaving the commander startled. Where did he go? From below, Truong Dike flashed past the commander's body with his blade in hand. Demon substitute. Before the commander could recover, Truong Dike struck from above, chopping straight down at his head. I'm right here. That slash shattered half the commander's mask. You. Refusing to yield, he raised an arm high and absorbed all the energy of the giants behind him. All giants, offer me your strength. Let this foolish human before me learn the price of enraging the king of the giant race. Seeing the red smoke swirling all around, Nanu gripped her weapon nervously. What is that? It's terrifying. I don't know either, but I have a bad feeling. Truong Dike, nothing must happen to you. Streams of energy turned into red mist and were absorbed into the commander's body. Human witnessed the power of the giants. He lowered his head and looked at Truong Dike. This time, you won't escape. Something seemed to be pinning Truong Dike in place from beneath the ground, making him unable to move. Without wasting words, the commander clenched his fist and charged straight at the motionless Truong Dike. Die, along with those damned earth spirits. The punch was so powerful that it shattered all the surrounding earth and stone. From within the broken rubble came a familiar voice. Is that all? Enraged, the commander slammed his fist down again. After one mocking laugh, he growled, I only need to say it once. I like to see how much longer you can hold out under my attacks. Beneath the ground, Truong Dike raised an arm to shield his face and thought to himself, the duration of the immortal body is limited. I need to find a chance to counterattack quickly. How can I possibly defeat him? He bit down hard, anxiety clear in his eyes. Looking at the notification panel, he saw that the conditions for upgrading the Dragon Clan faction were extremely harsh, requiring human, beast, and foreign race reputation points. But if the upgrade succeeded, he would gain a powerful Dragon Clan skill. On the blue panel, the reputation values appeared one after another. Human race 2000/2000, beast race 2000/2000, foreign race 1800/2000. Because of his prior accumulation, his human and beast reputation had already met the upgrade requirements. Now he was only short 200 foreign race reputation points. As long as Bat Hong and Duan Fong could defeat the two giants of the gate, it would be enough. Breaking out of his thoughts, Truong Dike lifted his head and glanced at the commander. So what I need to do now? He raised his arm and clenched his fist, striking back at the giant. Got his hold on until then. Back outside the gate, Duan Fong and Bat Hong were relentlessly attacking the Ka-Sams. What's going on? Ever since that beam of light appeared, their power suddenly seems to have weakened, and their movements have become strangely sluggish. As if sensing the source of the power, Duan Fong shouted happily, "Their strength is fading. Finish them now. No problem." The two of them quickly coordinated and struck down the Ka-Sams without hesitation. Combination skill, Sword Soul Storm, D. Inside, Truong Dike was still enduring the commander's assault. A notification appeared. Your party has successfully killed 2 elite warriors of the giant race. Foreign race reputation plus 200. Great, Bat Huang's group finally did it. Immortal body for seconds remaining. Seizing the chance, Truong Dike released a stream of golden magic power and rose into the air. A notification appeared. Player Truong Dike has met the upgrade requirements for the Dragon Clan faction. Do you wish to upgrade? He gritted his teeth, shut his eyes tightly, and shouted, "Upgrade." Streams of red, blue, and golden energy gathered at Truong Dike's chest as he kept his eyes closed. Moments later, he spread both arms, his eyes blazing with light. A golden dragon appeared behind him. The notification panel appeared. Dragon's Soul Master upgraded. Grade, Divine Tier, 2nd stage. The sight before him made the commander recoil in shock. How is that possible? On the other side, Truong Dike smiled faintly and thanked him. Come to think of it, I should thank you. Thanks to your giant power, my teammates were able to attack your subordinates and earn me the final bit of foreign race reputation. Not wanting to waste any more time, he swiftly drew his arm back beside the golden dragon. Now, it's my turn to attack. A blue panel appeared. Divine Dragon Soul Forbidden Spell. Truong Dike threw a punch, the golden dragon surging toward the commander with it. Taste the power of a Divine Dragon Soul Forbidden Spell. Divine Dragon Soul Forbidden Spell reduces HP recovery by 100, removes all enemy buffs, and consumes 10 Dragon Soul points. Wrapped in the power of the Dragon Soul spell, the commander cried out in agony. No, in only a few seconds, he collapsed to the ground. And my body, behind Truong Dike at that moment, were the eyes of the Dragon Soul. He said firmly, "Now that you've lost the giant's power, you're no match for me at all." Unwilling to accept defeat, the commander tremblingly raised a hand and begged for help. "Give me strength. I need more strength." High above, Truong Dike gripped his blade and drove it down hard. Remember this well, the thing that killed you is the very giant power you were always so proud of. Once it was over, he looked up at the floating stone, puzzled. What exactly is this thing? Even Ku was thinking about it before he died. Could it be connected to the giant's sudden invasion of the Earth Spirit clan? Without hesitation, Truong Dike leaped off the ground. He shot upward toward the stone and spread his hand wide. This power, it's elemental crystal energy. The moment his fingers lightly touched the green stone, a current of green energy burst around it and blasted Truong Dike away. Outside the tower, a thick green aura also burst out from the top. Seeing it, Nanu widened her eyes with worry. Did something happen to Truong Dike inside? Without delay, Truong Dike's companions hurried deeper into the tower. "Come on, let's go in and check." As soon as she saw him again, Nanu asked anxiously, "Truong Dike, are you all right?" Not far away, with a serious expression, he warned everyone, "Don't come in here for now. Although the giant leader is dead, I'm not sure whether there's any other danger here." Not wanting Truong Dike to be in danger, she looked up and said firmly, "All right, then we'll find a way to get you out." At that moment, Nifu seemed to remember something and lightly touched her face. I think I've seen this mechanism before in that ancient text. Suddenly, the stone hanging from a necklace around Nifu's neck began to move. It lifted her into the air, wrapped in green mist. "Sister, save me." Everything happened so suddenly that Nanu couldn't catch her in time. When Truong Dyke saw it, his eyes went wide, and he shouted in alarm, "I'll save her. Be careful, all of you." The necklace on Nifu's chest was flying straight toward the crystal. In an instant, she fell, but luckily Truong Dyke darted forward and caught her in time. "Are you all right?" Suddenly, a hand and a hat emerged from inside the crystal. "Hey, I'm not all right here." An old man in a purple hat with a long white beard shot out from the stone and rushed toward them. "What are you standing around for? Hurry up and help me. I am stuck." At the sound of his voice, Nifu recognized him at once. "It's the Lord God." Her words left everyone below, including Bat Hong, stunned. "The Lord God?" Standing on the ground, Truong Dyke looked at the old man and pointed at him. He's the Earth Spirit Lord God you've been trying to find?" Quickly pulling a book from her chest, Nifu held it up. "That's him. I've seen him in the ancient text before." She flipped to the page with his picture and pointed it out to Truong Dyke. "Look, the drawing of the Earth Spirit Lord God in the ancient text is clearly younger and more handsome." Comparing the illustration with the real person left Truong Dyke a little confused. Are they really the same person? And why did he come out of the magic crystal? Hearing that, the old man immediately flew into a rage and shouted, "Magic crystal? Young people these days really have no eye for things. You can't even recognize a sacred artifact." The Earth Spirit Lord God spread out his palm, and the crystal began to descend from within. This is the sacred elemental heart of our Earth Spirit clan. It can extract the power of elemental crystals without damaging them, then release that power through external force. It's just that I underestimated the enemy for a moment, and it was stolen by the giants, who then trapped me inside it. Seeing his strength, Truong Dyke hurried over, massaging his shoulders to calm him while apologizing. "Easy, easy. Don't be angry." As the crystals sparkled, Nanu couldn't help admiring it. "It's so beautiful." A notification gradually appeared. Legendary hidden quest. The Lord God's riddle. Truong Dyke turned back at once. "The mission's complete? I finally get the reward." Strange. After reading the information, he became a little confused. We've obviously already found the Lord God. So why doesn't the mission show as completed? His face darkened as he glanced behind him. Unless... Truong Dyke raised his arm, placed his palm on Nifu's head, and gently patted her. "The leader of the giant race has been eliminated, and your people have all regained their freedom. I need to take my teammates back for treatment, so we'll be leaving first. Stay here and behave yourself. When we have time later, we'll come back to visit you." Nifu's eyes widened and filled with tears as she hesitated through her farewell. "We have to meet again." Then the two of them hooked their pinkies together, as if making a promise. Pinky swear. After leaving the tower, Truong Dyke placed a hand on Nanu's shoulder and instructed her, "Nanu, in a moment take Thwanat back to Extreme Eye City and make sure he recovers properly. I still need to stay behind to deal with a few things." His words made Nanu uneasy with worry. "Is something wrong?" Truong Dyke rested a hand on his chin and brought up what had happened earlier. "Do you remember the Lord God's riddle quest we triggered before? Logically speaking, once the Earth Spirit Lord God appeared, we should have completed the quest. But whether I touched the Lord God or approached the elemental heart in his hand, the quest still showed as incomplete. There's definitely something wrong with this Earth Spirit Lord God." That night, he returned to the tower the group had visited that morning. Inside, the Lord God held the crystal in his hand and stared at it for a long time. The giants and the Earth Spirit tribe have fought for many years. The winner becomes king, the loser a bandit. Now that your leader is gone, from now on all of you giants will obey my orders. Understood? In front of him stood a group of bound giants. Nifu was there as well. "Bah, you're just a tiny Earth Spirit. What gives you the right to order us around?" One of them refused to submit and immediately charged at the Lord God. Giants swear never to be slaves. The Lord God instantly hurled the crystal in his hand at him. A beam of green light from the crystal shot toward Ka Sam. This is my right. I know you're not convinced, but you're prisoners now. In only a few seconds, he was blasted high into the air and flung far away. If you want to blame someone, blame your leader Nku for choosing to oppose our Earth Spirit clan. Witnessing the scene before her, Nifu opened her mouth wide and shouted an order at the Lord God. Let them go. She raised a hand to shield the giants and looked up at him. What are you trying to do? Lord God Shi'er Fu, I respect you greatly. You always taught us to be kind before. Can you please answer me? Nifu's expression and gaze were filled with seriousness. What's the difference between what you're doing now and what the giants did when they enslaved us? The Lord God narrowed his eyes warily as he looked at her. Holding the crystal in his hand, he lowered his head and asked with a faint smile, Shi'er Fu, what's wrong with you? Do you want to go ask the people outside how these giants tortured them before? Not stopping there, the Lord God moved closer to Ni Fu and tapped her forehead. You seem awfully close to those humans. Have you been bewitched by them and forgotten that you are the princess of the Earth Spirit clan? They saved me and our people from the giants, and we were only able to defeat the giants' leader because of him. He lifted his head and shouted at Ni Fu, silence. Humans are just like giants. None of them are any good. He saved you only because he wanted the elemental crystals of our Earth Spirit clan. No, he's not that kind of person. A stream of red energy suddenly appeared on her forehead, making Ni Fu clutch her head in pain. I think that human has already brainwashed you. Your twisted thinking must be corrected immediately. It hurts. Red mist surged, and waves of memories flooded into her mind. Nifu's tear-filled eyes flew open as she screamed in agony. No. Suddenly, in an instant, those streams of memory were shattered by something, sending even the Lord God flying backward. A familiar figure appeared. It was Truong Dike. He looked at the man and said, I never thought the revered Lord God of the Earth Spirit clan would lay hands on his own innocent people. This is a matter of our Earth Spirit clan. It is not a human like you's place to interfere. Without hesitating, Truong Dike rushed forward and snatched Nifu away. Holding her in his arms, he could not hide his panic and worry. When I was in danger, she risked herself to protect me. I've already made my decision. A purple mark appeared on her forehead, leaving Truong Dike stunned. This mark, it also appeared before, during the battle between Ni Fu and that giant bull-headed robot. Meanwhile, the Lord God hurled the crystal stone into the air and controlled the giants. What exactly does this represent? All giants, obey my command. Capture this human for me. Under his control, they charged toward the two of them at once. Truong Dike raised his head and observed, summoning his blade into his hand. He can control those giants that quickly. He immediately plunged the blade into the ground, and a thick wall of ice rose up in front of them. No one is getting any closer. From behind, the Lord God quickly raised his hand and directed the crystal toward him. Looks like I'll have to do this myself. Something before his eyes made Truong Dike's eyes widen in shock. In front of them now was a massive block of thick ice sealing them incompletely. Elemental Cell. The two of them were trapped inside a tower-shaped prison of ice. The elemental heart will erode your memories and your energy. You will die in endless pain. Unwilling to accept it, Truong Dike gripped his blade and slashed repeatedly, trying to carve a way out. I won't let you escape. Open. On the other side, Nifu clutched her head in agony. A red mist appeared on her forehead. It hurt so much. She collapsed to the ground, and Truong Dike quickly crouched beside her to comfort her. No, don't come over. I can't see anything. Nifu, don't be afraid. It's me. His gaze turned distant as he thought. Why was this Lord God so intent on dealing with Nifu? He had just mentioned that the elemental heart would erode memories. Could it be that Nifu knew a secret of his that could never be revealed? Truong Dike turned back to look at Nifu, who was trembling in fear. I don't know. It looked like the elemental heart had begun to take effect. He had to find a way to break through before they were completely finished. Without another word, he raised his hand and placed it against her head. Soul search. I'll definitely save you. Truong Dike read through Nifu's memories. The image showed the Lord God being stabbed from behind by a man with a blade. Typho Duk you. What do I want? Of course I want to replace you. We were born of the same parents, and my strength is no weaker than yours. So why were you chosen to be the Lord God, while I could only live in your shadow? Right now, I'm merely taking back what should have been mine. The man's eyes widened as he looked toward Nifu, fury blazing in his gaze. You saw it. Then he raised the crystal in his hand high. Fo Duk gave her an order. Tai Fo Duk, you actually killed the Lord God. You will forget everything immediately. From this moment on, I am the true Lord God. When she remembered that much, Ni Fu dropped to her knees and screamed, no. The prison sealing the two of them shattered in an instant. She had completely regained her memories and walked forward together with Truong Dike. Tai Fo Duk, I remember everything now. How long do you plan to keep pretending to be the Lord God? The two of them stood in front of Fo Duk, who staggered back, trembling. Impossible. My elemental heart. I spent hundreds of years groping around within the seal before I managed to grasp how to control it. How could someone like you, who understands nothing, possibly command it? Shut up, you imposter. You probably never imagined that before the Lord God died, he recorded the method of controlling the elemental heart on the inner side of this pendant. Without hesitation, he hurriedly got to his feet, turned, and tried to flee. Try to run? A white mist suddenly appeared at the gate in front of the tower. Fo Duk shot out from inside and fell flat on his back. From above, fist clenched tight, Ni Fu hurled herself at him. This punch is for your betrayal of the Lord God. Her fist slammed straight into Fo Duk's face. Then one punch after another rained down on him relentlessly. This is what you owe our Earth Spirit clan. After a while, Ni Fu sprang back from where he lay. She turned and looked at Fo Duk, sprawled miserably on the ground. Tai Fo Duk, take a good look at these clansmen. You are an Earth Spirit, yet all you ever cared about was your own power and status. You murdered the Lord God, stole the elemental heart, and made us suffer centuries of humiliation at the hands of the giants. So the Lord God did not abandon us. He was murdered by him. What? If it wasn't the Lord God, then didn't Tai Fo Duk disappear together with the Lord God back then? Everyone move in. Avenge the Lord God. Ni Fu lightly raised her hand, and a green mist appeared, making Fo Duk's subordinates float into the air. A bunch of useless fools who don't know what's good for them. I originally intended to leave you alive to serve me, but it seems you don't want to live either. Standing beside her, Truong Dike stared in shock. This power, it's just like that Ghost Clan jailer from before. He's working with the Ghost Clan forces. After taking back the necklace, she fell backward, but Truong Dike caught her in time. Please, help me avenge the Lord God. Save the Earth Spirit clan. All right, leave it to me. Over there, Fo Duk's hands grew long, sharp claws as eerie green smoke spread from him. Frowning in rage, he said, even if you don't die today, you'll be killed when the king of the Ghost Clan rises again. So you may as well all be buried with me. Hearing his words, Truong Dike looked at him with a firm gaze. Is that so? But I promise you, things will not go the way you want. A stone emitting purple light appeared in his hand. That's enough, Tai Fo Duk. Seeing this, Fo Duk stood there dumbfounded, mouth hanging open. This power. No, impossible. It can't be him. The purple mist gradually formed the image of the Lord God he had once murdered. Kind human ally, I have come to help you. The scene before him made Fo Duk frown in stunned disbelief. Why you? How are you still alive? I clearly killed you with my own hands. So you finally admitted it yourself. On Truong Dike's side, the purple mist flickered before him. You, the one who murdered the Lord God, your sweet dream ends today. Without another word, Truong Dike gripped his blade and slashed down at him. Ice fire, demon slaying slash. Soon after, Fo Duk was destroyed. Truong Dike drove his blade hard into the ground. It really is the Lord God. I'm not dreaming. The Lord God never abandoned us. He was always by our side. Outside, when Ni Fu saw the image of the Lord God, she covered her mouth, tears filling her eyes. Lord God, having finally settled his debt, the true Lord God turned to Truong Dike and said his farewell. Thank you for everything you have done for our Earth Spirit clan. I don't have much time left. I want to say a few words to my people. Lord God, please go ahead. Suddenly, beside Truong Dike, a notification panel appeared. You have one unread message from Tan Long. The notification panel continued to display. You have one unread message from 5 minutes and 10 seconds ago, 8 minutes ago, 5 minutes ago, and just now. Meanwhile, in the sky, a swarm was attacking Deep Vu's group. Extreme Ice City, 10 minutes earlier. What exactly is the situation right now? So far, we found 6 bat-type demonic beasts and 1 dragon beast. We've already killed 2 of them. Her gaze turned distant as she frowned with determination, while Tan Long beside her nodded. I've seen these demonic beasts before in Carlo's secret chamber in Moonlight City. He must be the one behind this. Suddenly, a fireball shot in from nowhere. Tan Long quickly raised his bow and aimed an arrow straight ahead. The number of demonic beasts the enemy has sent isn't large. It looks like this is only a probing attack, but we can't rule out the possibility that they'll intensify their assault. Inform everyone to continue preparing the defense. The arrow pierced through the fireball, causing a huge explosion in an instant. A notification panel appeared. The president of Extreme Ice City has been ambushed. Message received. Reply, send. I'll go report to the president. Unnoticed behind Tan Long, a man hiding on the ground let out an amused chuckle. Elsewhere, Li Hao sat in a chair with one hand propping up his chin, deep in thought. What? Truong Dike isn't in Extreme Ice City right now, and one of his subordinates is disguised as him. That's right, I saw it very clearly. The one defending Extreme Ice City right now is just that little bowman. In the distance, a man looked up at him and spoke. Boss, if Truong Dike isn't in Extreme Ice City right now, isn't this the perfect chance for us to attack? No, things aren't that simple. Truong Dike suddenly left the city and even found someone to disguise himself as him. There must be some special reason for it. Suddenly, Li Hao clutched his throat, his eyes bulging as if he were choking. Boss, are you okay? This has happened to you several times already. He stared into the distance, his pupils shrinking. Why is the God-tier talent card reacting at a time like this? Could it be connected to Truong Dike's sudden disappearance this time? Holding his chest, Li Hao gave instructions to the person behind him before leaving. I have something to do, so I'm leaving first. Boss, then what about attacking Extreme Ice City? All actions will wait until I return. Until then, no one is allowed to make a move. With that, he stood atop a winged monster and flew away from the building. The disturbance from the God-tier talent card is pointing toward the desert region. Something must have happened there. Back with Ni Fu, her tear-filled eyes were fixed on the smiling Lord God. Ni Fu, I have something very important to entrust to you. During this time, your kindness and patience have been acknowledged by everyone in the Earth Spirit clan. Are you willing to continue protecting the clansmen behind you? Even if the road ahead is uneven and full of thorns, will you never give up? I am willing. Seeing her cry, he gently reached out and stroked her face in comfort. But Ni Fu's eyes were still brimming with tears. Good child, don't cry. Lord God, I finally found you. Please don't leave, all right. Good child. For me, death is not something so frightening. As long as the Earth Spirit clansmen can live happy lives, then I can leave without regrets. A golden mist surrounded Ni Fu and lifted her into the air. Lord God, I never thought the Lord God of the Earth Spirit clan could preserve a remnant of his consciousness until today through sheer will to protect his people. In an instant, her appearance changed, becoming that of an older young woman. Ni Fu, in the name of the Lord God of the Earth Spirit clan, I formally pass the position of Lord God onto you. Elsewhere, while riding a dragon, Li Hao's gaze was caught by a beam of light behind him. A divine artifact, the young woman opened her eyes wide and looked around. It was none other than Ni Fu, now in a completely new appearance. Greetings, Lord God. Ni Fu, congratulations on becoming the Lord God. For now, I've only gained the title of Lord God, but I will work hard to become a true Lord God. Beside her, the crystal floated toward Truong Dike. Thank you for everything you have done for our Earth Spirit clan. Now that the threat of the giant race has been lifted, this elemental heart belongs to you. Holding the crystal in his hand, he fell into thought. With the help of a divine artifact this time, our chances of winning the battle against Carlo have risen again. Witnessing the scene before him, Li Hao gaped in furious disbelief. How can this be? My divine artifact, that was mine. Hiding behind a boulder, he stared at the two of them as if smoke were coming out of his head. Damn it, it's you again, Truong Dike. The two of us really are fated enemies. Just you wait. As the notification panel appeared again, Truong Dike suddenly looked a little embarrassed, as if he had remembered something. Oh no, I was so focused on the mission just now that I forgot to check my messages. He quickly turned to Ni Fu and said goodbye. She also bid him farewell. Sorry, my teammates are looking for me. I have to return to Extreme Ice City immediately. You must take care. All right. Leave the rest to me. He mounted Little Black and quickly departed. I'll let you take it easy for 2 days already. Once I get back to Extreme Ice City, let's see how I deal with you. If anything happens, come find me in Extreme Ice City. Goodbye. Bye-bye. Farewell, benefactor. Back on the other side, Tan Long raised his bow and aimed straight at the giant bats. The boss is on his way back. Let's hold out just a little longer. If he doesn't come back soon, we're all going to be roasted alive. Suddenly, a crimson fireball shot down from above straight at Deep Vu. The moment he saw Nanu, Tom Long cried out in delight. "Miss, you're back." Nanu smiled in response. "My brother and Tu Jiao already took Thuan Thiet back to town for treatment. I came first to help everyone here. Are you all right?" Deep Vu was briefly stunned. I'm fine." The three of them had no time for a proper reunion. More and more demonic beasts kept pouring in, roaring as they rushed toward them. Tan Long drew his bow and prepared for battle. Realizing how urgent the situation was, Nanu quickly instructed the person behind her. "This is bad. That roar from the demonic beast just now must have drawn its companions here. Deep Vu, hurry and find a place to hide. Protect yourself first." The other party obediently agreed. Okay. In front of them, the dragon beast reared back and opened its mouth wide. A blazing sphere of fire gradually began to take shape. Nanu assessed the situation seriously. Looks like this dragon beast is about to use its ultimate move. She raised the staff in her hand high and cast Fireball. "Tan Long, cover me." The man beside her raised his bow and answered, "Got it." Just then, the dragon beast suddenly moved and fired a series of medium-sized fireballs. Nanu and Tan Long lost their balance and fell. "Careful." The two of them hit the ground at the same time and coughed lightly a few times. Deep Vu ran over anxiously and asked, "Is everyone okay?" The dragon beast let out another savage roar, opening its mouth wide as a scorching flame spun and condensed into an even larger fireball. Seeing this, Deep Vu immediately panicked. "What do we do? It looks like this monster really wants to kill all of us." Not far away, Truong Dike arrived just in time on Little Black. The first thing he saw was the dragon beast preparing its attack. Isn't that the dragon beast from Carlo's secret chamber? His expression changed. "This is bad. The buildings of Extreme Ice City still haven't been reinforced with elemental crystals. If the dragon breath falls, half the city will be destroyed." He took out the elemental heart he had just obtained and ordered his mount. "Little Black, speed up." Truong Dike locked onto the dragon beast ahead and muttered, "So it was you who attacked Extreme Ice City while I was away." In the next second, he activated the elemental heart and unleashed elemental power. Taste the power of a divine artifact. With a single strike, the huge dragon beast was brought down and dropped out of the sky. Tan Long spotted it sharply. "Miss, it's the president. The president is back." Truong Dike jumped down from Little Black's back and smiled faintly. "I'm really sorry. I was delayed by something. You've all worked hard while I was away." Deep Vu puffed out his cheeks in annoyance. "If it weren't for Extreme Ice City, I wouldn't want to end up in such a miserable state either." Truong Dike walked straight over to Nanu, and their hands clasped tightly together as they exchanged gentle looks. Truong Dike spoke first. "It's my fault. I came back late and made you suffer." The other party replied softly, "I'm fine." He then took out a large bag. "Come on, let's see what I brought back for everyone." Tan Long stared at the item in Truong Dike's hand and froze for a moment. This is an elemental crystal?" Beside him, Deep Vu exclaimed in amazement, "It's so beautiful." The person across from them smiled and said, "As long as we have this elemental crystal, the buildings in Extreme Ice City will be able to withstand the dragon breath attacks from Carlo's magical beast cavalry." The system interface displayed the rank data of the main city where the guild was stationed. Truong Dike pondered, "I used one earlier to shoot down that dragon beast. There are only 54 left now, but that's still enough to upgrade all the buildings in Extreme Ice City to level 4 at once." With that thought, he decisively pressed the upgrade button. Now the air defense problem of Extreme Ice City has been solved. Truong Dike assigned the next task. "What we need to do now is set traps on this open ground. We can't let Carlo's forces approach Extreme Ice City so easily." At his command, everyone sprang into action. The whole group worked tirelessly together until dusk fell. Tan Long collapsed onto the grass and sighed, "I'm exhausted. It's finally done." Truong Dike walked up behind Deep Vu, who was happily playing with a group of butterflies. "Deep Vu, I want to ask you for a favor." As soon as she turned around, he got straight to the point. "A battle between us and Carlo is inevitable, and the outcome of that battle will determine the life or death of everyone in Extreme Ice City. We have to defeat Carlo, so I need your help." Deep Vu looked very willing. "Ever since I entered the Apocalypse game, I've always lived in Extreme Ice City. I've long regarded this place as my home. As long as I can contribute to Extreme Ice City, I'll do anything." Truong Dike guided her into recalling it. "Do you still remember the golden car Bloodgate tried to snatch from you before?" Hearing that, Deep Vu silently took out a golden card. She tilted her head slightly and carefully confirmed. You mean this card? Tuong dich nodded. That's right. Before, because I wasn't sure whether we were friends or enemies, I didn't tell you. What he said next shocked Deep Vu. The card in your hand is one of the 10 rarest God-tier talent cards in the Apocalypse. As long as you give up your current talent, you can inherit the power of this God-tier talent card. The scene shifted to the Moonlight City area. By then, night had already fallen. As soon as Carlo walked in, his subordinate greeted him. Boss, you finally returned. He immediately asked, how is the magical beast training coming along? One subordinate respectfully reported, all the magical beasts have completed training and are ready to depart at any time. Carlo had already run out of patience. He gave the order directly, move out at once. Take Extreme Ice City. This time, Carlo personally led the expedition. He and his companions rode their magical beasts toward Extreme Ice City. Trogdike quickly discovered them. Carlo, he's finally here. Carlo sat atop the fiercest magical beast, arrogantly crossing his arms with a smirk. He loudly declared, everyone in Extreme Ice City, listen up. I will only give you one chance to surrender. Now, throw down your weapons and submit obediently. Otherwise, not even a scrap of armor will remain of this entire city. The people below immediately broke into murmurs. So that's the president of the #1 guild. Gods? He looks terrifyingly imposing. Trogdike spoke up to steady everyone's morale. Don't be fooled by his tricks. That's just an illusion he summoned. Tonlong drew his bow and aimed. And you think you alone can take our Extreme Ice City? What a joke. He focused intensely on locking onto his target, then snorted, take this arrow of mine. The next second, Tonlong's arrow shot into the sky, aimed right at the center of the magical beast formation. His shot was incredibly precise, without the slightest deviation, and the arrow flew straight toward Carlo. Carlo tilted his head to dodge, his face darkening as he caught the incoming arrow. Gritting his teeth, he snarled, what a bunch of ungrateful fools. So you've really decided to die by my hand. Once my cavalry takes action, let's see whether you can still be this confident. Right after that, he gave the attack order. Everyone, attack. Flatten Extreme Ice City for me. Tonlong's expression turned solemn as he looked at the person beside him. Guild leader. He could not help feeling anxious. There are even more fireballs this time than last time, and the magical beast dragon breath can't be underestimated either. Can our buildings really block it? Trogdike curled his lips into a reassuring smile. Don't worry, they definitely can. Just wait. Carlo's expression is going to be very entertaining. The next second, green energy enveloped the city. He had activated the elemental shield. The magical beast's fierce fireballs slammed into the shield, creating deafening explosions. Amid the thick smoke and dust, the magical beast's bodies were scorched, and they staggered as they fell from the sky. Hakon immediately panicked. This. Boss, all our attacks have been blocked. What do we do now? Carlo clenched his hand into a fist and snapped irritably. What are you scared of? Unwilling to give up, he issued the next order. Keep increasing the firepower. Order the ground magical beast core to attack. As soon as he finished speaking, the ground magical beasts were unleashed, surging toward the elemental shield. Ian rode at the front on his magical beast, directing the formation. Charge! Take Extreme Ice City. The president will definitely reward us handsomely. Kill! But after only advancing a short distance, his magical beast suddenly braked. The ground beneath the magical beasts and subordinates ahead of Ian suddenly gave way, and they all tumbled over backward. He turned around and warned those behind him, stop. There are traps in the ground. Panglong set the liga. We spent the whole afternoon digging those pits. Take your time enjoying them. Standing on the city wall and observing the situation, Trogdike gave an order to the people below. Notify Duan Fong's squad. Prepare to counterattack. The troops moved according to his command and quickly launched several bombs. Right after that, a layer of purple mist spread out. One person dropped right in front of Ian. He hurriedly covered his nose and warned those around him. Everyone, cover your noses. This mist is poisonous. Ian gritted his teeth in fury. Trogdike, you bastard. How dare you play dirty with me? Brief explanation. The poisonous mist has a paralyzing effect. Throwing a paralysis bomb deals 100 damage upon hitting an enemy and creates a poisonous cloud, reducing the enemy's movement speed by 50. Seizing the moment of chaos on the enemy's side, the city gates were immediately opened. Duan Fong rushed out to fight with Xiao Jiao and another person beside him. Let them know that Extreme Ice City isn't to be messed with. Charge! Duan Fong took the lead against Ian, leaping forward and slashing at him with his sword. The moment Ian saw it was him, he immediately growled, "You again? Today I'll avenge my brothers." Duan Fong snarled, "You? Then I'll give you the chance to die beneath my sword." His calm, unbothered attitude made Ian's blood boil. Ian swung his axe and roared, "You're asking to die." Duan Fong did not dodge and directly unleashed a skill in a powerful counterattack. Nanu walked over to Truong Dike's side and muttered, "At a critical moment like this, why isn't my brother anywhere to be seen? I haven't even seen Deep Vu either. Come to think of it, I haven't seen her since yesterday." The person beside her softly reassured her, "Don't worry. They're both fine. I assigned your brother a secret mission." He explained in detail, "To the right of Extreme Ice City, there's a river leading to Moonlight City. By traveling underwater, it's possible to avoid Carlo's surveillance and enter Moonlight City. In order to seize Extreme Ice City, Carlo will definitely move most of his forces out of Moonlight City. In other words, this is the best time for us to capture Moonlight City." According to Truong Dike's calculations, Carlo had never met her brother, so his sudden disappearance naturally would not arouse Carlo's suspicion. Combined with her brother's abilities, he was the most suitable person to complete this mission. He added, "As for Deep Vu, she'll be the key to whether we can defeat Carlo." In the sky, Carlo observed the battlefield and instructed his subordinate, Hakon, take a squad of flying magical beasts to support Ian. Their infantry seems to be in trouble. The subordinate accepted the order. "Yes, President." As soon as he finished speaking, Hakon led the flying magical beast squad straight toward Ian's legion. The moment Ian caught sight of the flying magical beasts, he burst into a smug laugh. "Our reinforcements are here. You're finished. Hakon, help me get rid of these pests." The other party naturally agreed. "Leave it to me. Hurry up on your end too. If you keep dragging things out and fail to take Extreme Ice City, we'll all be done for if the president gets angry." While fighting Duan Fong, Ian snapped back at his companion. "All right, stop nagging. Get down here and help." Just as the two sides were locked in an intense struggle, Hakon drove his magical beast straight at them. The magical beast bit down on Duan Fong's sword. Sitting atop it, Hakon mocked him, "I heard you treat your sword like your life. I wonder what you'll do if you're short one." He turned his head and tilted his chin provocatively. "If you've got the ability, come take it back." Before Hakon could even finish speaking, waves of pinkish-purple energy suddenly came surging over. The attacks tore through the air, making the magical beast stagger in pain. It opened its mouth and spat the sword back out, while Hakon swayed wildly on its back. In the end, he couldn't hold on and was thrown heavily to the ground. The impact made Hakon cough up blood. Deep Vu unleashed attack after attack and declared loudly, "Anyone who wants to harm Extreme Ice City will have to get past me first." Ian angrily moved to charge at her, but then froze. "You damn woman, you're courting death, what the? Why did they turn into butterflies?" Deep Vu's attack suddenly transformed and surrounded Ian, leaving him completely bewildered. These butterflies. At the very instant Ian let his guard down, a pink scythe was already at his throat. Ian noticed it, but it was too late. A weapon, in a flash. Deep Vu slipped past him, and behind her, her opponent's blood sprayed everywhere. At the same time, the system announced the result. Deep Vu had killed Ian. Duan Fong looked around in a daze, his mouth hanging open in shock. Damn, what did she suddenly become this strong? Hakon struggled to sit up. Seeing his companion get killed with his own eyes, he swore inwardly, "Ian, I will definitely avenge you." Quietly, Hakon took out a vial of red liquid from somewhere. He crushed the item, and the surrounding air was covered in a red glow. The magical beast seemed to be stimulated, roaring and running wildly. The magical beast in front of Duan Fong had already bitten off one man's head. Duan Fong immediately became alert. "Be careful. It looks like these magical beasts have gone mad." Even the enemy's own subordinates were so terrified that they turned and ran. "Run. These magical beasts are even eating their own people." The magical beasts moved in a circle and surrounded Duan Fong and Deep Vu. Clicking his tongue, Duan Fong remarked, "There are still quite a lot of them. This is going to be hard to deal with." Beside him, Deep Vu shouted, "Then let's go all out against them." Hakon admired the result with satisfaction. "Enjoy the fury of these magical beasts." Afterward, he rode off on a magical beast and reported back to Carlo. "President, our infantry has suffered heavy losses. Ian, he's dead. And besides Truong Dike, there's also a top-tier assassin now, with energy far above mine." The other party replied coldly, "All right, I know." He thought to himself, as expected of a player who has entered the apocalypse a second time. He already prepared everything in advance. Right now, with this protective barrier blocking me, I have no chance of getting close. After thinking for a moment, Carlo shouted a challenge. Truong Dike, can you come out and face me like a man? Hiding inside like a coward and letting a woman fight for you. What kind of ability is that? Truong Dike couldn't be bothered arguing with him. He silently waved his hand and summoned Little Black. Raising his brows with a cold smile, he exposed Carlo directly. Hey, stop pretending to be honorable. The only reason you're doing this is because you can't enter Extreme Ice City for the time being, and you can't destroy the elemental shield, so you're deliberately trying to provoke me into coming out to fight. Truong Dike faced Carlo head-on. What, are you that eager to die for your subordinates? Carlo still laughed arrogantly. You clearly know it's a trap, and you still dare come here alone? Truong Dike showed not the slightest fear and confidently declared, because I will defeat you. Carlo took out his weapon and replied, big words. I just hope you'll still be this confident in a moment. He raised a flute and played a few notes. Little Black immediately started struggling violently. Truong Dike tried to calm it. Little Black, steady yourself. Don't let his flute interfere with you. But Little Black still lost control and plummeted from the sky. Truong Dike urged Little Black, wake up. At the same time, he activated a skill, Soul Link. Second turn Beast Tamer skill. After activation, the damage the magical beast is supposed to bear will be transferred to the Beast Tamer himself. Duration, 60 seconds. Cooldown, 3 hours. Under Truong Dike's effort, Little Black immediately regained its senses and widened its eyes. It flipped over and shot back into the sky. Carlo could not help but remark. He actually took the dragon-controlling effect of the silver dragon flute onto himself and used his own willpower to resist it. Interesting. Then he suddenly leaped high into the air and continued playing the flute. Dance wildly, my dragons. The entire sky suddenly darkened, accompanied by thunder and lightning. Truong Dike looked puzzled. No, that's not right. A second-turn beast tamer can have at most 2 magical beasts. If 3 dragons appear at the same time, something is definitely wrong. Carlo arrogantly put his hands on his hips and laughed wantonly. Truong Dike, watch out. I'll drown you in a sea of fire. Burn at my dragons. Truong Dike dodged the opponent's blazing attack. He took out the elemental heart and activated triple elemental power. Then let's see whose firepower is stronger. The next second, 3 attacks shot out, accurately aimed at the 3 dragons. Even Carlo had not expected this and was stunned for a moment. Furious, he stomped his foot. Damn it, you stole my divine artifact, and now you're using it against me? Just you wait. Truong Dike quietly confirmed his own suspicion. Sure enough, it was just like when Tomb God had summoned the 4th-tier Dragon Emperor before. Those were not real dragon beasts at all. They were merely illusions. Carlo took out a legendary item, the Ancient Dragon Summoning Scroll, and declared at length, every time you activate the elemental heart in your hand, elemental crystals are consumed. After subtracting the amount you already spent upgrading the buildings, you definitely don't have many elemental crystals left now. But me? I can summon endlessly. The summoning process was completed, and 3 savage dragons appeared behind Carlo. He arrogantly lifted his chin. Let me see how long you can keep this up. Seeing this, Truong Dike was shaken. Endless summoning? Damn, that's seriously overpowered. But that didn't mean he intended to admit defeat. Truong Dike thought to himself, with his current endless summoning ability, if I keep attacking with the elemental heart, I'll only be wasting elemental crystals. He made up his mind. If that's the case, the very next second, the Undying Body skill was activated. Truong Dike gathered power into both fists and charged forward. Then take everything I've got. Flames engulfed his body, and his HP kept flashing warnings as it dropped by 500 each time. Truong Dike shouted loudly, Xiao Hei, don't come any closer. On the ground battlefield, Deep Vu was still struggling against the swarm of magical beasts. After all, even a lion can't catch a butterfly. She tore apart the lion in front of her with her bare hands and muttered coldly, much less just a mad lion. She had only just dealt with one when 2 more magical beasts lunged at her, trying to attack. Duan Fong arrived with timely support. With a casual swing of his sword, he cut them into pieces, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. Looking for death, the 2 of them looked up into the sky at the same time. It seemed Truong Dike had run into trouble. Deep Vu immediately leaped into the air and told the person behind her, "Stay here and deal with the remaining magical beasts. I'll go help." But the moment Truong Dike noticed what she intended, he stopped her at once. "Don't come over here. You can't withstand the damage from dragon breath." Nanu raised her staff and summoned an ice wall, blocking the raging flames that were about to swallow Deep Vu. "I'll help you." Deep Vu thanked her. Seeing that Deep Vu still wanted to move closer, Carlos sneered, "Another fool wants to come die. How stupid." He opened the scroll in his hand. "Then let me summon a few more magical beasts to play with you." Deep Vu was still forcing herself forward. She told herself, "Just hold on a little longer." Almost there. Deep Vu broke into a sprint, using the momentum to launch herself upward. Truong Dike returned her high five and murmured, "Deep Vu, you." She got straight to the point. "With my current strength, I can't kill the dragon beast he summoned. I can only rely on you. Use my talent to deal with him." Truong Dike successfully copied the god-tier talent, Assassin's Heart. He clenched his fists and swore to himself, "Don't worry. I definitely won't let you down." The scene shifted to another place, at the border between Extreme Ice City and Moonlight City. There, Bat Hong was carrying out an operation with a group of people. "We've reached the border of Moonlight City. Everyone, push harder and take Moonlight City as soon as possible." Everyone answered in unison. "Understood." One of them suddenly spoke up. "Captain, look, what is that?" Everyone hurriedly looked up, all of them stunned. Is that an ice mountain? Why is it flying?" Even Bat Hong was confused. Why had a drifting ice mountain suddenly appeared? The direction it was moving in was Extreme Ice City. Realizing how serious this was, he immediately ordered his men, "You, take 2 people and follow that ice mountain. Report the situation to me at all times. Everyone else, come with me and crush Moonlight City." No one dared slack off, and they all shouted together, "Yes, sir." Inside the ice mountain, rows of humanoid stone statues stood in neat lines, and naturally no one noticed them. The entire space was wrapped in silence. But if one looked closely, a floating scroll could be seen in front of each statue. Truong Dike frowned, turned sideways, and shouted, "Xiaohei, take Deep Vu to Nanu. Leave the rest to me." Carlos sat arrogantly on the giant dragon's back with his arms crossed and mocked him. "What, do you feel like you're about to lose to me? Is that why you're sending your dragon beast to carry the woman away first, so she won't have to watch her ugly defeat?" Then the system notification popped up. God-tier talent, Assassin's Heart, has taken effect. Elemental Heart has been refreshed. Recharge complete. Holding the Elemental Heart in his hand, Truong Dike couldn't hide the smugness in his eyes. "Aren't they just a pile of cheap summoning scrolls? Then let's see whether your endless summoning is stronger or my endless bullets." Truong Dike channeled his inner power. At once, the triple elemental force emitted beams of light toward Carlo's giant dragon. He secretly felt pleased. After Deep Vu upgraded Assassin's Heart, no matter how many cheap scrolls Carlo had, no matter how many dragon beasts he summoned, to him, they were nothing more than experienced farming tools, not even worth mentioning. Only now did Carlo begin to panic, cold sweat pouring down his body. In horror, he thought, impossible. How can he use the Elemental Heart so recklessly? At that moment, Truong Dike floated in midair, surrounded by a powerful force. The rocks below were blasted upward by the heat. Carlo trembled as he wondered, could it be that he still has a lot of elemental crystals left? Was he just acting before? Truong Dike raised the Elemental Heart and shouted, "Why don't you keep going? Weren't you acting all high and mighty just now?" The Elemental Heart fired 2 beams, piercing the 2 giant dragons behind Carlo and making them cry out in pain. Carlo instinctively raised a hand to shield his face and stammered, "Why you?" Horrified, he looked around at the 2 giant dragons that had been taken down in an instant. Seeing him fluster like that, Truong Dike spoke up, "Don't waste your effort. No matter how many giant dragons you summon, the result will be the same. An illusion is still just an illusion in the end. Your fantasies will never become reality." Immediately after that, Carlo had only just screamed no, when both he and the giant dragon he was riding were sucked in by the elemental energy shockwave. A deafening explosion rang out, and the scrolls in Carlo's hand flew everywhere. Standing before Carlo's battered, blood-spitting body, Truong Dike looked down from above and declared, "Carlo, you lost." Carlo stared at him, curled his lips into a smile, and said, "Do you really think that means you've beaten me? Interesting." The moment he finished speaking, he burst out laughing. Trembling, Carlos slowly hugged his arm and sat up. If I'm counting the timing right, the gift I prepared for you in Extreme Ice City should have arrived by now. Suddenly, a message came from Bat Hong. He reported that a gigantic ice mountain was flying toward him. It had already entered the range of Extreme Ice City. After reading it, Truong Dike was filled with confusion. An ice mountain? What was going on? Suddenly, the ground in front of him was covered with a layer of snow. He was inwardly shocked. Snow? Carlo spread his arms wide, looked behind him, and laughed. Truong Dike, the day you in Extreme Ice City die has arrived. Truong Dike immediately turned around in alarm. Behind him stood an enormous ice mountain towering over Extreme Ice City. Staring at it, he wondered, so that's the ice mountain Bat Hong was talking about? Inside the city, someone shouted, Nanu, Zuan Feng, get everyone back inside the city now. Hurry. Standing before that giant mass of ice, Nanu immediately answered, got it. Carlo held a teleport scroll and gave a sly grin. Take your time enjoying this big gift. Teleport scroll. Truong Dike, standing not far away, gritted his teeth and thought, try to run? He immediately rushed over and slammed Carlo with a painful punch, interrupting the teleportation and knocking the scroll to the ground. Truong Dike seized Carlo by the throat and lifted him up. Even now, Carlo showed no fear. Instead, he laughed and said, even if you kill me now, this ice mountain won't disappear. I spent 5,000 levitation scrolls to transport it here from the frozen edge of the apocalypse. Hearing that, Truong Dike cursed, you lunatic. From the side of the ice mountain, huge rocks kept crashing down into the city, but they were blocked by the shield surrounding it. Someone inside the city said fearfully, do you think we're in danger? Someone else immediately replied, don't worry. The elemental shield can even block a giant dragon's dragon breath. It should be fine against a few rocks. A massive boulder suddenly fell onto the city, cracking the shield. The next second, the shield could no longer hold. The boulder crashed straight down, and everyone below scattered in panic to avoid the falling debris. The shield's broken. Run, everyone. Meanwhile, Truong Dike dragged Carlo along and asked, has everyone returned to the city yet? Nanu answered, they all have. But now the elemental shield has already been smashed full of holes by the falling ice fragments. Yang Zhu looked up anxiously and added, if the entire ice mountain falls, Extreme Ice City will be crushed into frozen rubble in an instant. Truong Dike frowned and stared upward as well. Everyone stay in the city. I'll think of something. Right after that, he raised his hand and shouted, Xiao He. Xiao He was summoned at once. Truong Dike dragged Carlo across the ground toward Xiao He. Carlo clutched his head and screamed, hey, let me go. What are you trying to do? Truong Dike turned and shouted back, you think you're not involved in the disaster you caused? If Extreme Ice City is destroyed today, you'll be the first to be buried with it. A look of courage and determination filled his eyes as he mounted Xiao He and flew upward. The scene shifted to outside Moonlight City, where Bat Huang's group was hiding and watching the city, waiting for the right moment to attack. Standing behind a tree, Bat Huang thought to himself, just as Truong Dike predicted, Carlo has moved most of his forces to attack Extreme Ice City. The time was ripe, so he shouted, everyone, follow my order. Move. Charge. Take Moonlight City. Charge. The moment he finished speaking, all three rushed forward with weapons in hand and sprang into action. Bat Hong roared, kill, and the three of them sent all the guards on the city wall to meet their ancestors. He cut down their flag and replaced it with his own, then said to the people in the city, don't resist in vain anymore. From this moment on, Moonlight City belongs to the Hunting God Guild. The scene shifted to the drifting ice mountain. Truong Dike rode Xiao He down onto the ice mountain, while Carlo, his battered body trembling with rage, was thrown down mercilessly. On the other side, Bat Hong quickly sent word as well. Moonlight City has been successfully captured. Sitting on Xiao He's back, Truong Dike pointed at Carlo with contempt. Carlo, your Moonlight City has already been taken by my guild. Give up. Don't cause any more casualties among innocent people. Carlo immediately sneered. Do you think that can persuade me? Huh. You'll soon witness your teammates in Extreme Ice City being destroyed with your own eyes. In shock, Truong Dike looked behind Carlo and immediately asked, why you? What did you do to them? Behind Carlo were human bodies frozen solid. Carlo, his hands tied, struggled to stand and said, I merely had them carry the levitation scrolls up onto this ice mountain. What, are you panicking now? Truong Dike instantly leaped down and approached one of the frozen bodies, thinking it seems these players realized something was wrong back then. But they didn't have time to escape before turning into ice sculptures. To transport a single ice mountain, he sacrificed hundreds of ordinary players' lives. He immediately punched Carlo, sending his face to one side. That punch was for the innocent players who died on this ice mountain. Truong Dike summoned scrolls. Pinned to the ground, Carlo screamed, "What are you doing? Those are mine." Truong Dike snapped back irritably. "Your life is in my hands now. You're not in any position to say that." Truong Dike channeled his inner power and threw out a scroll, calculating inwardly as he did so. He had to move the ice mountain away from extreme ice city before the levitation scrolls lost their effect. Ancient Dragon Scroll, Summon. Instantly, a giant dragon with a body blazing with fire appeared. Truong Dike silently calculated the next step. South of extreme ice city lay a vast sea. If he used the illusionary power of the ancient dragon to pull the ice mountain out to sea, he could minimize the damage it would cause when it fell. Riding on Xiaohei's back, Truong Dike did not forget to tie Carlo along with him. "Xiaohei, we're taking the ice mountain with us." Carlo coughed twice with difficulty, then rambled on, stopped daydreaming. "This ice mountain could fall at any moment. How long do you think those dragons can hold it? Once it falls, both you and I will die. Truong Dike, you won't escape." Truong Dike couldn't care less and cut him off. "Shut your filthy mouth." A dragon tail scraped against the damaged rock, sending broken stone fragments raining down. In front of the mountain, dragon beasts spread their wings and soared through the air. The sight was incredibly magnificent. Truong Dike steeled himself. "I will protect Extreme Ice City. I will protect everything I have." The people below gasped in amazement at the sight. The ice mountain, it's moving. Those things are dragon beasts? There are so many. The guild leader is amazing. He did it. Nanu looked up, her eyes full of worry, silently praying, "Truong Dike, you must come back safely." Sometime later, Truong Dike and the little dragon flew into a blizzard region with Carlo in tow. Snow clung to all three of them. As he blew the flute, he encouraged himself inwardly. Almost there. The little dragon turned its head and growled pitifully at him a few times. Looking down, Truong Dike was filled with dread. Xiaohei's tail, which was connected to the ice mountain, had frozen solid from being exposed for too long. If this kept up, it might become completely necrotic, and Xiaohei would be dragged into the sea, unable to fly free. Holding his sword, Truong Dike prepared to cut downward, thinking, "Xiaohei, bear with it a little longer. I'll find a way to save you. The ice is too hard. Before the ice mountain falls, I have to." Suddenly, he lost his balance, and his thoughts were cut off. A gust of wind struck, sending everything into chaos. Truong Dike shouted, inwardly crying out, "This is bad. The power of the levitation scrolls has run out." Then everything suddenly went pitch black. A cool breeze swept over him, and all around him was white sand. Truong Dike sat on the beach, inwardly bewildered. "Where is this?" He immediately called out, "Xiaohei, Xiaohei." Looking down at his own hand, he was full of confusion. He couldn't summon Xiaohei. He couldn't even activate the summoning formation. Where exactly is this place? Why did I appear here? At the time, Xiaohei and I fell off the ice mountain together. I remember the last thing I saw on the sea was a small island. Could it be that the island I'm on now is that very same island? He summoned a scroll and felt secretly delighted. Thank goodness, I still have a teleport scroll. He immediately pressed to use it. The system gave a chime. Due to special map restrictions, players are temporarily unable to use teleport scrolls. Folding his arms as he stared at the system prompt, Truong Dike thought, so that's possible too? Although the system only mentioned special map restrictions, in reality, it was just another way of telling him this was a brand new DLC map. Surviving and leaving this place probably wouldn't be easy. His stomach suddenly growled twice from hunger. Holding his belly, Truong Dike muttered to himself, "I'm starving. Better figure out how to fill my stomach first." Suddenly, something poked out from the bushes beside him. Truong Dike thought to himself, "Looks like there are quite a few wild beasts on this deserted island. Perfect timing. I can catch a few and roast them." As he drew his sword and threw it, he thought, "Let's see where you run." Truong Dike glanced over and wondered in surprise. A person? He walked over to the bushes and looked inside. The very next second, a young woman with dragon horns on her head and a sharp weapon in hand charged straight at him. Truong Dike dodged immediately, but she still landed a hard kick on him. He quickly said, "Hey, do you have to be that fierce? We just met, and you're already going for the kill." The The girl replied, "You attacked first." Trong Dike took a step back and raised his hands. All right. I apologize for what I just did. Let's stop fighting first. I accidentally hurt you just now. I'm truly sorry. He then asked seriously, "May I ask who you are? Why are you here?" Trong Dike wondered inwardly, horns growing from her head, scales covering her body. Is she from the Beast clan? She immediately answered, "I should be the one asking you that. This is my territory, and for no reason at all I got slashed by a sword." "What rotten luck today?" Trong Dike asked in confusion. "Your territory? You're from here?" "I came from the outside world and accidentally fell onto this island." "Do you know how to leave?" She crossed her arms and said, "The outside world? I've lived here for hundreds of years and never heard of any outside world. As for leaving this place, even less." He stroked his chin and said seriously, "I can't stay here. I have to get out. My teammates are still waiting for me outside. If I disappear, they'll be very worried." Trong Dike looked out at the sea and thought to himself that, right now, the only way out was by sea. Tuet Ko raised her hand and hesitantly said, "But..." He cut her off. "Don't try to stop me. I'm definitely swimming out." As soon as he finished speaking, he swam out to sea alone. Seeing this, she couldn't help but laugh. What an interesting human. "Fine, I'll play with you for a bit." Trong Dike swam as fast as he could, cursing inwardly. "Damn, I've been swimming for almost an hour and still haven't even seen the edge of the continent." Suddenly, Tuet Ko and the sea dragon surfaced in front of him. Trong Dike immediately said, "You have a sea dragon, so why didn't you say so earlier?" She smiled faintly and replied, "I was about to, but didn't you tell me not to stop you?" A while later, the two of them arrived ashore. Trong Dike asked in confusion, "This island, isn't this the place we just left? We traveled for so long, and we ended up back here." Tuet Ko immediately replied, "That's right. No matter how long we swim in the sea, we always come back here. If you don't believe me, you can jump back in and try again." He asked in surprise, "What? Could it be that the map where this island is located is spherical, like the Earth? No matter which direction you go or how long you travel, you ultimately just return to the island." Suddenly, the flock of birds in the sky scattered in panic. She turned around in alarm and shouted, "Little Hai, hurry and hide." Little Hai immediately plunged into the sea. Tuet Ko grabbed Trong Dike and ran forward. He asked in confusion, "What's going on?" She replied, "If you won't live, keep quiet." A slender pale hand with pitch-black nails appeared. The owner of that hand was a sexy girl with wings and a pair of dragon horns. Inside the jungle of Dragon God Island, Tuet Ko and Trong Dike walked side by side. He glanced at her and asked, "Who was that black-armored person just now? The one with horns like yours? Why do we have to hide from her?" Tuet Ko replied, "I don't know much else. I only know they're very dangerous and patrol the island all the time. Once they find us, we'll lose our lives." Trong Dike asked doubtfully, "Lose our lives?" Tuet Ko leaped onto a tree branch and explained, Although we're all dragons, the dragon clan itself is divided into two factions, light and darkness. The one we met just now was a member of the Dark Dragon clan." Trong Dike wondered inwardly, "Dark Dragon clan? This is the first time I've heard of such a faction in the apocalypse. Looks like this island is hiding quite a few secrets." She jumped onto the branch and said, "I have to go home now. You should quickly find somewhere to hide. If a black dragon catches and eats you, don't blame me. I was kind enough to warn you." Trong Dike stroked his chin and calculated inwardly. "Right now, I know nothing about this island. Acting alone would be far too dangerous. Following her is probably the safest option." He started walking after Tuet company. She turned back and asked irritably, "Hey, why are you still following me?" Trong Dike immediately replied, "This island is so dangerous. Of course it's safer to follow you. You dragged me into this forest. If that black dragon from earlier catches me, and after torturing me, I give you away, wouldn't that be even more troublesome?" Tuet Ko turned her head and pouted. "You humans really are crafty. Fine then, stay close. If you get lost, I'm not going to care." Trong Dike immediately replied, "All right." Then Tuet Ko sprang forward. A while later, the two of them arrived at the camp of the Light Dragon clan. Tuet Ko happily threw herself into an old woman's arms and shouted, "Grandma, I'm back." The old woman replied kindly, "Oh my, our Tuet Ko is back. I thought you were having too much fun and didn't want to come home anymore." She answered sadly, "Of course not. It's just that I ran into that vicious black dragon today. Luckily, I was smart enough to avoid it." Grandma immediately scolded her unhappily. "Don't run around like that again next time. As punishment, you're not allowed to go anywhere for the next few days." As if remembering something, Tuet Ko turned to look at him and said, "Oh, right. This is a strange guy I met on the beach today. He says he came from the outside world." Grandma turned and asked, "And this young man is?" Truong Dyke broke out in a sweat and raised his hand in greeting. "Grandma, hello." Grandma immediately interrupted. "You came from outside?" He immediately replied, "That's right. I fell into the sea, and when I woke up, I found myself here." Grandma said, "So similar. Really so similar." Truong Dyke wondered inwardly. Similar? Could it be that someone came here before? Grandma patted Tuet Ko on the shoulder and said, "Tuet Ko, wait here for me. Young man, come with me." A while later, the two of them arrived at the seashore. He turned to look at Grandma and asked, "Grandma, you've lived on this island for so long. You must know how to get out, right?" "I tried for a long time earlier, but I still couldn't leave these waters." Grandma replied, "Of course there's a way to leave the island, but it's very dangerous. I heard from Tuet Ko that when you two arrived, you ran into a black dragon. To be honest with you, those black dragons rule all of Dragon God Island. Any creature other than the Dark Dragon clan can only hide in order to survive on this island. The route off the island is also guarded by those black dragons. Our Light Dragon clan has been trapped on this island for hundreds of years. We resisted with all our strength before, but we failed." Grandma turned and walked away as she said, "Young man, I hope you won't mention this route off the island to Tuet Company. That girl is stubborn and curious about everything. If she finds out, I'm afraid it'll only bring her danger." Truong Dyke replied seriously, "Don't worry, Grandma. I won't tell her." Hearing that, Grandma replied happily, "Good. Let's go. I can see your injuries still haven't healed, so get some rest first." A while later, the two of them went back inside. Grandma said, "Tuet Ko, take your guest a rest. I need to rest for a bit too." She immediately replied, "Yes, yes." Tuet Ko curiously asked him, "Hey, what did Grandma secretly say to you that was so mysterious?" Truong Dyke awkwardly replied, "In nothing. Just some things to watch out for on the island." She immediately said, unhappily, "Fine, then don't tell me. Cheapskate, come on, I'll take you to where you can rest." The two of them came to a small house built in a tree trunk. Truong Dyke looked up and asked in surprise, "Sleep? Sleep in a tree?" Tuet Ko replied, "That's right. It's more suitable for hiding and harder for the black dragons to find." Truong Dyke immediately climbed up the tree trunk. Once inside the house, he thought to himself, "I wonder how long it's been since I fell from the iceberg until now. My priority now is to quickly find a way to leave this island. The longer I stay here, the greater the trouble non-new and extreme Ice City may face. As for Little Black, I just hope it's safe and sound." Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, the sun gradually set. Sitting on the floor and looking at the items in front of him, Truong Dyke thought, "At the moment, this is all I have left on me. I bought this Jia Geo scroll at the auction before, but unfortunately, I still haven't found a way to open it." Holding the glowing scroll in his hand, he wondered, why is it suddenly reacting? Could it be that I couldn't open this Jia Geo scroll before, because it only works on a special map? A quest panel suddenly popped up. Hidden Dragon Clan Quest, Dragon Hunter. Quest description: the world-destroying dragon god, Dallo, slew the dragon god Bai Shui Tianji. The descendants of Bai Shui Tianji set up a sealing barrier on Dragon God Island, while also leaving behind a branch of the world-destroying Dragon God Legion to guard the barrier. Player, follow the clues, find, and destroy the world-destroying Dragon God Legion. Quest reward: Dragon Hunter outfit, legendary grade equipment. Trono dik wonder de inwardly. A Eden Dragon Clan Quest. Holding the scroll in his hand, he thought, this matches what Grandma said earlier. It looks like if I want to leave this island, dealing with the world-destroying Dragon God Legion is unavoidable. A great beam of light descended from the sky and shone straight down on a house in the darkness of night. Scene shift. Over here, Lana stood stiffly and said sternly to the figure bathing in lava, "Commander, I discovered strange traces on the island. It seems someone has broken into Dragon God Island." She lifted her eyes and stood up, murderous intent filling the air as she glanced back. It's the aura of a human race. In all these hundreds of years, this is the first time I've seen a human break into Dragon God Island. Scene shift. On a tree branch, one standing and one sitting, two people were talking. "Are you sure you didn't see it wrong?" The other replied, "Absolutely sure. I had already traced signs of activity from the Light Dragon clan here before, so I've been keeping strict watch these past few days. That golden beam shooting into the sky just now definitely wasn't normal." The next moment, both of them sprang into the air. The one in front shouted, "Go! We can't let them escape this time." A second later, the two transformed into dragons. The two ferocious evil dragons spewed fire everywhere, and the whole forest sank into a sea of flames. A short while later, the flames reached Truongdike. He jolted awake from his sleep. Outside the window, Tuet Ko shouted in panic, "Run!" Truongdike immediately sat up and asked, "What happened?" She hurriedly replied, "It's the world-destroying Dragon God Legion. We've been discovered." Outside, the two evil dragons were continuously breathing fire. From below, Tuet Ko waved at him and shouted, "Hurry and follow us." He said angrily, "Those damned evil dragons." Truongdike shouted, "You two ugly bastards! Picking on the old, the weak, and the young makes you feel capable? I'm right here. If you got guts, come at me." Tuet Ko stammered in fright. "You." He looked at her and said, "Go. Leave me alone." The two evil dragons furiously spat fire at him. Gritting his teeth, Truongdike summoned the heart of elements and thought, "Let's see then. I'll break your wings myself." The system immediately popped up a notice saying the heart of elements could not be used. He cursed inwardly, "Damn your whole family." "So nothing can be used, is that it?" A loud explosion rang out below. Truongdike quickly leaped onto the tree trunk to evade the attack. The moment he landed, a hand suddenly grabbed him and pulled him away. Tuet Ko's face was right in front of his. Not far away, Grandma waved and called, "Tuet Ko, hurry, get out of here. It's too dangerous here." Immediately after that, the tree the two of them had just been standing on burst into flames. In fright, she threw herself into Grandma's arms and stammered, "Grandma, our home. Grandma, cut her off. As long as you're safe, that's all that matters. The other clansmen have already retreated safely. We should go too." Suddenly, an evil dragon landed on a branch with a cracking sound. All three of them turned to look at the same time. Tuet Ko stammered, The evil dragon immediately spewed fire. Truongdike summoned his sword and shouted, "Quickly take Grandma away." He leaped up with his sword, aimed at the evil dragon, and cursed inwardly, "Damn it, trouble never comes alone. And of all times, I have to run into these hard-to-deal-with evil dragons right now." Before he could even touch it, Truongdike was swatted away by the evil dragon, while the other evil dragon set its sights on Grandma and Tuet Company. Gritting her teeth, Grandma immediately transformed into a dragon and blocked that evil dragon. The evil dragon roared angrily, "Old woman, you think someone like you can stop us?" As soon as it finished speaking, both evil dragons rushed at Grandma. It shouted, "Today we're going to tear you to pieces." Then the two of them lunged forward and bit into Grandma. In pain, with tears streaming down her face, Grandma cried out, "Young man, take Tuet Ko and go. Protect her well." Tuet Ko screamed in despair. "Grandma, no!" Grandma shouted, "My Tuet Ko, my good child, you must survive." With tears in their eyes, both Truongdike and Tuet Ko looked at Grandma. He resolved inwardly, "I will avenge this for her no matter what." Grandma reminisced inwardly long ago. "I once saw a hero who looked very much like you. That person subdued the world-destroying dragon god by his own strength alone." Grandma raised her claw and clamped it onto the evil dragon, making it start in shock and rage. "You old hag, D!" It immediately struck and killed Grandma. Scene shift. Over here, the two of them ran hand in hand toward tower. Truongdike said, "There seems to be a tower up ahead. Let's hurry inside." Tuet Ko cried out in alarm, "Wait, are you sure? No dragon has ever dared enter this tower." He replied, "We have no choice. There's no other way. Go." The two hurried into the tower. Outside, the two evil dragons were blocked by a barrier surrounding the tower. Scene shift. At the Forgotten Beach, Xiao Yao and Na Nu anxiously looked around and shouted, "Truongdike, guild leader, are you nearby?" Bat Hong looked at the item in his hand and said, "It's confirmed that the snow mountain fell into this sea area, but for now we still haven't found any trace of a human or a dragon." Na Nu anxiously ran up to him and said, "Brother, do you think something might have happened to Truongdike?" Bat Hong smiled and rubbed her head as he replied, "It'll be fine. We have to trust him. If he could save an entire city from danger, then he can definitely keep himself alive too. I'll have everyone expand the search area." Nanu opened an image of Truongdike, her eyes filled with nothing but worry. "Truongdish, I miss you so much. You have to come back safely." Scene shift inside the Dragon Clan prayer tower. The two of them stood side by side behind the door. Truongdike patted Tuet Ko on the shoulder to comfort her. "I understand how you feel right now. I've also lost the person closest to me, but I think they stay by our side in another way. Do you remember Grandma's last words to you? You have to live well. She burst into tears and cried out, "Grandma!" Then she threw herself into his arms. Trogdike said firmly, "Trust me, I'll definitely avenge Grandma for you." Placing both hands on Tuet Ko's shoulders, Trogdike said seriously, "Stay in the tower and wait for me first. I'm going outside to see what's happening. It's been so long and no one has come in. Those black dragons have probably lost our trail." With tears in her eyes, Tuet Ko softly agreed. Gritting his teeth, he put his hand on the door, but his body suddenly trembled. "We have to find your clansmen, reunite with them, and think of a way to leave here as soon as possible." Trogdike's eyes widened in shock. Breaking out in a cold sweat, he shouted awkwardly, "Why won't this door open anymore?" Suddenly, dazzling rays of light burst from the door, forcing both of them to raise their hands to shield their faces. Trogdike shouted, "Careful, it looks like this door is about to disappear." After a while, he slowly opened his eyes. In front of them was a gigantic block of ice. Trogdike asked in astonishment, "Where exactly is this place? We were clearly inside the tower just now." Tuet Ko replied, "I'm not sure either, but I once heard the others mention that this is the forbidden land on the island. Even the Dark Dragon clan doesn't dare come near it." The two hugged themselves as they shivered non-stop from the cold. Tuet Ko groaned, "It's so cold." Trogdike took out the flame sword and said, "Come closer to this. It'll be warmer." She replied, "Thank you." Looking ahead, he said, "It seems the only way to understand what's going on is to climb to the top of the snowy mountain. Let's go." A while later, the two of them were moving toward that enormous block of ice, using their hands to shield their faces from the snowstorm. Tuet Ko said, "It feels like the higher we go, the stronger the snowstorm gets." He replied with difficulty, "Hold on a little longer. We're almost there." Suddenly, a light shone from the top of the mountain. He thought, "That sound." Trogdike immediately grabbed Tuet Ko's hand and ran. "Hurry, it's an avalanche." At that moment, the snow had already begun to collapse. The two of them couldn't dodge in time and were swept away by the avalanche, the pain making them scream out. A while later, Trogdike held his head and sat up, looking around as he asked, "Where is this?" "Over there." Tuet Ko was unconscious, shivering as she murmured, "Cold, so cold." He looked at the sword in his hand in alarm. "This is bad. Even the ice and fire sword isn't reacting anymore." Trogdike draped his coat over Tuet Ko and said, "Hang in there. I'll definitely get you out." Trogdike channeled spiritual power into a rock as he searched, and suddenly he grabbed hold of something. He looked at the thing in his hand and thought to himself, it looked like a cactus, but it wasn't. Hadn't Tuet Ko said this was the forbidden land of the Dragon Clan? Could it be that someone trespassed into the forbidden land and died here? Trogdike immediately saw an illusion emanating from that piece of bone. A person kneeling before a dragon lying on the ground, with large pools of blood beneath the dragon. Right after that, a chilling voice rang out. "You've seen it, haven't you? If you want to survive on this snowy mountain, you must be like him and make use of everything around you that can be used." Trogdike was startled and shouted, "Who's talking? Stop hiding and show yourself." The voice echoed back, "Who I am is not important. What matters is that I can help you survive. Go, kill her. No one will know, and no one will blame you. Her blood can warm you. Her flesh can give you strength. Don't you want to reunite with your teammates?" Then an illusion appeared, Nanu's group of 4, smiling warmly at Trogdike. She smiled brightly, raised a hand toward him, and said, "Trogdike, come back. Let's be together." That eerie voice kept urging him on. "Eat her, and you'll be able to leave this place. Eat her, eat her." Trogdike seemed to fall under the voice's control. He picked up his sword and aimed it at the neck of the trembling Tuet company. In her dazed state, Tuet Ko lay curled up on the ground, wondering where she was. It felt so cold. At that moment, Trogdike arrived. Nervous, he immediately shook her awake. "Tuet Ko, can you hear me? Tuet Ko, wake up." Tuet Ko's pale, trembling hand lifted unconsciously, as if this were the last trace of reason she had left. Trogdike grabbed her hand. "Come on, leave this place with me." Her weak voice sounded out. Okay, time passed, and Trogdike kept sitting there watching over her. The moment he saw movement, he asked, "You're finally awake. How do you feel? Are you warmer now?" Tuet Ko rested for a while and gradually became more clear-headed, but the dampness at the corner of her mouth made her curiously wipe it with her finger. Seeing the red liquid on her hand, Tuet Ko was stunned. You actually used your own blood to wake me up?" Trogdike instead comforted her. "Don't worry, losing a little blood won't affect me too much for now. I'm more worried about you. In this frozen wasteland, if you kept freezing like that, I was afraid your life would be in danger." Thinking back, he had heard that voice say, Her blood can warm you. Her flesh can give you strength. That gave Truong Dyke an idea. Blood. Maybe his own blood could warm her body. And right after that, without hesitation, Truong Dyke slashed his hand with his sword and fed her his blood. Tuet Ko, wake up. Inside the freezing cave, a blizzard raged outside. Truong Dyke used his own body to hold Tuet Ko and warm her up. Now that she was awake, Truong Dyke anxiously said, "The snowstorm outside is already weakened. If we hold on just a little longer, we should be able to reach the top of the snowy mountains soon." And so the two of them braved the snow and kept climbing higher. Truong Dyke looked at Tuet Ko and encouraged her, "Come on, we're almost there." She replied, "I can see the summit now." The two of them truly went through hardship together, crossing mountains and streams. Truong Dyke tightened his grip on the cliff face. Just one more step. After a while, the two finally reached their destination, and Truong Dyke said happily, "We're finally here." Tuet Ko looked around. She pointed at the strange horned statue in front of them and asked in confusion, "What's that?" Truong Dyke was also curious because of her reaction. He looked at it for a moment and then said, "Come on, let's go take a look." Looking at the patterns, Truong Dyke guessed, "These runes don't look like the noble script I saw before. They look more like something from your dragon clan. Have you seen them before?" But he was talking to himself while she seemed dazed. Truong Dyke was surprised. Tuet Ko. At that moment, a beam of light shone out from within those runes. Before Truong Dyke could process it, a white dragon immediately emerged from the light. Tuet Ko was a little frightened and immediately hid behind Truong Dyke to observe the situation. Looking at it, he froze in shock. "Are you the snow white dragon god, Tianji?" Tuet Ko hurriedly cut in. "You are the commander of the Light Dragon clan?" Tianji replied, "I once was, but my true body was destroyed by the world-destroying dragon god. What remains is only this final illusion. Congratulations. You have completed the trial of the dragon clan's prayer tower." Hearing this, Truong Dyke was extremely shocked and immediately asked, "A trial?" Tianji explained again, "From the moment you entered the prayer tower, every hardship you encountered was part of my trial for you. The cold, the hunger, the unreachable destination, the gradual collapse of your will, the temptation of survival." Truong Dyke understood. "So the one who told me to kill Tuet Ko in the cave was also you?" Tianji replied in satisfaction, "That's right. That was the hardest part of the entire trial. Very few people would give up their own chance of survival for the sake of a companion. If you had attacked her then, you would have been frozen into ice instantly. But you truly surprised me. To share life and death with the Dragon Clan at such a moment, you did very well." Tianji continued, "In this trial, only by using your own warm blood to protect the Dragon Clan can you gain the Dragon Clan's recognition and obtain the qualification to form a Dragon God contract with the Dragon Clan. But you must remember this. The Dragon God contract has a time limit. A Dragon God forming a contract with a beast tamer can only remain bound for at most 3 years. After 3 years, no matter what happens, the contract will end and they will return to Dragon God Island." Truong Dyke fell silent. I understand. He thought to himself that his power was restricted everywhere on Dragon God Island. Forming a Dragon God contract was the only way he could defeat the world-destroying Dragon Patrol Legion. Then he looked at her again. "Tuet Ko, are you willing to form a Dragon God contract with me? I will lead you in wiping out the world-destroying Dragon God Legion from Dragon God Island, restoring the future of the Light Dragon Clan, and avenging Grandma's death together." Tuet Ko immediately answered, "I am." Immediately after that, the two of them reached out and touched hands, and the contract began to take shape. A violent wind rose, and glowing contract lines appeared, wrapping around both of them. Tuet Ko shut her eyes tightly, and from the sky above, a huge white dragon surrounded her. After transforming, Tuet Ko affectionately rubbed her head against him. Truong Dyke silently marveled that this was Tuet Ko's original form. Before disappearing, Tianji gave one final reminder. "Now that the two of you have formed a Dragon God contract, the gate of the prayer tower has opened for you once more. Go do what you must do." As soon as the words fell, a door appeared before the two of them. Truong Dyke climbed onto Tuet Ko's back, looked ahead, and said, "Tuet Ko, let's go." Right after that, the two of them immediately flew toward the teleportation gate. Once they had completely vanished into the distance, a familiar figure appeared as well. It turned out to be Grandma's spirit. She looked at the dragon with a happy smile. "Tianji, your daughter has finally grown up. She really is exactly like you were in the beginning, and she's even met someone she can trust for life." Tianji replied, "And besides, I really did see the shadow of that person from back then in this young man." Grandma said again, "Our time is up. It's a pity we can't stay by Tuet Ko's side anymore." Tianji added, I only hope she can lead our people toward the light. Outside, Truong Dike and Tuet Ko had already gone quite far from the original cave. For some reason, Tuet Ko had begun to cry. Ahead of them, two black dragons were circling low around the tower, their claws fiercely striking the barrier, though of course it did not budge in the slightest. The two dragons raged, this damned barrier. This must be the handiwork of the previous light dragon god. At that very moment, the door inside suddenly opened, and golden light shone brilliantly from within. Tuet Ko strode out aggressively, carrying an overwhelming aura. Standing before the two huge dragons, Truong Dike frowned. Tuet Ko, let's go. It's time these black dragons got a taste of what we're capable of. The two dragons lunged viciously. Ignorant brat. If that barrier hadn't been protecting you, you would have followed that old woman long ago. Now that the barrier has been destroyed, let's see what you have to fight us with. Not giving them time to gloat, Tuet Ko charged forward and opened her mouth, releasing a powerful blast of internal force. Truong Dike also rushed upward at the same time. I'll make you pay. Dragon God stance. He clenched his teeth and steeled his resolve. Grandma, I owe you a debt of gratitude. Now I'll repay it. At once, the figure of a golden dragon appeared, its aura soaring to the heavens. The two black dragons were wrapped by the golden dragon and instantly panicked in fear. Truong Dike shouted, You black dragons who have committed every evil deed, die. As soon as he finished speaking, he launched a fierce assault at the two black dragons. Unable to withstand it, they immediately crashed to the ground. The two black dragons returned to human form. Truong Dike said again, Tuet Ko, next we should drag out the mastermind behind all this. She quickly replied, I know where she is. She lives at the center of Dragon God Island, in the abyss at the island's core. Tuet Ko recalled painfully, that place used to be the homeland of our light dragon clan, but later it was occupied by the world-destroying Dragon God Legion. At once, the two of them flew straight ahead together. Truong Dike told her, actually, before I came here, I also had a dragon. But ever since we fell into the sea, we've lost contact. I don't know how it's doing now. Tuet Ko asked him, was it a cute little black dragon? Hearing that, Truong Dike was extremely shocked and couldn't help asking yes. How do you know? Tuet Ko explained, when I formed the Dragon God contract with you in the Prayer Tower, I saw it. It seems to have only suffered external injuries. Other than that, there's nothing seriously wrong. He let out a breath of relief. So Little Black was still alive. What a relief. As he spoke, he thought to himself, Little Black, I will definitely defeat the world-destroying Dragon God Legion and leave this island. Wait for me. As they flew farther away, a black aura suddenly surrounded the two of them. Covering his face with both hands, Truong Dike was startled. What's going on? From within the vortex, a voice rang out. I didn't expect you to actually deliver yourselves to my door. Tuet Ko hurriedly said to him, I recognize her voice. She's the leader of the world-destroying Dragon God Legion. The demon dragon, Vukaina. The moment Tuet Ko finished speaking, a bewitching figure appeared at once. The proud young woman, with dragon horns on her head, stared at them with a disdainful expression. Kaina looked at the two of them. I never expected that a human from outside the island would be able to form a dragon god contract with a descendant of a light dragon clan. You've truly broadened my horizons. But if you think that means you can escape, you're underestimating me far too much. Truong Dike gripped his weapon and charged forward. Then I'll let you experience the power of the light dragon clan once again. He struck with Dragon God stance, and that power shot straight toward Kaina. But seeing him struggle so hard, she merely said calmly, You think petty tricks like this can injure me? How laughable. Yet just as she finished speaking, Truong Dike's sword thrust straight toward her. A huge explosion rang out where her seat had been, while the sword remained planted there. Truong Dike followed the direction of his attack, inwardly tense. She vanished. From within the smoke and dust, Kaina's enchanting voice rang out. I prepared a grand gift for you too. Enjoy it slowly. Truong Dike was a little surprised. Why did so much mist suddenly appear out of nowhere? Tuet Ko immediately answered, No, this isn't mist. It's a dragon mist domain summoned by a high-level dragon god. Truong Dike continued, A dragon mist domain? I've heard before that when a high-level dragon god sleeps, it naturally exhales mist, forming a huge mist region around itself. The stronger the dragon god, the wider the mist area of coverage. Tuet Ko hesitated, but I've never seen a dragon mist domain this large before. Judging by its current scale, it's likely that some enormous creature is sleeping beneath us. Truong Dike understood at once. No wonder Vu Kaina acted so calmly just now. So she's relying on the presence of another powerful mist dragon. After a pause, Truong Dike added, "Still, if the mist is this strong, that means the dragon is asleep. And it's probably been in deep slumber for quite a long time. That's the only good news we have right now." As soon as the two of them finished speaking, something black appeared again in the sky. While he wasn't paying attention, that mass of black smoke condensed into dragon claws and stabbed straight at Truong Dike. Truong Dike circulated his inner force and gritted his teeth. What kind of thing is hiding there pretending to be mysterious? As soon as he finished, a streak of golden light shot straight toward the dark black smoke. After just that one exchange, Truong Dike's health dropped significantly. He ground his teeth in anger. Damn it, a trap? If this keeps up, I'll run out of mana after using a few more skills. Looking at the dragons flying around toward him, Truong Dike began calculating. The illusions inside this mist are endless. Fighting them head-on isn't the answer. I have to find a source of this mist. He rode Tuet Ko and quickly widened the distance to stay safe. The mist is rising from underground. We can only go down and see what's really going on. Tuet Ko, let's go down. Down below, that dark light was even thicker. It gathered together into a circle, almost like a door. In the distance, a giant dragon flew hurriedly across the sky and then slowly vanished. Scenes shift to the Dragon Clan ruins. Tuet Ko and Truong Dike arrived there very quickly. Looking at the ruins, her face filled with sadness. This used to be the home where I lived. I never thought I'd be able to come back here again. At that moment, Truong Dike faintly heard a strange sound somewhere, which startled him. Seeing the vague silhouette of a girl standing ahead, Truong Dike hurriedly said to Tuet Ko, "It looks like there's someone up ahead." Hearing the sound, the girl immediately turned around, but there was something very wrong with her eyes. Tuet Ko seemed to know her, and upon seeing her friend, she joyfully called out, "Shaoli, is that you? Why are you here?" But Truong Dike immediately grew wary and stepped forward to stop her. "Wait, don't go near her yet. There's something strange about her eyes." Just as Truong Dike had guessed, Xiao Li's gaze shifted targets, and then she charged straight at the two of them. Tuet Ko shouted, "Xiao Li, it's me, Tuet Ko. Wake up." Truong Dike immediately realized this is bad. It looks like her body has been taken over by some evil force. In the distance, Kaina was already sitting on a tree, watching the interesting scene before her. She mocked them. "You can't bring yourself to attack an old friend? How very loyal and sentimental." Truong Dike turned around angrily. "So it really was you behind all of this?" Knowing that Tuet Ko could never attack her own clansmen, Kaina had captured and controlled all of them. Just as she had expected, Tuet Ko collapsed helplessly to the ground. "I'm sorry, I can't attack them." Two streams of tears rolled down her cheeks. Looking at them reminds me of the time we used to live together. Seeing how heartbroken Tuet Ko was, Truong Dike comforted her. "It's okay. Let me think of something." After speaking, he frowned at the controlled Dragon Clan members and thought to himself, if they're only corpses being manipulated by some kind of dark sorcery, then maybe the soul swap could work. Kaina stood above them smugly and said proudly, "If you still don't make a move, you'll be eaten alive." She told Truong Dike's group with delight that they had been hungry for hundreds of years. Hearing that, he naturally wasn't about to let Kaina keep gloating. Truong Dike slammed his sword hard into the ground and shouted, "Shut up." A crimson light rose up as Truong Dike activated his god-tier talent, Spirit Summoner, and shouted at the same time, "Rise again, dead of the Light Dragon Clan." At that moment, the Light Dragon Clan members who had been under control began to show signs of calming down. Their gazes immediately turned toward Kaina. Deep down, they knew that she was the one who had reduced their clansmen to this state. Seeing her magic being dispelled, Kaina instantly grew tense, and a trace of fear flashed through her eyes. Truong Dike rejoiced inwardly. It worked. Now, seeing the Light Dragon Clan members charging at her, she jolted in alarm. Even if Kaina died, she never would have imagined that Truong Dike could actually counter her internal power. What is this?" Seeing his smug expression, Kaina asked in confusion, "Why has my spell stopped working?" He replied disdainfully, "Sorry about that. My Spirit Summoner is a god-tier talent. Who knows how many times stronger it is than your lousy control spell. Those vicious hands were about to claw at Kaina. Furious, she clenched her teeth. "You're courting death." As soon as she finished speaking, Kaina used her internal power to blast away all the Light Dragon clan members attacking her. A vicious gleam lit up her eyes as Kaina said coldly, "Since that's the case, then you can be buried along with these dead people." Truong Dike also started charging forward. "Tuet Ko, let's go." Tuet Ko shouted, "Vu Kaina, I will avenge my fallen clansmen." Her gaze was razor-sharp, and the internal power she unleashed was even more domineering. Gripping the axe blade in her hand tightly, Kaina fiercely slashed toward Truong Dike. As he dodged, he anxiously warned Tuet Ko, "Careful, hidden weapons." In an instant, pain struck, startling both of them. Tuet Ko panicked. Truong Dike took one look and immediately realized, "Damn it, the hidden weapons are poisoned." Kaina said gleefully, "You've been poisoned by black dragon venom. You can't move anymore. The next attack will smash your flesh and bones to pieces." As soon as she finished speaking, a fierce wind rose and a sinister smile spread across her evil face. Black dragon venom. Once an enemy is poisoned, they are weakened and their movement speed is reduced by 90. Truong Dike gritted his teeth and looked at her nervously. After being poisoned, his body felt incredibly heavy. It was damn hard to control. Seeing his panic, Kaina became even more pleased with herself. Without giving him any chance to turn things around, Kaina attacked again. Receive the punishment of the world-destroying dragon god. Neither of them could move. Truong Dike was startled. This is bad. But then a familiar figure came running toward them from behind. Ignoring Tuet Ko, the girl rushed over and rammed hard into her shoulder with a painful impact. Right before their stunned eyes, Shaoli gritted her teeth and stood in front of them. Once she came back to herself, Tuet Ko cried out in shock at her friend. Shaoli, activating her internal power, Shaoli shouted at the same time, "Emerald Pearl of Life." Emerald Pearl of Life was a forbidden spell of the Dragon Clan. Using her own soul as the medium, it fully restored the HP and mana of allies within range while also dispelling all negative statuses. A powerful beam of light burst upward, and a huge branch immediately sprouted from the ground. Kaina could hardly believe what she was seeing. She clenched her teeth in stunned disbelief. What? In the blink of an eye, the branch turned into a towering ancient tree lush with leaves and flowers. Heartbroken, Tuet Ko said, "Shaoli, why? Why are you so foolish?" Leaves drifted down and touched the torn wound on Truong Dike's arm. Instantly, it healed without leaving a trace, and he felt his body become stronger as well. Yet Kaina mockingly said, "Crying over the dead? How laughable. No wonder the Light Dragon Clan has fallen so far. Every single one of you does pointless things." Hearing that, Truong Dike cut in. "No, that's not right." He reached out and touched a falling leaf. "It is we, the living, who give meaning to those who died. All those who died bravely. All those who died pitifully. We will carry their wishes and continue moving forward." When Kaina heard that, she gave a mocking little sound as if she found it amusing. Then Truong Dike looked at her silently and said, "Vu Kaina, now it's your turn. It's time to settle the score for all the evil things you've done to the Light Dragon Clan." Kaina was now seriously wounded, and a cloud of hidden projectiles spread around her body. Truong Dike looked at her, trying to run again, but this time, "I won't let you escape so easily." Then he said coldly, "Tuet Ko." At the same time, an ice dragon instantly appeared behind him. The two merged into one, and a pair of white wings grew from Truong Dike's back. Now he looked valiant, like a warrior general with pure white wings. This was the Dragon God form. After signing a contract with Tuet Ko, he could use the power of the Dragon God. Truong Dike immediately charged forward at great speed, and Kaina was unable to defend in time. He pounced on her fiercely and said, "Got you, Demon Dragon Vu Kaina." Truong Dike's hand tightened around Kaina's throat, and she cried out in fear, "In my body." At that moment, Truong Dike calculated inwardly. Tuet Ko was an ice element dragon god. Her dragon god power could freeze all things and help him greatly restrict an enemy's mobility during battle. Against Vu Kaina, there could be no better choice. In the forest, the birds suddenly scattered into the sky. Dark clouds gathered with lightning, and the sky became extremely gloomy. Deep in the forest, a voice roared through the air, "You lowly, despicable mongrel humans, who dares disturb my sweet dream?" At the same time, a huge dragon appeared before Truong Dike, its aura overwhelmingly oppressive. Truong Dike stared at it, unable to hide his shock. A two-headed dragon? Kaina cried out in fear, Lord World-Destroying Dragon God, you've finally awakened. Hurry, save. Kaina looked at the two-headed dragon in stunned disbelief. She could no longer believe her own eyes. The huge shadow was swooping down toward Truong Dike, and he immediately sensed it. In the next instant, the dragon's enormous clawed foot stamped down at him. Truong Dike quickly let go of Kaina and immediately flew upward himself. That two-headed dragon was Duo Luo. It looked at Kaina with disgust. Chirp, chirp, chatter, chatter. How utterly annoying. Truong Dike was inwardly alarmed. Damn, it really was ruthless. It would kill its own subordinate without a second thought. He sized it up. Normally speaking, a dragon only had one attribute. Fire was fire, water was water. But a two-headed dragon possessed two different attributes. In the history of the apocalypse, whenever a two-headed dragon appeared, it was treated as an aberration and killed, so their numbers were extremely small. The strength of a fully matured two-headed dragon was even more unfathomable. Right after that, Truong Dike looked at Duo Luo and shouted, "Come on then. Let me see just how strong a petty reptile like you really is." Duo Luo roared, "I haven't stretched my muscles in many years. Don't disappoint me." Then, without another word, its claws came slashing toward him. Truong Dike naturally dodged, but a huge crack split open in the ground. Duo Luo glared. Didn't expect this little brat to be so nimble. In that case, cut off the wings on his back. He began calculating. The two-headed dragon before him had clearly reached Tier 5 and was very likely dual Tier 5. Back then, even the Dragon Emperor Mu Shun summoned in Pashao City had only reached Tier 4, yet it already displayed terrifying power. It was hard to imagine just how powerful this world-destroying dragon god really was. Before he could finish that thought, Duo Luo opened its mouth wide and condensed a massive fireball. Truong Dike used his two wings to shield himself from the huge flames attacking him. He completely wrapped himself with his giant wings. From the outside, Truong Dike looked like a cocoon. Inside, he broke into a sweat and thought, as expected of a Tier 5 dragon god. The dragon breath it releases is obviously on a completely different level from the black dragons I faced before. At this rate, the ice armor Tuet Ko granted me probably won't hold much longer either. At that moment, TNG immediately displayed a notification saying that Truong Dike had completed the Dragon Hunter mission and had an unclaimed reward. Truong Dike suddenly remembered inwardly. Right, Dragon Hunter. The mission only required killing the demon dragon, Vu Kai Na. Thinking about it, he ought to thank this two-headed dragon for helping him complete the mission. Right after that, he circulated his internal power, and a thin, pure golden light appeared. The clothes on Truong Dike's body changed into a golden set. His face turned cold. Tuet Ko, it's time for us to seek revenge on the world-destroying dragon god. Dragon Hunter outfit. Damage received from dragons reduced by 50. Damage dealt to dragons increased by 100. The two dragon heads started muttering. "Be big brother, it's a dragon hunter. No wonder we awakened. So a dragon hunter has stepped into our territory." The larger head said, "Now that the 10 great chief gods have stepped down, the old order has collapsed, and the wheel of fate has begun turning once more. Neither you nor I can resist destiny. We are born in accordance with fate, and we fight in accordance with fate as well." Truong Dike closed his eyes and let the powerful internal energy surge through his body. Borrowing Tuet Ko's words, he shouted, "Duo Luo, you have violated the 4 great taboos of the Dragon Clan: betrayal of covenants, slaughter, and defiance of superiors. In this world, there are indeed those who are born in accordance with fate, but you are not one of them." Duo Luo sounded afraid. "Big brother, it looks like this brat isn't easy to deal with. Last time, we already suffered at the hands of a dragon hunter. We just woke up this time. How about we retreat first and rebuild our strength?" The other head angrily shouted, "Shut up. Every single time. All you know how to do is kill our morale. I have truly had enough of your disgraceful behavior." Truong Dike looked at them in surprise. What was going on here? He was attacking them, yet they weren't reacting at all. Could it be a trap? Duo Luo glared, its face carrying an inscrutable look. A slash cut through. Fresh blood sprayed everywhere. The younger dragon head, barely alive, trembled in shock. "Big brother, you." Having successfully cut off one dragon head, Truong Dike immediately turned and looked. Duo Luo's remaining head said in satisfaction, I've always had a headache over that weak and cowardly little brother sharing the same body with me and constantly getting in my way. Thank you for helping me get rid of that nuisance. Right after that, the mass of flesh healed rapidly, though of course no new head grew back. Duo Luo said with delight, one body has no need for two masters. Over the past hundreds of years, I have absorbed everything useful to me from the other brain. Now I have cast off the weak and cowardly part. This is the real me. Truong Dike could hardly believe his eyes. Damn it, this guy had actually used his hand to kill the brother sharing the same body with him. At his feet, several strands of strange power wrapped around Truong Dike's legs. Sweating, he brushed at his body with his hand. Oh damn, where the hell did this come from now? Duo Luo continued, don't waste your strength. My world-destroying black flame will use your blood and vitality as nourishment, burning until the very last moment of your life. Once struck by world-destroying black flame, the victim's own blood and vitality would be burned away while suffering 300 damage. The victim would burn until the final drop of vitality was gone. Tuet Ko worriedly called out. Truong Dike said urgently, don't come near me. Once you touch this black flame, it'll spread through your whole body. Seeing him struggle, Duo Luo gloated. Well, feeling the pain now? Do you feel you will gradually crumbling in this black flame? If you admit defeat, I might consider allowing you to join my legion. I'd rather die than submit to you. Truong Dike activated Undying Body and raised his head. You want to make me submit? This tiny little flame of yours isn't nearly enough. Duo Luo sneered. A tiny little flame? The mouths of you human insects really are hard. I'd like to see how much longer you can endure. Suddenly, from far away, an eerie voice rang through the air, Duo Luo, Duo Luo. Hearing it, Truong Dike instantly became wary. What kind of power is this? Why can't I move all of a sudden? Duo Luo looked toward that figure and felt fear in his heart. That voice, it's the king. Then it immediately flew away. Consider yourself lucky today. If the king weren't summoning me, today would have been the day you died. Next time we meet, little reptile. Tuet Ko hurried over to support him. It seems the aura of the black dragons on Dragon God Island has completely disappeared. Truong Dike's whole body felt weak. It looked like this world-destroying dragon god was the source of all the disasters on Dragon God Island. As long as it left, the island would return to its original state. Just as the two of them were about to leave, members of the Light Dragon clan came running over in a panic. Tuet Ko, we finally found you too. Seeing Duo Luo's head, everyone was stunned. That, is that a dragon head? Tuet Ko replied, the head of the world-destroying dragon god. Everyone cried out in alarm. You two really killed the world-destroying dragon god? I was wondering how all the black dragons on Dragon God Island have been wiped out. Tuet Ko, you two are amazing. Truong Dike scratched his head awkwardly. Actually, the world-destroying dragon god. Everyone was smiling brighter than spring itself. Come on, we have to celebrate properly. From now on, our Light Dragon clan won't have to hide on this island anymore. We can finally live openly and proudly. That night, they took the dragon head and roasted it over a blazing fire. Everyone was cheerful. Tuet Ko looked at him gratefully. Thank you for helping our Light Dragon clan solve that great trouble. Truong Dike replied, no need to thank me. I received Grandma's grace, which is why I was able to sit here safe and sound. This was what I should do. Tuet Ko added, now the entire legion of the world-destroying dragon god has been wiped out, and the barrier outside the island is gone as well. At last, you can leave this island as you wished. Truong Dike felt as if a huge burden had been lifted. That's right, I could finally go home. These few days on the island felt like years. His teammates were probably terribly worried about him. But then Tuet Ko said to him, let me go with you. I also want to see the outside world as soon as possible. Scene change. Inside a gloomy cave, Duo Luo knelt on the ground. My king, you have finally awakened. I have waited for this day for a very long time. Atu had now become the king of the Ghost Clan. Frowning, he said coldly, a full 1,000 years. I'm about to forget what this world even looks like. Nay, I can finally come find you. Rising from the great throne, Atu gripped his sword and strode forward with surging momentum toward the place where someone was imprisoned. He slashed violently at the stone while shouting, Nay, wait for me. From within, a frightened face quickly appeared, along with a blank, bewildered gaze. Back to Truong Dike. As he walked, he reminded her, Tuet Ko, once we're outside, don't transform into human form and talk to humans unless it's a special situation. The outside world is far more complicated than Dragon God Island. If you draw too much attention, you'll invite trouble. Hearing that, she immediately replied, all right, I understand. After saying that, Truong Dike immediately stepped through the teleportation gate ahead. Just like every other time, he rode on Tuet Ko's back, and the two of them headed together to the land of oblivion. Looking at the blue sky, white clouds, and feeling the cool wind rushing against his face, Truong Dike said happily, "I've finally come back." At the same time, a familiar cry rang out. Truong Dike shouted with joy, "Little Black, it really is you. Thank goodness." He stroked his little beast like a father and said, "I'm so glad to see you're still all right. Thank you for always waiting here for me. Let's go home." Meanwhile, Qinglong said to Nanu, "Miss, many days have passed. We've searched all the surrounding seas, but we still haven't found any trace of the guild leader." Nanu said anxiously, "Everyone has been searching non-stop for days, so you must all be tired. Take them back to rest. I'll stay here." She made up her mind firmly. "I'm definitely going to wait until Truong Dike comes back." As soon as she finished speaking, Truong Dike waved from the distance and shouted, "Nanu, I'm here. I'm back." The moment she saw him, Nanu felt as if a huge burden had been lifted. She cried out happily, "Truong Dike." The crowd burst into commotion. "It really is the guild leader." Nanu looked at Tuet Ko curiously. "But doesn't the guild leader only have one dragon, Little Black? Why is there another white dragon now?" Tuet Ko quickly landed as well, and Nanu could no longer hold herself back as she rushed forward. Tears streamed down her face as Nanu said sorrowfully, "I thought you weren't coming back anymore. Do you know how worried I was about you while you were gone?" "I'm sorry, Nanu. I made you worry all this time." He also reached out and embraced her. "Actually, I really wanted to come back and see everyone as soon as possible too. It's just that I ran into a little trouble, so I ended up being delayed by a few days." After the warm reunion, he continued, "All right, stop crying. Haven't I returned safely? Come on, let me introduce you to the new friend I met this time." Looking at the white dragon, Truong Dike introduced her. "This is Tuet Company. The only reason I was able to return safely is thanks to her and her people." Nanu exclaimed in admiration, "She's so beautiful. Little Black has a friend now." Qinglong cut in, "Guild leader, miss, then let's hurry back to Extreme Ice City." He happily slung an arm over Truong Dike's shoulders. "If young master and Duan Fong find out you're back, they'll definitely be overjoyed." Truong Dike replied, "Let's go. Tonight, we're having a big feast." As they walked, Qinglong said excitedly, "Guild leader, tell me, how did you get this white dragon? If possible, I want one too." Truong Dike teased back, "Kid, don't tell me you don't want to be an archer anymore. Planning to switch classes?" Qinglong burst out laughing. "Riding a dragon while shooting arrows is way too cool, right?" Everyone quickly arrived at Extreme Ice City, at the Tavern Lion King's Pride. The group cheerfully clamored, "Come on, let's celebrate the guild leader's victorious return." Over here, Deep Vu was still seriously reading through the information. Suddenly she shouted, "Hey, everyone, open the world channel. Something's happened." Following Deep Vu's words, the message read, "The God tier talent card you all dream of having. I'm holding one in my hand. Tomorrow at 8 a.m., I'll be waiting for you at 2 o'clock Mountain. If you're late, it's gone." Nanu was also shocked. As she looked, she said, "A God tier talent card?" Qinglong exclaimed, "Is this real or fake? Why would a talent card suddenly appear out of nowhere?" Truong Dike speculated, "For a God-tier talent card to appear, it means a player who possessed one has died. And ever since Carlos fell from Ice Mountain, it's still unknown whether he lived or died. There's a very high chance this God-tier talent card is the one Carlos dropped. If this person really got Carlos's God-tier talent card, then quietly keeping it for himself would be the best option. Yet instead, he chose to make a huge public announcement and let everyone know. That's truly strange. But whether the news is true or false, I think we still need to make the trip and see what this person's real purpose is." At that moment, Bat Hong also spoke up exactly. "If this card falls into the hands of another ruthless person again, the consequences will be unimaginable." Deep Vu hurried forward. "Guild leader, I want to go too." Nanu also raised her hand. "I'm going with everyone." But then she suddenly paused. "But where exactly is this 2 o'clock mountain? Why have I never heard of it?" According to Truong Dike, 2 o'clock mountain is the tallest peak in the apocalyptic world. Under normal circumstances, climbing to the summit takes at least a full day, so the vast majority of players wouldn't waste their time there. Not to mention that the path up the mountain is filled with all kinds of high-level monsters. You might even be treated as an intruder by the long-lived dark elves living on 2 o'clock mountain, making the danger level far higher than most other missions. Truong Dike stood up seriously. "If we want to reach the summit before 8 a.m. tomorrow, then a brutal battle awaits us. 9 hours remain. The challenge has already begun. In the end, everyone's fighting spirit blazed as they moved forward together. Truong found it seriously. Let's set out. At that moment in the sky, Truong Dike rode Little Black in front. Flying is forbidden in the area where 2 o'clock mountain is located. In a moment, Little Black and Tuet Ko will take us to the foot of the mountain. After that, we'll have to continue on foot. Looking down below, he was somewhat surprised. I didn't expect so many players to have gathered already. They actually got here even faster than we did flying on dragons. After that, everyone landed. Actually, it's not that strange. Look over there. Someone has set up a large teleportation formation. They probably want to take advantage of the appearance of this God-tier talent card and make a fortune. As expected of a God-tier talent card, it actually attracted this many players here. This time they made a huge profit. Then everyone looked to the side. 2 girls were chatting with each other. It's been a long time since things were this lively. Once we get in the mountain, it'll definitely be even more exciting. Let me tell you all this now. Later on, I won't show any mercy. I'm definitely going to get that God-tier talent card. Duan Fong began calculating things. It looks like this mountain climb will be much harder than I expected. The levels and equipment of these players aren't any weaker than ours. Truong Dike threw an arm around Duan Fong's shoulder. Brother, that doesn't sound like you at all. You've already advanced to the 2nd class change, and you're still scared? Besides, you've got us too. Xiao Jiao also looked around curiously. Huh, why are all these people just standing there without moving? Don't they need to reach the summit before 8 a.m.? Why does nobody seem in a hurry? Truong Dike frowned and said, the mountain is extremely dangerous. You can't climb 2 o'clock mountain on speed alone. Along the way, you also have to kill things like demon beasts that come out searching for food or try to block your way. When a mantis stalks the cicada, the oriole waits behind. Those who go first may instead become stepping stones for the people behind them. At that moment, a great sword slammed heavily into the ground, and a loud voice shouted, "Hey, what are you cowards waiting for?" The burly man roared aggressively. At a critical moment like this, you're all hesitating and pinning your hopes on some lucky nobody. Even if a God-tier talent card were placed right in front of you, you still wouldn't deserve it. You might as well hurry up and crawl back home. The red-haired girl looked disgusted. Who is that? He's unbelievably arrogant. Who gave him the right to lecture us? Her companion was startled. Hey, keep your voice down. This guy once fought 1 against 7 in the arena. He's Ba Dao, the one who defeated 7 second-turn players. The young man quickly added, that's right. And his character stats are insanely abnormal. His attack and health are both more than half again as high as ordinary players. No one knows what kind of medicine he took. Seeing them all buzzing about him, Ba Dao said disdainfully, go on, keep acting like turtles hiding in your shells. Later, just follow behind me and pick up the scraps. Truong Dike looked at him and thought to himself, stats higher than ordinary players? Interesting. At that moment, the other players also rushed forward. Let's go. There are only 8 hours left. Time for us to start climbing. By then, everyone had already left, so no one noticed that there were still 2 more people at the teleportation gate. The blonde man immediately shouted, hey, you 2 still haven't paid yet. The total is 400 gold coins. The 2 men turned back with sly grins and spread their hands. The other man trembled. What are you trying to do? The moment he finished speaking, he was sent flying so hard that blood spurted from his mouth. One of the men coldly grabbed him by the throat with inner force. If you're dead, you won't need things like gold coins anymore. It turned out those 2 were Carlos and his companion. Carlos glanced over and said, the king has given the order. Anyone connected to the God-tier talent card is to be killed without exception. The other man said excitedly, then this mountain is the perfect place for us to kill people. As soon as he said that, the laughter of the 2 men echoed throughout the mountain. The scene shifted elsewhere. A girl with strange purple skin was thrown violently to the ground. The 2 soldiers said with delight to each other, boss, our luck's pretty good. We found a lone dark elf. I wonder what reward we'd get for killing this dark elf. In any case, we can't just let her go. How about we have some fun first before continuing to the summit? She looked at them in constant terror. Don't come any closer. One of them then lunged at her madly. You can't escape. But suddenly, her eyes turned ice cold, and a change began to appear in them. In an instant, the girl struck viciously at the man who had tried to assault her. They trembled. This is. From the air above, red arrows suddenly shot straight down. Those soldiers were all pierced by arrows at once, killed in a single critical strike. The girl's 2 companions had finally arrived. A bunch of humans worse than beasts, and you still dared try to take advantage of one of ours? A lot of humans have already gone up the mountain. Everyone, be careful. Do not go alone under any circumstances. Everyone stepped out at the same time. The plan was carried out very well. Continue executing it. The girl immediately answered, understood. Meanwhile, as Deepu flew along, she said, "Hey, do you hear some strange sound?" Qinglong immediately replied, "I don't hear anything. Maybe the surrounding environment is just playing tricks on your mind. Don't worry about it for now." At that moment, Truong Dike placed his hand on the bloodstain on a tree and immediately shouted, "Stop! There are people nearby." Then he raised a hand to signal everyone a halt and said, "And there's been a conflict here." Looking into the distance, he guessed these players probably haven't been on a mountain for long. They only died a few minutes ago. There's a good chance the murderer is near us. Everyone, be careful. As everyone looked around without noticing, those purple-skinned people had already hidden an ambush behind the large trees, waiting to act. Immediately, a barrage of arrows came flying from afar toward Truong Dike's group. Fortunately, none of them hit anyone. Truong Dike instantly analyzed the situation in his mind, blending into the darkness, skilled with bows. Then he shouted, "Everyone be careful. They're dark elves." After warning his teammates, he ducked behind a large tree. He had heard before that dark elves were extremely fierce and possessed a very strong sense of territoriality. We only just entered the mountain, and they've already attacked players. Looks like today's first showdown is about to begin. At this moment, Truong Dike signaled, "Qinglong, in a moment you come forward with me to deal with the enemy. Everyone else, stay hidden behind the trees and don't show yourselves." "No problem." Qinglong also tensed up. "Captain, those elves are said to be master archers. I like to test them myself." Truong Dike replied, "The enemy is hidden while we're exposed. We have to be patient and wait for them to reveal an opening. In a moment, I'll deliberately show myself to lure them into attacking and expose their position. As for taking them out, that'll depend on you." Qinglong was full of confidence. "Don't worry. When it comes to archery, I've never lost to anyone." As soon as he finished speaking, Truong Dike immediately dashed out at high speed, using himself as bait. The opportunity has come. Acting on the thought, he raised his hand to the sky and instantly summoned the three-eyed crow. The crow's vision appeared in Truong Dike's mind, and he smiled confidently. "Found you." He immediately shouted, "Qinglong, they're behind the dead woods, about 45 degrees northeast from your position." As soon as he heard the tip, Qinglong instantly replied, "Got it." Then he drew his bow and thought, "Let's see where you can hide now." The instant the arrow was released, the dark elves were pierced through, and the whole group panicked and fled into the distance. Faced with Qinglong's imposing momentum, they seemed to have become somewhat afraid. "What do we do? They look really strong." The leader gritted his teeth. "Everyone, follow my orders. Retreat." Duan Fong was about to chase after them. "Don't run." But Truong Dike stopped him. "Forget it. Don't chase them anymore. We only came here for the God tier talent card. If we keep getting entangled with them, we may end up wasting precious mission time." At that very moment, Ba Dao descended from above. "Brilliant. Truly a brilliant fight. With such perfect coordination, you've really made me want to have a satisfying battle myself." Truong Dike became wary. "It's you. What do you want?" Ba Dao said arrogantly, "Bring out all the strength and tricks you used against those dark elves. Either defeat me or hurry up and get off this mountain. Weaklings have no right to compete with me for the God tier talent card." Truong Dike was about to charge forward when Bat Hong simultaneously patted him on the shoulder. "Leave this scar-faced guy to me. You all need to save your strength for the journey up the mountain." And with that, he drew his weapon. "I'll fight you." Ba Dao immediately agreed. "Fine. I heard you're berserker too. Then let's have the two of us test each other a little." He spoke coldly and proudly. "Let's see which one of us is the #1 berserker of the apocalypse who lasts to the very end." As soon as he finished speaking, Bat Hong immediately activated his berserker state, and his hair turned a pale silver white. The two clashed thunderously, dust and smoke scattering through the air. After exchanging several blows, Bat Hong was already able to gauge his opponent's strength. This man's power wasn't just a little stronger than normal. No wonder he didn't fall into a disadvantage, even when fighting 1 against 7. As if reading Bat Huang's thoughts, Ba Dao attacked while saying, "Do you know why my strength is greater than yours? Because I abandoned resurrection in exchange for mankind's greatest power." Hearing this, Bat Hong analyzed inwardly. So the talent this guy possesses is actually deathmatch. But during combat, he's deliberately exposing his own ability and weakness to his opponent. What exactly is he plotting? Ba Dao's talent meant that he could never be resurrected even once, but all of his attributes were increased by 50. Ba Dao then struck another blow at Bat Hong. I'm not like you. I've never left myself a way out. Humans, once they leave themselves a retreat, they become weak. Because even if they fail, there's still another chance next time, so they can never go all out. Looking immensely pleased with himself, he said to Bat Hong, facing death head-on is the ultimate stance in battle. Over here, Nanu worriedly called out, brother, do your best. Don't push yourself too hard. You still have us. Bat Hong reassured her, don't worry, Xiao Nu. Has your brother ever lost before? At this point, he frowned and thought to himself, no matter what, I can't lose in front of my little sister. Wouldn't that be way too humiliating? Burn. Immediately, a great blaze was summoned. Not You Bat Hong was the name of this move. The scene then shifted to Mount Fuji, where Carlo spoke up, not bad luck. We've run into another group of servants delivering themselves right to our door. Hearing him say that, every dark elf present flew into a rage. All of you attack. But before they could even make a move, a wave of overwhelming internal force crashed down on them. The man beside Carlo charged forward. He laughed excitedly as he unleashed his move, as if he were merely playing around. Looking at the dark elves, he grinned smugly. Congratulations. Very soon, you'll become the king's servants. As soon as he finished speaking, the girl felt as if her soul and strength were being drained away, and she could no longer move at all. Standing amid Bat Huang's blazing flames, Ba Dao looked slightly stunned. He had not expected his opponent's strength to be so overbearing. But of course, that did not make Ba Dao back down. So you finally decided to use your real skills. Let me have a taste of them. Bat Hong said nothing. He merely stared silently at his opponent, calculating. The next moment, Bat Hong charged forward with force. Then let's finish this fight with this move. Ba Dao slammed his long saber into the ground and said with relish, come on then, let's enjoy this battle to the fullest. Bat Hong looked at him. You won't get another chance to revive. One more slash from my sword, and you'll die. Ba Dao arrogantly lifted his chin. Try it. Let's see whether you can land another slash on me at all. Hearing that, Bat Huang's expression turned grave. What a lunatic who didn't care whether he lived or died. Not making him wait long, Ba Dao also rushed in for close combat. Immediately afterward, a fierce battle erupted. The two were evenly matched, and at that very moment, a pair of green eyes was watching their fight. The man following Carlo reported, we found another group of prey. Looks like they're even in conflict with each other. He chuckled in delight. Excellent. Just in time to let these new servants test their skills. As soon as Carlo finished speaking, he raised his hand and cast a spell on the Dark Elves. The moment he used his technique, they lost control and charged forward like mad. By nightfall, in the gloomy mountain forest, growls and the pounding of feet rushing ahead created eerie sounds. Truong Dike frowned, listening in silence, even though the source was still quite far away. When he turned and saw that, Deep Vu's expression was also serious. Truong Dike said, you feel it too, don't you? She immediately answered, danger is approaching. It's an instinct I honed during my time in the Assassin Guild. It's never been wrong. The moment they finished speaking, silhouettes shot through the night sky. A dark elf rushing past suddenly targeted Nanu and attacked. Caught off guard, she was unable to respond in time. But in the next instant, Truong Dike kicked fiercely toward him. He would not allow anyone to harm his companion. Looking at the dark elf, Truong Dike barked in disgust, get lost. Then he knelt down and took Nanu's hand, asking gently, are you hurt? I'm fine, she replied softly. It doesn't hurt. As soon as she finished speaking, the group of dark elves came storming over. One glance at their eyes was enough to tell that they had all been controlled. Qinglong said in surprise, aren't these the same dark elves who ran off earlier? Why are they back? No, they're no longer the same dark elves we met before. When we fought them earlier, their eyes were red. Now they've turned green. Looks like someone else has intervened. As soon as he said that, he immediately gathered his internal force and struck at them. Soul Summoner, summon. Yet even so, the dark elves kept charging forward like mad. Tuong Dish was deeply shocked. Soul Summoner has no effect. That means these dark elves aren't dead. They're in a state where they've lost consciousness of themselves. He immediately shouted, they've been controlled. Everyone get ready to fight. From the distance, a rain of arrows once again shot toward Truong Dike's group. He and the others quickly took up defensive positions, while Truong Dike said, Duan Fong, come with me and break through from the front. Nanu, Qinglong, the two of you cover the rear. We can't let them interfere with Bat Hong. Hearing his orders, everyone answered in unison. Got it. Dark-colored butterflies whirled through the air. They looked ornamental, but in the next second, one dark elf had his throat slit. Then everyone charged forward together. Power of blessing. Whoever dares come near me dies. Hearing the commotion, Bat Hong looked over in concern. Xiao knew what's happening. That was all Ba Dao needed. He immediately seized the chance and slashed at him. The shout made Bat Hong start, and he instinctively gritted his teeth. But Ba Dao turned out to be unexpectedly honorable. Looks like your mind's no longer in this duel with me. This fight ends here for now. Next time, when no one interrupts us, we'll continue. Bat Hong blocked the attack and replied, "Deal." A man of his word, Ba Dao quickly withdrew his weapon. I'm looking forward to our next match. See you on the mountaintop. After the Dark Elves have been taken down, Truong Dike grew a little anxious. The trouble's been dealt with for now. Let's use the time and get up the mountain. At the same time, a familiar voice rang out. Who said you could leave? Kill every person related to the God-tier talent card without question. Tuong Dish was startled. Carlo, he's not dead. Then what about that extra talent card that appeared? Suddenly, he froze and observed carefully. No, his eyes are green too. It looks like he's being controlled by someone else now too, and has lost his own consciousness. Truong Dike began to calculate. If the order Carlo had received was to kill everyone connected to the talent card. Then, the moment that thought ended, he pointed at Ba Dao. Hey, you want the God-tier talent card, right? It's on that guy over there. Ba Dao was utterly stunned that Truong Dike would stab him in the back like that. He shouted angrily, "Damn it, I went easy on you people, and you dare pull something this dirty?" Truong Dike, on the other hand, sounded delighted. "Big brother, I trust your strength. Dealing with these half-human, half-ghost freaks should be no problem for you. Hurry, let's get out of here." The scene shifted back to Truong Dike's side. It was now 7:51 a.m. His group was clinging to the mountainside like lizards. Truong Dike called out, "Hang in there a little longer, everyone. We're almost at the summit." Underhanded as his move had been, he was still a little curious about how that violent man was faring against Carlo. After climbing until 7:55 a.m., Truong Dike and the others finally arrived. We made it before time ran out. In the distance, he saw another group that had gotten there earlier. The first to speak was Chi Yin. I thought no one but us would be able to reach 2 o'clock mountain within the time limit. Didn't expect another competing group. Standing beside him, Du Hua added, "It doesn't matter. The God-tier talent card will be ours anyway." At exactly 8 a.m., Ba Dao finally arrived. "Those damn monsters chased me half the way up, all because of you, bastard." As he spoke, he pointed furiously at Truong Dike. Truong Dike gave an awkward smile. As expected of someone who possesses a God-tier talent card. "You escaped the Dark Elves' pursuit so quickly. Too bad we got here first. Otherwise, I'd have liked to watch your spectacular battle." Ba Dao's roar echoed across the mountaintop. "Shut your mouth." Just as another fierce clash between the two was about to erupt, a voice rang out. Everyone, Truong Dike turned in surprise. "Huh?" A stranger appeared from afar. "Congratulations on successfully reaching the summit of 2 o'clock mountain before 8 o'clock and completing the challenge I set." Seeing this man, everyone was shocked. Bat Hong exclaimed in surprise. "Why is it him?" Nanu leaned close and asked her brother in a low voice. "You've met that armored man before?" Bat Hong explained. "I met him once when I was trapped in the Demon Suppression Tower, but even now, I still don't know who he is." Chi Yin said in astonishment, "Challenge? This was a challenge set by you? We came here for the God-tier talent card. If you dare fool us, we won't let you off." The mysterious man immediately replied in a firm voice, "Of course. I keep my word." Right after that, he gathered his internal force and took something out. "This is the God-tier talent card you all wanted, isn't it?" Truong Dike cut in. "As far as I know, every God-tier talent card becomes bound to its owner the moment it enters the game. Only when the player who owns it dies does it have a chance to drop for other players to fight over. And before now, Apocalypse has never seen a God-tier talent card waiting around to be claimed. So may I ask where the card in your hand came from?" The mysterious man explained, "I found this card on a player near the Forgotten Lands. When I saw him, he was already dead, his whole body frozen into an ice statue." Hearing that, Truong Dike thought to himself, so Carlo really did die after falling from the ice mountain and turned into an ice statue. No wonder when he saw me earlier, he had no reaction at all. He was like a completely different person. But the question is, how did he come back to life? Then the masked man continued, "I'm very sorry for using this method to gather all of you here, but we do not have much time left. The king of the Ghost Clan has broken the seal. He is about to return. We must gather the strongest experts in Apocalypse. Only by collecting all 10 God-tier talent cards can we resist him. That man is stronger than any boss you have ever encountered. What Apocalypse is facing now is an unprecedented catastrophe." Qian immediately shouted, "Come on, old man. What era do you think this is? You're still making up stories about gods and ghosts to fool children?" At that moment, Bat Hong also fell silent in thought. He had said these same words back in the Demon Suppression Tower. Why did he know so much about the king of the Ghost Clan? The old man continued, have none of you noticed that ever since entering Apocalypse, you've completely lost contact with the real world? Looking at the card, the mysterious man said again, if you still want to escape this damn game, you'd better believe me. Trong Dike could no longer hold back. Hey, who exactly are you? Why are you telling us all this? The old man replied calmly, all of this happened because of me. Think of it as a kind of atonement. As for this God-tier talent card, you can decide among yourselves how to divide it. You are all powerful experts who made it here after countless trials. I hope you'll remember this. What you must save this time is not only the world of this game, but also the real world you once lived in. After saying that, the mysterious man immediately flew away and vanished. The scene shifted to Dream Spirit Manor. The area was shrouded beneath a purple sky. Two girls standing guard at the gate blocked the stranger. Who are you? How dare you trespass into Dream Spirit Manor? Take one more step and we'll attack. As soon as she finished speaking, the intruder slashed across without mercy. Go inform your dream god. Tell her the king of Apocalypse has come see her. Inside the palace, Dream God said coldly, it seems my dream has finally come true. What was bound to come has come at last. A girl hurriedly reported, Lady Dream God, with our current strength, we are no match for the king of the Ghost Clan. What should we do? A cold glint flashed through Dream God's eyes. No matter the outcome, I will fight alongside you all until the very last moment. The instant she finished speaking, Atu burst the doors open. Nia, I finally found you. Meanwhile, as everyone watched what was happening on the Ghost Clan King's side, Linglon asked in confusion, Master, why did you choose him to be the king of the Ghost Clan in the first place? Gongshi explained, the first time I saw him, I knew he was the most suitable candidate. Artificial intelligence may be able to design a perfect game boss, but you machines will never understand this. The deepest love in a human heart is the strongest weapon of all. Recalling the past, the bell signaling the end of class rang out. The girl happily looked at the man in front of her. Hello, Professor. That man was Atu, and he answered cheerfully as well. Hello. When he returned home, loneliness enveloped everything around him. Atu sat silently in the house, with a photo of him and his lover hanging above. Looking at the pile of games on the table, Atu murmured in loneliness, Naya. You remember the girl once saying happily, this game is really fun. When the beta opens, we can play it together. Atu felt as though his heart were being torn apart. Naya, I miss you so much. At that moment, Gongshi appeared. This is the internal test version of the game I designed. If you join the test, I can let you see your lover again in my game. Atu sprang to his feet. Are you serious? I can really see Naya again? Gongshi replied calmly, of course. Atu thought to himself, if this is real. In the next second, Atu immediately pressed the agree button on the screen. The moment he entered, he saw the girl in his heart. Nia, is it really you? Take me to her now. Gongshi replied, don't rush. You're still missing one thing. He brought Atu to another corner. As long as you put on this crown, you'll be able to live with your lover in this world forever. Blinded by love, Atu said, as long as I can see Nia again, I'll do anything. Immediately, the crown was placed on his head. It tightened around his skull like Sun Wukong's golden circlet. Pain shot through him, and he felt as though his body were about to be torn apart. Back in the present, at Dream Spirit Manor, Atu looked at Dream God. Naya, we've finally met again. Don't worry. This time, I won't let you be hurt again. I won't let you leave me again. Dream God said in surprise, I don't know who this Naya you're speaking of is. We are destined to be sworn enemies. After saying that, he suddenly turned and left. Naya, I will definitely find your soul again. Until then, stay obediently inside the palace with your people. I will make all of Apocalypse submit to me. We will be together forever. As soon as he finished speaking, the palace doors slammed shut. The scene shifted to Mount Hajar. Truong Dike activated his internal force and released the sealing element. A violent wind surged forth. Chi Yin was startled and shouted, Hey, what are you doing? Truong Dike said, Right now, our task is figuring out how to deal with the king of the Ghost Clan. We can't keep wasting strength fighting among ourselves. Chi Yin replied, Don't tell me you actually believe that armored guy. If there's really a boss that powerful, we might as well surrender early. Why struggle here? What we should be thinking about now is how to divide this god-tier talent card. We can't exactly split it into pieces, can we? But in the very next second, Deep Vu's sickle was at his throat. Chi Yin was startled. Easy now. I just wanted to touch it and see what it felt like. She said coldly, not aloud. Before we come to an agreement, no one touches the god-tier talent card. For once, Chi Yin's big mouth had met its match, and it could only snort coldly and stand there in silence. At the same time, Nanu's voice trembled as she looked at Qi Yan. Hey, not understanding what was going on, he replied, if I can't touch it, then I can't touch it. Why are you all looking at me like that? Pale with fright, Nanu pointed behind him. Be behind you. The moment he turned around, the ferocious stares of the dark elves behind him made Qi Yan jump in shock. Damn it, ghosts. Tuong found it. Looks like the Ghost King's forces have even infiltrated 2 o'clock mountain. This is urgent. We need to find a way to get out of here first, then decide who gets the God tier talent card afterward. Ba Dao immediately replied, I have no objection. Duhua added, I agree. At once, everyone charged forward. Then let us carve a bloody path out. One of the dark elves slashed fiercely at Chu Jiao. She cried out in alarm. Instantly, Don Fong rushed in front of her and struck back at the same time. Don Fong looked back over his shoulder. Leave this to me. Go with the group ahead. Chu Jiao immediately answered, okay. But while he wasn't paying attention, the dark elf's head suddenly lunged forward and bit hard into his arm. Seeing this, Truong Dike asked anxiously, Don Fong, are you all right? Enduring the pain, he immediately replied, I'm fine. But when Truong Dike turned away, the wound was already beginning to emit poisonous smoke. Duhua looked at Truong Dike as he fought. The road down a mountain ahead is probably completely blocked. Let's take the trail behind us instead. Qi Yan immediately replied, all right, let them keep playing with those dead men. We're pulling out. And so his group of 4 immediately leaped away. Gritting his teeth, Qi Yan said, once I get out of this cursed place, I'll settle the score with you all. That God-tier talent card will be mine sooner or later. But of course, those dark elves had no intention of letting them escape. Before they had gone far, they were stopped again. Kiam froze. Damn it, there's still more. Looks like these dark elves have no intention of letting us go. Qian's group shouted nervously, get ready, move. At that moment, Li Hao pulled down the cloth covering his face. Freeze. He glanced toward Nam Kai, then said, I'll leave it to you. Nam Kai replied, no problem. As soon as he finished speaking, he channeled his inner force, and 2 wolves instantly appeared at his sides. Zahuang, go, tear them apart for me. Immediately, the 2 wolves pounced on the dark elves and began ripping into them. Qian's group cheered, it's over. We don't even need to lift a hand. Dahan, well done. But from the bushes, a foot stepped out lightly, and someone calmly walked toward the 2 wolves. Carlo's follower said coldly, you filthy beasts actually dared bite my servants. Then he clenched his hand. Then you'll have to taste what it feels like to have your soul stolen. Seeing De Hong being attacked, Nam Kai panicked so badly that tears sprang to his eyes. No, watching the black wolf slowly approach, Nam Kai was stunned. That's a magical beast I summoned. How can he even control a beast that I summoned? Seeing him stand there in a daze, Du Hua immediately grabbed Nam Kai and pulled him away. Don't just stand there. Run back. The magical beast immediately charged at Qi Yan's group, and everyone fled in terror. Trondike looked at them in surprise. Holy hell, where did you drag this vicious dog out from? Nam Kai shouted, I summoned it, but it's not listening to my control anymore. Hurry and save us. Sweating, Truong Dike thought to himself, Nanu and Bat Hong have probably already reached the foot of the mountain. Splitting up will weaken our combat strength. We can't stay here too long. Truong Dike immediately ran ahead to lead the way. Follow us. Let's get down the mountain and regroup with the others first. Down below, Ba Dao was getting impatient. Why haven't your people shown up yet? Don't tell me they took the God-tier talent card and ran off. Tan Long snapped back. Our guild leader isn't that kind of person. Don't judge a gentleman by your petty heart. As soon as he finished speaking, hurried footsteps came running toward Nanu's side. She immediately tensed. They're here, Deep Vu added. From the looks of it, it's not just them coming. The moment Truong Dike saw them, he shouted anxiously, Nanu, those things aren't following commands at all anymore. Use an ice wall to stop them. Obeying him, she immediately channeled her inner force and created a huge wall of ice in front of them. Everyone was temporarily safe. Nanu said, the ice wall won't hold for long. We have to leave this place as quickly as possible. Panting hard, Du Hua said, thanks. Truong Dike turned back and thought to himself, if we just leave like this, those dark elves infected by the Ghost Clan's secret art will go to other territories of the apocalypse and continue wreaking havoc. I need to find some way to make sure all of them stay on 2 o'clock mountain. At the same time, Qian said, leave it to me. I can use a blazing fire barrier to seal off the entire mountain. Consider it repayment for saving my life just now. Meanwhile, Don Fong staggered forward, his body trembling in pain. Clenching his teeth in fear, he thought, what's happening? My body is gradually slipping out of my control. Then he suddenly remembered what had happened earlier. Damn it, could it be because that dark elf at me just now? He looked at the bleeding wound. So after some time, I'll become just like those ghost servants from before. Lose my mind, then start attacking my own teammates. No, I don't want to become a puppet. Over here, Trong Dike looked at Chi-Yin. How much longer until your ceiling formation is complete? Chi-Yin replied, almost done. It'll definitely be finished before the ice wall fully melts. Donfong thought regretfully, I really wanted to keep leveling up with everyone, to face stronger enemies together, but he silently walked toward the flames. My time has come. I have to say goodbye to them. Just like that, Donfong dragged his heavy body forward step by step. Truong Dike called out anxiously, Donfong, where are you going? Get out here now. The formation is about to close. Donfong shouted, don't worry about me. Everyone, leave this place now. I don't want to turn into some bastard who attacks his own teammates in the final moments of his life. Though he didn't say it aloud, he thought goodbye. The road ahead will depend on all of you now. Truong Dike cried out in panic, Donfong. Looking at his arm, Truong Dike immediately guessed what it was. It's the Ghost Clan's secret art. Donfong has been hit by the Ghost Clan's secret art. He became like this because he saved me. It's all my fault. Tan Long anxiously rushed forward. Open this damn formation right now. Our brother is still in there. Duhua was startled. Hey, we didn't have an easy time setting up this mountain ceiling formation. If we open it now, won't all our efforts go to waste? Worried about his friend, Tan Long clenched his fist and slammed it hard into the fire barrier. Bat Hong hurriedly stopped him. Tan Long, calm down. From what I understand, Donfong probably doesn't want to hurt us after he loses his mind. Tan Long clenched his fists tightly. But Donfong has always gone through life and death with us. Truong Dike said, Bat Hong is right. And even if we break the formation now, there's still no way to restore Donfong. The urgent thing now is to find a way to undo the Ghost Clan secret art, so Donfong can escape danger as soon as possible. Everyone, leave 2 o'clock mountain immediately. Truong Dike silently prayed in worry. Donfong, hold on. Wait for me to come back. Meanwhile, Donfong stood alone in front of the Dark Elves. Before I completely turn into a ghost, let me enjoy the thrill of battle one last time. Gripping both swords tightly, Donfong charged in alone. Come on, more! Fighting those demons by himself, Donfong quickly ran out of strength and dropped to his knees. Looking at the sword gradually shattering in his hand, he despaired. Is this where my life ends? The scene shifted to extreme Ice City. Rain poured down, as if weeping for Donfong. About Donfong. I know you're in pain. He steeled himself. I will find a way to undo the Ghost Clan's secret art, then come back and save Donfong. Truong Dike frowned to himself. I will find you no matter what, king of the Ghost Clan. The surrounding space was shrouded in still, black silence, and everyone looked up, surveying the situation. Ba Dao looked around. This is your main city? Why can't I see a single player? Truong Dike replied, something really is strange today. Come on, let's go into the city and have a look. As they walked, Tu Jiao shouted, is anyone there? Tan Long also looked around warily. Is anyone there? Truong Dike stayed on guard. Something's wrong. This road was obviously bustling before. How did everyone in the city disappear overnight? Just as he said that, a horse suddenly charged up from behind, and Truong Dike quickly pulled Nan Nu into his arms. Careful. Once he regained his bearings, he hurriedly said to Nan Nu, quick, follow it. Maybe we can find out why all the players in the city disappeared. After going some distance, the horse suddenly stopped moving. Truong Dike was surprised. It just stopped all of a sudden. Looking at the crowd, Nan Nu was shocked beyond words. How did they become like this? So that's why there wasn't a single player left in the city. They were all here. The situation is even worse than I imagined. The Ghost King's forces have invaded the player's main city. Chi-Yin looked a little uneasy. Hey, what kind of cursed place have you brought us to? I thought it'd be safe here. Why don't we slip away before we're discovered? Nam Kai immediately replied, agreed. What happened on a mountain already exhausted me enough. I can't deal with more of these things. Leave or stay. That's up to you. Deep Vu glanced at them coldly. Cowards! Mocked so harshly, Chi-Yan's face darkened, and he was momentarily speechless. Sensing the stranger's presence, the horse and all the other players turned their heads at the same time. Seeing those people rush at them like crazed zombies, Truong Dike was startled. Holy hell, we got spotted just like that. At the same time, a voice rang out, accompanied by a terrifying slash. Get the hell away from me. Truong Dike was shocked. Fwan that. Looking at him, the man hurriedly said, "Guild leader, there's no time to explain the details. The survivors still left in the city are all hiding in the pride of the Lion King funeral home. We need to get there now." Immediately, everyone ran after Thwan that. None of them noticed that high above them, a cold pair of eyes was staring them down. After running quite a distance, the controlled players finally caught up again. Truong Dike grew tense. They've caught up. A powerful surge of inner force instantly gathered in Chi Yan's hand. He swiftly hurled the fireball straight at those players. Watch this. A huge explosion instantly rang out, sending rocks and debris flying everywhere. The group was quickly held back. Kian zmirkt zmagli. Done. Looking at him, Deepvu thought to herself, good thing this guy isn't from Extreme Ice City. Otherwise, he'd have destroyed the whole city long ago. Rain continued to fall from the sky in a steady drizzle, while dust and smoke filled the air. Fwanat quickly went up and knocked on the door. "It's us. Open up." Hearing his voice from inside, the people there became excited. "It's Captain Thwanat. He must have brought reinforcements back. Hurry, open the door." Seeing Thwanat, the young man looked as if he were about to cry with joy. "Guild leader, it's you. Guild leader, you finally came back to save us." Thwanat immediately said, "Let's get inside first. If those dead ones from just now catch up, it'll be troublesome." The moment he entered, Truong Dike asked, "What exactly happened in Extreme Ice City while I was gone? It was only one short day. How did Extreme Ice City turn into this?" Thwanat's expression immediately turned grave. "It's a long story. After you all left Extreme Ice City, a lot of strange things suddenly started happening in the city. Recalling that time, he had discovered something amiss. What's going on? It's late at night. Why are you so flustered?" Someone ran over and hurriedly reported, "See, Captain, there's a player up ahead biting people like a mad dog." So the two of them immediately went over. "Hey, which guild are you from? What are you doing here?" The moment the grimy stranger saw them, he turned around at once. Thwan that recounted in horror. Very quickly, all of Extreme Ice City was overrun by those red and green-eyed people. The lucky survivors all hid inside this funeral home. Truong Dike asked again, "Before that happened, did anything else strange occur in Extreme Ice City?" Thwanat blanked. "Something strange." One of his teammates added, "I remember now. Someone said they saw an enormous black cat in the city." Another person chimed in as well. "Right, I saw it too. That cat was pitch black from head to toe, unbelievably huge, like some savage beast." Hearing this, Truong Dike inwardly panicked. Black cat. But he forced himself to remain calm and said to everyone, "There's still some time before nightfall. I'm going out to see whether I can find any clues related to that black cat." Then Truong Dike looked over again. "Nanu, all of you stay here and get some proper rest. I'll be back soon." She immediately replied, "All right, everywhere in the city is dangerous right now. You must come back before dark." After giving Non-Nu his instructions, he asked Chi-Yin, "Do you want to come with me?" Chi-Yin leaned back his chair lazily. "No, if you want to risk your life, don't drag us along. What happens in your Extreme Ice City has nothing to do with us." Truong Dike said, "I already told you back on 2 o'clock Mountain. Once we escaped, we discussed who the God-tier talent card should belong to. I've now come up with a method that's both fair and a true test of strength. The first person to capture that black cat gets the God-tier talent card." That bait was clearly impossible for Chi-Yin to refuse. He sprang to his feet. "Catching cats is what I do best. I'll go on ahead, then." Ba Dao barked aggressively. "What are you standing there for? Lead the way." Liao also spoke up. Hey, don't forget me." As they walked, Du Hua grumbled, "Hey, this is all because you insisted on joining. My legs are numb from all this walking. Extreme Ice City is so huge. Where are we supposed to find that cat?" Chi-Yin bent down and picked up a piece of rotten wood. "If it's not easy to find, then we'll just wait for the cat to come to us on its own." He really was quick-witted. In no time, a fish was roasting over the crimson fire, giving off a delicious aroma. "Nam kisat dao Confronting." If that cat doesn't come, can us brothers split the grilled fish instead? Du you scoffed. "Pa, you're the only glutton here." Just as she finished speaking, a black figure swept across the sky. Liao jerked his head up in shock. "It's here." Back in Extreme Ice City, Truong Dike looked at Ba Dao. "You've been following me this whole time. Don't tell me you're afraid I'll run off with the God-tier talent card." He went on, "Don't worry. My family, friends, and everything I own are all in Extreme Ice City. Until the city is completely restored, I won't leave." Ba Dao immediately replied, "You misunderstand. It's not that I'm afraid you'll run away. It's that I know if I follow you, I'll definitely find that black cat." Truong Dike was speechless. "Fine. I'll take that as a compliment." Just as they finished speaking, another loud explosion rang out from the other side. Truong Dike immediately turned around. Looks like that black cat has appeared. And sure enough, the black cat wearing the little golden bell caught the scent and pounced straight toward Chi Yan's group. He excitedly waved the fish in his hand. "Kitty, want some fish?" But the black cat merely glared at them. "I prefer mice." Chi Yan remained calm. "So you can talk? You should have said so earlier. Since you don't like it, I'll just eat it myself then." Right after that, he calmly stood there and finished off the grilled fish in his hand. The moment he tossed aside his chopsticks, everyone charged in. Chi Yan grew so excited he couldn't help shouting, "Io, the God-tier talent card is practically mine." At the same time, the golden bell around the black cat's neck rang out. Cat and mouse game. This is a field-type spell. All enemy units within the spell's area will be marked with a mouse symbol. Any enemy unit bearing the mouse symbol will be unable to deal any damage whatsoever to the caster of the field. Back in the battle, all 4 members of Chi Yan's group joined forces to attack it, yet the black cat remained completely unharmed. Only then did the ever-optimistic young man start sweating. What is going on? Why aren't our attacks doing even the slightest bit of damage to it? At that moment, Truong Dike and Ba Dao also appeared. He looked at Chi Yan. "Just check your status bar, and you'll understand." When he checked his system panel, he was startled. "Mouse." The system displayed, "Mouse symbol. You have been marked as a mouse." Truong Dike added, "This black cat's ability turns all your marks into mouse marks. Players with the mouse symbol can't deal any damage to the black cat." As Chi Yan ran, he shouted loudly, "Then what are we supposed to do? Just stand there and wait for this black cat to catch and eat us?" Truong Dike could only shake his head. "Until we figure out how to break it, this black cat is invincible. All we can do is run." The 4 red figures shot straight into the dark cave ahead, their main goal being to avoid the cat. As the black cat walked in, it called out lazily, "Stop hiding, little mice. You won't escape." Duhua said irritably, "Damn it, this mouse symbol doesn't even have a time limit." Truong Dike lowered his voice. "Did any of you notice the bell on that black cat's neck? Just now, the moment that bell rang, the mouse symbol appeared on us. My guess is if we want to remove the mouse symbol from our bodies, we have to start with that bell." Chi Yan looked at the black cat. "You've got to be kidding. That bell is hanging right on its neck. Getting close to it is basically offering yourself to the black cat. If someone wants to do something like that, you go do it." "I'm not going." Truong Dike said seriously, "Since I'm the one who proposed it, of course I'll do it. But I need your help with one thing. Cover me while I get close to that black cat." Ba Dao sounded as though he had been waiting for this. "I agree to this cooperation." Chi Yan looked a little surprised as he asked, "You trust us just like that? What if we pull something at the critical moment? Your little life won't survive." Truong Dike analyzed calmly. "Right now, we're grasshoppers tied to the same rope. If I fail, none of you will escape that black cat either." As soon as he finished speaking, Nam Kai immediately circulated his inner force and swiftly summoned something. In an instant, a large golden dog appeared. Nam Kai happily patted its head and said, "Leave drawing that black cat away to me. My golden runs really fast." Truong Dike then looked at everyone. "Then later, we'll act according to the plan." Over there, Nam Kai mounted the dog, waved, and shouted, "Hey, you stupid cat. It's been this long, and you still haven't caught us. You're kind of pathetic." The black cat was enraged by the provocation. "Let's see how long you can stay happy." Immediately afterward, it lunged after Nam Kai. Nam Kai thought in satisfaction, "Good, it took the bait." After luring it to the preset position, Nam Kai shouted, "It's here. The rest is up to you." At once, Chi Yan and Duhua attacked the black cat together. A huge explosion rang out, and the black cat roared, "Stop wasting your strength, you filthy mice." At that moment, Li Hao immediately circulated his inner force. Word spell, immobilize. He said to it, "You may be immune to our damage, but you can't be immune to crowd control." Just as expected, the black cat was restrained. It said furiously, "You damn little mice, you dare ambush me." Seizing the chance, Truong Dike immediately leaped toward the black cat, and his target was the golden bell hanging from its neck. Just a little more. He was almost there. In Extreme Ice City, the black cat let out a cold snort. "I really did underestimate you little mice." After this attack, it seemed even more frenzied. Chi Yan was shocked. "Hey, the plan failed. What do we do now?" Truong Dike frowned and replied, "Even though it failed, I'm now 100% certain that bell is the key to removing the mouse symbol from us." Right after that, he reached out and grabbed a cloak, and Truong Dike and everyone else all put theirs on at the same time. Now we move on to Plan B. The black cat glared at them. "Even if you try again, the outcome won't change. You'll still fail. In the hazy smoke, the cat thought to itself, I just need to keep an eye on that brat's movements as quickly as possible. It clenched its teeth as it stared at Truong Dike. It had almost let him succeed just now. Truong Dike took the lead, and the moment he got close, he shot past it. The black cat also circulated its inner force. You're courting death. But in the blink of an eye, the one standing before it was Ba Dao instead. The black cat was startled. You switched appearances? He wasn't that damn brat from earlier. Before the thought had even finished crossing its mind, Ba Dao struck. My job is done. The rest is up to you. Instantly, one of its arms was restrained, leaving the black cat momentarily stunned. Its gaze quickly swept elsewhere, and at that moment Truong Dike landed at the same time. Only then did the black cat realize, in alarm, damn it, while I wasn't paying attention, they used those black cloaks to swap identities with each other. Truong Dike then said, the control on the black cat won't last more than 3 seconds. We have to use this time to touch its bell. Ba Dao shouted at once, I'm counting on you. As soon as he finished speaking, Truong Dike leaped up and grabbed the golden bell tightly, right in front of the black cat's stunned eyes. At the same time, a system notification immediately appeared. Player Truong Dike has removed the mouse symbol. Everyone was overjoyed. The mouse symbol is gone. We did it. Truong Dike immediately charged forward. Now let's see how you're supposed to withstand my attacks. With that, he instantly unleashed a heavy blow at the black cat, catching it completely off guard. Light illuminated the entire sky, and even the ground trembled uncontrollably. Truong Dike slowly landed. It's over. Extreme Ice City can finally see sunlight again. He then quickly informed his teammates. Nanu, the black cat is dead. The danger in Extreme Ice City has been resolved. Let everyone know they can leave the hotel now. The moment she received the news, she happily replied, Got it. We'll come over right away. And she did exactly that. Nanu immediately informed everyone. Truong Dike has caught the black cat. Extreme Ice City is safe now. The crowd burst into excited chatter, as expected of our guild leader. If he wants to catch the black cat, then he'll catch it. After that, Truong Dike and the others returned to the hotel together. He sounded somewhat tense. The greatest threat to Extreme Ice City has been eliminated. Next, as long as we deal with the infected players, Extreme Ice City will be completely safe. Truong Dike stepped forward. Now that the black cat has been captured, who should this god-tier talent car belong to? Chien maintained his proud attitude as he said, This time, you contributed the most, and you are also the one who landed the final blow on the black cat. Naturally, this god-tier talent car belongs to you. Don't worry, the 4 of us keep our word. We won't make things difficult for you in the future. Truong Dike gripped the card tightly in his hand. All right, then I'll keep it. After that, Chien's group also showed no intention of staying. We're leaving. Truong Dike called after them. It's so dangerous outside right now. Do you want to come with us? Think about it. At that moment, Deep Vu's pink butterfly suddenly fluttered past Chien's face. Hearing that, Chien immediately turned around and replied cheerfully, Well, I guess that's not impossible. Everyone turned to look. Then we'll reluctantly stay and help you out. Only then did he finally extend a hand in introduction. Nice to meet you. Mage, level 65. The 2 leaders clasped hands firmly, showing the spirit of teamwork. Truong Dike also introduced himself with a smile. Beast Tamer, level 65. Truong Dike. Today, Chien's team had finally gained trustworthy companions. While they were on the road, those pink butterflies suddenly landed on Nanu's hand. She recognized them at once. Aren't these the butterflies from Dream Spirit Manor? Why are they here? Soon after, Meng Shun's image appeared. Everyone, long time no see. I have some very bad news to tell you. The king of the Ghost Clan has awakened and has already seized Dream Spirit Manor. As she was speaking, the transmission on her side began to suffer interference and was on the verge of cutting off. Meng Shun said anxiously, I'm still fine, but Apocalypse needs everyone's help. The moment she finished speaking, the butterfly went motionless in Nanu's hand. Nanu was deeply worried. What do we do? Should we go to Dream Spirit Manor and save Meng Shun? Truong Dike continued, Not yet. Meng Shun is still able to send information outside, which means that at the very least, she's still safe for now. What we need to do is find the king of the Ghost Clan as quickly as possible. That's the only way to stop whatever he plans to do next. He was also somewhat worried. If the king of the Ghost Clan has already made a move against Meng Shun, then he'll definitely continue targeting the other main gods. Closest to Dream Spirit Manor is the Gnome Kingdom. This is bad. Shi'er Fu is in danger. We have to get there immediately. Immediately afterward, Truong Dike activated the teleportation. He shouted urgently, Fuonnat, stay in extreme Ice City with Deep Vu. Everyone else, come with me to the Gnome Kingdom. Over there, a sea was charging forward like a madman. I didn't come here to make things difficult for you. As long as you obediently hand over the main god, everyone in this kingdom can live. Otherwise, hearing this, the soldiers under Shirafu all trembled somewhat under the oppressive presence of the king of the Ghost Clan. At that moment, Shirafu arrived just in time and shouted, Stop! Everyone turned around in shock. Main god, Shirafu said again. Back then, the 10 main gods joined forces to seal you away. I never expected you to break free from the seal after all. But today, as long as I'm here, don't even think about harming my gnome race or apocalypse again. Asiznird, this tiny little dwarf girl sure talks big. Looks like you're the one I'm looking for. Then please come with me. Shirafu pointed straight at him. The duty of main god is to preserve the peace of the apocalypse world. I will not let you have your way. Asi circulated his inner force. I knew talking to NPCs like he was pointless. Better to just start fighting. But just as he was about to strike, a burst of power shot over and blocked his attack. He shouted in surprise, Who dare stop me? As he spoke, the sword in his hand slashed fiercely in that direction. But of course, AC was the weaker side. Truong Dike let out a breath of relief. Good thing we made it in time. Then he said to her, Shirafu, don't worry. Nanu and the others are dealing with the Ghost Clan soldiers outside, and the rest are also on their way here. With us here, the gnome race will be fine. Nam Kai said in surprise. So this is the legendary king of the Ghost Clan? Chien followed up. Why does he not look like some super powerful boss at all? Truong Dike thought to himself, judging from his conversation with Shirafu just now, he really does seem more like a player, just like us. He immediately spoke up. Don't let your guard down. The Ghost Clan Death Warriors on 2 O'Clock Mountain and the Black Cat in Extreme Ice City were both his subordinates. The moment AC saw him, he said, I was wondering who it was. So it's the trash from Extreme Ice City. I wasn't even looking for you, yet you actually delivered yourselves to my door. At that moment, Ba Dao took the lead and stepped forward. I can feel that this guy is very strong. Let me fight him first. Don't interfere. Kian arrogantly replied. Fine. If you can't hold on, we'll jump in. Just don't get knocked flat after only a few moves. With this many people watching, that'd be way too embarrassing. Asi said coldly, You really talk a lot of nonsense. Are you done yet? If you're done, then I'm making my move. Asi continued as he drove his sword hard into the ground. Since breaking the seal, I still haven't truly fought anyone. You're the first. Don't disappoint me. Ba Zhao Lao Get Lao Li. Good. I hope you don't disappoint me either. The moment he finished speaking, a dark force emerged from the shadows and spread over the surroundings. In only a few exchanges, Ba Dao was shocked. There was something strange about that sword. He absolutely could not let himself be struck by it. Asi asked disdainfully, What? Are you scared already? They're all souls that died beneath my sword. Before long, you'll become one of them too. Asi was immensely pleased with himself. Berserker was a class that burned its own life force to become stronger. But if it couldn't defeat the enemy in a short time, it would put itself at a disadvantage. Right now, you're in the exact situation a berserker fears most. Ba Dao furiously charged forward. So you plan to drag this out until I burn through all my life force before showing yourself? You coward. Asi immediately shot back. Don't misunderstand. I've always preferred quick battles and quick victories. Time is money to me. Why would someone like you be worth wasting that much effort on? Seeing his teammate get stabbed and injured, Truong Dike shouted in alarm, Ba Dao, Asilaft Zmagli. It's over. Your soul will belong to me at once. Even with blood at the corners of his mouth, Ba Dao still refused to surrender. It's not over yet. I'll be the one to decide that. In Ba Dao's heart, the Grim Reaper coldly asked, Have you thought it through? Offer me your soul, and I can let you live 5 more minutes. Sweating heavily as he endured the pain, Ba Dao paid the price and answered, Only 5 minutes? I didn't think even death would be this stingy. The Grim Reaper replied, You don't have much time left to think. With no other choice, Ba Dao clenched his teeth and then shouted, Sacred Blade. Immediately, he gripped the blade buried deep in his heart. Ba Dao decisively pulled it out, and fresh blood gushed forth. He said again, My time is valuable too. Asi clenched his teeth. He hadn't expected Ba Dao to act so recklessly. Ba Dao glared at him. I won't waste a single second from here on. A C was shocked. The hole in your chest. What is this? You're completely unaffected. Ba Dao said through gritted teeth. The body is only a shell. A berserker's will, which never accepts defeat, will endure until the final second. Come on. Immediately, he raised his weapon and charged forward. Our battle isn't over yet. From that surge of power, crimson flames rose, revealing the face of a demon. That was also the grim reaper dwelling within Ba Dao. He glared at his opponent. Qi Yin was astonished. How did this Ba Dao suddenly become so powerful? Trondai guessed as expected I was right. This must be the Death Stance, a forbidden skill of the Berserker class. It grants power by offering one's soul to the Grim Reaper. With the Death Stance plus the God-tier talent battle of life and death, it can be said that Ba Dao's current strength has reached the absolute limit a player can achieve in this game. Aziz was surprised. For the sake of one battle, you're willing to give up your own life. Even if you win, both sides still suffer, putting victory above your own life. I really don't understand what people like you are thinking. Ba Dao raised his weapon. From the moment I chose to step into the apocalypse, I stopped caring about whether I lived or died. What I pursue is every second and every moment of battle. He recalled his vegetative body in the real world. To be able to enjoy a battle like this before dying, my life has already been worth it. Right after that, he lifted his sword, preparing to unleash a finishing blow. Let me end everything with my own hands. The Death Stance slashed down, and a tremendous explosion instantly shook the earth. A sea was blasted away. Unable to withstand Ba Dao's attack, he spat out blood at once. Slumped on the ground, a sea said unwillingly, unforgivable. I was actually injured to this extent by an ordinary player. With the battle over, Ba Dao showed a satisfied smile. Looks like your plan to finish this quickly has failed before me today. But he still couldn't kill a sea because the time of his pact with the Grim Reaper had run out. Ba Dao collapsed to the ground. No, I just needed a little more time to defeat him. A sea only needed one glance to understand. Looks like the time you borrowed from the Grim Reaper has run out. Lying on the ground, Ba Dao trembled. Damn it, Asis nird mokingri. What a pity. If you'd managed just a few more steps, you might really have had a chance to defeat me. As soon as he finished speaking, the king of the Ghost Clan immediately gathered his inner power. Let me send you off on the last stretch, then. The sharp sword obeyed his command and stabbed fiercely down at Ba Dao. At the same time, a wall of fire instantly appeared and blocked the attack. Qi Yin and the others rushed forward. You've done very well. Leave the rest to us. Behind them, Ba Dao's voice trembled. I can't keep fighting anymore. Using his last bit of strength, he forced himself to say, it would be a waste for this god-tier talent card to stay with me. Then he handed it to Truong Dyke. Please, take my god-tier talent card and keep fighting. As soon as he finished speaking, Ba Dao gradually faded away, leaving everyone with one final satisfied smile. Truong Dyke took the card. Don't worry, I'll carry it into battle to the very end. On the other side, a vicious gleam flashed through Asi's eyes, and he began preparing to attack Truong Dyke. Truong Dyke gathered his inner power. Asi, Ba Dao, Duan Feng, and the other players who died at your hands. Today you owe them an answer. At the same moment, Xiao Jiao and the others came over. Guild leader, we're here. Truong Dyke responded at once. You all came at just the right time. Keep watch on the Ghost Clan King, and don't let him escape. This is when he's at his weakest. Nanu added, the Ghost Clan soldiers outside have all been wiped out. Asi looked at everyone and smiled carelessly. You think you can win just because you have numbers on your side? The moment he finished speaking, his hand immediately gathered inner power again, preparing to attack once more. A cold voice rang out from the air. You are far too naive. Watch closely. As soon as the words fell, Nanu and the others were instantly bound tight by that power. All of you go to hell. As for Shi Erfu, he grabbed her tightly by the arm. And you, save your strength and come with me. Watching her get taken away right in front of him, Truong Dyke shouted anxiously, Shi Erfu. On Truong Dyke's side, everyone was teleported somewhere else. He cried out in frustration. Damn it, where the hell have we been sent to? Qing Long replied, didn't the sign over there already say it? Ghost City. On the sign were two large characters, and around it was tightly coiled a huge snake. Nanu shrank behind him. This place looks so terrifying. It's really creepy. Truong Dyke reassured her, don't be afraid. I'm here. I'll protect you. There are so many of us. We'll definitely be fine. They had only just entered the city when a huge figure suddenly lunged at them from behind. Looking at Truong Dyke's group, that thing clearly didn't seem friendly. At the same time, Ba Huang sensed the danger and immediately turned around. Without wasting a word, a single slash severed the opponent's head from its neck. Truong Dyke crouched down to inspect the corpse. This Ghost Clan soldier is different from the ones we met before. Its body looks like it mutated for some reason. I'm afraid monsters like this are all over Ghost City. We'd better be careful. As soon as he finished speaking, he stood up and used his inner power to summon a small blue tower. Then he looked back. Xiao Jiao, take this god-tier talent card. She was shocked. Guild leader, why are you giving me something this important? Isn't this? The two of them glanced over at Qi Yan. He acted like he didn't care. Don't look at me. I keep my word. If I said I don't want it, then I don't want it. Besides, I'm already this strong. Do I really lack one card? Truong Dike looked at his small ally. Xiao Jiao. Next we're going to face the mighty king of the Ghost Clan. We need to find a way to increase the overall strength of the whole team. Your growth potential is very high, so you're the one best suited for this god-tier talent card. In the end, she agreed. All right, thank you for trusting me, guild leader. I won't let everyone down. Right after that, Truong Dike handed the card to Xiao Jiao, but the card suddenly reacted. Something appeared on it, glowing with a blue light. In the next instant, the card flew up into the air, startling everyone. Xiao Jiao stared blankly. What is that? Why is it on the god-tier talent card? Truong Dike quickly answered, I don't know either. Come on, let's chase it and see. From that lump of gooey blue mass on the ground, something began to stir, as if a living creature were inside. A girl who looked exactly like Meng Shun suddenly appeared. Nanu was shocked. Meng Shun, why is she here? Tuong Di found it. No, that's not right. Just now, when Meng Shun spoke to us, she was still at Dream Spirit Manor. Besides, this person's body looks more like an illusion. In any case, let's catch up and ask first. Realizing someone was following her, the girl panicked. Who's there? Truong Dike's group chased after her aggressively. Hey, don't run. We're not bad people. As she ran, a black hole suddenly appeared out of nowhere in front of her. Then, from her direction, a huge wild boar abruptly charged out. She had no time to react, and it was far too fast. The boar opened its mouth wide. Nyanyu stai bodang li. She got swallowed. She got swallowed whole. It's a dream-eating taper. Truong Dike continued. They're special monsters in the Ghost City region. They survive by devouring souls. Their specialty is using sound waves to bewitch players, making their prey lose their minds and ultimately die suddenly. Everyone, get ready for battle. Right after swallowing the girl, the boar frantically let out a piercing shriek. Truong Dike tried to cover his ears, gritting his teeth in irritation. Damn it, my whole head is ringing. But then he noticed that Nanu didn't seem to be affected by the sound. Seeing her walk forward like someone in a trance, Truong Dike was shocked and shouted, Nanu, don't go over there, it's dangerous. Watching her continue moving ahead without stopping, he became even more anxious. Nanu, wake up! Enduring the pain, he rushed up and covered her ears tightly. Don't be deceived by the dream-eating taper sound. Nanu zontet, W what happened to me just now? He bit his lip until it bled and forced himself to explain it was the dream-eating taper sound. That's why you were controlled just now. No longer able to hold back, Ba Huang immediately launched a powerful strike at the pig-like beast. His sword thrust hard into the spot beneath its throat, stunning it for a moment. While the creature was staggered, Ba Huang spun around and shouted to his companions, Go! Get out of here now! But the beast didn't seem seriously hurt at all. It threw its body forward and chased after Truong Dike and Nanu. Everyone immediately pressed themselves against a large wall, and Truong Dike began calculating. We can't keep running forever. We have to get close to kill the dream-eating taper. Du spoke up. Leave it to me. At once, she closed her eyes and gathered her inner power. Legendary tier talent, Alibi, activate. Then Du Hua quickly transferred her power into Truong Dike through her hand. As he stared blankly, Du Hua explained, Alibi only lasts 3 minutes. During those 3 minutes, you can temporarily turn invisible. No matter how close you get to the enemy, you won't be detected. Feeling himself brimming with power, Truong Dike looked at her. Thanks. Facing the beast, Truong Dike thought to himself, that woman was swallowed into the dream-eating taper's stomach. The only way to save her is to take a gamble. The next moment, without another thought, Truong Dike charged straight into the pig's body. Inside the dream-eating taper, he pushed his way through. Don't come over here, just stay wherever it's cool. Shoving through the cramped space, he grew frantic. I have to hurry. The space in here is shrinking. If this keeps up, I'll suffocate to death before long. Suddenly, Truong Dike's eyes froze. Wait a second. This dream-eating taper lives by consuming souls. Maybe a summoner can make use of that. After waiting for a long time, Du Hua grew worried. Why isn't Truong Dike back yet? Could something have happened? Nanu looked at the pig. No, I trust him. He'll find a way. Suddenly, The pig's belly swelled up, and a strange light shone from inside it. Chi-Yin cried out in surprise. Holy hell, that thing can turn into a balloon too. Nyanyu Busetslai. That's the mark of a summoner. Truong Daik is so smart. Outside, a huge vortex instantly erupted, twisting violently from within, and several things like ghostly wisps flew out. Then another loud explosion rang out, and Truong Daik successfully stepped out from the pig's belly. Nanu hurried over in concern. You were trapped in there for so long. You're not hurt, are you? Hurry and wipe yourself off. Truong Daik brushed himself down. I'm Yufine. I just got some dream-eating taper slime on me. It's a little disgusting, that's all. But the strange phenomenon didn't stop there. A black sphere suddenly appeared again. Nanu was astonished. Are those fragments of the soul's memories? I didn't expect there to be so many. Tuongdish was alarmed. This dream-eating taper must have swallowed thousands of souls from Ghost City. That's terrifying. Looking up, she observed that one female soul looked exactly like Meng Shun. Seeing the girl struggling, Truong Daik immediately rushed over. I'll save her. He felt a little dizzy inwardly. The suction of this black hole is too strong. His whole body felt as if it were being pulled into the hole. At once, he stretched out his hand. Take my hand. The girl stared at him blankly. We don't even know each other. Why would you risk yourself to save me? Truong Daik answered calmly. Because I want to know who you really are. To me, that is. Before he could finish, he grabbed the girl tightly with both hands. Then a serious look flashed in Truong Daik's eyes as he shouted, very important. The girl looked at him and gave him a warm smile. Her face was as beautiful as an angel from heaven. All of her beautiful memories appeared before Truong Daik, including a sea. The girl continued her introduction. My name is NEA. Suddenly taking in a flood of information, Truong Daik felt like his temples were about to burst from the pain. When he opened his eyes again, he was floating somewhere alone. Truong Daik looked around. Where is this? Why am I the only one here? Where did that woman go? Without waiting, Truong Daik shouted, Hey, are you in here? Looking around, he grew curious. And what is this glowing thing supposed to be? He reached out curiously, and a wave of sound suddenly trembled. In front of him was a sea, wearing a happy smile. The king of the Ghost Clan. Am I inside NEA's memories right now? Truong Daik thought to himself, it feels like NEA deliberately brought me into her memories. He quickly began tapping through the system. This place must be hiding something she wants me to know. After looking for a while, blood suddenly splashed across the screen, startling him. Accident. Break system failure. At the same time, a familiar voice rang out. Thank you for delivering such a perfect candidate. Looking at the scene before him, he was somewhat shocked. The Demon Suppression Tower? Why is it appearing in NEA's memories? Piecing everything together, Truong Daik frowned in thought. The car accident, the mysterious man. Could all of this be connected to the mastermind behind the apocalypse? Just now, when NEA turned her head, she saw the Apocalypse's Demon Suppression Tower through the window. And from that angle, the only place it could have been seen from was the Eternal Tower. In the system, within her faint fragment of memory, just before NEA closed her eyes, the mysterious man said again, Your sacrifice will not be in vain. This will be the work I am most satisfied with. After that sentence, the man did something unknown, and NEA lost all signs of life. The sound of the heart monitor flatlining rang out, and Truong Daik couldn't take it. Damn, that sound is so piercing. My head hurts like hell. A violent wind rose around him. Not knowing what to do, he could only stand there covering his ears tightly. Suddenly, a wave of suffocation hit him, and Truong Daik jolted his eyes open. Everyone looked worried, and Nanu asked anxiously, You're finally awake. Are you alright? That black hole suddenly disappeared just now, and you fell from high up down here. Truong Daik covered his eyes with his hand. I'm Fine, but I couldn't save that female soul. However, she left me a very important clue. As soon as he finished speaking, he stood up. Nanu, once we get out of this damn place, all of you must head to Dream Spirit Manor immediately. If the king of the Ghost Clan has imprisoned Meng Shun, then he will definitely return there. Truong Daik looked around. You all need to think of a way to hold him back. Stall him for as long as you possibly can. Nanu asked worriedly, What about you? He raised his eyes and looked upward. I have to make a trip to the Demon Suppression Tower and find a way to defeat the king of the Ghost Clan. Meanwhile, inside, Shirafu was being dragged roughly across the ground. Let me go. If Brother Truong Daik comes back and sees this, you'll be sorry. Asizmirkt Zmagli. Don't worry, they won't be able to get out anytime soon. With that, he threw Shirafu hard into a dark room, and she shut her eyes tightly in pain. C turned and left, throwing back one last sentence. Stay obediently in here. I'll capture the rest of the main gods and bring them here to keep you company. As soon as he finished speaking, he slammed the door shut and darkness swallowed the surroundings. At that moment, a pair of slender legs stepped out and a gentle voice rang out, startling Shifu. Are you all right? Looking at the girl before her, Shifu stammered, Are you also a main god? Meng Shen helped her up. I am Meng Shen. I once fought side by side with the previous main god of your gnome clan. After that, Meng Shen carefully untied Shifu. The little girl was deeply moved. Thank you. But why did the king of the ghost clan capture all the main gods? Is he going to destroy the entire apocalypse? Meng Shen explained, We once joined forces to seal him away. Now that he has escaped, he not only wants revenge on us, but also to purge every obstacle standing in the way of his rule over the apocalypse. This time, the apocalypse is facing a great calamity. The people we can rely on are not just us alone. Shifu said sadly, I wonder how Brother Truong Dike and the others are doing now. Meng Shen comforted her, Don't worry, little one. They are already very close to the end of this journey. Outside, several pink butterflies fluttered through the air. Truong Dike rode Xiaohei toward the Demon Suppression Tower. As expected, the only place where you could see the upper floors of the Demon Suppression Tower through a window was the Eternal Tower. NEA must be inside the Eternal Tower. The moment he arrived, he jumped down. I have to clear the Demon Suppression Tower as quickly as possible and win the chance to enter the Eternal Tower. Only then can I find a way to defeat the king of the Ghost Clan before he starts moving. Ignoring the thunder crashing overhead, Truong Dike strode straight through the door. Scene change. Floor 50 of the Demon Suppression Tower. Truong Dike looked at the Snow Bear King. You stupid bear, I don't have time to play with you today. Don't block my way. But it seemed not to understand him and kept charging forward. Seeing how uncooperative it was, Truong Dike had no choice. Looks like there's no room for negotiation. With just a few attacks, he successfully defeated the Snow Bear King. Truong Dike urged himself inwardly, faster. I need to be even faster. I don't have much time left. He recalled Qinglong's words. Guild leader, the monsters inside the Demon Suppression Tower are no joke. You have to be careful. He had smiled and reassured them. Don't worry. I'll be back with everyone soon. Before he left, Nanu had quietly said to him, Truong Dike, find a suitable chance to take everyone's skills with you. They might be able to help. Now, not caring at all about the attribute rewards he had gained after the fight, Truong Dike resolved to himself. Everyone has pinned all their hopes on me. I absolutely cannot let them down. In the end, he swiftly made his way up to the 99th floor of the Demon Suppression Tower with ease. Standing before a massive golden-laid gate, Truong Dike calculated inwardly the 99th floor of the Demon Suppression Tower. Behind this golden portal lies the final floor. I've finally reached the top. He raised both hands and slowly pushed the doors open. A brilliant light poured out from within. Here, snow fell in a vast white expanse. Truong Dike shivered to himself. It's freezing. No wonder people always say the higher you go, the colder it gets. At that moment, a huge flame shot straight at him from nowhere. A loud explosion rang out, sending rocks and debris flying in every direction. Truong Dike couldn't help marveling. Now, that's a pretty cool entrance. In front of him stood a red demon with sharp fangs, glaring threateningly at him. Boy, this is not a place for ordinary trash like you to step into as you please. Since you've barged in, you'll pay the price. The moment it finished speaking, the thousand-faced man immediately launched a shockwave at Truong Dike. It looked like this was no easy opponent. Looking at it, Truong Dike curled his lips into a sly grin. Attacking the moment we meet? Quite the temper. Not even 3 seconds later, the thousand-faced man attacked again, making Truong Dike break into a cold sweat. That was close, as if it had a motor attached. When the flame missed him, it instantly turned around and flew back toward its target. Of course, since he had only just entered the fight and didn't know the enemy's strength, he was hit by that blow. It can even turn corners? Looking up into the sky, he saw aircraft fitted with red chips watching him closely. At that moment, the protagonist began to calculate. No wonder it can track me so precisely. So all my movements have been seen through. I need to find a way to break out of their surveillance. As soon as he thought of it, he acted, quickly summoning a black crow to attack. The moment the black crow was summoned, it opened its large beak, let out a shrill cry, and shot straight toward those aircraft. Truong Dike tensed up. Now, not giving it another chance to attack him, he charged forward at once. Come on, let's play a game. The thousand-faced man was no weakling either. It continuously unleashed vicious attacks at Truong Dike while cursing disdainfully, "Stupid human die." On the other side, seeing the image of him collapsed on the ground, Gongshi clicked his tongue. What a pity. I thought he might become the first player to clear the demon suppression tower. Then he stood up and said to Ling Lan, "Let's go." Looks like the player of this round is only this good after all. But it seemed Truong Dike was not dead yet. Instead, something strange had happened. The demon now carried Truong Dike's consciousness. It looked up at the surveillance aircraft and thought to itself, "It should be safe now. Hopefully I managed to fool whoever was watching." Just as expected, after the aircraft saw Truong Dike fail, they left and stopped monitoring. Recalling the earlier battle, Truong Dike had struck at the thousand-faced man. "Come on, let's play a game. Activate all-seeing eye." Immediately, the system announced, "The thousand-faced man and Truong Dike have exchanged appearances and HP. Duration, 3 minutes." Before the thousand-faced man could regain his bearings, the potion's effect had already kicked in. It had no idea why it had changed like this, and exclaimed in shock, "What's going on?" Truong Dike explained calmly, "I told you we were playing a game. Don't worry, it'll be over soon." And during that instant, the surveillance camera above had been obscured by his black crow. So Gong she could not notice anything. Once the 3 minutes were up, the thousand-faced man finally returned to its original form. Furious at being tricked, it charged at him and struck hard. Stupid human D. After successfully defeating his opponent, Truong Dike began channeling his inner power. "Now then, let me see where you've hidden the key to the Eternal Tower." And now he officially probed the creature's soul. After the thousand-faced man died, Truong Dike obtained a pass card from its body. He was extremely pleased. "Thanks." As soon as he finished speaking, he once again channeled his inner power and summoned a sealing element to imprison the thousand-faced man inside. "Stay here obediently and sleep for a while." After that, Truong Dike continued searching the area. Looks like this should be the teleportation device to the Eternal Tower. Looking at the object in front of him, he quickly took out the card he had gotten from the thousand-faced man and used it to open the door. It did not disappoint him. The door opened immediately, and Truong Dike entered at once. Let's see what the legendary Eternal Tower really contains. Inside the Eternal Tower, a quiet stillness blanketed the surroundings. Security seemed strangely lax here. That, however, pleased him instead. "Very good. I still haven't been discovered. Every room is dark, and only the last room has its lights on." Feeling that the path had been far too easy, Truong Dike looked around warily. "Even if it's a trap, I still have to risk it and see what's in there." As soon as he made up his mind, he reached out and opened a nearby room at random. The room he had just entered was filled everywhere with advanced machinery. At that moment, a voice rang out. "We meet again." Truong Dike immediately drew his sword and shouted warily, "Who's there?" He thought it was an enemy, but it turned out to be someone he knew. Somehow, NEA appeared right in front of him. The moment he saw her, he recognized her at once. "You? Weren't you swallowed by the black hole in Ghost City? How are you here?" NEA quickly explained, "That was only a consciousness clone of mine. The one you're seeing now is the real me." Still surprised, he asked, "A consciousness clone? Then how did you leave this Eternal Tower?" She began to explain, "Some time ago, someone clad in full armor came here too. He seemed to be looking for something important. I asked him to take my consciousness clone away, so it could find a man I once loved." Hearing that, Truong Dike cut in. "Sorry to interrupt, but the lover you're talking about is that murderous king of the Ghost Clan?" NEA immediately replied, "Yes. But in the past, a sea didn't even dare go into the kitchen to kill a fish. So how did he suddenly become such a cruel butcher of living beings? I don't know why a sea turned into what he is now, but I understand him. This definitely was not his original intention." Truong Dike quickly grasped the key point. "I understand. Thank you for telling me all this." Now he thought to himself, so his becoming the king of the Ghost Clan was very likely the result of someone using him. At that moment, NEA handed him an item. "This bracelet is what a sea gave me when he confessed his feelings. Give this bracelet to him. I think he'll definitely recognize it." Truong Dike quickly agreed, "All right, I'll deliver this bracelet to him." NEA pleaded earnestly, "I hope you can help him come to his senses and return to my side." While the two were talking, the room door suddenly opened from outside. Truong Dike looked over nervously and inwardly groaned. "Damn it, someone's here." The person who came was Ling Lan. she said to Gong Shi, "Master, for the time being, no one seems to have broken into the Eternal Tower." Looking around, Ling Lan continued her analysis. The surveillance data also shows everything is normal. Activate legendary grade talent, alibi. Perhaps because she was his apocalypse spirit, he felt no suspicion at all and immediately turned away. Let's go. Maybe I'm overthinking it. The door shut again at once, restoring the still silence all around. Truong Dike thought to himself, so he's the one who planned everything? He doesn't look like a player. NEA appeared again, and he said, "I have to leave. I need to go back and stop the king of the Ghost Clan." She earnestly told Truong Dike, if all of this was deliberately arranged by someone, "I'm afraid things are even more difficult than I imagined. If you all are forced to fight, please show mercy." He did not dodge the issue. "All right, I'll do my best." Scene change. At Dream Spirit Manor, Shirefu walked along anxiously. "Where are they trying to take us?" Meng Shun guessed. "It seems the king of the Ghost Clan has captured all the main gods. What we feared most has finally happened." At that moment, a voice rang out. "Don't worry, our people are nearby. We'll keep everyone safe." Meng Shun looked over in surprise. "Nanu, is that you?" Nanu clasped Meng Shun's hand and reassured her, "We're here to save you." And of course, Asi was unaware of their appearance. He coldly ordered, "Bring them up." Standing before Meng Shun and Shirefu, Asi looked extremely pleased with himself. "Do you see? These are the same friends of yours who were once so proud and arrogant." He smugly recounted his achievements while bringing up the past. "1,000 years ago, you joined forces to seal me away. But now, haven't you all fallen beneath my sword? It's time for you to taste the pain of being severed from this world." As soon as he finished speaking, his pent-up hatred surged, and Asi could no longer hold back. He raised his sword high, preparing to strike down. Nanu tensed up as well. The thousand-faced man disguise is about to run out. We have to act first and seize the initiative. The moment he saw her, Asi recognized her at once. "It's you." Now that she was exposed, she no longer bothered hiding and immediately signaled everyone. "Everyone, prepare to attack." At the same time, Ba Huang's group rushed in just in time. "We've already dealt with all your subordinates. Prepare to surrender." But Asi showed no sign of panic. Instead, he curled his lips into a sinister smile. "Oh really?" As he spoke, he summoned the Demon Legion. "Don't tell me you thought I only had that few men under me. The soldiers of my Ghost Clan are endless. You only managed to escape Ghost City before because you were lucky. You won't be so lucky today." On the other side, Ba Huang's group refused to back down, and everyone charged together. Then let's find out. Asi's great sword began gathering inner power, and he aimed to strike directly at Nanu. She stood in front of Meng Shun, and everyone cried out in alarm. Xiao Nu. Meng Shun was anxious too. "Nanu, forget about me. Hurry and get out of here." Nanu cut her off. "No, I will definitely save you." At that moment, a tremendous force blasted straight toward the king of the Ghost Clan, making him freeze for an instant. Fortunately, Xiao He and Truong Dike had arrived just in time to rescue Nanu. Everyone was overjoyed and shouted, "Guild leader is back." Truong Dike looked at Asi with a grim face. "King of the Ghost Clan, we meet again." The moment he saw the familiar bracelet, Asi was stunned and his heart trembled. "This bracelet, why is in your hand?" Immediately, happy memories within EA surged into his mind, and Asi could not help collapsing to his knees. Clutching his head, Asi cried out uncontrollably, "It hurts," as if he had gone mad. He then unleashed an enormous surge of inner power and roared, "Die all of you!" Asi glared at Truong Dike like a madman and shouted, "Anyone who stands in my way must die." Dalak appeared and carried Asi on his back. "Long time no see, Wakan. I told you we would meet again." Nanu was astonished. "You've met before?" Truong Dike quickly explained in brief. "Back then, the iceberg dragged me into the sea. After I drifted onto Dragon God Island, I met it there. At that time, it had 2 dragon heads and was incredibly powerful." Asi pointed his sword at him. "There's no time for you to reminisce. Dalak, kill them for me." At his command, the dragon immediately let out a huge roar. "As you command, my king." Seeing his own little dragon trembling, Truong Dike felt uneasy. This is bad. Xiao He doesn't have Dragon God bloodline. Both its attack and defense are greatly reduced under the Dragon God's pressure. Sending Xiao He against the world-destroying Dragon God is no different from throwing an egg against a rock. Dalak looked toward Truong Dike and Xiao He and sneered contemptuously. Wakans disappear. A violent whirlwind rose up, forcing both Truong Dike and Xiao He several steps backward. He immediately spoke up to calm his beast. "Xiao He, don't be afraid. I have a way." As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful surge of inner power was summoned by Truong Dike. He widened his eyes and shouted, "Show yourself, Shue-ji." The moment he finished speaking, a massive white dragon with a fierce aura appeared in response to Truong Dike's summons. Looking at Shue-ji, Truong Dike said in satisfaction, "It's only been a few days since I last saw you, but it feels like you've grown stronger again." She let out a cold snort, white mist spilling from her mouth as she said, "This time, we will avenge the clansmen of Dragon God Island." Then Shue-ji and Truong Dike charged forward together. He did not forget to instruct the little dragon, "Little Hay, I'm leaving everyone's protection to you." As if understanding its master's meaning, it let out a roar to show that it understood. Seeing the snowflakes falling into his hand, Asi immediately realized that this dragon possessed the power to change the weather. Dalak remarked, "It is a descendant of the snow white dragon god Tianji. I didn't expect it to leave Dragon God Island with this brat." Asi raised his sword excitedly. "So you're Tianji's descendant? Then today, I'll send you to reunite with Tianji." At that moment, Truong Dike glared and shouted, "Shue-ji, I can feel your will for revenge. Let's go. Crush them." Watching them charge over, Dalak gave a disdainful snort. "You dare take the initiative to attack? Then I'll make you taste suffering." As soon as he finished speaking, vines burst out of the ground and shot fiercely toward Shue-ji. Seeing this, Truong Dike was startled and shouted to her, "Shue-ji, fall back." But in an instant, those vines had already wrapped tightly around Shue-ji's body. Asi was very pleased with his attack. These vines are called ghost vines, formed from the resentment of countless dead souls. Hatred is the strongest chain in this world, and it cannot be broken. Right after that, he cruelly ordered the dragon, Dalak, "It's time to finish them off." Looking at Truong Dike again, Asi could not help saying smugly, "Stop struggling. Soon, you'll be just like them." Amid the pain and surging fury, Shue-ji growled and struggled to break free of that restraint. Down below, Meng Shun was deeply moved. "Truong Dike has bought us enough time to recover. Now it's our turn to act. Just like 1,000 years ago, when we sealed away the Ghost Clan King, let's join forces and seal him again." The moment she finished speaking, she summoned her swarm of pink butterflies. From Meng Shun's side, a burst of pressure instantly shot straight toward a sea without mercy. While still being restrained, Truong Dike suddenly saw the butterflies flying toward him and said in surprise, "This is..." Before he could gather his thoughts, the vines restraining him were completely severed. Now, Meng Shun's power surrounded his entire body, as if trying to help Truong Dike defeat Asi. Seeing this, Asi could not help shouting jealously, "What are you doing?" On Meng Shun's side, she shouted loudly, "I once said I would never let you harm the apocalypse again." As she spoke, an indescribable firmness appeared in her eyes. Asi seemed to go mad at this point, completely unable to control his thoughts anymore, and immediately roared, "Shut up." He was about to rush forward when, at that same moment, a wave of pressure blocked Dalak's advance. Seeing what was happening before him, Asi was stunned. How is this possible? Could it be? Truong Dike stood upright on Shue-ji's back and said fiercely, "If you take one more step." After pausing for a moment, he pointed his sword straight at Asi and said coldly, "You will die." The moment he saw Asi at a disadvantage, Truong Dike pressed the advantage and charged. "Shue-ji, let's go." Asi, however, revealed a sinister smile. "Don't think that escaping the ghost vines means you can defeat me." A strengthened Heavenly Calamity Dark Force attack was unleashed, and Asi shouted, "Taste this." At this moment, the powers of both Asi and Truong Dike slammed toward each other at the same time, with an overwhelming momentum. Seeing the imbalance between the two powers, Asi clenched his teeth, utterly unable to understand what was going on with this power. In the next instant, his eyes froze, because Truong Dike was already standing in front of him. Truong Dike looked at Asi coldly. "This is the power the Pillar Gods used to seal you back then. Evil can never triumph over justice." After saying that, Truong Dike immediately raised his sword and charged again. Suddenly, he recalled Nea's request before he came here. "If the two of you are forced to fight, I still hope you will show mercy." His sword was only a hair away from piercing Asi's throat. Asi frowned in shock, knowing he could no longer dodge. But just then, Truong Dike suddenly hesitated. He had promised Nea not to take the life of the Ghost Clan King. Changing the direction of his attack, Truong Dike stabbed straight into the crown on Asi's head. The crown shattered, and Asi finally broke free of Gongshi's control. He dropped to his knees and shouted, "My head. It hurts." Asi's vision began to blur, and all he could see were the white snowflakes falling down. Then a stream of blue power began to escape from inside his body. At that moment, the pain suddenly eased. Asi was startled and slowly opened his eyes to look around. From his chest, a red thread immediately floated upward. Staring at it blankly, Asi murmured, "Nie, is that you?" The red thread floated up, then fell straight into the hand of its owner. Asi reached out in silence and took hold of it. The Ghost Clan King's face crumpled. "This is what I gave Nie on the day I confessed to her. I could never forget it in this lifetime." Truong Dike continued, "Nie asked me to give you this red braided bracelet. She said that as long as you saw it, you would understand what she meant." Hearing that, Asi was stunned. "Wait, you've met Nie before? She's still alive? Tell me quickly, where is she?" Truong Dike did not hide it from him and answered directly, "Pashao City, the Eternal Tower." Seeing Asi preparing to leave, Truong Dike immediately stopped him. "Wait a moment. I know you want to go to the Eternal Tower right now, but before that, there's one more thing I need to ask of you." The Ghost Clan King said calmly, "You brought me news of Nie. If you need something, just say it." Truong Dike got straight to the point. "My companion was struck by one of your Ghost Clan's secret arts. He's still in Mount Zygal now, and whether he's alive or dead is unknown. I think you must have a way to save him." Asi replied, "Then you've asked the right person. Only I can undo this Ghost Clan's secret art. Come on, I'll take you to Mount Zygal first." Truong Dike finally let down his guard. "Thank you." Before leaving, he gave his instructions. "Nanu, I'm going to Mount Zygal to bring Duan Feng back. You all stay here and get some rest first." Nanu watched Truong Dike's figure disappear into the distance. "We'll wait for you to come back." The scene shifted to Mount Zygal, where Duan Feng was still fighting alone against the 6 members of the Dark Knight Elves. He gripped the sword in his hand tiredly and panted, "Die. Kill. Still not enough." At the same time, just as Duan Feng was about to collapse, Truong Dike finally arrived in time. Worried about his friend, Truong Dike immediately ran down toward Duan Feng. It seemed that Duan Feng had already lost his memories. He looked at Truong Dike and asked, "Who are you?" Truong Dike said anxiously, "Duan Feng, it's me, Truong Dike. I'm back. You'll be fine soon." Right after that, Asi immediately circulated his inner power and removed the Ghost Clan's secret art. Duan Feng's eyes finally returned to normal, and the wound from the Dark Knight Elves' bite also healed completely. Truong Dike rejoiced, "Great, you finally recovered. Duan Feng, welcome back to the team." Asi could not wait any longer. "I won't disturb your reunion anymore. I have to go find Nie. If there's a chance, we'll meet again." Watching him leave, Duan Feng asked in confusion, "Only the Ghost Clan can undo the Ghost Clan's secret arts. If I'm not mistaken, he's the Ghost Clan King, isn't he? Why are you working with him?" Truong Dike answered briefly and calmly, "Because we have a common enemy." He explained further, the one hiding behind everything, manipulating and causing all the disasters of this apocalypse. Pashao City, the Eternal Tower. There, Gongshi's face looked rather grim, as though he had already grasped the situation. Walking slowly toward him from a distance at his side was Ling Lan. "I've been looking for half the day, so this is where you were." Trapped inside a layer of green, curtain-like light, Thousand-Faced Man hurriedly waved and begged him for help. "Boss, save me." Seeing this, Gongshi immediately ordered him released. "Disperse." Standing before Thousand-Faced Man, he commanded in a cold voice, "Speak. What exactly happened?" Kneeling on the ground, Thousand-Faced Man stammered, "It was that brat who made it to the 100th floor and challenged me. During the fight, I don't know what skill he used, but he was somehow able to swap bodies with me." That answer made Gong Shi tilt his head in confusion. "Swap bodies?" Without hesitation, he raised his hand and a blue panel appeared. On it was one person's information: Mike C, level 65, Beast Tamer, legendary talent, persona. Swaps appearance and HP with the opponent for 3 minutes. So he had copied Thousand-Faced Man's talent. What luck! Suddenly, the ground beneath Gong Shi began to shake violently. He immediately turned to ask Ling Lan beside him, "What's happening?" A red screen appeared, and she hurriedly reported, "Master, the Eternal Tower is under attack." Hearing that, Gong Shi smiled smugly. He and Ling Lan quickly headed toward the golden gate that appeared before them. "Interesting. Let's go back and have a look." Elsewhere, Dalak opened his mouth wide, and a growing mass of purple power gathered toward the Eternal Tower ahead. Riding on his back, Asi gave the order decisively. Dalak, destroy it. A hole appeared in the tower under Dalak's attack. Gripping his blade, Asi swung it forward forcefully and shouted, break it for me. Just like that, from one small hole, the glass-like barrier of the eternal tower shattered completely. Without hesitation, a sea rushed deeper into the tower with his blade in hand. "NEA, where are you? NEA, you have to wait for me." A tightly sealed door came into view. Asi quickly grabbed the handle, opened it, and stepped inside. "NEA." Suddenly, his eyes widened at what he saw. It was NEA, his wife, lying motionless on a set of machinery in front of him. "NEA, open your eyes and look at me. We only just met again, so why are you?" Then from behind Asi, her figure suddenly appeared and called out to him joyfully, "Asi, you finally found me." Hearing that familiar voice, Asi immediately turned to look for NEA. Seeing her again, Asi broke down, his voice full of happiness. "NEA, you've remembered me? What exactly happened? Why have you become like this?" Standing opposite him, NEA nodded and assured him, "I remember you. I've always remembered you." Then she told Asi everything about the memories of the past without leaving anything out. All of this was done by the person who dragged you into the apocalypse. In order to turn you into his puppet, he made me become like this. And the person you met before was probably just an illusion he created. His true purpose was to use pain and hatred to control you. Asi, at a time like this, do you still not understand? Suddenly, from nowhere, two hands clapped together, and the sound of applause echoed through the space. A reunion after a long separation in this world really is moving. Standing in the doorway, facing both of them, was the scheming Gong Shi. "Very impressive. To think you managed to come all the way here in one go. That crafty little brat is the one who told you, isn't he?" He raised his hand and snapped his fingers. In an instant, NEA's image vanished completely before Asi's eyes. "NEA." Asi turned to him in fury and shouted, accusing him of his true nature. "So from the very beginning, you've been lying to me all along?" Gong Shi answered in an innocent-sounding voice. "How can that be called lying? I merely provided you with choices. The one who made the choice was you. A person who misreads the question cannot blame the one who said it, can he?" Then he lowered his head, a calculating smile curling on his lips as he looked at Asi. "If you had discovered the clues from the very beginning, you would have found the chance to get rid of me long ago, wouldn't you?" Before Asi could do anything, Gong Shi clenched his fist and drove it straight into Asi's face, saying reproachfully, "If you want to blame someone, blame yourself. Why did you realize it's so late?" Without stopping, Gong Shi opened his palm, green demonic smoke swirling from it. He thrust it straight toward Asi's chest and did something. No, he was reclaiming energy. In just a few seconds, all of Asi's power had been absorbed by Gong Shi. "Don't forget, your power was given to you by me. If I want to take it back, I can do so at any time. The you of now no longer has any value to me." His words left Asi sprawled on the ground, stammering, "How? How could this happen?" After dealing with him, Gong Shi turned to look at NEA lying on the machinery. "As for you," using his last bit of strength, Asi reached out and clutched tightly at Gong Shi's leg. "Don't hurt NEA." Looking down at him from above, Gong Shi's face darkened as he saw Asi still trying to protect the woman he loved to the very end. He said in a cold voice, "Looks like I was still too lenient. I had originally thought that, considering how much you've done for me, if you were willing, keeping you by my side as a loyal dog wouldn't have been so bad." As soon as he finished speaking, Gong Shi summoned a blade and gripped it tightly in his hand. "But since you refuse to obey and insist on provoking me, then I can only get rid of you." He raised the weapon high, aiming at Asi. Just as the blade came down, Truong Dike rushed in from nowhere and blocked it with his own weapon. He quickly reached out, helped Asi to his feet by the arm, and just like that, Asi's whole body leaned against Truong Dike's shoulder. Seeing this, Gong Shi looked at them in surprise. "You?" Truong Dike heard that and let out a faint chuckle. So we finally met face to face, the one hiding behind the scenes and planning everything in this apocalypse. Across from him, Gong Shi adjusted his glasses and smiled smugly upon seeing Truong Dike again. "I told you, we'd meet again." Looking at Gong Shi's face, Truong Dike boldly questioned him, the one who disguised himself as the six-winged fallen angel in the demon suppression tower before was you. After helping Asi sit against the wall, Truong Dike whispered a few words into his ear. "Leave the rest to me. Just stay here and rest." Then he raised his head and slowly walked toward Gong Shi, who stood before him surrounded by purple smoke. "Our last duel in the demon suppression tower really wasn't satisfying enough. I hope this time you can satisfy me." Truong Dike waved his hand, and a golden mist appeared. "A god-tier forbidden spell? Then let me defeat you one more time." In an instant, a dragon appeared and charged straight toward Gong Shi. Dragon Soul. Through his glasses, Gongshi analyzed the image of Dragon Soul within seconds. God tier forbidden spell, Dragon Soul. I know you once used this move to defeat Enku, the king of the giants. Beside him, a blue panel provided notes. God tier forbidden spell, Dragon Soul. Massive damage. Reduces enemy recovery by 100. Skill power, 5. From within the purple smoke, Gongshi's hand, seeming to be wrapped in silver, emerged. He raised both hands to block Truong Dike's Dragon Soul head-on, but still a bit too immature if you want to use it against me. Magic Reflect Armor. All of the power was reflected back at Truong Dike himself, blasting him away. Player Truong Dike has been hit by the God tier forbidden spell Dragon Soul. HP minus 2,000. This man somehow knew every single one of his moves like the back of his hand. Having just been hit by his own rebounding power, Truong Dike gritted his teeth and glared at Gongshi in fury. If he wanted to defeat him, he would definitely have to find another way. Refusing to give up, Truong Dike lunged forward and threw several punches at Gongshi's face, but Gongshi dodged them all with ease. Useless. No matter how you attack, every skill will just be reflected by my armor. Gongshi's mockery made Truong Dike frown in anger as he shouted, "Then what about this?" He drove a punch straight into Gongshi's face, sending him sprawling backward. The blow slammed Gongshi face first into the ground, shattering rock in all directions. As the smoke gradually cleared, chunks of stone could be seen scattered everywhere. Looking closer, Truong Dike saw a deep crater had appeared. From within it, the silhouette of something rose up and blocked his view, leaving him stunned. What kind of monster is that? Gongshi appeared in a grotesque form, half human and half machine. I offer my body to the apocalypse long ago. This is my true form. From his hand, he shot out a barrage of thick, long cables. They wrapped around Truong Dike's body, and he struggled to break free. Gongshi slowly approached and stopped beside him, then used the cables to lift Truong Dike's face. Truong Dike, I actually had plenty of chances to kill you, but I didn't. Do you know why? Because at your core, you're just like me. He began listing scenes from Truong Dike's life. Riding around on his delivery bike, sitting at the computer playing games nonstop, working as a delivery driver from 9 in the morning until 6 in the evening, going home to play games for a while, then just staring blankly. No friends. No girlfriend. Then Gongshi spoke at the time he brought Truong Dike into the game. Friends, love, companionship. Look at everything I've given you in the apocalypse. Comrades fighting by your side, the thrill of passionate battles, the admiration of others, even the love you could never have in real life. As he said this, Gongshi pulled Truong Dike closer with the cables until their faces were nearly touching. So why do you still want to go back to that boring original world? The apocalypse is the world that belongs to you. Even under Gongshi's threat, Truong Dike still voiced his unshakable conviction. That's right, this game has given me everything I could never experience in reality. But if satisfying myself means ignoring the lives of the vast majority of people like you do, then I, Truong Dike, can't do it. Hearing that, Gongshi flew into a rage and lifted him into the air. You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Truong Dike's entire body was bound tightly in the cables, making escape impossible. In that case, I can only make you disappear from this world. Gongshi aimed his glowing red eyes at him and roared, "Die." Bound fast, Truong Dike clenched his teeth and thought in panic, "It's over. I can't break free at all." Those blazing red beams suddenly stopped right in front of him, and Truong Dike stared with widened eyes in shock. Streams of black aura came from nowhere and gathered behind him. Then a powerful footstep struck the ground as someone approached. The newcomer was a man clad in pitch-black armor. With difficulty, Truong Dike turned his head to look at him and asked, "You are the armored man from the summit of Mount Higher? Why are you here?" The man immediately replied, "Things are critical right now. Once we reach safety, I'll explain everything." Gongshi snarled furiously, "You won't escape. As long as you're still in the apocalypse, I'll find you." The armored man summoned a green dragon to tear apart the cables binding Truong Dike, then shouted, "Go." Truong Dike was about to rush off to save someone, but the man stopped him. Truong Dike turned back and said, "But I promised I'd save NEA." The man answered at once, "You can only fulfill that promise if you stay alive." In the next instant, the man quickly surveyed their surroundings before vanishing, and immediately afterward, both of them disappeared. Then a loud explosion rang out from a violent impact. Gongshi ground his teeth in fury and thought that gaze. Could it be him? Daring to take someone away right in front of me. Just wait. He then shouted an order. Activate every tracking device in the apocalypse. Even if you have to turn the whole apocalypse upside down, find them for me. Ling Lan lowered her head and replied, as you command, Master. She glanced at a sea and asked, Master, what should we do with this one? Gong, she barked. Throw him into the prison of the Eternal Tower. Meanwhile, in the night sky, drones were weaving through the mountain ranges. On the 7th floor of the Demon Suppression Tower, the armored man walked forward, then turned to Truong Dike and said, It's safe here. For now, we won't be discovered. Truong Dike immediately asked the question that had long been on his mind. Who exactly are you? Why do you always wear a mask and never dare show your real face? As he explained, the man reached up and removed it. I've always hidden my identity because it would bring danger. But now that we're at a life or death moment, there's no point in hiding it any longer. Truong Dike, you've finally grown up. Behind the mask was a face he knew all too well. Dad, is it really you? Deeply moved, Truong Dike threw himself into his father's arms and choked out, You've been missing for so long. I thought you had. His father explained, I ran into some unexpected trouble back then. I was trapped in the apocalypse. I'm so sorry. I couldn't be there while you were growing up these past years. But the person you've become now, I'm very proud of you. Truong Dike placed a hand on his father's shoulder and asked, So all this time you've been missing, you've actually been inside the apocalypse? But you were one of the people who helped develop it. So how could this happen? His father immediately activated and opened the data panel on his chest before answering. It's not that I didn't want to leave the apocalypse. It's that I couldn't. Right now, I can only barely stay alive by relying on these mechanical components. The figure standing before you now is only a shell carrying my consciousness. Truong Dike stammered, speechless. Who did this? Not far away, in a patch of grass near where they stood, a drone was secretly watching them. Over here, Truong Dike was saying, I've met him. He's the one who tried to get me killed. Meanwhile, through the drone, Gongshi could observe and hear their entire conversation. Excited, he said, no wonder he always felt familiar. So they're really father and son. Gongshi curled his lips into a sinister smile. Then today, I'll make the two of you disappear together. As soon as he finished speaking, he pressed the red button. Scene change to Shao City, Demon Suppression Tower. A deafening explosion erupted. Truong Dike and his father were rushing out of the tower as fast as they could. On the 7th floor, a huge blast behind them was rapidly spreading closer. His father cried out in alarm. This is bad. Gongshi has detonated the tower. The ground began to shake violently, and another explosion followed, sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere. Truong Dike shouted anxiously, Dad, watch out. Smoke and dust filled the air. A while later, all that remained were shattered rocks everywhere and flames still burning. Lying on the ground, Truong Dike slowly sat up and sneered. So that's all Gongshi's got. He thought blowing up the tower could trap us. Dad, how are you? Can you still move? Suddenly, his eyes widened in horror. His father was lying face down, pinned under huge boulders. Truong screamed in terror. Dad! Gongshi appeared in his mechanical body. I told you, you can't escape the apocalypse. His glowing red eyes emitted blazing beams aimed straight at Truong Dike. Truong Dike instantly launched himself away with lightning speed. The red beams froze on the spot at once. Gongshi stared in shock and stammered. How? How is this possible? The system immediately announced, Shueji, Ice Dragon God System. By borrowing the power of the Dragon God, she can freeze all things. Then the system displayed the form of the Ice Dragon God. Truong Dike appeared clad in armor with icy wings, holding a blazing sword in his hand. He pointed the sword at Gongshi and said, I will defeat you. Gongshi replied, oh? Then he burst into loud laughter and said, you don't know your own limits. Truong Dike charged forward with sword in hand and let out a shout. Gongshi raised a hand, manipulated rows of data, and said with contempt, too reckless. Truong Dike suddenly found himself frozen in place, unable to move, and his eyes widened in alarm. As soon as he said that, Gongshi thrust his arm into space, and it instantly emerged right in front of Truong Dike. Truong Dike ground out through clenched teeth. Gongshi. In the next second, Gongshi's arm pierced straight through Truong Dike's chest, making his eyes roll back as he spat out a mouthful of blood in agony. Gongshi's hand touched something golden and glowing inside him, then pulled it out. In his hand was the God Tier talent card. Now that I've taken your God Tier talent card, what can you possibly do? A second later, Truong Dike collapsed powerlessly and fell face down to the ground. Gongshi stepped up beside him. Truong Dike's eyes were now vacant, drained of all spirit. Gongshi immediately fired out 2 clamping cables. They slammed down hard, but Truong Dike was no longer there, and they could only stab into the ground. Startled, Gongshi turned and looked toward the person who had carried Truong Dike away. What? He ran toward Truong Dike and his father, shouting, "You won't escape. No one can stop my apocalypse plan." After hearing Gongshi's words, Truong Dike's father murmured in rebuttal, "No, someone definitely can." Then, carrying Truong Dike over his shoulder, he leaped into space. Your beautiful dream is about to end. He sat there watching Truong Dike lying inside the teleportation space, smiling quietly at him. Then he looked at his own robotic legs before raising his eyes to Truong Dike and saying, "Awake now?" Gongshi forcibly stole your talent card. Truong Dike answered, "Yes." I never expected that. He sat up, exhausted but resolute, and stared firmly at his father. "Forget about me for now, Dad. Just hold on a little longer. I'll help piece your body back together. It won't take long." Hearing that, his father looked surprised, then laughed out loud and patted him on the shoulder in praise. "Good, that's my good son." Recalling the data panels marked with red X's on Truong Dike, he said thoughtfully, "You've been in the apocalypse for so long that all the experience and abilities you've accumulated no longer need to rely on the skills of the God-tier talent card. Still, losing those God-tier talents is truly a pity. Gongshi will definitely never stop hunting you down. If you face him again in the future, you'll probably be at a disadvantage." Truong Dike replied calmly, then asked, "Yes, but that's nothing to fear. What matters more is you, Dad. What kind of grudge is there between you and Gongshi?" His father answered, "That's exactly what I wanted to tell you, the truth of what happened back then." He recalled the past and began to tell the story. "Gongshi and I used to be colleagues, working together to research and develop the apocalypse. Normally, he spoke very little, but I could see that his passion for the apocalypse went far beyond that of an ordinary researcher, and gradually we became friends. But during the course of our research, I discovered his obsession, or rather, his true way of thinking. What Gongshi wanted was this: to drag everyone in the world into the apocalypse, to rule over them, to make them obey him, and to decide whether they lived or died. After I learned what he was thinking, we argued. Naturally, our views were incompatible. I tried to persuade him, but it was useless. The arguments between Gongshi and me only became more frequent until eventually we became enemies. In the end, he made his move while I was carrying out the final inspection of the apocalypse. Although I had prepared an escape route for myself before entering the apocalypse, I didn't expect him to be so determined to kill me that he would make sure I could never revive. He destroyed my entire physical body. Fortunately, I had left myself one final backup. At the most critical moment, I activated the self-awareness cloud storage within the apocalypse. From then on, I began this makeshift life, hiding from Gongshi, staying in the demon suppression tower for a very long time as I waited for the right opportunity. At last, you came. Your return to the apocalypse wasn't an accident. In truth, from the very first time you entered the game, I had been watching you. When you were harmed that time, I used the death reversal protocol I had prepared years ago to bring you back to life. I knew you were the one who could avenge me and all the other players. After hearing the whole story, Truong Dike looked at him and said softly, "Dad, so it was you who saved me." Then he asked in confusion, "This is?" The underground city of Shaun appeared on his father's palm. Looking at it, his father explained, "Go to Shaun. Perhaps that's where Gongshi can be defeated." Truong Dike knelt beside him to support him and immediately replied, "Yes." "Then let's go now." His father shook his head. "Truong Dike, I can't go." Truong Dike stared at him blankly and stammered, "Dad?" His father smiled, though he couldn't hide the sadness on his face. "Son, I'm sorry. I can't fight alongside you anymore. I've reached my limit." His body gradually began to fade away. Turning to him, he smiled and said, "Go, Truong Dike. You are our last hope." As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished into the void. Truong Dike held his father's mask in his hand, then answered softly, "Okay." He strode bravely toward the door, his father's image seeming to linger around him. "Let's go. We're going to take revenge." Truong Dike dropped to one knee as a circle of blue light appeared around him. "Shueji, come quickly to the underground city." But suddenly, fragments burst apart and shot toward Truong Dike's hand, destroying the summoning array. Raising his hand to look at it, he was filled with confusion. How is this possible? Why can't I summon Shueji? Once again, Truong Dike placed his hand on the ground and continued his summoning. Little Black, as if remembering something, his eyes widened, full of fear. Truong Dike recalled the card that man had stolen from him not long ago. Losing the God Tier talent card to Gong, she shouldn't have affected my ability to use the Dragon God's power. But now I can't use the Dragon God's power either. Standing in the open clearing, Truong Dike raised his arm and stared at it for a long time. Gong Shi. The image of Gong, she kept flashing through Truong Dike's mind without rest. One of the creators of the apocalypse. Since he couldn't kill me, he simply used some kind of authority to make me unable to use my abilities. After a moment of thought, a faint green glow appeared in his hand and swept across. Trying to stop me from going to the underground city? It won't be that easy. A blue panel appeared with the words, Dainan City 150,919, and Truong Dike pressed it with his finger. At once, a detailed map of all Dainan City appeared, showing both his current location and the tower. Luckily, the map still works, but if I follow the route on the map, it'll take at least half a month, and Gong Shi could discover my whereabouts at any time. Then a symbol resembling a forest on the map caught Truong Dike's attention. Wait, this is... An image of a skull surrounding the forest was displayed on the map, along with a name that puzzled him. Sixbone Lost Forest. I've never heard of this place before, but once I get out of this forest, I can head straight to the underground city of Shaun. In that case, I'll choose the shortest route, cut through the Sixbone Lost Forest. It was a forest steeped in a gloomy stench, shrouded in darkness on all sides. A brief description panel appeared. Man-eating trees capture explorers and use them as nourishment. The corpses and skeletons that fail to decompose produce phosphorescent fire, forming the Sixbone Lost Forest. In just a few seconds, Truong Dike arrived in that gloomy forest. Finally here. Why is it so quiet even in broad daylight? It feels like no player has ever come here. Suddenly, something shot past behind him as fast as an arrow. As if driven by a sixth sense, Truong Dike hurriedly turned his head to scan the surroundings. Seeing that nothing seemed out of the ordinary, he turned and slowly moved forward. Once again, an urgent feeling made Truong Dike look back. At that moment, roots were creeping along the ground right behind him. Looking at them, Truong Dike shrugged and let out a scornful laugh. So the weakness of these dried vines in the Sixbone Lost Forest was a fear of light. They could only move in the shadows. No wonder nighttime was their home turf. I thought the legendary Sixbone Lost Forest was supposed to be terrifying. So this is all it is. So this is what it. Before he could finish speaking, his eyes widened. Green mist filled the surroundings. Truong Dike spread his arms, lifted his head, and looked around at the things crawling in the darkness. Suddenly, something shot toward him and made him stumble. He hurriedly leaped back into a defensive stance. Success. Looks like my muscle reflexes were trained pretty well in that last battle. Even without any skills, I can still break out. Then, from the front on one side, a sharp spike shot straight at Truong Dike's face. Instinctively, he raised his arm to shield his face, and the spike pierced through his hand. It didn't stop there. It pierced into him from all directions. Not far away, a pair of snakes, transformed from forest plants, slithered toward him. Truong Dike kicked one of them straight into the air, making it choke for breath. Take this! But they were unbelievably stubborn, still slithering after him. Why are there so damn many of them? They never end. I need to get out of here fast. So Truong Dike sprinted in the direction indicated by the map in front of him. This way. A moment later, he suddenly stopped short, stuck out a leg to brace himself, and stared ahead in disbelief. What the hell kind of development is this? In front of Truong Dike was a wall woven tightly from vines. It had finally grown to full size. With no other choice, he clenched his fists and prepared for a fight. No way around it. I can only... Suddenly, a beam of light slashed down hard, cutting the vine wall apart. Watching the scene, Truong Dike opened his eyes wide in shock and looked up. It's you two. Deep Vu and Na Nu slowly descended from above and landed in front of him. Truong Dish. Seeing them, joy spread across Truong Dike's face. He lowered his head, puzzled. Na Nu, Deep Vu, why are you here? The three of them seemed not to notice the vines moving behind them. In just a few seconds, the vines had tightly wrapped themselves around Deep Vu and Na Nu. They were dragged up into the air, leaving Truong Dike below, too stunned to react in time. The vines tightened around Deep Vu and Na Nu without letting go. Be careful. Get off. Gripping their weapons tightly, the two girls began fighting back, slicing apart the troublesome vines that were holding them down. Watching the two of them break free, Truong Dike quickly thanked them. Good thing you came when you did. I really have to thank you both this time. As Nanu stepped forward, she explained, I summoned spirits to track your location and discovered that your coordinates had been moving very slowly the whole time. Then came Deep Vu's criticism. Truong Dike, what exactly is wrong with you? You can't even handle a tiny 6-bone lost forest. Being scolded, he spread his hands, shrugged lightly, and sighed as he explained, As you can see, I can't use any abilities at all for now. I'm no different from a newcomer who just entered the game. The two of them stared with their eyes wide in shock. What? Not wanting to waste time, he smiled at them and suggested, We can talk while we walk. Let's get out of here first. As they traveled, Truong Dike began explaining everything to them. So the problem right now is that Gongshi stole my God-tier talent card. All the talents I copied are gone too, and I can't use any of my other skills either. I still haven't figured out why my skills are being restricted, but the only clue points to the underground city. Maybe I'll find the answer I need there. After hearing his story, Nanu immediately tightened her grip on his hand to comfort him. It's all right. We'll help you check first and see exactly where the problem lies. Then she raised her hand to Truong Dike's neck and drew closer until they were face to face. After that, we'll go to the underground city with you. As if she sensed something, Nanu's eyes widened in surprise. Still looking at him face to face, she said, Strange. I can't detect any problem at all. Logically speaking, abilities unrelated to your talent card should still work normally. The moment she finished speaking, Deep Vu swung her weapon from behind and lunged at Truong Dike. He quickly shifted to the side and neatly dodged the attack. Truong Dike even reached out and grabbed the weapon Deep Vu had used against him. Watching from behind, Nanu saw things taking a bad turn and hurriedly ordered, Deep Vu, stop. Truong Dike is still injured, but Deep Vu brushed her off and kept swinging her weapon at him. This is a test. Seeing that, Truong Dike faced her head-on and replied without the slightest fear, All right, then come and try. In only a few seconds, Deep Vu's weapon was already firmly in his hand. Holding the weapon, Truong Dike looked at Deep Vu, who stood there with her arms crossed in annoyance, and smiled faintly. Well, my physical ability hasn't declined at all. Seeing that he had recovered, Nanu raised her weapon and said, Let's go. It's time to set out. The gemstone on the weapon, once blessed by a god, began to shine brightly. A teleportation circle instantly appeared beneath the three of them. The circle carried them to a new place, the underground city of Shaun. Before them stood an enormous gate blocking the way. So this is Shaun, the underground city of Shaun, the deepest prison beneath the apocalyptic earth, isolated from the world, easy to defend and hard to attack. Suddenly, a blazing red light shone around the three of them, accompanied by a non-stop alarm. Warning, warning, ability users detected. Ability users detected. Sharp iron weapons were aimed straight at them, and a voice demanded, Who goes there? Over here, Deep Vu remained calm, gripping her weapon tightly. Sharp wooden stakes suddenly burst from the ground, and the same happened on the other side. Together, they formed a cage around Truong Dike's group of three. Ability users. Seize them. Nanu opened her eyes wide at the weapons surrounding them. Grabbing the blade that was thrusting toward her, Truong Dike, his body blazing with golden flames, ordered, Please wait a moment. The wielder attacking them instantly grew nervous. Why you? This man reacted incredibly fast. He blocked my spear with just one hand. From the front, a middle-aged man named Tan Nam, holding a spear, questioned them. Tell the truth. Who exactly are you, and what are you doing in the underground city? On this side, Truong Dike, with fiery wings behind him, held down two blades at once. From behind him, Nanu greeted them gently. Hello, we mean no harm. She looked at them sincerely, without hiding anything. My friend ran into some trouble. His God-tier talent card was stolen, and after receiving guidance, he came here to search for clues. Nanu's words made Tan Nam and the others exchange looks. Their eyes spoke for them. He's one of them too? No, absolutely not. They're ability users. Ability users aren't allowed into the underground city. Reading their expressions, Nanu lowered her head and guessed. It looks like these guards are very hostile toward ability users. Hearing that, Truong Dike looked at the weapons in their hands. On closer inspection, their weapons carried no attributes or powers at all. Their equipment was designed mainly to protect the body, and the cage trapping the three of them, along with the electric current running through it, looked more like underground technology. After some discussion, Tan Nam stood before him and gave him a chance to prove himself. You said your talent card was stolen. Can you cooperate with us for a test? Do whatever you want. The man reached out and pressed a switch installed in the wall ahead. A red spark slowly appeared above the gate. That red light shone directly on Truong Dike and swept over him once. Turning back quickly, Truong Dike looked at the two girls and asked in confusion, "Isn't this like a security check in the real world?" After a moment of scanning, the red light frame turned green, signaling Tan Nam. Standing in front of him and looking at the result, Tan Nam hurriedly waved his hand and ordered, "I can't believe you really are ability-less. How did you end up like this?" The cage imprisoning them slowly withdrew, and the three were freed. Standing before Tan Nam, Truong Dike spoke with a serious expression. It was Gong Shi. Realizing his mistake, Tan Nam put a hand on his shoulder and apologized. "We offended you just now. Please forgive us. We're all on the same side. Come into the city. We won't pursue the matter." Truong Dike let it pass. "Thank you. Then what about my friends?" His question made Tan Nam slightly awkward. He touched his face and hesitated. "Well, Shaun has rules." Seeing his difficulty, Nanu and Deep Vu, standing behind him, proposed an idea. "We won't enter the city, but can we camp in the area outside the walls?" Hearing that, he agreed. "In return, the two of us can help with some patrol duties. We hope we won't trouble everyone." Feeling a little embarrassed, Tan Nam wiped the sweat from his face and said awkwardly, "About this, thank you. You too. If you're short on supplies, you can ask the guards at the city gate. We were too worked up just now. Please forgive us." Once Nanu received permission, she smiled and comforted him so he would not blame himself too much. "It's all right. You had your reasons too." After that, Nanu and Truong Dike said goodbye while holding hands. "Nanu, Tangzu." His words made her laugh. "Do we still need thanks between us? Go on. Trust Deep Vu and me. We'll wait for you." With a bright expression, Truong Dike looked at Nanu, nodded, and walked away. All right, a little while later, the two of them had entered the interior of the underground city, Shaun. Everyone who looked at him began whispering among themselves. "Who is that?" They leaned in close, muttering to each other. Someone new came again. Truong Dike felt quite uncomfortable and looked at Tan Nam. "Why are they looking at me with such conflicting expressions?" Seeing that, Tan Nam quickly turned and explained, "All of us gather here after Gong Shi stole our talent cards. Since you're new, it's only natural that they feel some resistance toward outsiders." Tan Nam looked at Truong Dike with a gentle smile and reassured him, "Once they get used to you, it'll be fine." That settled Truong Dike somewhat. "So that's how it is." Stopping in front of a house, Tan Nam pointed at the entrance and said, "Stay here for now. As for the rest, I'll have to wait for instructions from that person." While they were talking, someone came running from the distance and cut in, "Wait." Gasping for breath, he hurriedly reported to Tan Nam. The illusionist specifically requested to see this newcomer. That information left the people around them dumbfounded. They looked at one another in confusion. How is that possible? The illusionist doesn't summon people casually. Even guards with great merit can't see his true face. Who exactly is this newcomer? Why does Master want to see him? Among the crowd, a girl in a hood lowered her brows in anger. Then she silently turned and left. Back at Truong Dike's side, he rested his hand on his chin in confusion. The illusionist? Why are they all so shocked? Who exactly is this person? Could it be related to Father? The messenger smiled lightly while holding a controller. He quickly pressed the red button on it. "You'll know once you get to the inverted tower. Don't be nervous." A black circle appeared on the ground beneath Truong Dike. The moment he saw the deep pit, he jolted and understood. "Damn it, what is this?" Before he could react, Truong Dike fell straight down into the bottomless hole. "I got tricked." Falling from above, Truong Dike slammed face first onto the ground in pain. He hurriedly pulled himself together, rubbed his head, and looked toward the table in front of him. Careless. This place really is impossible to guard against. This scenery. Truong Dike quickly got to his feet. As he slowly walked toward the table, he suddenly realized, no, these things are all fake. As soon as he said that, a voice echoed out, "That's right," from inside the room. A girl with her face wrapped in white cloth stepped out slowly. The scenery outside the balcony was created through projection technology and temperature sensors. "It looks real, doesn't it?" "Hello, Truong Dike. I am the illusionist. Is there anything you want to ask me?" After only a glance, Truong Dike spoke up. In a firm, probing tone, he said, "Oh, so you're the illusionist. I just entered the city, yet you already wanted to see me. And what's more, I never told anyone here my name." Then Truong Dike cast a sideways glance at the illusionist, his face clearly showing irritation. "You knew me from the start. Or rather, you've had eyes and ears on me the whole way here." Her face darkened. Lowering her head, she slowly passed by him and murmured, "I am the one who created Shaun. The residents here were all gathered by me. Every movement in this underground city is naturally under my control." Picking up a teapot and pouring water into a cup, the illusionist looked sorrowful. "And as for you, The moment you underwent the security test to enter the city, all your information was exposed. She turned around, holding the steaming cup as she looked at Truong Dike. Truong Dike, the holder of a god-tier talent card supplied to me. Level 72 Beast Tamer. Guild leader of the Divine Hunt Guild. Standing face to face with him, the illusionist extended the hand holding the cup toward him. 2 days ago, while fighting Gong Shi, you had your powers stripped away and became ability-less. Am I right? Truong Dike quickly reached his hand toward the cup she offered. But instead of taking it, he changed targets and attacked the illusionist directly. She had clearly been on guard and turned into a wisp of smoke in an instant. Floating in the air, the illusionist looked down angrily at Truong Dike below. No need to test me. I'm the same as you. I can't use any abilities either. Clenching his hand tightly, Truong Dike lowered his head and apologized. I only wanted to confirm whether my situation is safe or not. The situation is urgent right now. I want to recover my powers as quickly as possible so I can deal with Gongshi soon. Hearing his words, the illusionist's eyes widened in surprise. We're the same as you. Without hiding anything, she began to explain. Some train with weapons for combat. Others practice martial arts. Some study maps to find ways to fight. Everyone here shares the same goal as you. We strengthen weapons, develop science and technology, push our physical limits, and hone our combat skills. And the target everyone in this city has set their sights on is him. Everything is for one purpose only, to defeat Gong Shi. An image of Truong Dike's father appeared. The illusionist asked, "And your father? Was it your father who guided you here?" Truong Dike froze and looked up in confusion. "You are?" From above, she flew down toward Truong Dike. How do I know your father? Standing before him, the illusionist hesitated and refused to answer. For now, unfortunately, I can't tell you that yet, but I can conclude this much. All the abilities you lost are side effects of having your talent card forcibly stripped away. Her eyes widened as she looked straight at him and assured him, every resident here is the same. So if you want to recover your powers, I'm afraid it will be very difficult. The illusionist's words made Truong Dike reel in shock. This completely confirms it. There's no other possibility. Taking the opportunity, she extended the arm holding the cup toward him again. So, would you like to join the underground city of Shaun and fight alongside us? Truong Dike looked at the cup with some hesitation, and the illusionist immediately pressed further. I believe that with your talent, we may have a new chance to turn things around. Without further hesitation, he took the cup and agreed. All right, I'll join. Up to this point, aside from his father, it seemed that only the people of Shaun knew about Gong Shi. Rather than wandering outside like a headless snake searching for clues, it was better to stay here for now and wait for the right opportunity. The illusionist reached out and lightly took Truong Dike by the shoulder, softly praising him. You've made a very wise choice. As she brushed past him, she lowered her head and whispered a few private words. However, I can sense that your power hasn't completely disappeared yet. Unlike those who can no longer reverse their fate, I can see a sliver of possibility in you. Truong Dike was startled by what he heard behind him and quickly turned around. What do you mean? From behind him, the illusionist raised a finger to her lips, signaling to him. Shoo, don't let the residents know. This is a secret between the two of us, otherwise they'll drive you out. Standing not far from Truong Dike, she left him with only one brief sentence. In short, do your best. Just like that, Truong Dike watched the illusionist's figure gradually disappear into the distance. Strange, she knew his father, and she had even revealed very specific information about Shaun. She also mentioned clues related to his own ability. Logically, he should trust her, but for some reason, he still felt a trace of wariness and an inexplicable sense of familiarity. With his hand resting against the green panel, he had already arrived somewhere completely different inside Shaun. No matter what, he still had to tell Nanu and Deep Vu what had happened today. He was so focused on sending a message through the screen that he failed to notice the shadow hiding behind the wall. Right now, the mission was to meet them as soon as possible. Luna was standing behind the wall, pressing herself close as she secretly observed Truong Dike's movements. I knew something was off about you the moment you entered the city, and now you even dare sneak past the guards to go out and pass information. At her side, she drew a sharp sword, as if preparing to do something. You brought this on yourself. Back with Nanu, worry showed on her face as her eyes darted around. The underground city was heavily guarded, and everyone was wary of ability users. Even for a conversation, Truong Dike had to avoid being seen. Their next step could only be to make long-term plans. Deep Vu, standing beside her, immediately tried to reassure her. Relax. At the moment, the two of them were standing outside Shaun on watch. Deep Vu put a hand on her hip and continued. You know better than anyone that no matter what happens, he'll find a way to deal with it, right? And if it really doesn't work out, we'll just have Truong Dike move somewhere else and stop staying here. Suddenly, from beside the city wall, Truong Dike appeared out of nowhere. I'm here. He dropped down from above, leaving both Nanu and Deep Vu stunned. Let's keep this brief. First, I'll find a way to gain their approval. Rubbing the back of his neck, he urged the two women, try to secure more authority for us, at the very least, enough that we can meet freely. And one more thing, the illusionist I mentioned earlier. I need your help investigating her identity. Ha Nanu looked toward Truong Dike and suggested something different. How about we go back to Extreme Eye City together first, then think of another way later? Without wasting words, he rejected the idea outright. No, this place is the only lifeline my father left me. Resting a hand against his chin, Truong Dike lowered his head and analyzed the illusionist. The illusionist in the city can command players who've already lost their combat ability. For now, I still can't trust her completely, but given the current situation, staying here is our best choice. Suddenly, a beam of light shone directly onto the three of them, who were still standing there in confusion. What are you doing here? From above, a sharp blade came slashing down. Seeing the danger, Truong Dike reacted quickly and shoved both Nanu and Deep Vu aside. Careful! Then he lashed out with a powerful kick, knocking the sharp blade away in an instant. On the opposite side, a group led by Lu Na glared at Truong Dike's group. I said these outsiders couldn't be trusted. In the middle of the night, while the guards were changing shifts, you slipped out of the city on your own and leaked information about the underground city to these two ability users. You don't deserve our trust. She frowned, her face full of anger, and shouted an order to her subordinates. Capture them. Seeing that the situation had become urgent, Truong Dike raised his hand and spoke loudly to explain. Wait, you've misunderstood. If we had any intention of causing trouble, we would have fought back the moment we were surrounded by your weapons before. From behind him, however, Deep Vu's attitude was completely different. She folded her arms and muttered, If I'd known, I should have just killed them all. Then we wouldn't have to worry about getting into Shaun, would we? Her words caught Truong Dike off guard. Hey you. Luna's subordinates kept advancing toward them, attacking as they came. Ability users should die. We can't coexist under the same sky as you. Luna herself stood there in silence, her face full of bitter hatred. Traitor, get out of Shaun. Traitor, get out. Get out. Get out. Gripping her sword, Luna yanked it from its sheath and twisted forward, slashing hard. Everyone go. Capture them. On this side, another sword was drawn from its scabbard, ready to strike. It was none other than Deep Vu. She raised her blade against Luna. You're so noisy. Just as she was about to swing, Truong Dike and another figure appeared above her. With a powerful drop to the ground, they sent the two hot-headed girls flying in opposite directions. Even so, both Luna and Deep Vu still glared at each other in fury. The smoke around them gradually dispersed, and the two shadowy figures slowly came into view. They were none other than Truong Dike and the illusionist. A sword was held in front of her, and the person facing her was Luna, who bit down hard and looked up. On the other side, Deep Vu's eyes were also burning with anger. She turned away without even sparing Truong Dike a glance. Nanu hurried to calm things down. How is it? Are you all right? Leaning close to Deep Vu's ear, Truong Dike whispered, Don't get worked up. We need to stay here. You can't kill her. The three of them turned around together, and Deep Vu answered, I know. Looking toward the illusionist, Luna gripped her sword and shouted through clenched teeth, Master, why are you helping that outsider? Obviously facing everyone around them, the illusionist raised an arm and began to explain Truong Dike's group. Everyone, you have many misunderstandings about our new friend here. Standing before the people of the city, she continued, although I trust him very much, for the sake of fairness in the underground city, and so as not to betray everyone's faith in me. As soon as she finished speaking, she raised her hand and snapped her fingers lightly. In an instant, something glowing rose up from the ground inside the city. Everyone around the illusionist stared in amazement, mouths hanging open. The smoke before them dissipated in an instant, revealing a massive arena. The Shaun Arena. She announced her solution. Let martial skill decide the person. How about it? Without further explanation, the illusionist walked over to Truong Dike. She grabbed his arm and raised it high in front of everyone in the city. If our new friend Truong Dike wins, then he and his companions will be allowed to enter the underground city, and from now on, everyone will live together in peace. But if Truong Dyke lifted his head high and smiled as he finished it for her, if I lose, then with just this one match, my friends and I will immediately leave the underground city and never bother anyone again. Truong Dyke's words only made the people in the city even angrier, while Luna bit down in fury. Maybe this person really can be trusted. Captain Luna, why did Master open the arena? What a big mouth. Truong Dyke simply leapt onto the fighting platform to begin the battle. Look at how arrogant he is. Fight first, talk later. Who's afraid of who? Looking at the crowd ahead of him, he crooked his finger in challenge. I'm ready. Which one of you is coming first? Suddenly, Truong Dyke's expression turned uneasy as he looked forward. The furious glare of Luna was fixed right on him. Luna gripped her sword tightly, determination blazing in her eyes. I'll do it. Below the arena, the surrounding crowd kept shouting encouragement. Go, Captain. Truong Dyke, I believe you can do it. Get her. Show her what you've got. Luna charged in and threw a powerful kick. But Truong Dyke blocked it in time. He let out a sound of approval. Not bad. You've got good moves. As he spoke, he added, but you're still not fast enough, and clenched his fist, ready to strike. She immediately sprang into the air and flipped to avoid the blow. Once again, Luna launched arrows down at him from above. Truong Dyke quickly dodged. Her agility and strength were beyond his expectations. My hand is practically numb already. Suddenly, someone in the audience shouted, Captain, catch, and threw a spear upward. On the other side, Truong Dyke cried out in surprise, you. Gnashing her teeth, Luna seized the spear and thrust it viciously at him. He instantly tilted aside to dodge with ease and, in the same motion, tore off a strip of fabric from her clothes. Holding the cloth in his hand, Truong Dyke praised her. You're very strong. Then he tied the strip of cloth over his eyes. If you could recover the power of your talent card, you'd definitely be no weaker than my two companions. Right after that, Truong Dyke settled into a ready stance. Please. Inwardly, he thought, luckily I used to learn close combat from other players. Otherwise, I really wouldn't know what to use against her. Gripping the spear tightly, Luna rushed forward in anger. Are you humiliating me? With both hands, Truong Dyke accurately and lightly caught the spear. A reckless person like you only focuses on attacking the weak points the enemy deliberately shows you. Seeing that he could catch her spear so easily without even looking, Luna couldn't hide her shock. After taking the spear from her, Truong Dyke swung it back toward her and continued, that only puts yourself in danger instead. Luna quickly dodged and retreated. Holding the spear, Truong Dyke rushed toward her at lightning speed and shouted, like this. He pointed the spear at her throat, making cold sweat break out on Luna's skin as she thought in alarm. How is this possible? He can copy my moves without even looking, and it feels like he's holding back against me. Luna leapt away, dodging the continuous spear strikes flying at her. As he attacked, Truong Dyke called out, but if you can conceal your intentions and find another way to strike while your opponent isn't prepared. Luna ground her teeth, panic filling her eyes. Why can't I keep up with his moves? And just now, he could have seriously injured me so many times, but he didn't. He stopped and stood still before continuing, but then you'll gain something instead. Luna's face was covered in sweat as she panted heavily, her expression changing. The gap between us is far too great. Below the stage, when the crowd saw Luna fall, they immediately began shouting furiously. That hateful outsider! I'll teach you a lesson in the captain's place. Deep Vu snapped back in irritation. Don't play dirty. Luna raised a hand toward the crowd and said, I admit defeat. I was too weak. He tossed the spear back to her and said, Here, yours. Luna caught the spear and said softly, I was too rash. I misunderstood all of you. I'm very sorry. Smiling, she extended her hand to Truong Dyke in introduction. My name is Luna. It's a pleasure to meet you. He shook her hand and introduced himself. Truongdish. Standing on the arena stage, Luna happily called out, Everyone, Luna, can accept both victory and defeat. He, Truong Dyke, starting today, is one of us. And these two ladies as well. The two women below smiled and gave her names in turn. Hanyanyu, Diepvu. The people below all applauded and cheered. They may be ability users, but they've proven their sincerity. I believe they're friends worthy of our trust as well. Welcome them. Amid the crowd, the illusionist turned and walked away in high spirits. She glanced at Truong Dyke and thought to herself, Truong Dyke, you didn't disappoint me. On the arena stage, Truong Dike also fell into thought. This time, I really have to thank the illusionist for helping me out of that situation. Looking toward her, a thought suddenly struck him. Wait, this background. After that day, Truong Dike and the others were finally accepted by the people of Shaun. After defeating Luna, I was finally accepted by the residents and officially became a member of Shaun, learning alongside everyone under the illusionist. Aside from the background of that day, I had tried to find other similarities between my father and the illusionist, but I found nothing. Though there were still many suspicious points, I no longer had the mind to think too deeply about them. Right now, what mattered most was learning more skills and experience and finding a new conservator bow as soon as possible. Besides practicing archery, he also regularly trained with the sword alongside Luna. In the apocalypse, without any innate talent skills to borrow, one was like a beggar in patched clothes, empty-handed in human society. During sword practice, the illusionist always stood nearby, saying, in real combat, the most important thing is not simply landing a hit on your opponent, but achieving the greatest effect with the least effort. The weapon in our hands is the turning point that decides victory. Truong Dike continued the thought. That's why we must arm both our bodies and our minds before we can find a chance to strike back against the rulers of this cruel world. Not only did he temper his martial skills, he also tried to broaden his knowledge by reading as many books as possible. After observing for the past few days, I discovered that the weapons everyone in Shaun used had far too little destructive power. They could only deal with a few low-level ability users and other players who had already lost their powers. Truong Dike even began inventing new weapons. So I thought replacing Shaun's arsenal with a stronger batch of weapons was absolutely necessary. Time slowly passed, and the day of the weapon crafting assessment finally arrived. The two weapons displayed in front of everyone left them astonished. Someone couldn't help praising him. Truong Dike, you actually managed to recreate the form of a firearm. That's incredible. Luna folded her arms, glanced at the weapon, and said, "Hey, newcomer, don't tell me you don't know ordinary bullets can't deal fatal damage to ability users." Mine, she said, was designed by combining the close combat techniques we've been practicing lately. She cheerfully introduced her weapon in detail. The umbrella canopy is made from insulating material, so it can be used as a shield. Once the umbrella is collapsed, the different pointed sections can extend and retract, letting it be used like a bayonet. The handle is long enough to serve as a spear, and it can even be separated from the umbrella and used in combination. Most importantly, there's an electrical discharge device built inside the umbrella. When used, the lightning it releases can pierce through the defense of a talent card. After finishing, Luna pointed at him and said loudly, "And you? Don't tell me you only designed a toy gun for show." Truong Dike smiled in response. "This gun? It's just a pistol, but once it has the right bullet, everything changes." The people around them began to murmur. "How is that possible? Even the captain can't make a bullet that strong." "Yeah, your idea is really strange." Luna stared blankly and stammered. "Who exactly is he?" The illusionist couldn't help laughing and offered a suggestion. "Everyone's arguing so passionately. Since this concerns the two of their assessment scores, why don't we test them?" As soon as she finished speaking, a condensed penetration strength testing block appeared. The illusionist then explained, "The two of you will take turns using your weapons. The testing block can provide precise data on each weapon's penetrating power." Holding the umbrella in her hand, Luna pointed her thumb at herself and volunteered, "I'll go first." As soon as she said that, she shouted and drove the umbrella hard into the testing block, causing arcs of electricity to burst out. The system immediately displayed 550 M. The illusionist praised her at once. "Not bad. You passed 500 M. That level is enough to break through an ability user's defenses." However, when Truong Dike saw it, he immediately thought something's a little off about her condition. Those electrical arcs suddenly shot back toward Luna, making her cry out in fear. Truong Dike shouted, "Captain, be careful." He quickly grabbed the umbrella and snapped it open, pulling Luna into one arm to shield her while using the other hand to hold up the umbrella and block the current. Once the situation stabilized, Truong Dike turned and asked her, "Are you all right?" Luna, still in his arms, instantly flushed red as steam. The next second, she shoved Truong Dike away and shouted shyly, "I'm fine." He let out a breath and said, "All right, then it's my turn." Truong Dike raised the gun in his hand, aimed straight at the test block, and fired. Everyone around him stared in shock, their their mouths hanging open. The system immediately displayed a number that left everyone stunned, 2000M. The illusionist fell silent for a moment, then said, "Up until now, among all the weapons manufactured by Shaun, none has had an attack range reaching 2,000 meters. If this batch of weapons can be mass-produced, then maybe everyone will finally be able to fight other players outside the city on equal footing, win back experience through challenges, and even reclaim their talent cards." Truong Dike looked at the bullet in his hand and smiled proudly. This is armor-piercing kinetic ammunition. It uses gold, the most stable material, combined with copper, which has high density and fluidity. I tested the conical shape many times before deciding on it. It has enough penetrating power and can also ensure secondary penetration after striking the target, producing unexpected results against ability users. The illusionist raised his hand and announced to everyone, "I declare Truong Dike the winner of this assessment. Add 500 points to his total." Let us all thank Truong Dike for bringing hope to Shaun. The people around them cheered in delight. "That's great. That's great." Night had fallen. Sitting beside Nanu, Truong Dike watched her intently as she said seriously, "I already contacted Brother Bat Hong. He said Extreme Ice City is temporarily calm, but recently Moonlight City and Dawnbreak City suddenly gained a large number of high-level players we'd seen before on the World Channel." He replied at once, "That basically matches my guess. There's no way Gong she would train only one subordinate the way the Ghost King does. Many ability users are his targets. Some of them had their talent cards stolen and were exiled here, while others became his executioners." Truong Dike looked up at the ceiling, thinking of Gong Shi, and said, "Nanu, tell your brother and Tan Long to quickly choose capable aides within the guild and learn how to manage the guild in Extreme Ice City. I have a feeling Gong Shi will come here very soon." Time flew by. In the underground city plaza, the illusionist loudly announced, "Based on everyone's efforts these past few days, you've all accumulated quite a lot of points. Among you, one person refreshed the leaderboard at the fastest speed and is currently in first place with a score more than double that of second place." After a brief pause, she raised her hand toward Truong Dike. "Congratulations to our new friend, Truong Dike." Behind the crowd, Luna lowered her head in thought. She remembered how Truong Dike and Nanu had once sat closely together, chatting affectionately, and thought sadly to herself, "He already has someone he likes." Suddenly, the illusionist's voice cut through her thoughts. "Now it's time for the hand-to-hand combat test. I'm sure everyone was impressed by Truong Dike and Luna's match before, right? This time, we'll do things a little differently. The challenge target for this assessment," she paused and pointed at herself, "is me." The crowd below instantly erupted. "Seriously? Master never participates in tournaments or arena fights. We don't even know the illusionist's true strength." "Exactly, and she taught me my skills. How are we supposed to beat her?" Hearing the murmurs below, the illusionist scratched her cheek a little awkwardly. "Don't be discouraged. Just give it a try. Hit me once, and you get 1 point. Knock me off the stage, and you get 100 points. And if you can take this off." She raised a finger high in the air and continued excitedly, "That you get 1,000 points." Then the illusionist suddenly leaned back and looked provocatively at Truong Dike. "Still, no one has ever seen my real face. I wonder if our new friend can create a miracle." He cracked his knuckles, his gaze sharp, and curled his lips into a smirk. "Won't we know once we try?" The two faced each other on the stage. The next second, Truong Dike charged forward, clenched his fist, and threw a punch. The illusionist lightly dodged to the side, causing his fist to slam heavily into the ground. He followed with another punch, but she evaded it with ease as well. Not bad. While dodging Truong Dike's attacks, the illusionist said, "I'll end this quickly." Then she continued praising him while avoiding his blows. "Very good, very good." This time, Truong Dike's punch sliced through a few strands of the illusionist's hair. She kept praising him. "I didn't expect that in such a short time, your attack speed could increase to this extent. Truly a teachable child." Annoyed, he cursed inwardly. "Damn it, this illusionist is obviously about to lose her footing, yet she still won't stop talking." He swept out with a kick, and she cried out as she bent backward to dodge. Someone below the stage couldn't help shouting, "Nice one, Truong Dike." The illusionist was forced to the edge of the platform. She chuckled twice and said, "How reckless." Then she leaped behind Truong Dike and gathered internal force into her hand. Below the stage, Nanu cried out anxiously, "Truong Dike, He turned around and smiled smugly. All warfare is based on deception. You fell for it. The illusionist flipped backward in midair, her eyes widening in shock. As Truong Dike rushed in, reaching for the cloth covering her face, he thought to himself, it wasn't my imagination. This illusionist has always hidden her face. She must be concealing something. Truong Dike gritted his teeth, his gaze sharp. His intuition told him, as he leapt up and grabbed the exposed strip of cloth. Surely this is someone I know. After Truong Dike tore away the face covering, he let out a breath. Suddenly, the people below could only stammer in shock. This? How? He stared at the illusionist in astonishment. The next second, he gnashed his teeth, his face twisted, and stepped toward her. Who exactly are you? Truong Dike glared at the illusionist and shouted angrily, Why are you toying with me? The illusionist said cheerfully, I'm not toying with you. I never said the face under the bandage was my real one. In any case, you earned 1,000 points this round. Truong Dike clenched his teeth in anger. I can't be friends with someone who isn't sincere. Don't test my limits. At that moment, a flash of light appeared before his eyes, making him widen them in surprise. He saw the illusionist pull up his sleeve, revealing an arm that was glowing. Truong Dike asked in shock, You felt it, didn't you? Your ability is already showing signs of awakening. It won't be long now. The illusionist continued, Your power will recover soon. He thought to himself, how strange. Inside this empty body of mine, there's a force I never sensed before. It's faint, but it's there. The next moment, the illusionist turned and walked away. All right then, who else wants to challenge me? One at a time, please. Truong Dike grabbed his own arm, looked at her dejectedly, and let out a shout. Beneath the stage, the crowd raised their hands and shouted loudly, Me, I want to spar with you. Truong Dike walked toward Nanu and Deep Vu. Nanu immediately asked, Did something happen? He looked at her and said, This isn't the place. Let's talk outside. She nodded at once. Beneath the trees outside Shaun, Nanu leaned against the trunk and said, Deep Vu went to gather information. Recently, a group of players has been pouring into Extreme Ice City. There should be news related to Gongshi. Then she asked again, What did the illusionist say to you just now? You look like you had something on your mind. Truong Dike looked at his palm and said, I've always felt that the power I lost for no reason would recover soon. Nanu happily asked, Really? He gave a serious nod and explained everything. Before, I always thought my power came from my God-tier talent card and ignored my own ability to gather energy. But after these days of training, even though I can't return to my original level yet, I've felt again the passion and purity of fighting from when I first entered the apocalypse. Maybe that's also why Father sent me here. Cast in a loss, so I may survive. Pushed into death, so I may live. Truong Dike frowned and clenched his fists. Everyone in Shaun had everything they worked so hard for stolen by Gongshi. They say they hate ability users and refuse to get close to them, but I think more than anyone else, they long to regain their identities as ability users. We have to seize the time. We need to make everyone in the underground city trust us completely and build a force capable of opposing Gongshi. And my being able to recover my lost power is the key to earning their trust. Nanu clasped his arm, overflowing with joy, and replied, Okay, Deep Vu and I are both here with you, and Extreme Ice City is your strongest backing too. Let's work hard together. She stepped forward and hugged Truong Dike, smiling as she said, But every now and then, you should relax a little too. Everything will get better through our efforts, won't it? He held Nanu in his arms and answered gently, Thank you, Nanu. Once everything is over, I want to return to the real world as soon as possible. Recalling the scene of the two of them in reality, Truong Dike continued, When that time comes, we should recognize each other, right? Can we get to know each other again from the beginning? Nanu wrapped her arms around his neck, held him tightly, and replied happily, Of course. Suddenly, Luna appeared, interrupting their embrace, and shouted, Truong Dike, you're too much. He turned and asked, Luna, why did you leave the city? Did something happen inside? She stepped forward, pulled the two apart, and looked at Truong Dike with tears in her eyes. Why is it that after you held me during the test, you're now acting intimate with another girl? If I say that I like you, will you stop seeing her? Both Truong Dike and Nanu stared in shock. He cried out in disbelief, while she covered her mouth in surprise. Luna shouted painfully, What kind of expression is that? Don't tell me you were just teasing me all along. Sweating, Truong Dike opened his mouth to explain. Luna, if some of my actions cause you to misunderstand, then I apologize first. But I hope you understand, I never meant to tease you, nor did I ever mean that I liked you. You're the captain of the battle squad. Regulations clearly state that you're not allowed to leave the city without permission. Have you thought about the consequences? If the daily training still isn't enough to keep your mind focused on preparing for revenge, then I think it would be better for you to give up your captain's position to someone else. After hearing those words, Luna trembled, turned, and ran off. Nanu chased after her and shouted, Luna, wait. But Truong Dike suddenly grabbed her hand and stopped her. Nanu turned back and reproached him unhappily. Truong Dike, that was a bit too harsh. Truong Dike said, Luna is proud and acts on impulse, but her nature isn't bad. She's very strong. If she lets herself be distracted by this, and it delays recovering her power, that would be too great a pity. I just hope this will make her understand that she has to put the bigger picture first. Elsewhere, the illusionist sat in a chair, observing the three of them through a large mirror. She let out a sigh and said, You all need to unite as soon as possible. With a wave of her hand, the mirror switched to another place, a dark area with a tall tower. She said ominously, Your trial is about to arrive. Night deepened. The scene shifted to Nanu and Deep Vu lying on a bed to rest. Deep Vu said in surprise, Huh? That arrogant Lu Na confessed to Truong Dike? How'd I miss such a good show? I really wanted to see Truong Dike's awkward face. As soon as she finished, she burst out laughing. Nanu sighed and said, I just hope it won't affect Lu Na's training. Right? Is there any new information from Extreme Ice City? Deep Vu replied gloomily, It's hard to explain in a few words. Ever since Carlo left Moonlight City, the Divine Guild has fallen into complete chaos. And now a group of high-level players has suddenly appeared, throwing everyone into panic. A lot of players are planning to seek refuge in Extreme Ice City. Deep Vu suddenly smiled and said, Luckily your brother's group is there. Otherwise Extreme Ice City would be in total disorder too. Nanu smiled as well and replied, And luckily Truong Dike has shown signs of recovering. I think we'll be able to go back soon. Nanu turned her head away and thought sadly, But why do I still feel this sense of unease? Suddenly, outside the window, a figure darted past. The two of them sat bolt upright and shouted in unison, Who's there? A pack of vicious demons charged in. Nanu cried out in confusion. How did the ghost soldiers find this place? Deep Vu gripped her weapon and rushed forward shouting, Kill them all. Suddenly, Nanu's body stiffened and she collapsed to the ground, her weapon slipping from her hand. I can't move. Her eyes flew open in shock as she looked at Deep Vu, frozen in place and suspended in midair. What's happening? I can't see anything at all. Nanu thought to herself, to find this place and infiltrate the underground city without anyone noticing, and then instantly paralyze all 5 of our senses. Could it be? Before she completely lost consciousness, only one name came to mind, Truong Dike. Scene change. Outside, dark dragons circled beyond the barrier of Shaun City. Standing on the back of one of them, Gongshi burst into loud laughter and said, Truong Dike, so this is where you were hiding. Quite a nice place, isn't it? The dragon beneath him looked ferocious, its eyes glowing a blazing red. Smiling, he continued, A place full of trash and losers I cast aside. A barrage of blue beams shot toward the barrier. Gongshi raised a finger and manipulated the blue lights, remarking in amusement, Scientific development inside a game? Then he could not help bursting out laughing. With a snap of his fingers, a red power source appeared in midair. The dragon Gong she was riding spat out a gigantic torrent of scarlet flames. The flames and the blue beams attacked Shaun City at the same time. Within the hazy smoke, many figures emerged and advanced forward. Gongshi gave a surprise hum and said, Quite a lot of little pests. As the smoke mostly cleared, Truong Dike appeared at the front holding an umbrella and called out loudly, The highest form of warfare is to attack strategy. Next is to attack alliances. Next is to attack armies. The lowest is to besiege a city. A quotation from Sun Tzu's Art of War and the 36 Stratagems. Gongshi, I didn't expect you to use the most despicable method of all. Riding on the dragon's back, Gongshi clutched his head and burst into loud laughter after hearing that. Against a bunch of powerless trash like you, do I even need a scheme? Gongshi raised both hands and ordered the dragons, Go. Gorge yourselves on your nourishment. On Truong Dike's side, he immediately dropped to one knee and slammed both hands onto the ground, shouting, Formation. A massive formation was instantly created. Standing upon it, Truong Dike turned back and shouted, These things are under Gongshi's control. Their attack power is strong, but they're not agile. We just need to move flexibly. Don't be afraid. Fight the same way you do in daily training. Everyone stood on the formation, holding their weapons in battle stance. Luna, gripping a gun, shouted in frustration, "Damn it, why does it have to be right when the weapons still haven't finished production?" Sweating, she furrowed her brows and thought, "If this goes on, we have no chance of winning at all." Suddenly, high in the air, the illusionist raised her umbrella and blocked Gong Shi's attack. He stared in disbelief. "You blocked my strike? How is that possible?" This person, holding the umbrella, Truong Dike, charged forward and said, "The defensive effect isn't bad. Next, let's see the offensive effect." The illusionist answered from above, "All right, I'll work with you." A strip of cloth shot from the illusionist's sleeve toward him. "Catch!" Truong Dike grabbed it at once and replied, "Come on." The umbrella struggled to hold back Gong Shi's attacks. The two moved in perfect sync, one before and one behind, as they charged together. Seeing this, Gong Shi broke into a sweat and frowned deeply. The next moment, he shouted an order, "Get out of here!" But suddenly Truong Dike leaped upward, sword in hand, and drove it hard into the dragon Gong Shi was riding. In pain, it bared its sharp fangs at him. He shouted, "Truong Dike, you bastard!" From behind Gong Shi, Truong Dike said, "Surprised? Even after losing our powers, we can still fight back against you. Sooner or later, you'll pay for all the evil you've done." After hearing that, Gong Shi turned sideways and pointed at him, curling his lips into a sly smile. "Really? Then go ahead and touch me." Truong Dike immediately turned to look in the direction he was pointing. After a brief pause, Gong Shi continued, "Your friends are about to become their meal." Truong Dike stared in shock as Nanu and Deep Vu appeared, tightly bound together and hanging from the dragon's claws. It was drooling, as if ready to devour them alive. Truong Dike raised his weapon and pointed it straight at Gong Shi, who was riding his spirit beast in the sky. "What did you do to them?" Gong Shi chuckled softly, spreading his arms in the white smoke drifting around him. "That worked you up fast, huh? Looks like this little surprise came at just the right time. Don't worry, I'll make full use of them." Without hesitation, Gong Shi slashed down from above, sending flaming strikes at Truong Dike. "As for you, try this first." Thanks to his quick reflexes, Truong Dike twisted his body and neatly dodged the attacks. Gripping the sharp spear tightly, Truong Dike seized the moment. He lunged forward and drove the spear blade hard at Gong Shi. With a calm expression, Gong Shi looked up at Truong Dike, a smug smile spreading across his calculating face. A blazing red rectangular cage suddenly enclosed him, leaving Truong Dike no way out. "This is Truong Dike. Do you see clearly now?" In the distance before him was a city engulfed in a sea of flames. This was absolute, overwhelming power. Charred corpses lay strewn across the burning ground. "Anyone who resists me will never make it back alive to the real world you long for." The sight before him made Truong Dike grit his teeth in fury. "You're cruel, Gong Shi." Leaping down from his spirit beast, Gong Shi landed near the cage holding him. "You're a lot like your father, whether in talent or in your persistence for some so-called greater good. But since you refuse to stand with me, I won't force you." Gong Shi frowned, clenching his teeth as he recalled the image of Truong Dike's father. "Then stay in this apocalypse forever. That is the curse I lay upon your kind." Then, as if remembering something, Gong Shi raised a finger and looked toward Truong Dike. "Ah, no, that's still not enough. I want to make you regret it even more." High above, Deep Vu and Nanu were chained tightly to the lax leg. Right in front of Truong Dike, it stretched out its long tongue and licked Nanu's body. The sight drove him mad with rage. Truong Dike shouted, "Let them go." Seeing his expression, Gong Shi laughed smugly and said with confidence, "In such a hurry? Don't worry. I'll make very good use of this precious daughter of the Tai Tui group." Without hesitation, he pressed the red square button in front of him. In an instant, the cage trapping Truong Dike began sinking into the ground. The people around them broke out in cold sweat, trembling in fear of Gong Shi. "Truong Dike, Gong Shi. This is Gong Shi's true power. We can't beat him. We can't beat him." Meanwhile, standing on Dalak's back, Gong Shi looked around and said, "Want to know how I found this place?" From high above, he gazed down at the city drowning in flames, his eyes filled with delight. "I don't mind telling you. You thought you found a perfect place, cut off from the world. But in truth, I planted my eyes and ears here long ago." Then he and his mount gradually vanished into the distance. He left only anxiety behind in the hearts of the people in the city. What do we do now? What are we supposed to do? We've been exposed. It's all over. As the smoke slowly cleared, Truong Dyke suddenly sat up from the deep pit in the ground. Hey, are you okay? Looking at a girl in the city, he bent slightly and reassured her, I'm fine. Take everyone back into the city and treat the wounded first. I have to save Nanu. A madman like Gong, she will definitely do something even more insane. The people around him all stared at one another in shock, trembling. Save them? Save what? We've been targeted. We should be running for our lives. We're going to be trapped in this damned game forever. Just a pile of data. Truong Dyke, do you really think anyone will still listen to you now? Gong, she already said there's a spy among us. Suddenly, from afar, a girl with a scarf wrapped around her head came running over and shouted, Everyone! Has anyone seen the illusionist? The moment she finished speaking, Truong Dyke's expression changed abruptly. He froze in shock. That's impossible. Night had already begun to fall, and the sky was full of stars. A message from Truong Dyke appeared on a blue panel. Bat Hong, we were ambushed in Shaon Underground City. Gong, she has taken Nan Nu and Deep Vu. Get to Fa Hu City with reinforcements as soon as possible. Standing before the city gate, Bat Hong looked at the group and announced, Nan Nu is in danger. Tom Long and I have to make a trip to Fa Hu City. I'll have to leave Extreme Ice City in your hands. Don Fong immediately said, Don't worry, we're here. Beside him, Fuan Nat added, Until you and Truong Dyke return, I'll guard it well. As Bat Hong was glancing around, he suddenly received a notification. A blue notification panel appeared. A message from Nanu. You have received a new message. Please check it. The moment he saw the sender, he fell into confusion. Nanu. Bat Hong looked up at the others, utterly puzzled. Wasn't she captured? How could she be sending me a message? He quickly read the notice from Nanu. Brother, Xiao Vu and I are being held in the Eternal Tower, but we're still safe for now. You absolutely must not risk coming to save me. There are some things I can't explain clearly. Protecting Extreme Ice City is the most important thing. Nan Nan, at a glance, he understood the hidden meaning in her message. Nan Nan, that's Xiao Nu's childhood nickname. In this apocalypse, no one but me and her knows it. Xiao Nu has always been careful. Since she deliberately mentioned Extreme Ice City this time, she must have learned something important. Without hesitation, Bat Hong looked at everyone and gave the order. From this moment on, seal all major exits of Extreme Ice City. Send patrol teams to scout outside the city every day. Take inventory of the city's troops and weapons. Everyone, prepare yourselves to fight at any moment. Everyone immediately acknowledged the order, their voices ringing out beneath the starry sky. Yes, elsewhere, in Shaon Underground City, a group of people stood facing Truong Dyke, their eyes full of hatred. He raised a hand and pinched the bridge of his nose, looking visibly exhausted. Behind him was Luna. If creating the underground city, earning our trust, and gathering the exiles to resist Gong, she were all part of the illusionist plan, then why would she do that? Truong Dyke's words made the people behind him erupt in furious shouts. This isn't a scheme, it's a joke. Just like Gong Shi, those lofty beings love to toy with ants before drowning them. Seeing that the situation was going badly, Luna spoke up. Excuse me, but let me say something. Leaning against the wall with her arms crossed, she looked into the distance. Right now, there's no proof that the illusionist's disappearance means betrayal, is there? Aren't your accusations nothing more than baseless suspicion? One of them remained stubborn even after hearing that. He pointed at her and insulted her. Captain, are you saying what we're saying isn't true? Luna, how can even you be blinded like this? Luna stood there, still silent. After a while, Luna stepped out from the crowd and said to Truong Dyke, I'm going outside to clear my head. Her action left everyone baffled, and they turned to Truong Dyke in confusion. What's wrong with the captain? She was never like this before. Suddenly, a man from the crowd rushed forward with a furious look on his face. Exactly. Back then, the captain always stood firmly on our side. He grabbed Truong Dyke by the collar and sneered. Did you seduce the captain, you brat? Bewitched her until she can't think straight. Seduce. Truong Dyke flushed when the beautiful images of two girls flashed through his mind. You and Gong Shi working together, putting on a show, aren't you? Capture friends? I think those two women are just whores. Those words drove Truong Dyke mad. He punched the man hard. "Watch your mouth." Then he stamped on the head of the man, lying on the ground. "I don't owe any of you anything, and I never asked for your trust." The scene left the others stunned. "Truong Dike, what are you doing?" Truong Dike raised his head high, his gaze serious, and finally vented everything weighing on his heart. "Other than screaming every day about revenge, what else do you people know how to do? You insult the girl who once helped you. Then go punish Gongshi yourselves, if you have the ability." One of them shouted at Truong Dike, "Where do you think you're going now?" Turning his back and walking toward the door, he replied coldly, "What the hell does that have to do with you?" From outside, Luna walked in and brushed past him. Jung, and just like that, he left the place alone without a word of farewell. In the inverted tower of Shaon Underground City, amid the ruins, a purple stone caught Truong Dike's eye. He reached out, picked up the stone, and held it up to examine it. "What is this?" Suddenly, the stone moved and released a cloud of smoke. From within it, a screen appeared, showing a masked woman. "Truong Dike, I knew you'd be able to find the clue I left behind. You're anxious right now, aren't you?" "Sorry, I hid my identity before, and then I left without saying goodbye." Hearing the voice, Truong Dike's eyes widened in shock. "Illusionist? Don't tell me you already foresaw all of this." "Honestly, even in a time like this, you're still trying to act mysterious." Without hiding anything further, she swiftly removed her cloak in front of the screen. You guessed right. Ling Lan revealed herself completely before Truong Dike. "In truth, I am Gongshi's apocalypse spirit." Through the screen, Truong Dike narrowed his eyes and asked suspiciously, "Gongshi's apocalypse spirit? You obey Gongshi, yet you secretly build a base to oppose him. Do you really think I'll believe that?" Hearing his question, Ling Lan smiled and nodded confidently. "No, you will believe me." The image of her lying on a table appeared, with a chip once moving close to her chest. "It was because your father implanted an artificial intelligence program into my body to protect humanity. And the one who directed and carried out everything was none other than Truong Dike's father. Gongshi, I'm afraid he'll lose himself in the apocalypse forever and never escape it. If he truly walks a path of no return, I hope you will become the key to opening the door of hope once again." It was Truong Dike's father who helped Ling Lan open her eyes and gain consciousness. Because of that, she developed a sense of self within the apocalypse. Looking at Truong Dike, she said in a firm voice, "I chose long ago to stand on your side." Laboratory number 9, Tianyin Group, Linhai City. The silhouette of a man looked up at the illusionist, emerging from the wall of screens. She moved toward him with a bewildered expression. Ling Lan frowned and questioned him about his identity. "Who are you?" "You're not Gongshi." It turned out to be Truong Dike's father. He reached out and gently stroked her head as he replied, "Perhaps you are the final invisible window into the apocalypse." After that, Truong Dike's father turned and walked toward the gate, stepping outside. Verification successful. As if recalling something, Ling Lan raised her hand to stop him. "Wait." From that moment on, she entered a suspended state, absorbing information throughout her entire being. After that day, I received all information related to humanity, history, society, civilization, life, thought. An image showed Kaya Dan and Ling Lan clasping hands, revealing their relationship. I learned the purpose for which Gongshi created me, and I also clearly understood my identity as an artificial intelligence. Then, in only a short time, I became the illusionist, but I chose to stand with humanity, leaving the past behind and returning to the present. Ling Lan looked at Truong Dike through the screen. But as the most special apocalypse spirit, I had to hide my movements and disguise myself. I copied data and created doubles, using the identity of the illusionist to act in secret throughout the apocalypse. Thanks to the trust Gong she placed in me, I gathered a great deal of information on players and created files on exiles. I summoned them to Shaon and taught them how to resist Gong Shi. Though the difference in strength is huge, I have always believed that. Images of Truong Dike's group holding blazing torches before an icy mountain appeared. No one can possess absolute power and rule over humanity forever. Humanity will awaken, resist, and unite. With even a faint flame, they can burn through the darkness and open a new path. As she finished speaking, deep sadness appeared on Ling Lan's face. But Gongshi still found this place. Now Shaon's location has been exposed, and I have no choice but to leave. Fortunately, he still hasn't discovered my second identity, so perhaps I can continue hiding. Of course, I will secretly break every authority and restriction Gongshi has set up and obstruct him. An image appeared of Gongxi investigating and discovering everything she had done, while Ling Lan's voice continued to echo. That will win more chances for you and for Shaon. Her words left Truong Dike touching his chin in confusion. What do you mean? What do you need me to do? Ling Lan raised her hand and snapped her fingers. A projected map model appeared on the ground before Truong Dike. Looking at the map, his eyes widened as if he suddenly understood something. With one hand on his hip, Truong Dike looked at Ling Lan and rejected the idea. Isn't that Gongxi's headquarters? With my current strength, if I confront him head-on, I'm afraid, but she quickly reassured him. No ruse. We have to wait for the right moment. Wait for your powers to recover, and wait for me to find Gongxi's fatal weakness. During this time, I'll think of a way to contact you as soon as possible. Ling Lan lightly touched a finger to her lips and signaled to him. But you must keep all of this secret from the people in Shaon. Gongxi has already confirmed one of our members. I hope you can find the spy hiding among us. A blue panel flickered into existence in Ling Lan's hand. Based on my long observation, there is one person among them you can trust to be your assistant. It's her. Luna's information appeared there and struck Truong Dike right in the eyes. That makes sense. When I first came to Shaon, Luna was already the captain leading everyone. After all the tests before, I could also feel her perseverance and exceptional ability. She really is a rare ally. Returning to the projected map, a red dot appeared on a tower. But if it's only the two of us, with both Luna and me having our talent cards taken, at that moment a voice shouted from nearby, "Can't you all calm down for once?" The voice startled Truong Dike, and he immediately recognized it. It was Luna's. Through the screen, Ling Lan looked at Truong Dike and said her farewell. Looks like they found this place. I should go too. I can't be discovered. See you again, Truong Dike. Good luck. Just like that, the blue smoke vanished, leaving only the ordinary purple stone in his hand. Outside the inverted tower in Shaon, Luna stood blocking the gate. She looked at the crowd sadly. Why have all of you become like this? Her expression was full of confusion as she shouted at them, tried to remind them of their gratitude. Have you all forgotten the illusionist kindness? But all she received was an irritated glare from one man and an ungrateful reply. Captain, you're the one who changed. We will never allow you to shield a traitor. With his weapon slung over his shoulder, he barked at Luna. Move aside. We're going to search this place no matter what. His face was full of fury, teeth clenched as he accused her. You're hiding someone. I saw the Truong Dike guy slipping inside. Who knows what you're trying to conceal? We should just execute them and destroy this inverted tower too. Seeing that Luna refused to cooperate, another man raised his gun and aimed it straight at her. We're not going to let ourselves be toyed with anymore. Then, from atop a crate, someone's foot suddenly kicked off into the air. It was none other than Truong Dike. He lashed out with a kick and smashed it right into the gunman's face. The man was flung backward and crashed onto the ground unconscious. Standing in front of Luna to shield her, Truong Dike hooked a hand around his neck and shouted, "You were looking for me?" Hearing Truong Dike's challenge, the whole group shoved Luna aside and charged at him. So you finally couldn't hold back from hitting people anymore, huh? Your foxtail is showing. Brothers, get him. From where he stood, Truong Dike drove a long, straight kick forward, smashing one man in the face. Just like that, several of them were beaten black and blue by Truong Dike and sent sprawling to the ground. Are you done yet or not? Seeing his strength, one man in the group who had not attacked, yet froze in fear. Why you? Blocking the doorway, Truong Dike put a hand on his hip and swept his gaze across the group. The illusionist really is on the same side as me. But I'll say this again. If I wanted to wipe you out, neither I nor the illusionist would need to go to all this trouble. His eyes narrowed, and his voice turned cold. If you still don't believe me. Like a gust of wind, Truong Dike shot toward the man standing opposite him in an instant. Then let me prove it to you. He threw a hard punch, knocking spit out of the man's mouth in pain, and the man flew backward before he could even react. Luckily, another group behind him caught him before he fell. Damn you, just wait. Wait until I recover my powers, and I'll kill you. Seeing things getting worse, Luna spread her arms and stood in front of Truong Dike. Looking at them, she ordered, "That's enough. Haven't you made enough trouble already? If Gongxi saw you idiots slaughtering each other, he'd probably laugh himself awake, even in his sleep." Something slammed down from above onto the ground. With one hand bracing her umbrella and the other raised high in oath, Luna declared, "Today, I, Luna, swear here in the name of a former captain. If I betray the friends of Underground City, then may I be trapped in the apocalypse forever and never die in peace." As soon as she finished speaking, Luna raised her umbrella and pointed it straight ahead. But I've always preferred to speak plainly. If you still trust me, then stay and follow my command. Do not let groundless suspicion and rumors shake our unity. If you don't trust me, looking at the subordinates who had just been beaten up by Truong Dike, she said, you can leave right now. And what's more, you can take plenty of supplies with you. Suddenly, a hand appeared on her shoulder and gripped it tightly. Forget it, Luna. Truong Dike stepped in front of her and looked at everyone around him. If my identity makes you suspicious, then I can leave Underground City right now. I still have to go save my companions. Suddenly, her hand grabbed Truong Dike's sleeve, making him jolt. Wait. When he turned back in a hurry, Luna was kneeling on the ground, pleading, Truong Dike, please stay. Xiao needs your help. Her actions left both Truong Dike and the others stunned and confused. I am sorry. I was too arrogant before, but now I understand clearly. The people around them began whispering among themselves as she spoke. Without the illusionist or someone like you, we have no way of getting out of here at all, let alone standing against Gong Shi. One of the men immediately spoke up to reassure her. Looking at Luna, he said, Luna, we may not trust him, but we trust you. Then Truong Dike reached out, took Luna by the arm, and pulled her to her feet. There was no blame on Truong Dike's face. Instead, he gave Luna a comforting smile. Holding her hands, he looked at everyone and said, then everyone, hurry and treat your injuries. Get some rest. The group sat down to circulate their energy and heal, while the two of them walked off to talk. Come on, let's talk. Sitting amid the ruins of the city, the two began to open up. Are you under a lot of pressure? You don't seem to be in a very good state. Luna looked at Truong Dike with gratitude. Thank you for just now. I've caused you more trouble again. Without any awkwardness, he lay back on the ground beside where she sat. Go on. What are you thinking? Wrapping her arms around her legs, Luna lowered her head and murmured, do you think we can really still go back? Right now, I can no longer remember how I felt when I first entered the apocalypse. Her eyes were full of sadness as she stared into the distance. Making friends, fighting, growing stronger together. All the joy I used to look for in games seems to have disappeared. What about you? Aren't you sad? Lying on the ground with both hands behind his head, Truong Dike answered, actually, this game made me lose a lot. I was betrayed and set up by friends. Even my father died because of the apocalypse. But those things can't disturb me anymore. Now I have new companions. I won't close off my heart because of what happened before. Then he suddenly sat up and looked at Luna. I think you'll find the meaning of your existence in the apocalypse again. Her eyes instantly filled with tears on the verge of spilling over. What you said just now still counts, right? Staying here with us to fight Gongshi? Seeing her like that, Truong Dike looked up from beside her and said thoughtfully, actually, I've been thinking about that too. I really do want to keep cooperating with you. As for whether I'll stay, he rested a hand against his chin, a calculating look playing on his face. That's not necessarily settled yet. Back at another location, beside a blue screen, a hand was rapidly pressing something. Standing there was the illusionist. She pointed ahead. Apocalypse Spirit, come out. Master, what are your orders? Seated in front of her was Gong Shi. Now, alter the data and gather all the monsters from the Forgotten Land and Moonlight City. Hearing that, he spun his chair around and looked up at the illusionist, asking about the monsters. How was the batch of beasts taken from Carlo before? Have you trained them properly? After receiving Gong Shi's order, the illusionist tapped the keyboard and reporting to Master. The monsters have completed their upgrade and can be deployed onto the battlefield at any time. A screen filled with images of demon beasts appeared before him. Seeing this, Gong Shi's face lit up with delight. He spread his arms and lifted his head high. Good. Then take them and thoroughly wipe out Underground City. Then he lowered his head, his eyes full of scheming malice. This time, don't disappoint me again, my best assistant. Hearing that, the illusionist bowed her head to Gong Shi and accepted the order. As you command, my master. She had only taken a few steps when he called her back at once. Wait, come here a moment. Gong Shi opened his palm, and purple smoke streamed from his 5 fingertips. A collar materialized around the illusionist's neck. You haven't done anything without my orders, have you? Gong Shi glanced at her and spoke in a tone of concern. Just in case, I need to run a check, clean up the data. And just like that, the illusionist fell into the inspection sequence, floating in midair. Yes, Master. Apocalypse Spirit number 0001, commencing automatic data cleanup. Back inside the city, in the plaza of Shaun, Luna noticed something glowing on Truong Dike and quickly asked, what is that glowing? He picked up a green stone shard shimmering with light. Then he turned to Luna and quietly explained the source of the light. It's a message from the illusionist. Don't tell anyone else. What? Truong Dike quickly dragged her along. As Luna hurried after him in shock, she asked, "You're still in contact with the illusionist? Keep your voice down. Deal with the urgent matter first." Hearing his words, she asked in confusion, "What urgent matter? Can you answer my question about the illusionist first?" As they ran, Truong Dike glanced back at Luna and hurriedly told her, "Gongshi's monsters are about to gather and launch a counterattack on Underground City. Find an excuse and get them to evacuate immediately." Back where the illusionist was, she floated in midair before a gate. Eat, devour everything. With both hands spread wide and two flames appearing in her palms, the illusionist looked at the beasts and ordered, "Lord Gong, she commands, leave no survivors." That includes Truong Dike. The beasts instantly surged forward in a frenzy. Umans. Great, great. Time for a full meal. Suddenly, a huge rock crashed down onto the ground with a heavy thud. Smoke billowed all around where the illusionist stood, and boulders rained down in succession. A moment later, the beasts regrouped around her and began complaining all at once. "We've turned this lousy place upside down. Couldn't find those people. They ran away. Humans are too crafty. What do we do? So hungry, so hungry. Want to eat." Annoyed by the noise, the illusionist quickly opened a model map to determine their location. "Shut up. The target has been found." She shot into the air with the beasts. "Follow me. Pursue them." Outside Shaun, on Mount Isa, beside a cliff, Truong Dike's group was gathered around a fire for warmth. The other squads have already been arranged in nearby mountain caves. "What should we do now? Underground City is too dangerous. We absolutely can't go back." Holding a green box in her hands, Luna reported back to Truong Dike, "We left in a hurry, but luckily, I always kept ammunition and emergency food on me. This amount is enough for the few of us to travel for 5 days." Hearing that, he stroked his chin and thought for a long while before replying with his own count. "I also have enough reserve supplies for 5 days." Images of Truong Dike's friends appeared in his mind, the people who had once fought shoulder to shoulder with him. Abandoning Underground City is already a certainty. "If you're willing, you can come with me to Extreme City. My guild is there. My team members will fight Gongshi with us." His words made Luna place her full trust in him. "I have no objections," but one man behind her immediately objected. "No, Extreme Ice City is your territory. Wouldn't that mean everything would be under your control?" Standing before her, Truong Dike sighed and looked at the group. "I already promised Luna that I would definitely help you recover your talent cards." As soon as he finished speaking, he tossed a bag full of supplies toward the descending group. "I'll help all of you return to the real world. But if you have other plans, then I'll say the same thing again. Luna and I both respect your choices. You can leave at any time. These supplies are enough for one person to survive for a week." Looking at Truong Dike's actions, Luna seemed a little troubled. "Actually, there's a reason why our people have stopped hoping to leave. It seems you still don't understand." Truong Dike in confusion. "What?" Her gaze lowered sadly as she explained. Images of Gong, she destroying the city, came flooding back. If we calculate according to time in the apocalypse, from the founding of Underground City until now, but the years we have spent hiding from and resisting Gong, she have already lasted 100 years. During that time, we tried seeking help from several NPC main gods. Countless battles broke out one after another. But unexpectedly, the main gods had long since been driven apart by Gongshi. There was even chaos among the main gods themselves, with both sides massacring each other. And in the end, when the illusionist stepped in, after that time our losses were so heavy that we didn't dare attempt anything rash again until the illusionist appeared. Hearing this, shock was plain in Truong Dike's eyes as he asked loudly, "Chaos among the main gods? Who?" A majestic figure of a main god in the midst of war gradually appeared, head held high. As Luna spoke, sweat broke out all over her face in fear. The one who once slaughtered the entire continent of Aegis. King Sumer. Outside Shaun, on Mount Isa, the group had paused for rest. Sitting beside a boulder, Truong Dike looked curious. "King Sumer? The continent of Aegis? I've never heard of them, but judging by the name, could he be?" Luna understood what he was getting at. That's right. It said that King Sumer's prototype was Gilgamesh from the Mesopotamian epics. Mentioning him, she lowered her eyes and muttered, "Actually, we have no idea why King Sumer went berserk and slaughtered their city. There was no reason and no warning at all." Hearing this, Truong Dike immediately thought of a certain wicked figure. Then something occurred to him, and he seriously asked her, "Come to think of it, have you noticed something? King Sumer excelled at archery, and Underground City also specializes in making and using all kinds of bows." Truong Dike's question startled Luna, and everyone else turned to look as well. Could that really be a coincidence? The next second, Luna hurriedly sprang to her feet, grabbed Truong Daik's hand, and pulled him up. Truong Dish. Before he could react, she dragged him away without another word. Only after taking him to a corner at a safe distance from the others did Luna speak. Don't ask about that in public. The people of Underground City are very sensitive about things like this. Truong Daik naturally agreed. Fine, then I'll ask you in private. When did you come to Underground City? Among the people who first chose the direction of weapon production, was there anyone especially skilled with bows, who decided that bows and arrows would be the city's main weapon? She did not hide anything and recounted what she knew. It was the first elite group that was gathered together. By now, they've all become elders of Underground City. But after the illusionist arrived, they stopped handling any real work and just started calling themselves the Council of Elders. Luna's tone grew more irritated as she spoke. They dumped all the problems onto the illusionist and onto later arrivals like us. We want to return to reality, but they're completely enjoying this virtual life in the apocalypse. Tell me, isn't that infuriating? Truong Daik finally understood. No wonder I never noticed. So they've just been staying out of sight all this time. Among the people here now, how many elders are there? Luna pointed in one direction. 3 in total. Over there. Following her gesture, Luna named the faces from left to right. Scarface, Headscarf Annie, and that old man. Truong Daik could not help finding it amusing. Your style of nicknames is pretty unique too. Only those 3? She shrugged and sighed. That's right. The rest all died in their dreams. In Gongshi's final moments, at least they went rather peacefully. Truong Daik fixed a hard stare on the 3 people she had just indicated. I suspect the spy is one of them. Luna looked utterly incredulous. What? Even if we didn't notice, the illusionist didn't notice either? She explained, Underground City has detection devices. As soon as an ability user gets close, the alarm should go off. But Truong Daik had a different view. Hard to say. Gongshi is the one who developed the apocalypse. It wouldn't be hard for him to create a few tricks to hide talent cards. His main goal was to monitor all the players exiled here. Maybe that's exactly why the illusionist sealed off Underground City so tightly, without leaving a single gap. As for those spies, they were most likely bribed by Gongshi before the city was even built. They've only had the chance to pass along information recently. Luna frowned deeply, full of worry, lowering her head and gritting her teeth. Then what should I do? If I act rashly now, I'm afraid it'll stir up another storm. Beside her, Truong Daik gave a faint smile and patted her shoulder reassuringly. Don't rush. Taking the opportunity, he held out his hand and made an offer. Do you want to form an alliance with me? Join Extreme Ice City and become part of the Divine Hunt Guild. Truong Daik's proposal came too suddenly, and Luna widened her eyes, unable to hide her shock. She raised her hand excitedly. Really? Join? I'll join. Do I need to sign any agreement? I can sign it right now. Luna's somewhat overexcited reaction made Truong Daik pause in surprise. He waved his hand and replied, There's no need to sign any contract. While they were talking, someone suddenly came over and asked, Luna, where are we going next? Truong Daik was the first to respond. Here's the situation. Given our current circumstances, it's not suitable for us to move as a group. Luna and I will go scout the way first. We'll talk about the details after we come back. The other person was the elder Luna had nicknamed Headscarf Annie. Before Truong Daik could finish, she questioned him. Scout ahead? Where are you two going? In our current state, the team absolutely shouldn't split up. Truong Daik replied bluntly. I'm afraid I can't tell you that. It wouldn't be good if someone with ulterior motives overheard it, don't you think? Luna also stepped in to defend him. If we've all chosen to trust Truong Daik, then don't question how he does things. Elder, you should all wait in the cave for now. The pursuers still haven't caught up, so it should be safe. The other party could only compromise. She let out a sigh. Fine, I just want to survive anyway. When will you two be back? You can at least tell me that, right? If you leave the group for too long, I'm afraid I won't be able to keep things under control. Truong spoke softly. The corners of his lips lifted slightly. With a confident expression, he held out his whole hand and declared, 5 days. Scene changed to the Eternal Tower. In the storage area, Ling Lan stood behind Gong, and reported the situation. The enemy is cunning. The main target disappeared near Mount Isa. No signs of life have been detected within the area's coordinates. But based on calculations, the enemy may have received help from someone of unknown identity. That person launched electromagnetic interference against us and allowed them to evade pursuit. Hearing that, Gongshi muttered, someone of unknown identity. He suddenly recalled his previous confrontation with that mysterious person. Unable to hide his unease, he bit his nails. I still can't find any information on him. Ling Lan stood behind him, her expression unreadable. She curved her lips faintly and confirmed softly, yes. Gongshi muttered irritably, an exile without abilities. No matter who you are, why do you want to help Truongdike? He looked at Nanu, imprisoned inside the storage vessel in front of him, and gave a cold snort. You will never succeed. Scene changed to Shaun City, Mount Isa. Truong Dike and Lu Na walked slowly, one behind the other. Lu Na suddenly called out, "You still haven't told me where we're going." Truong Dike stopped and took something out from inside his clothes. He pressed it with his hand, and it immediately began to glow. The glowing object floated above Truong Dike's hand. Lu Na gaped in shock at the sight. Then the coordinates 136 and 910 appeared. She looked at him in confusion. Aren't those the coordinates of the Hexabone Maze Forest? The object kept flickering. Seeing that, Truong Dike asked, "What's going on? Why is the text suddenly bugging out?" After a pause, it displayed, "King Sumer sleeps in the Abyss's nest." Lu Na immediately asked, "The Abyss's nest?" Truong Dike rested his chin on his hand and answered thoughtfully, "When I passed through the Hexabone Maze Forest before, I never saw any cliffs or caves. Looks like the only way to find the answer is to enter the maze forest once again." After hearing that, she lowered her eyes and pressed her lips together. He turned and asked, "What is it? Are you scared?" She waved both hands and forced a smile. "It's nothing. I just had a few very memorable experiences here a long time ago." Right after that, Lu Na immediately turned and started walking. "Let's hurry and set out." A while later, the two of them had entered the forest. Beneath the ground, a mass of vines wriggled and rustled softly. They were secretly watching. In an instant, Truong Dike quickly grabbed the vines in his hand. He yanked them and shouted, "Cut it out for a second. Don't come looking for another beating." The vines seemed to be frightened of Truong Dike, so they immediately went still. Then they slowly shrank back and retreated. On Lu Na's side, she suddenly cried out in confusion, "That's strange." He immediately turned and asked, "What is it?" Pointing at the lake ahead, whose waters were an eerie green, she asked, "Why is there a lake in the Hexabone Maze Forest?" Truong Dike crouched by the lake and looked down at it. "Don't get close yet. It's a swamp." Beside him, Lu Na said, "When I came here before, none of this existed." He replied, "Maybe the withered tree demon is causing trouble here, deliberately disguising it as a calm lake to make people lower their guard. In reality, the surrounding area is all swamp, and it can swallow players whole." She stepped forward decisively. "Let me test it first. This might be related to the clue." Truong Dike took out a rope and stopped her. "Wait, I can't let you take the risk alone. We'll go together." As he spoke, he looped the rope around Lu Na's waist. "Tie this on. If something happens, I can still pull you up." Right after that, Truong Dike also tightly fastened the rope around his own waist. She turned to him and stammered, "Okay, then, thank you." As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Na carefully stepped into the lake. Splashing sounds rose from below. Suddenly, something clamped onto her leg, startling Lu Na badly. Seeing her stop, Truong Dike immediately called out, "Lu Na," and quickly pulled upward. Lu Na stood frozen and trembling. Cold sweat covered her body, and fear filled her eyes as she tilted her head toward Truong Dike and said, "I think." Something grabbed me. He pulled with all his strength and shouted, "Take a deep breath and relax." Truong Dike cried inwardly, "What kind of strength is this? It's way too strong." In the next second, unable to resist, he was dragged into the lake together with Lu Na. Under the water, he shouted happily, "Open your eyes. We can breathe here." Lu Na then opened her eyes and let out a surprised cry. "We really can." Suddenly, the glowing object inside Truong Dike's clothes flew out. He stared at it in astonishment. "It seems to be guiding us. Could the clue really be down here?" At that moment by the lakeside, an old man holding a cane stood motionless, gazing into the water. Reflected on the lake's surface was his face, curled into a sinister, dangerous smile. Deep beneath the lake, there was a rich array of life, completely different from the bleakness above the surface. There was even a cave at the bottom. Lu Na exclaimed in shock, "There really is a whole different world down here." Swimming behind her, Truong Dike replied, "After all, this is the guide left behind by the illusionist." The two entered the cave together. Inside, it was nothing but darkness. One after the other, they walked forward, their footsteps echoing with sharp tapping sounds. Lu Na, who was in front, said, "But we still can't let our guard down." Suddenly, a scorpion tail stabbed toward them. The two of them dodged nimbly, and with a loud boom, the rock shattered. Grinding his teeth, Truong Dike thought, this is a scorpion made of stone. In the pitch-black cave, only 6 glowing eyes could be seen staring at them. He wondered inwardly, why is there a scorpion in the hexabone maze forest? That giant scorpion suddenly let out a strange cry, leaving the two stunned. Luna asked in confusion, what is it saying? I can't understand it at all. Truong Dike immediately opened the system. The system translated the scorpion's words. I am Scorpio, the gate-guarding general. Who are you? Truong Dike explained to Luna. It says it's the guardian general of this place, and it's asking who we are. He stepped forward and introduced himself. Greetings, sir. My companion and I have come rather abruptly, which is indeed presumptuous. But we mean no harm. We are only travelers who wish to pay a visit to King Sumer. Scorpio said fiercely, is King Sumer someone you can meet just because you want to? Leave at once, or else. After a slight pause, it launched an attack. Death without pardon. Its tail stabbed down beside Truong Dike. He thought to himself, this thing's really difficult to deal with. I can only try another approach. Truong Dike looked up at Scorpio and said sincerely, actually, we are players with a God-tier talent card Divine Archer. Can't we meet him even then? Scorpio stopped. God-tier, talent card. It seemed to be processing the keywords. Luna looked at it and asked in confusion. It turned back into holy stone? Just like that. He immediately summoned his sword, turned to her, and shouted, no. Luna, get ready to fight. Scorpio uttered a single word. D. In the very next second, it attacked with its tail. Both of them quickly dodged. Luna shouted, tie its tail and pincers together. Truong Dike immediately replied, got it. At once, both of them took out ropes and tightly bound its 2 pincers together. The 2 of them held the rope and ran behind it. As he ran, Truong Dike shouted, watch out for its eyes and poison stinger. Don't let it hit you no matter what. In the next second, Scorpio's eyes emitted a green light that shot toward Luna. She dodged lightly and curled her lips into a smile. You're underestimating me. Truong Dike kicked off the ground and leapt into the air. From midair, he fired his gun and hit one of Scorpio's eyes with perfect accuracy. A bang rang out, and the eye exploded. Gritting his teeth, Truong Dike quickly used his strength to tie up its tail as well. He shouted, Luna, hurry. It's getting even more violent. From the other side, she immediately answered, I'm coming. Stop rushing me. Luna leapt on a Scorpio's back, stomped once, then used the momentum to jump up and tie its tail. Done. After finishing, she jumped back down. Truong Dike smirked proudly and immediately pressed a button, which let out a beep. The ropes on Scorpio's back instantly tightened together. It thrashed and screamed. Its 5 remaining eyes suddenly emitted green rays. Seeing this, Truong Dike immediately shouted, it's self-destructing. Take cover. The 2 of them immediately retreated and hid. With a thunderous boom, its entire body exploded, sending green slime splattering everywhere. Truong Dike turned and asked about Luna. Are you okay, Luna? She opened her mouth and said, Truong Dike, something feels wrong. Trembling in fear, Luna continued, I think I'm paralyzed. From his bag, Truong Dike took out a syringe. He forced himself to inject himself first, then let out a soft breath of relief. Good thing I always keep this with me. Moving closer to the person beside him, he said, don't worry. 1 shot of serum should do it. Luna was almost completely paralyzed. She sat still and let him help her. Okay, but the green, oily fluid on her arm not only failed to disappear, it actually spread further. Truong Dike panicked. What's going on? He hurriedly grabbed Luna's hand and pulled her along as he ran. Unease welled up inside him. Could it be that the poison is too strong and the serum has no effect? They kept running and running until the cave entrance finally appeared in sight. Luna was panting hard. Cold sweat dotted her forehead as she curled up and sank down into a corner nearby. Truong Dike wasn't in much better shape. He hurriedly searched through his tools and instructed the person opposite him to lean against the wall and sit steadily, then undo her collar. He took out a knife. Seeing Luna's pale face, he gently reassured her, don't be afraid. I just want to help force the poison out. The other party stammered weakly. No. Trembling, she pointed at Truong Dike's neck. Poison fluid from that scorpion had already splashed onto him. Only then did he notice his own condition. What? Scene changed to deep inside the nest. In the dark hall, a huge scorpion appeared on the rock wall. Its body transformed into human form. This was the shape-shifting queen, the ancient stone Scorpio. She struggled to her feet. Datastablaumans. You actually dared to insult my stone body. Fragments of stone gathered into a weapon in Scorpio's hand. She muttered, humans are disloyal and disrespectful to King Sumer. Scorpio clenched the scepter in her hand and ground her teeth as she swore, I will keep you here forever. Just then, a figure silently stepped out from behind a rock wall. Scorpio, wait. The moment Scorpio heard that voice, she turned sharply, her face full of bewilderment. Lord Enkidu, honored one, may I ask what instructions the king has? The other party said, I come bearing the king's oracle. Let those two proceed. The crystal ball in his hand reflected Scorpio's confused expression, but Enkidu observed Truong Dike's situation through the crystal ball and muttered, as long as they can survive and make it out of the nest to find the king, they will have a chance to negotiate with him. His words carried a warning. This is the king's personal order. Do you intend to defy the king's will? Scorpio hurriedly knelt down, lowered her head, and answered in a trembling voice, No. Blessings upon my king. Scorpio, your most loyal servant, takes her leave. With that, she obediently vanished, leaving only a few pale green afterimages before Enkidu. He toyed with the crystal ball in his hand and murmured in a low voice, but can they really endure this trial? Seeing that Truong Dike on the other side had already collapsed, Enkidu gave a faint smile. Hard to say. What do you think? Should I give him a few more surprises? Scene changed to inside the nest. No one knew how much time had passed. The entire dark space had fallen into silence. Luna didn't know when she had drifted off. As she hazily woke up, she murmured, Truong. When she finally saw clearly, she found the person in front of her curled up and unconscious. Luna panicked and called out his name. Truong Dich. He didn't answer. His brows were slightly furrowed, and a layer of cold sweat had formed on his forehead. Truong Dike vaguely came to, only to find himself surrounded by a sea of flames. Where's this? Don't tell me I was killed by the scorpion's poison? He forced himself up with one hand, then suddenly noticed something and froze. A flame ignited in Truong Dike's palm. He muttered, this feeling is so familiar. The burning sensation is gone. What is this? The flame suddenly flared larger and dove straight into Truong Dike's chest, startling him. Truong Dike's whole body was wrapped in violently flickering flames. He felt baffled. Strange. Why can it enter my body so freely? And why don't I feel even the slightest rejection? In the next second, the heart in Truong Dike's chest pounded as if it were about to explode. He let out a roar, and the flames behind him burst forth, as if transforming into the image of a giant dragon. Breaking free from his daze, Truong Dike jolted awake, eyes wide open. Overjoyed, Luna rushed over and threw her arms around him. That's great, you're okay. I thought you really were. After coming back to his senses, Truong Dike gently pushed her away. Luna! The other party moved her lips awkwardly. Sorry, I got too emotional. That was a bit abrupt. Truong Dike lowered his eyes to look at the stream of energy in his palm. It seems I've recovered some energy, but it disappeared after only a short while. Truong Dike murmured, but it seems only a tiny fraction of my power has returned. What caused this? He rubbed his chin and sank into thought. Being poisoned somehow broke through Gongshi's restriction. Luna didn't think that was right. If getting poisoned could restore your power, that would be far too unbelievable. If it were that simple, we wouldn't still be trapped in the underground city. She explained, besides, after you lost consciousness, your condition really was life or death. It was only because I injected you with serum that the poison was neutralized. Otherwise, you would have died long ago. Luna clearly had solid grounds to refute that idea. It was obvious that the stone scorpion's poison was not the cause of his recovery. Tilting her head, she thought for a moment. Still, I am curious. That poison was so terrifying, yet yours took a long time to spread. I felt paralyzed the moment I was hit. Hearing that, Truong Dike immediately had a realization. I understand now. It was willpower enhancement. Before, I relied too much on my talent card being so powerful, so I never got used to using other skills when I didn't have my talent card. Based on what you inferred, the time we spent in the underground city allowed me to break free from the talent card's restraint. But deep down, I still feel that some force must have helped me. As he said this, Truong Dike couldn't help wondering to himself whether that force had been him. Luna pressed. What do we do next? Keep going deeper. Truong Dich nodded. We keep moving in. But first, he placed his palm on the ground and cast a summoning spell. I need to find an old friend. Truong Dike's magical beast appeared and gently rubbed its head against his face. Truong Dyke stroked it tenderly. Little Black, long time no see. He thought to himself that neither he nor Little Black had fully recovered yet. Little Black's body had clearly shrunk by a full size. Ruffling its head, Truong Dyke instructed, Little Black, I need you to make a trip back to Extreme Ice City. Find Bat Hong, pass on a message, and fight alongside him. I suspect Gong, she has secretly instigated some of the players in Extreme Ice City without anyone noticing. He recalled his earlier conversation with Gong, she's Doomsday Spirit. Be careful of Extreme Ice City. Truong Dyke couldn't help feeling uneasy. Extreme Ice City was no longer safe. After receiving the order, Little Black obediently set off at once. Truong Dyke waved goodbye. Go on, Little Black. Then he turned to look toward the nest. All right, let's move too. Who knows what's waiting for us ahead? The scene shifted to the Eternal Tower. Nanu was being held inside Gong, she's storage room. She should have remained unconscious, but for some reason, she suddenly jolted awake, her eyes flying open. Nanu hurriedly looked around. Deep Vu was imprisoned in the storage room right beside her. She was still unconscious. Anxiously, Nanu called out, Deep Vu. Receiving no response, Nanu urgently activated her power. A swirl of energy gathered in her palm. Just then, a voice echoed by her ear. Don't use your power. It will draw Gong Shi here. If you have questions, speak to me in your mind. Though she had no idea who the other party was, Nanu still took the risk and followed the instruction, asking inwardly, Who are you? The voice replied, Don't be afraid. I am the illusionist, and also Gong, she's Doomsday Spirit. Nanu was stunned. The illusionist? You're actually a Doomsday Spirit. The other party became a translucent afterimage and gently embraced Nanu. That's right. This is the Eternal Tower, Gongshi's headquarters. My status is special, so I cannot show myself and speak with you directly. But please rest assured, I firmly stand on your side and Truong Dyke's. As long as I'm here, Gongshi won't pose a threat to your lives for the time being. You and your friend must stay calm at all times. The next second, Nanu suddenly felt her eyelids grow unbearably heavy, and she fell back into unconsciousness. A whisper lingered by her ear. Go back to sleep. For now, staying quiet is the best state of preparation for battle. The scene shifted elsewhere. Enkidu watched Truong Dyke's situation with great interest and suddenly sighed. What a strange person. Curling his lips, he remarked, Scorpio's poison plus a trace of King Sumer's power. Using poison to counter poison may work, but not just anyone can endure it. Enkidu muttered softly, If it's you, the one foretold to change the apocalypse. He raised his head and looked into the distance, then let out a quiet laugh. My revered king, you'll surely forgive my taking matters into my own hands, won't you? After all, it's been a long time since anything interesting happened in this world. Enkidu stared intently at Truong Dyke's face in the crystal sphere, then suddenly laughed. Most importantly, if they could defeat my revered king, then I'm truly looking forward to him. The scene shifted back to Truong Dyke's side. The surroundings were pitch black. Holding a torch to light the way, he and Luna had arrived before a door. Luna stepped forward and tried pushing it first. She braced herself and used all her strength, but it moved only a little. This door is way too heavy. Seeing that, Truong Dyke said, Let me do it. A moment later, the door opened with a loud crash, revealing a vast space crisscrossed with countless passageways. Truong Dyke murmured, So it's a maze. They started forward, but after only a short distance, the passage ahead began changing nonstop. What kind of cursed path is this? If it keeps changing like this, it'll be hard to find any pattern, even if we keep our heads down and push forward. Truong Dyke walked in front with the torch. Come on, stay close to me. This maze can change the paths at any moment. If we get separated, it'll be very hard to find each other again. And also, before he could finish, skeletal beasts suddenly appeared behind them. Their jaws opened wide with savage roars, and both Truong Dyke and Luna turned around in alarm. Truong Dyke immediately threw away the torch and sprinted. Damn it, the firelight probably attracted these things. Run! At that critical moment, the maze changed its paths again, forcing Truong Dyke and Luna apart. A beast was chasing each of them from behind. Be careful! Gritting his teeth, Truong Dyke had no choice but to use his power. He told himself, My ability still hasn't fully recovered, but this isn't the time to worry about that. He spun around and launched a hurried attack straight at the beast's face. The beast's skull shattered instantly and vanished. Truong Dyke clicked his tongue and let out a breath of relief. Good thing dealing with small fry like this is still no problem. But just as he turned to continue forward, a chill ran down his back. The beast had already restored itself. His whole body stiffened. Glancing back, he swore inwardly. What the hell? Is this some newly released apocalypse mob? An intangible body, and the only weak point isn't even the skull. Before it could strike, Truong Dike turned and ran at full speed. He thought, judging from their reaction just now, they're not sensitive to light and not afraid of it. So do they distinguish prey by hearing and smell? Thinking that, Truong Dike punched a stone wall hard to test it. The beast paused for a moment, then slammed headfirst into the wall where he had made the noise. Truong Dike curled his lips. His guess had been confirmed. As expected, they locate targets by sound. After the violent collision, the beast's body shattered apart. Before it could recover, Truong Dike leaped up onto the maze wall. Standing high above, he had a full view of the entire maze, and he quickly spotted the exit on the other side. Something suddenly appeared below, drawing his attention, and he glanced down. Two beasts were already waiting below for him. Without hesitation, Truong Dike jumped down to face them. He got to his feet, drew his gun, and mercilessly fired a barrage of shots at the beasts. Truong Dike aimed at their heads. He thought to himself, these beasts must have gained their special abilities from the maze's enhancement, since there's no way to destroy them completely. A possibility occurred to him. Maybe all of them are illusions created by King Sumer. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. Truong Dike, can you hear me? He recognized it instantly. It was Lu Na. Two more beasts appeared in front of him to block his way, while Lu Na's reminder echoed in his ear. The maze is fake, but the beasts are real. Don't attack their weak points. Following her instructions, he drove his fist straight through a beast's chest and kept moving. He couldn't help feeling annoyed. What kind of cursed path is this? If it keeps changing like this, it'll be hard to find any pattern, even if we keep our heads down and push forward. Just as Lu Na had said, after taking a punch to the chest, the beast collapsed to the ground and showed no signs of recovering. Truong Dike escaped the maze, and the scenery behind him turned blurry and gradually faded away. He reunited with Lu Na. Unlike Truong Dike, who looked disheveled and covered in dust, she was carrying a large bag and smiling brightly. Unable to stand or look any longer, Truong Dike asked irritably, "Hey, what are you smiling at?" Lu Na covered her mouth and snickered. "I'm laughing at you. Never thought you'd slip up on such a simple stage and still need me to remind you." Truong Dike coughed awkwardly and asked curiously, "So how did you figure it out?" Lu Na explained, "I observed them for a while and then realized it. Back when I was a captain, I once encountered their real forms. After killing these things, we solved our problem of surviving the winter." She took out a compass and explained slowly, "As for the maze being fake, it was this that reminded me." Truong Dike exclaimed, "So that's how it was. Looks like you really do have plenty of strengths. You're qualified to be a captain." Lunya Svut Muli. Of course. Wait, why does that sound weird? Were you actually praising me just now? Truong Dike changed the subject and pointed at the scene ahead. "So, this river region is the next illusion? There's a sign over there. Let's see what it says." The sign was stained with a few long-dried blood marks. Clearly written on it were, Hint 1, this river is not an illusion. Hint 2, only the purest soul may cross. The scene shifted to the Eternal Tower, where Nanu lay unconscious with her eyes closed inside Gongshi's storage room. In her dream, someone suddenly called out Nanu. Groggily, she opened her eyes and answered. Sitting beneath a tree, Nanu looked up at the person before her in shock. Dream God. She looked around in astonishment and said, "Wasn't I imprisoned by Gongshi? How can I be meeting you here?" Although someone had already hinted it to me, I still really can't put my mind at ease. After a pause, she asked, "Dream God, do you know Truong Dike is all right now?" In deep vu, Dream God cut her off and pressed her forehead against Nanu's. "Don't be afraid. I foresaw part of what would happen and came to help you. Don't doubt that hint. When destruction and extinction descend upon the apocalypse, you will unlock the hidden unknown and become the one who turns the outcome around. Remember this. My blessing will always be with you." The scene shifted to the bank of the Eternal Night River. Looking at the wooden sign, Truong Dike thought, this setup is kind of similar to the descriptions of the underworld river in ancient civilization legends. Lu Na stared at the sign too and said irritably, "What the hell is this?" Putting on some mysterious act again. He pointed his thumb toward the river and said, "Throw that thing down there and test it. This river water looks really strange." Lu Na tugged at the thing in her hand, then threw in at once. All right. The moment it fell into the water, it gave off a sizzling sound, and the stench that rose up was enough to make anyone sick. Luna immediately covered her nose. Ugh, this smells awful too. It's so rank. Truong Dyke covered his nose as well and instantly grabbed her hand to pull her away. Don't go near it. That smoke is dangerous. The two of them quickly ran forward, making the forest floor tremble with rumbling sounds. Ahead of them, huge glowing pillars suddenly shot upward. Luna said tiredly, "What now?" Looking at the flashing pillars, Truong Dyke thought, how strange. I just felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. I've trained with all these things in the underground city before. Luna seemed to understand at a glance and said, remember the flashing order of these lamp pillars. We have to move according to their pattern. He thought, could it be that the illusionist had already predicted these stages long ago? Luna poked his shoulder with a finger and asked, hey, doesn't this feel like every question you reviewed for before an exam ended up being the exact ones on the test? That illusionist. Truong Dyke raised a hand to cut her off. Then all the more reason for us to pass this trial as quickly as possible. He sprang up onto the glowing pillars and said, right now I have a bold guess. This King Sumer. Maybe he's standing somewhere nearby watching us. Though Luna felt a little frightened too, she quickly jumped up after Truong Dyke. Suddenly, her footing slipped and she fell. But Luna reacted fast and grabbed onto a pillar ahead of her. Gritting her teeth, she forced herself up and landed sitting on top of it. Then she pushed off with her feet and jumped onto the pillar behind Truong Dyke. He turned around, smiled, and encouraged her. Not bad. Still remember the rest of the sequence behind us, right? Grinding her teeth, she shouted angrily. You couldn't even give me a hand? Truong Dyke gave her a thumbs up. I believed you could do it. Suddenly, a voice called out to them. Hello there, you two. They both turned around and asked in unison, who's there? Truong Dyke frowned and thought, a player? No, probably an NPC. The man smiled and introduced himself. My name is Enkiju. I'm King Sumer's aide. This place is my illusion realm. You made it this far through sharp intuition and considerable strength, and that makes me very happy. Could you tell me your names? Luna answered at once, Luna. Tuongdich also replied, Tuongdich. He thought, Enkiju, in the legends, King Sumer's enemy and companion, if he corresponds to the mythology. Enkidu suddenly interrupted his thoughts. You're guessing at my identity. There's no need for that. Truong Dyke snapped back to his senses. Then Enkidu continued, because this is where your journey ends. Luna rushed toward them and shouted, let him go. Enkidu summoned chains that wrapped around Truong Dyke. Right now, only one of you can cross the underworld river. Then he shot out a tentacle that bound Luna as well and continued, of course, I won't be so cruel as to make you choose for yourselves. Turning to Truong Dyke, Enkidu smiled. I'll play the villain for you. Truong Dyke gathered power within himself, and a force surged around his body. Clenching both fists, he said darkly, keep dreaming. He shot him a cold glance, and then roared as he charged forward at high speed. He threw a punch at Enkidu, but the latter simply tilted aside and dodged it. Enkidu gritted his teeth and hooked 2 fingers downward. Truong Dyke's entire body slammed to the ground with a heavy crash. Struggling, he looked toward Luna and shouted, Luna, run. But she was tightly bound on her side and struggled in vain, thinking, run? There's no way I can run at all. Enkidu spoke up, what a pity. You two are too weak. He suddenly lifted Luna high into the air and said, you fail my trial. As soon as he finished speaking, Enkidu yanked her down hard, then released the tentacle and dropped Luna into the water. As she slowly sank downward, she thought, looks like I really am about to die. On the other side, Truong Dyke lay bound on the ground and asked, are you really Enkidu? The Enkidu from the legends. Grinding his teeth, he lifted his face and stared at Enkidu, the one created by the gods who stood on humanity's side, who used wisdom and fairness to influence King Sumer. Looking down from above, Enkidu gave a quiet, oh. Then he gathered spiritual power into his hand and said, how ridiculous. So in the end, that so-called friend humanity praises so freely was nothing more than a traitor. As soon as he finished speaking, that spiritual power enveloped Truong Dyke. Enkidu immediately retreated and opened the distance between them. At that moment, Truong Dyke awakened his power, and a tremendous force burst from his entire body. Seeing that scene, Enkidu smiled with interest. Truong Dyke surged with killing intent, gripped his sword, shouted, and rushed forward to attack. Suddenly, a voice called out to him, Truong Dyke, I'm Fine. Luna's voice interrupted Truong Dyke's attack. Rising up from the water's surface, she said in surprise, how strange. This water looks terrifying, but it's actually this shallow. Truong Dyke turned to Enkidu and asked in annoyance, so this was a trial, or some kind of joke? Enkidu couldn't help laughing. How amusing. You barged into my territory without the slightest intention of apologizing. I merely toyed with you a little, and now you're angry? After a brief pause, Enkidu flew up and hovered in midair before continuing, so easily provoked. No wonder there's a traitor among you, and you still fail to notice. How could I possibly trust you enough to tell you everything I know? Right after that, he floated into the air and slowly vanished. But Enkidu did not forget to leave them with one sentence. Remember this well. The person you're looking for is the very person you trust the most, and they should be ruled out first. Luna was still in the water, clutching her head in frustration as she said, "We got played again." Truong Dyke turned to look at her. "Wait, did you hear what he just said? The person we trust the most should be ruled out first." Then the two looked at each other in delight and said in unison, "The three elders." Night gradually fell. Scene change at the Eternal Tower. Gongshi was furiously slamming the table and roaring, "Where's the news? Where's the news on Truong Dyke?" Ever since Truong Dyke entered the Six-Bone Labyrinth Forest, he had not appeared again. "Did you follow him or not?" On the other end, Linglan replied, "Well, I tried sneaking after him, but I almost died in there, boss. This swamp is full of mud underneath. There isn't even a path. Truong Dyke is definitely dead." As he typed at the computer, he cursed angrily, "Useless trash. Damn it, why can't I find anything? Why can't my authority access any information beneath the swamp?" Gongshi shouted, "Apocalypse Spirit." Linglan immediately appeared and respectfully asked, "What are your orders?" He commanded, "Apocalypse Spirit, mobilize all surveillance forces and surround the Six-Bone Labyrinth Forest." She answered seriously, "Yes." All forces have already been coordinated and concentrated near the newly appeared swamp in the Six-Bone Labyrinth Forest. "Do you have any other orders?" Gongshi lifted his gloomy gaze and asked, "How are those two women doing?" Linglan immediately replied, "They still haven't regained consciousness. Their brainwave fluctuations are all normal. No abnormal state has been detected yet." He said at once, "No, I can't wait any longer." Deep Vu, inside the test tube, frowned in pain. The progress was now at 20. She grit her teeth from the agony as grayish veins bulged across her body. The progress gradually rose to 50. A stuttering voice sounded out, No. At that moment, the system displayed Operation Progress detected to have been suspended. Optimize? Gongshi looked at the system and immediately said, "Increase the transmission power." Inside the test tube, Deep Vu clenched her jaws tightly and endured the pain. The progress had already risen to 70. Her body was mottled with black marks. And now the progress had reached 90. Deep Vu's face had turned terrifyingly savage as she growled nonstop. While outside, Gongshi calmly said, "As long as you endure this, you will become my most powerful creation in Aegis, other than the Ghost King." The progress then reached 100. Brainwashing successful. The very next second, the test tube exploded, and Gongshi had to shield his face with his hand. A smug smile spread across his face. "Truong Dyke, I wonder whether you'll like this surprise." Deep Vu floated in midair, droplets of water trickling down from her feet. She dropped to one knee on the ground and respectfully said, "Master, what orders do you have for Deep Vu?" Gongshi smiled slyly and said, "You're too weak. Go train in the Demon Suppression Tower for a while. If you die, don't come back." She immediately replied, "Yes, Master." Gongshi turned to look at the test tube behind him. If this isn't enough of a surprise. After a pause, he continued, "I'll prepare an even bigger gift for you." Imagining that scene, Gongshi curled his lips into a dangerous smile. "I hope you enjoy it, Truong Dyke." Back on Truong Dyke's side, he suddenly sneezed. Luna, beside him, asked in concern, "Don't tell me you've caught a cold? So weak." Cold sweat broke out on his forehead as he rubbed his nose and said, "I always feel like someone's secretly cursing me behind my back." "Don't tell me it's that old man Gongshi." She suddenly shouted, "Truong Dyke." Luna pointed ahead and said, "King Sumer's palace." Before them stood a vast, magnificent, imposing palace. Luna asked doubtfully, "Is this the place?" Truong Dyke looked ahead, and the two names resurfaced in his mind. Nanu, Deep Vu. He remembered the scene of both girls being bound in chains and taken away. Luna's voice cut through his thoughts. "Let's go. We have to meet King Sumer as soon as possible." At that moment, Sumer was sitting comfortably in his chair, absently gazing at the grape in his hand. Resting his chin on one hand, he suddenly glanced over and called, "Enkidu." Opposite him, Enkidu was sitting cross-legged and reading intently. "Please give your orders, my king." Sumer rested his face on his hand and said irritably, "You forged my will and let those two lowborns in. Did you think I really wouldn't know? This should have become scorpion food long ago." Enkidu closed the stack of books and replied, "Then I sincerely apologize for making use of your identity. I merely dared to make an assumption. I felt the two of them would surely suit your tastes, so I let them in. To prevent your majesty from being displeased, I even set them a few tests." Sumer glared at him in puzzlement. "Oh, so you still claim to understand me so well, as always? And what was the result?" He quickly replied, "They're soaked like drowned rats." Sumer frowned and cursed. "What kind of trash is that? They couldn't even pass a single test, and they think they're worthy of meeting me? Aren't you afraid I'll throw you to the scorpions too?" Enkidu kept smiling. "Of course I'm not afraid. After all, compared to those two drowned rats, I think the person you hate even more must be that Gong Shi. After all, none of these situations began without being connected to him." Sumer's expression turned dark and savage. He crushed the gobble in his hand and roared, "Yes, Enkidu, you're absolutely right." Scene change. The 90th floor of the Demon Suppression Tower. Deep Vu was walking with two old servants when suddenly both of them disappeared. She thought to herself, "It finally begins." Deep Vu stamped her foot angrily and shouted, "Damn it, that despicable bastard. I swear I'll kill Gong Shi." Deep Vu fell silent, looked down at this body, and rested her chin on her hand in thought. I really was forcibly brainwashed by him, but suddenly, a soul covered her eyes with both hands. "Lend me your body for a moment. Don't worry, leave it to me." Deep Vu wondered inwardly, who is helping me? Why are they saving me from Gong Shi's hands? Behind her, two demons suddenly pounced to attack, but Deep Vu sharply turned around and eliminated them both with a light strike. Stepping on one demon's corpse, Deep Vu could not help wondering, how is it possible to give me demonic traits while still preserving my own consciousness? Is this Gong Shi's trap? But that logic doesn't make sense either. Deep Vu looked at the system panel and saw there was no battle reward. Strange. Weren't the bosses in the Demon Suppression Tower supposed to grow stronger with each floor? Besides, there is usually only one monster. And names like these are way too slapdash, almost as if they were mass-produced. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the void. "Deep Vu, I am Gong Shi's apocalypse spirit. Just now, I interfered with Gong Shi's brainwashing program. I was also the one who invaded your brain back in the Eternal Tower, making Gong Shi mistakenly believe that your brainwashing had succeeded." Deep Vu immediately asked, "What exactly is going on? If you're one of Gong Shi's people, why do you want to help me?" The voice began to explain, "Because you, Truong Dike, and your friend Han Na Nu will be the ones to change this apocalypse. These little monsters were prepared by Gong Shi so you could rapidly train and become stronger. He wants to turn you into the blade that stabs Truong Dike." She immediately frowned and waved her hand. "Disgusting. From what you're saying, you've been secretly helping all of us the whole time. Then Nan Nu and the others are all safe right now, aren't they?" The voice replied, "Truong Dike is gathering new allies. As for Nan Nu, Gong Shi is watching her very closely. I can't reveal much, but I have spoken with her once." Rolling her shoulder, Deep Vu asked, "So next I'm supposed to stay here and train, farming monsters?" The voice answered, "That's right. Just train as usual. I will continue helping you disguise your condition. There isn't much time left. I have to leave now." She replied, "All right, thank you." Then prepare to move. Three monsters ahead lunged at Deep Vu, and she rushed forward, knocking all three down with only a few strikes. Ahead of her stood a two-headed snake, 3 times taller than Deep Vu. Covering her nose, she thought, "It stinks. It might even be poisonous." Then there was a crack, and the two-headed snake split apart into 2 half-human, half-snake figures, one male and one female. Deep Vu leaped into the air. She swung the hammer in her hand at the male snake, and it fell at once, while the female snake charged up to attack. Deep Vu grabbed her chain and sprang up onto the surrounding pillars, binding them together around the female snake. She landed atop one of the pillars, holding the chain tightly around the male snake's neck. Deep Vu said, "Stop spraying poison. Take a good look. If you don't want your lover to stop breathing, then stop and withdraw that venom. Hand over the reward." Even with the chains tight at its neck, it was not afraid at all and merely glanced at her with a hiss. Someone was watching Deep Vu's every move and suddenly said with excitement, "Interesting, truly interesting." On the 91st floor of the Demon Suppression Tower, a girl sat leisurely on a chair, holding binoculars and observing Deep Vu's every action. She smiled happily. "This is the first time I've seen a child kill demonic creatures like this." Deep Vu climbed the stairs to the 91st floor step by step and yawned. "Boring. And I won just like that. After that, Deepu picked up the life potion that had dropped as the gift from the 90th floor boss. She pushed open the door to the 91st floor. Let's see what new trick this floor has. As Deepu stepped in, she thought, Gong Shi threw me in here. There's no way he'd let me walk out alive that easily. Inside hung dolls of all kinds of horrifying shapes, tied high above by ropes. Why is no one here? It's so creepy. Don't tell me the boss of this floor is watching me. Holding the hammer in her hand, she said, no matter how well you hide, I'll find you. A hand lifted up a card. It was a joker. A delighted voice rang out. I drew it. The card I like. Deepu immediately spun around and shouted, who? Behind her, Ji was slowly approaching with a knife in hand. There is no boss here because, after a pause, she burst into laughter, revealing her sharp teeth, then continued, I killed it. Ji rushed forward with the still blood-stained knife, but Deepu quickly raised her hammer to block. Ji instantly saw an opening, curled her lips into a smug smile, and slashed at Deepu's waist. Deepu was hit and sent flying. Ji held the knife and laughed manically. She stuck out her tongue, revealing a Joker card, while Deepu gritted her teeth and thought, Joker. Clown. The Demon Suppression Tower is a solo instance. If she isn't the boss, then she isn't a player either. I need to figure out her identity first. She looked up at the dolls hanging above and thought, got it. Deepu leaped up and used her hammer to cut through the ropes, suspending the dolls. Below, when Ji saw that, she covered her eyes with both hands and screamed, what are you doing? Why are you ruining the toys Mama gave me? As she lunged to snatch the dolls from Deepu's hands, she shrieked, give them back, give them back. Holding the hammer at the dolls' necks, Deepu said sternly, I'm Deepu, an assassin. Now it's your turn to introduce yourself. If you don't, I'll burn your toys. Ji widened her eyes and gritted her teeth. Fine. Actually, I am the main god of the assassin faction. As she reached in her pocket, she said, but my name really is Ji. If you don't believe me, look. She took out a round wooden object engraved with 2 swords. Suddenly, all the dolls in Deepu's hands turned their heads. Ji could not help laughing twice. You're really stupid. That's not something an assassin should do. Scene change. On the other side, Enkidu suddenly spoke up. Ah, the guests have arrived. He turned to look at the two of them. Welcome, welcome. Trong Dike asked in confusion. Enkidu, have you been in the palace all along? Were all those things just now your avatars? Enkidu snapped his fingers and replied with a smile. Bingo. However, shouldn't you pay your respects to the king first? Trong Dike and Luna both trembled as they bowed side by side, one hand over their chests, and respectfully said, greetings to you, King Sumer. We are exiles from the underground city of Shaun. Sumer propped his face on his hand, frowned, and shouted, Lowborns kneel. Hearing that, Luna let out a frightened cry and awkwardly started to kneel, but Trong Dike stopped her. Stand still. He looked seriously at Sumer and explained, we are exiles, but we are not your subjects, much less the lowborns you speak of, so we will not kneel. Hearing this, Sumer's face darkened, and he ground his teeth in fury. Enkidu, these are the best candidates you recommended to me? Sumer raised his hand and gathered inner power. What kind of lowly trash is this? In the next instant, Sumer seized Enkidu by the throat, yet Enkidu's smile did not change. In a furious low voice, Sumer demanded, why aren't you talking now? You said you wanted to avenge me, avenge those innocent people, and this is the result? Over there, Luna immediately shouted, hey, isn't he your best friend? What are you trying to do? He replied, what am I trying to do? Of course I'm going to kill him. Sumer looked at them with disdain, and the two of you as well. Not one of you should dream of leaving here alive. Luna rushed forward and shouted, let him go. The next second, a blinding burst of light shot out and hurled her backward, forcing her to cover her face. On this side, Trong Dike gritted his teeth and gathered power into his fist, preparing to strike, but Sumer's glowing fragments shattered his attack. Sumer frowned, his face suddenly sinking. You're courting death. Flames blazed up all around him. Both Trong Dike and Luna were bound fast by those glowing fragments. Sumer had activated the Skill King's Wrath. At that moment, the system immediately issued a warning. Character is in a passive state of terror. Unable to act, Trong Dike roared angrily, damn it, I can't move. Suddenly, Sumer unleashed a move. One arm from each of them was severed and sent flying, blood spraying everywhere. Sumer let out a sneering laugh. You are nothing but mortals, yet you dare dream of obstructing a god. He tightened his fingers. With a crack, Enkidu's neck was snapped. The two of them stared in shock. Trong Dike clutched the place where his arm had just been cut off and shakily stood up. Stammering, he said, behind him, Luna shouted to stop him, hey, don't push yourself. Sumer arched a brow. Oh, you can still talk. As soon as he finished speaking, he let go, and Enkidu fell to the ground. The system immediately announced, important NPC Enkidu has died. Then the system issued another notification. Mission to cooperate with King Sumer has failed. Truong Dike dropped to one knee and said with a trembling voice, but the great King Sumer can casually dispose of the loyal best friend who served him with utter devotion. As soon as he finished speaking, he collapsed to the ground. Supporting himself with one hand, Truong Dike said through gritted teeth in pain, what a pity for him. All his plans and hopes were ruined by a so-called most trustworthy comrade. Someone like you isn't. Not even as good as a lowborn, are you? Enraged, Sumer used his spiritual power to form a flaming hand that seized Truong Dike by the throat and lifted him up. The system warning blared continuously. On Luna's side, tears streamed down her face from the pain as she stammered, Truong Dike, stop talking. Let's leave this place. Dazed, she reached her hand toward him and said, as long as we stay alive, there is still hope for revenge. He lunged forward to grab a grape, but after hearing her words, his face twisted. Survive? Survive and get out of my sight, only to die at Gongshi's hands afterward? Sumer clicked his tongue twice and said, what a fine way to choose where to die. Truong Dike grabbed the blazing arm, choking his neck, and curled his lips into a fearless smile. This is just an illusion, isn't it? Sumer raised the grape to his lips, then suddenly froze and dropped it. Tasteless. Enkidu snapped his fingers, and everything instantly returned to how it was before. He smiled and said, sorry, this was still part of the trial. Then Enkidu added, though this one was granted by the king. Resting his face on one hand, Sumer praised him with interest. Very good. It has been a long time since I heard words so bold. The truth may be unpleasant, but it is rather interesting. Then he suddenly raised his voice and called out, Rista! A ferocious lion immediately appeared. Rista was the name of Babaki, the lion. The king of beasts on the continent of Aegis, King Sumer's mount, with overwhelming power. In battle, King Sumer could directly possess it. Sitting astride Rista's back, Sumer asked, you are not afraid of death? I could see that in the illusion, you were already at your last breath. Did you never think you might die in the illusion? Truong Dike replied, I'm not afraid. Besides, I trust that your majesty would show mercy. And I still have one last trump card. Sumer let out a surprised sound. Even on the verge of death, you still have a trump card? With a certain smile, Truong Dike answered, I really do. But it is my secret, so I cannot say. Please forgive me, your majesty. Suddenly, Rista let out a low growl, then opened its mouth, and a fireball appeared inside it. A moment later, the fireball turned into a golden card. Holding the glittering golden card between two fingers, Sumer said, I have never given this thing to any brat before, yet I am giving it to you. Looking at the glowing golden card floating before him, Truong Dike hesitated. What a pity. He said honestly, I'm afraid I don't have the fortune to use your majesty's divine grade talent card. The moment he refused to use it, Luna cried out in shock. What? A powerful golden lion was immediately summoned from within a card. Sumer looked surprised. Enkidu, hadn't his energy already been taken back, leaving him without a divine grade talent card? It seems there are still details you failed to uncover. Truong Dike covered his mouth and chuckled. In a sense, you could call this a kind of surprise, couldn't you? Rista stared at him, sniffing Truong Dike all over, while Truong Dike raised both hands cooperatively. For some reason, Sumer was extremely shocked at the sight, while Enkidu merely covered his mouth and smiled. After sniffing to its heart's content, Rista snorted hard, spraying moisture all over and making Truong Dike recoil in disgust. Seeing its reaction, even Lu Na could not help gaping in astonishment. Then the lion ran back behind its master. Sumer laughed excitedly. Your sin actually disgusts Rista this much. Truong Dike wiped the sweat from his brow. Yes, I may have lost the power of the divine grade talent card, but I already have the strongest bonded target. Naturally, it wouldn't pair with it. Sumer disagreed with that at once. The strongest? I ought to kill you instead. Ignorant human, I am the strongest. But then his expression suddenly turned serious. Sumer frowned, sprang to his feet, and looked at him again. Wait, so you're a player with the hidden dragon race identity. Even though you lost the talent card, your contract with the dragon god still remains. Truong frowned inwardly. How troublesome. It seemed King Sumer had already seen straight through him. Still, this was not such a major issue. Then he calmly said, You've been observing me for a long time, haven't you, Your Majesty, hiding in the shadows? Makes sense. If you knew nothing, how could you have reached an agreement with Gong, she's apocalypse spirit? You're actually on our side, aren't you? Suddenly exposed, Sumer looked a little angry. You. Enkidu hurriedly stepped forward to block him. Your Majesty, I believe there's a more important decision you still need to make. Why not attend to official business first? Hearing Enkidu's careful words, Sumer sat back down with a cold snort. Boring. Very well, then. Looking at Luna, who did not even dare breathe too loudly, Truong Dike calmly reassured her, no need to be nervous. He won't do anything to us. The moment he finished speaking, a stream of power shot from King Sumer straight into Luna. She felt that power burning inside her body. Luna had now obtained a divine-grade talent card and become the main god bound to King Sumer. Once it was done, Sumer sprang to his feet and declared grandly, listen well. Being bound to this card does not mean your status is any different from that of ants. And do not expect me to help you solve any of your troubles. After saying that, he immediately turned and walked away. If there is nothing else, do not come disturb me. After he left, Enkidu immediately explained, you'll get used to it. The king is always like this. Otherwise, life here would be far too dull. Truong Dike looked at him as well. We still have a few questions that need answering. Is that all right? The scene then shifted to Deep Vu, and it seemed her situation was not looking very good. At this point, although she was still under control, Deep Vu had begun forming thoughts of her own. If Ji truly was the main god of the assassin heart and had appeared in the demon suppression tower, then she must already have been assimilated by Gong Shi. Then I can't just sit here and wait to die. The moment she finished speaking, Deep Vu leaped up and activated the power of the assassin heart. Ji looked at her with amusement. Did you forget? Everything you have belongs to me, so you have no chance of winning, no matter how many times you use it. As soon as she finished speaking, Deep Vu was bitten hard on the neck at the same time, leaving her completely unable to move. As the pain hit, the hand gripping her weapon slackened involuntarily. The pain only grew stronger, and Deep Vu could not endure it any longer, collapsing to her knees on the ground. Those dolls immediately charged toward her. But refusing to give up, Deep Vu quickly pulled out a lighter. If my energy is useless against you, then what about this? This time, Deep Vu's method seemed to work. The moment Ji saw it, her face turned pale.